Chapter 2661. Ah no, save me. Most of the priests in the Sun Moon Temple were ordinary people, and this silver priest cultivation was only at level 6 mystic cultivator realm. Although the officials on both sides didn't know what this priest was going through, they felt terrified just by hearing his screams. Everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. Mo Yin looked on coolly from the sidelines as a young eunuch picked up the bucket lid. His trembling body barely supported himself as he closed the bucket lid again. Qinyuan Hall fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the rustling sound of something crawling and biting in the barrel of bliss, the silver priest's screams faded bit by bit until they completely disappeared. The old officials were sweating profusely, and they were all about to cry. They knew that their emperor was very temperamental, but in recent years, the emperor's temper had really been restrained a lot. They didn't expect that such a terrifying scene would suddenly occur in the imperial court. Apart from being terrified, everyone's fear of His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly increased. Sure enough, father and son were father and son. The son's methods were vicious, but the father was even more vicious. Moreover, the emperor didn't seem to allow anyone to have any disrespect to the Crown Prince at all. Everyone was aware of this point and reminded themselves in their hearts, don't court death in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. Their emperor might go berserk at any time. The silver priest in front of them was their example, so they must remember this. Giant pain, Wang wiped the cold sweat on his head and secretly glanced at the expressionless Crown Prince standing to the side. He felt even more stifled. As expected of the emperor's biological son, even this indifferent expression was almost the same. The Sun Moon Temple's embroidered elder clenched his fists tightly and forcibly suppressed his gushing anger. He tried to speak in a calm voice. The silver priest offended His Highness the Crown Prince of Guizhou, so he deserved more than death. But the holy nun is the symbol of our temple. I hope that your majesty will show mercy and magnanimity to spare her this time. The embroidered elder lowered his noble head and said indifferently, whatever compensation you want, please feel free to state it. As long as the temple can do it, we will definitely not refuse. The great emperor looked at the Crown Prince. What do you think, Crown Prince? I don't agree to release him. It was still the same sentence and the same cold expression. The embroidered-robed old man clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. For a long time, there was no sound in the hall. The embroidered-robed elder took a few deep breaths before trying his best to calm his voice. I know that the sage nun did something wrong and offended the Crown Princess. In that case, I wonder if we can invite Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort to come here? On behalf of the Sun Moon Temple, this old man is willing to offer a sincere apology to the Crown Princess and ask for her forgiveness. The courtiers wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. He felt that the situation was developing in a strange direction. Was the Sun Moon Temple trying to court death again? If they thought that the little Crown Princess was easier to deal with, then they were gravely mistaken. The great emperor didn't say anything, but looked at his son again. Prince Mo's expression was indifferent as he stood ramrod straight in front of the hall. He swept a disdainful glance at the embroidered-robed elder. What right do you have to say that you can see the Crown Princess whenever you want? Chapter 2662. The Crown Prince Consort doesn't have that much free time to listen to you people's nonsense. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, everyone wanted to ridicule him in their hearts. What was the Crown Princess busy with? She had just returned to the Mu family. What could she be busy with? She didn't have so much free time. She was just a little girl. At most, she would return to the Mu family to cultivate. What could she be busy with? The old man in embroidered clothes was the protector of the Sun Moon Temple. At this time, he also had a headache. His Highness the Crown Prince stubbornly refused to let go. And looking at the situation today, the great emperor would definitely not go against the Crown Prince's wishes. He couldn't help but take a long breath. Respectfully bowing to His Highness the Crown Prince, he said in the most sincere tone and attitude, I hope your Highness can allow it. Sun Moon Temple is making this request with utmost sincerity. Putting down his pride and pleading like this was already the custodian's bottom line. He couldn't think of any other way to plead the crown prince to relent. Since the crown prince's path couldn't be taken, it was best to see the crown princess and take another path from her. Now he had nothing else to ask for. As long as the saintess of the temple was released, he could basically agree to any suitable conditions. Emollien's eyes, without a trace of warmth, swept across the face of the protector of the Sun Moon Temple. She lowered her eyes and sneered. For a moment, the old man in embroidered clothes felt as if his chest was being pressed by something, and he couldn't breathe. After a long while, the crown prince raised his hand slightly, and a purple figure turned and walked out of the hall. The protector of the Sun Moon Temple looked at the crown prince with a complicated expression, and his heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Divine Continent, who had just returned, although he hadn't lived in the Divine Continent for a long time. The power of a superior was frightening. Long time no see, my Chow parting line. Kai Xiao, I'm back. The little crown princess returned to Yulon Court from the North Courtyard in a good mood. Hearing the voice, Kai Xiao and Kai Chi hurriedly ran out from the side room. Crown princess, you're back. Kai Xiao could not hide the worry in her eyes as she sized her up. Earlier on, they had already heard that the little crown princess had a conflict with the Mu clan's disciples in chasing Windgarden. They were worried about it, so they sent someone over to check on her. They did not expect the little crown princess to return so quickly. Kai Chi's face was full of joy as she held a plate of pastries in her hands. She smiled at Arbor and said, Crown princess, you came back just in time. These pastries are freshly made. Do you want to try one? The little crown princess's eyes curved slightly. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, her expression suddenly changed slightly. She shouted at the two of them, Get down. Kai Chi and Kai Xiao were both startled. Then they instinctively squatted down on the ground. They felt as if something had swept over their heads. It was accompanied by a fierce roar. The plate in Kai Xiao's hand shattered and fell to the ground. The thing that pounced over suddenly turned its head. A pair of scarlet eyes revealed traces of bloodthirst as it stared fiercely at Kai Chi, who was trembling all over. Without waiting for that guy to make a move, Arbor had already rushed forward. She had already summoned a ferrule in her hand, and without any explanation, a blue spiritual pure fire burned over. The raging fire suddenly wrapped around the figure that was about to pounce on him. A sharp roar resounded in everyone's ears for a long time. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi both covered their heads and lay on the ground. At this time, they couldn't hide the horror in their eyes as they turned their heads. Chapter 2663. The person in front of them gave them a huge shock. How was this still a person? The facial features on her face were already so distorted that it was almost impossible to distinguish her original appearance. In addition, her entire body was covered with blue veins, and the skin on her hands and body could clearly be seen bulging out like earthworms. Arbor's pupils slightly shrank. The development of corpse puppets to this day could be said to have completely surpassed what she had seen and experienced in her previous life. This should be a high-level corpse puppet, and judging from its battle strength, it should be above level 2. Her speed, strength, and actual combat ability could already be compared to a level 14 or 15 Great Spirit Master. Arbor took a deep breath and subconsciously clenched her two small fists tightly. Just now, if she hadn't reacted extremely quickly and made Kai Xiao and Kai Chi lie down, the two girls would definitely have been scratched. Two fresh lives would have withered and withered in front of her eyes. Unforgivable. Arbor suddenly rushed forward, and with a stretch of her hand, the blue flames wrapped around the corpse puppet's body burned even more fiercely. Crown Princess, be careful! Kai Xiao cried out in alarm. At the side, Kai Chi also came back to her senses and carefully looked at the corpse puppet and couldn't help but whisper, It's little Xing. This strange person is little Xing. Don't go near her. Arbor simply didn't remember who this little Xing was. In any case, in her eyes, a corpse puppet wasn't a person. The ferrule in her hand flew out and fell on the corpse puppet's back with a clap. Who would have thought that the thing's head could actually turn 360 degrees, and its skull which was originally facing her, was now faintly looking at her with two eyes that were like will-o'-the-wisps. If it were someone else, they would have been frightened by this strange thing long ago. But the little crown princess was expressionless and directly flung out 4 or 5 attack talismans from her sleeves, mercilessly smashing them on the corpse puppet's head. Unfortunately, these few black-level attack talismans were still some distance away from dealing with a level 14 or 15 Great Spirit Master. After all, those blue attack talismans had inherited more than 80% of Arbor's strength, and these talismans could at most deal with a level 7 or 8 Great Spirit Master. Against a rank 3 advanced corpse puppet that was equivalent to a rank 14 or 15 Great Spirit Master, it was still a bit too weak. However, the power of these few attack talismans was naturally able to obstruct the corpse puppet. At this moment of obstruction, Xiao Mu had already pinched out a blue fireball and flung it at the zombie's head with a smack. Unexpectedly, this attack did not cause any damage to the corpse puppet at all. Instead, it angered her a little. That guy turned his head and stared at her with a pair of dead fish eyes. A very strange hissing sound came from his throat. Suddenly, the zombie's tongue stretched out from its open mouth like a tape measure. There was a disgusting sarcoma in the middle of its tongue. Xiao Mu had been concentrating on this ugly person the entire time. When she saw her pounce on her and open her mouth, she promptly shot out 7 to 8 white bone nails without any explanation. The white bone nail was Duan Yu's unique concealed weapon. The nail was white in color, slender, and had extremely strong penetrative power. Just one nail was enough to make a person wish they were dead. Moreover, each nail pierced through that monster's long tongue at close range, eliciting waves of manic roars from her. However, what terrified Kai Xiao and Kai Chi was that the crown princess had clearly shot several concealed weapons into little Xing's mouth, but she could still move. Arbor narrowed his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 2664. It seemed that this thing's body's toughness had increased quite a bit again. A dozen or so thin icicles drilled out of Arbor's right hand. He stared coldly at this high-level zombie. The icicles abruptly shot towards the zombie's head. The zombie roared angrily and abruptly pounced forward after accumulating power. Bang! Arbor raised his hand and released a crow-gold arrow at her. The icicles in his hand uniformly flew into the zombie's head. Illo! The high-level zombie shrieked, and its body crashed to the ground uncontrollably. It still wanted to struggle? Arbor had already swept up to it and ruthlessly smacked its head with his ferrule without hesitation. The rolling power of the Earth Spirit was instantly activated and smashed onto the zombie's body in an overwhelming manner. The high-level zombie was pressed to the ground, and it struggled with all its might to shake its body before pouncing with a howl. When Mu Qingya, who had rushed over after hearing the news, rushed into the Magnolia enclosure with a group of Mu family guards, she happened to see a monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced in the little stoic's direction. In the blink of an eye, the little stoic flipped her left hand to gather the power of the Earth Spirit. She clenched her fist tightly and once again punched the charging high-level zombie. The Earth Spirit condensed into a huge stone slab and smashed down, landing on the head of the corpse hag in a frenzy. What was even more frightening was that the instant the giant stone slab smashed the zombie and shattered into pieces, a long sword condensed from the Earth Spirit pierced through the millions of pieces and abruptly pierced through the zombie's deformed head without warning. After the spiritual energy dissipated, only the fist-sized zombie crystal core remained on the ground, emitting a faint glow. Behind Mu Qingya, the Mu family disciples who had barged in couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Setting aside the little fellow's outburst of ruthlessness towards Mulder at the entrance of Lishing Gate. This should be the first time they witnessed the little stoic's black-hearted, ruthless, and decisive battle state. Mu Qingya hurriedly called the disciples of the Mu family in and asked with a serious face, "Qiao Qiao, what happened?" Arbor turned to look at her. "Burn it." Mu Qingya nodded and carefully moved a few steps forward. A middle-aged man immediately walked out from behind her and stopped her. "Madam, be careful." "No, it's fine. You should be dead." Mu Qingya took 2 more steps forward and couldn't help but look at Arbor. Jojo, what the hell is this? This is little Xing, the girl who was sent back to Madam. Xiao Mu gazed at her and remarked apathetically, I also want to know why she mutated into a zombie while still alive. Mu Qingya was shocked. Zombies? Arbor nodded. Corpse puppets can capture people and infect them with corpse poison. It will gradually turn your divine land into a land of corpses. There will be devastation everywhere, despair everywhere. Life will be filled with fear and darkness, and there will be no more light. With every few words, she took a step forward until she was right in front of Mu Qingya. She stared at her like this, and time seemed to freeze. Everyone simultaneously shuddered. They only felt that the little girl's eyes were eerie and sinister when she said this, causing fear and panic to rise in their hearts. No, Jojo, you probably misunderstood something. Mu Qingya hastily explained with an anxious expression. If you're talking about that girl, little Xing, I have a bit of an impression of her. Ever since you chased her out of Yulan Court, I locked her up in the woodshed. Chapter 2665. I planned to find the slave trader 2 days later and sell that lass along with a few troublesome servants. Then, I plan to buy a few clever maids and manservants. Mu Qingya hurriedly explained, I really don't know how things ended up like this. Oh, however, Arbor didn't seem to believe her and coldly swept her gaze over her. According to what you said, you didn't care about her after throwing her into the woodshed? Mu Qingya nodded, looking anxious and worried that explaining too much would cause Arbor to be disgusted. Her fists were tightly clenched together, and her breathing was somewhat unstable. The middle-aged man behind her, Mu Liang, couldn't stand it anymore and said with a frown, Crown Princess, Madam is in charge of the entire Mu family's affairs and has many chores every day. Xiao Xing is merely a little girl. So how could Madam keep an eye on the woodshed? Something must have gone wrong, Lin Feng said. Mu Liang cupped his hands and said, If the Crown Princess trusts this subordinate, then let this subordinate go to the woodshed to investigate. This Mu Liang was her father's subordinate, so his words were rather pertinent. Arbor wasn't an unreasonable person. Without any evidence, he wouldn't wrongly accuse Mu Qingya. Hearing this, he nodded. Madam Mu, there's no need to mind. If you want to investigate, go ahead. In any case, they probably wouldn't be able to find anything. No matter who did it, they definitely wouldn't leave behind any clues. Jojo. Mu Qingya's expression was somewhat hesitant and sad. Actually, you can lower your guard a little and look at the people around you. What's wrong? Mu Xingqian quickly entered Yulan Court, followed by Mu Jingrui and Mu Jingyuan. The 3 were already on their way to Yulan Court, so when they heard such a big commotion, they immediately rushed over. Mu Qingya quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to explain the situation to the 3. Mu Xingqian and the others hurriedly stepped forward and turned Xiao Xing's body over. When they saw her strange appearance and their gazes fell on the half of her tongue that had fallen out, their hearts all trembled. How could she still be considered a person? Mu Liang, have you searched the woodshed? This subordinate will go right away. Jojo. Mu Xingqian walked to her side. You must be frightened. I'm not scared. I'm just a little annoyed. I'm a little disappointed in the Mu family. Arbor said coldly, I've only lived here for a day, and 2 of my maids are almost scratched by zombies. This makes me very suspicious about the safety of your Mu family's backyard. If you don't want me to stay, you can just say so. It's not like I have to stay here, Arbor said coldly. You don't have to use such underhanded means. Song Lu, Mu Qingya's maid, couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and said angrily, Crown Princess, what do you mean by that? Mu Liang has already explained earlier, yet you still suspect our madam? It must have been difficult for madam to treat you so wholeheartedly. As soon as you moved into Yulan Court, she was busy preparing this and that for you. She was afraid that she might neglect you. Shut up, Mu Qingya reprimanded and turned to look at Arbor apologetically. Apologies, Jojo. The maid doesn't know etiquette. I hope you won't lower yourself to her level. Arbor nodded. Of course I won't bicker with her over such trivial matters. Everyone's lips twitched. You really hit the nail on the head. Chapter 2666. My two maids were badly frightened. Compensate them accordingly. Arbor waved his hand. If there's nothing else, please, remember to burn this thing. Arbor's frosty eyes stared straight at Mu Qingya and the others. Don't let them come back to life again. Mu Qingya shuddered. She knew that if Xiao Xing made any more mistakes, the little crown princess would definitely pin all the blame on her as the mistress of the household. She took a deep breath. Don't worry, Jojo. I'll watch them burn it with my own eyes. Arbor nodded and turned to look at Mu Xingqian. Is there anything else? Mu Xingqian felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw that she was still keeping him at arm's length. Mother doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Mother sincerely wants to get along well with you. If you're willing to accept others, you'll find that there are many people in this world who want to treat you well. Arbor glanced at him mockingly. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you want me to remind you again? My mother died a long time ago. Mu Xingqian remained silent. Scram! Arbor roared at him. His cold gaze was like a knife that stabbed into Mu Xingqian's heart. He was actually despised by his own sister. A black figure climbed onto the roof. Seeing so many people in the courtyard, he couldn't help but be startled. He then bowed and said, reporting to the Crown Princess, His Highness invites you to Qianyuan Grand Hall. Arbor glanced sideways at the youth and nodded. Amen. Prepare the carriage. Prepare the carriage for the Crown Princess. Hurry. Mu Xingqian watched as his little sister walked past him with an indifferent expression. His expression was a little blank for a moment. Mu Jingrui stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Mu Qingya tightly clenched her wrist and suppressed her anger as she said, investigate Xiao Xing's matter. Get to the bottom of it. I want to know who's playing tricks in the dark. To actually do this in front of the Crown Princess. Madam, Song Lu called out pitifully. Shut up. How unruly. It's my fault for indulging you guys too much. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Crown Princess? After you go back, you will have to copy the family rules 100 times, and half a month's salary will be deducted. If you dare to be so presumptuous in the future, I will not let you off so easily. Song Lu retreated sobbing. Mu Qingya, on the other hand, was still angry. She reached out to press on her chest, feeling a little dizzy. Mu Xingqian reached out to support her, but the word mother was suddenly stuck in his throat. When he thought of his younger sister's expression just now, as if she was looking at an enemy, he inexplicably couldn't bring himself to call her mother. Arbor left a noisy courtyard and took a carriage to the imperial palace. He was welcomed into the Heaven Origin Great Hall without any obstructions. At this time, the sun was shining brightly. The entire hall was enveloped by a layer of sunlight. Golden roof, red door, coral window. The cornice curled up, and the grandeur was magnificent. Following the announcement, Arbor strode in with vigorous steps. Apart from a few old censors who had seen the little crown princess before, who had calm expressions, the other ministers couldn't help but sneak a glance. This was the little crown princess who had beaten the holy nun of the temple to the point that even her mother couldn't recognize her. When the crown prince saw that his wife had arrived, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Everyone inexplicably felt a trace of a spring breeze. The low pressure that had been pressing down on them just now was suddenly swept away. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Chapter 2667. Mo Lusheng, who was sitting on the dragon throne in the main hall, saw his son's good-for-nothing appearance and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Hu Dequan, who was standing at the side, saw this and hurriedly stepped forward. He took out a small purple gold cauldron from his sleeve and presented it to the great emperor with both hands. Mo Lusheng nodded. Hu Dequan reached out and opened the lid of the small cauldron. He brought the small purple gold cauldron in front of the great emperor and let Mo Lusheng take a breath. Arbor cast a cold glance in that direction. A faint fragrance wafted into her nose, causing Qiao Mu to involuntarily crease her brows. Her fingertips brushed lightly, and a faint medicinal fragrance flowed, immediately sweeping away the fragrance. She didn't like to be contaminated with some inexplicable smell. Emolian held her hand and paused slightly, then raised her head to look at her father on the throne. At this time, Hu Dequan had already taken back the small purple gold cauldron, and the great emperor's expression seemed to be much better, putting down the hand that had been rubbing his head. The young couple silently looked at each other and couldn't help but shift their gaze to Hu Dequan. The latter's body stiffened slightly under their sharp gazes, and the chubby claws under his sleeves couldn't help but tighten. What happened? Why were the crown prince and crown princess looking at him with such sharp gazes? Hu Dequan felt a trace of inexplicable fear. He was really scared out of his wits by those two masters along the way. Now, he wanted to be on good terms with the crown prince and crown princess. How would he dare to offend them? At this time, he was even more confused. But fortunately, the young couple glanced at him and immediately retracted their gazes. The steward of the Sun Moon Palace took a step forward and bowed to the young crown prince consort. Your Highness the crown prince consort, I am Steward Wen Quan of the Sun Moon Palace. Arbor immediately understood why the crown prince wanted to bring her to Qian Yuan Hall. Manager Protector Wen Quan continued, Crown Prince Consort, please allow me to apologize to you. On behalf of my saintess, I would like to express my deepest apologies for my rude words earlier. Now, the saintess has received the punishment she deserves. Do you think we can not dead? Arbor turned to look at the crown prince. The crown prince shook his head and asked, Do you want her dead? Arbor nodded. Die. Everyone was suddenly speechless. They secretly raised their heads and glanced at the cruel couple. What kind of godly development was this? Wasn't someone apologizing to her and begging her to let the saintess off? But this the little crown princess suddenly said the two words die in all seriousness, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Why did this scene suddenly seem a little funny? It should have been a very tragic thing, but when the crown princess said it so bluntly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Manager Wen Quan was stunned for about 3 seconds before he hurriedly said, Crown Princess, no, you. Sir Jojo stretched out a small palm and made a shut-up gesture. Crown Prince Emo lowered his eyes slightly, suppressing the urge to laugh in his belly. Nie Yaoguang spread rumors the moment she entered the capital, saying that I'm a disaster. Arbor said mildly. I think before she said this, she was already prepared to die. Everyone, we actually have nothing to say in response. Wen Quan saw her determined expression, as if she really wanted to kill Nie Yaoguang. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Chapter 2668. Crown Princess. The temple is willing to use 1/10 of Chess Mountain's mining rights in exchange for the holy nun's life. Manager Wen Quan had no other choice and hurriedly brought out his trump card. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ministers in the hall began to whisper to each other in whispers. That was 1/10 of Chess Mountain's mining rights, which brought a lot of benefits to the imperial court every year. With so many spirit stones, it was enough to supply 10,000 people in the elite camp. A minister standing behind the king of Giant Pain quickly elbowed the king of Giant Pain's waist. The king of Giant Pain's face was dark, and he didn't want to speak. Hadn't he suffered enough losses at the hands of the young couple? Whoever opened their mouth would be unlucky. He wasn't a big fool, so why should he jump out and be the bird that stuck its head out? Prince Kong stood beside the king of Giant Pain. Seeing the king of Giant Pain's expression of, I'll hold it in, I'll hold it in, I'll hold it in, he couldn't help but secretly twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking, the youngest IQ has risen in a straight line. Today's matter, he actually didn't jump out and criticize the crown princess. It can be seen that he's starting to grow brains. No matter how Prince Kong ridiculed, the king of Giant Pain stood there calmly, watching the show without moving. Are you kidding me? Criticize the crown princess. He still freaking owed the crown prince consort a debt. If he criticized her now, wouldn't he be in a hurry to be criticized back? Moreover, he would definitely be forced to repay the debt in advance. Humph. He wouldn't say anything. Whoever wanted to fight for this 1/10 of the spiritual stone mine for the imperial court would have to fucking do it themselves. The official behind the king of Giant Pain was somewhat anxious. He glanced sideways at the few imperial censors behind him and saw that each and every one of them was looking down at their noses. It was obvious that they would not open their mouths to speak. He could not help but feel stifled. What was going on with these imperial censors, who were usually the last ones to jump up and down to criticize others? Recently, they were so well-behaved that it almost made people suspicious. Lord Jojo turned to look at the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince shook his head at her and said, "Up to your mood." Obviously, that 1/10 of the spiritual stone mine's mining rights to Prince Emo wasn't even worth a single strand of hair on his wife's head. The ministers silently glanced at His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness's attitude of spoiling his wife was to the heavens. Left Prime Minister Qin Chaoji was over 50 years old and had a strong body. Seeing that no one dared to speak, he stepped out of the crowd and bowed to the great emperor. "Your Majesty, I think that we can consider the Divine Hall's offer." The great emperor waved his hand. "Let the Crown Prince handle this matter himself." Thus, everyone shut their mouths. The great emperor's words revealed his intention to protect his own. It couldn't be any more obvious. This meant that the Crown Prince and his wife would be fully in charge of the Divine Hall. Regardless of whether they accepted the compensation or not, it was the Crown Prince and his wife's business. Qin Chaoji frowned and turned to Prince Emo with cupped hands. "Your Highness, the 1/10 mining rights of Chess Mountain, to us. Half." Arbor suddenly interrupted Qin Chaoji, her crisp voice resounding in the hall. "He also wants to give us 2 quotas to enter the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm," the Crown Prince added. Arbor turned and glanced at the Crown Prince. Although she didn't know what the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm was, since her husband had mentioned it, he must have his reasons. The Sun-Moon Divine Hall's guardian was so angry that he was trembling all over. Even the tips of his fingers couldn't help but tremble. He was angered by that couple. An exorbitant demand, absolutely exorbitant demand. Chapter 2669. Who would have thought that this couple would be so shameless? They really dared to say anything? Half of the mining rights of Chess Mountain's Spirit Stone Mine. Ha ha ha. Ha. They were really impressive. They asked for half of Chess Mountain's mining rights right away. What a fool's dream. And I want to choose this half of the area myself, Arbor added. The custodian was so angry that he didn't want to say another word to her. Not only did this whimsical couple want half of Chess Mountain's mining rights, but they also wanted a spot to enter the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. How was that possible? The Sun-Moon Mystery Realm was the best cultivation place that the Sun-Moon Temple had. The Mystery Realm opened once every 10 years, and it was never open to people outside the temple. What made them think that they could get a spot to enter the Mystery Realm? Sir Jojo blinked and nodded his little head in approval. And a spot to enter the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. Although he had never heard of this Mystery Realm, any place that had the name of a Mystery Realm would definitely have great opportunities and treasures. Sir Jojo felt that it was good. Don't even think about it. Custodian Wen Quan, who was panting, couldn't help but roar angrily. Then let's not talk about it. Sir Jojo waved his little hand and shouted, "Men, bring Nye Yawang here and execute him immediately." Everyone fell silent. The little Crown Princess was too dramatic. She didn't even give others a chance to think before saying this. The officials silently glanced at Steward Wen Quan, whose head was emitting green smoke, and lowered their eyes one by one without any moral integrity. You. Faced with such a bad attitude, the steward and the protector were so angry that they were about to ascend to the heavens. However, the Crown Prince was right beside the little Crown Princess. Looking at the Crown Prince's protective expression, if he dared to yell at the little Crown Princess, he would be the next one to enter the barrel of bliss forget it. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he could just hide. Holding his breath, the custodian nodded with great difficulty and said, This matter is of great importance. I must ask the Hall Master before I can make a decision." The little Crown Princess nodded. "All right, go back and think about it. Give me an answer before tomorrow morning. If you exceed the time limit, I will send you the sage nun's head." Everyone fell silent again. Manager Protector Wen Quan gnashed his teeth in anger. If he didn't make this trip today, the young Crown Prince Consort might have already forgotten about Nye Yawang. Instead, it reminded this strange Crown Princess that she wanted to kill Nye Yawang. Was he rushing here to be tortured? The people from the Divine Hall were so angry that they left the hall without looking back. The Heaven Origin Grand Hall quieted down again without a trace of sound. The strange crown princess said to the emperor, "Father, if there's nothing else, my husband and I will go back first. We'll come to see you in 2 days." Mo Lushing looked at his daughter-in-law, speechlessly. Apui, not a daughter-in-law. She hadn't passed the 3rd test yet, so she wasn't a daughter-in-law. After saying that, Lord Jojo stomped in front of Hu Dequan and stretched out a white and tender hand. Hu Dequan was baffled and asked with trepidation, "Crown Princess, what do you want?" Mo Lushing waved his hand speechlessly and sighed. "Give that purple gold cauldron to her. Give it to her. Hurry and send this weirdo away. What'd it do if it stings my eyes?" Chapter 2670. Hu Dequan had an incredulous expression on his face as he reached out to take out the purple gold cauldron from his sleeve and handed it over to Lord Jojo with trembling hands. This strange little crown princess even wanted to freaking steal the emperor's medicine. Too shameless. Her shamelessness knows no bounds. Mo Lien lowered his eyes as the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. He thought that Imperial Father must be on the verge of a mental breakdown right now. However, Lord Jojo must have her own reasons for doing this. He definitely had to support his little wife. Arbor received the purple gold cauldron from Hu Dequan with a serious expression. Seeing Hu Dequan's trembling appearance, he couldn't help but frown. "I won't eat you. What are you trembling for?" All the officials in the hall looked up at the sky, speechless. Was Eunuch Hu trembling in fear? This strange little crown princess. Can't you tell that she's trembling in anger? Arbor took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Hu Dequan. "1 pill every 3 days. Don't overdo it." After saying that, he didn't care whether the dazed Hu Dequan understood or not. He directly turned around and stomped back to the crown prince's side. The crown prince beamed as he held her little hand and waved at Hu Dequan. "Remember the crown princess words. Give it to Imperial Father." Then, the young couple walked out of the hall hand in hand. When they passed by the king of Giant Pain, they didn't forget to turn a glance at him and say, "Imperial Uncle, remember to pay your debts. Our eunuch Shun is out collecting debts every day. It's very tiring. You must all be more aware and don't give us trouble." "Imperial Uncle, did you hear what my wife said? The deadline is almost up. Remember to quickly prepare it and send it over. Don't make everyone look bad." Strange, why did the king of Giant Pain suddenly tremble as well? The young couple looked at each other and walked out while muttering, "Husband, the people in the hall are always trembling. I think it's because they're weak and can't sleep at night, causing some neurological disorders." Mo Lien's mouth twitched. "Do you have medicine? I'll fucking cure your sister." The ministers cursed in their hearts in anger. Was his body weak? This weird couple, they were just angry, okay? It wasn't until the 2 of them left that the palace regained a bit of life. The right Prime Minister Gao, glanced at the Prince of Giant Pain, who was standing beside him, trembling with anger. The corner of his mouth twitched as he comforted, "Your Highness, don't be angry, don't be angry. The little crown princess is still young. Children don't know any better. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Jojo's section break. Taiji Palace of Phoenix Emperor City. As Duan Yu flipped through the invitation letter in his hand, his gaze landed on a certain heir sitting across from him, who was leisurely sipping tea from a cup. "You're going too?" Prince Qing put down his cup and nodded. Must I go?" The crown prince of King Qing nodded again. "Yes." "What's the point?" "Yes." Rong Qing gave him a clear answer. When the 3 provinces gather, the winds and clouds change. Whoever obtains first place on the Heavenly Prime roll will be able to obtain large amounts of resources and benefits for the province they belong to. This is a checkpoint to test each prince's ability. So, the crown prince and the second prince also have to go. Rong Qing shook her head. "Those who weren't chosen naturally can't go." Duan Yu nodded, and his eyes brightened. "They'll also go." Rong Qing looked at him in confusion. Chapter 2671. Members of the Divine Province's Imperial Family. As long as they are talented enough, They will be invited. That bastard will definitely be invited, Duan Yu murmured with certainty. If he is invited, the little fellow will definitely go as well. Rongqing glanced at His Highness. Are you talking about the crown princess of the Divine Province? If the crown princess cultivation isn't high and she doesn't have any special skills, she probably won't be invited. Duan Yu glared daggers at Rongqing like he was looking at an idiot, but the latter was baffled. Go ask around and see if they are going or not. To say that his Jojo's cultivation isn't high poo. Rongqing was instantly speechless. You're trying to say that if those two from the Divine Province aren't going, you won't go either? Duan Yu nodded. That's right. His matter-of-fact attitude was simply baffling. Rongqing glanced at the willful His Highness the Fourth Prince helplessly and obediently went out to ask around. On the other side, Arbor and the Crown Prince boarded the return carriage and squeezed the Crown Prince's side. She looked at him curiously and asked, Is there some great treasure in the Sun-Moon mystic realm? The Crown Prince couldn't help but chuckle. I heard that there's a pair of very powerful weapons that have been passed down for several millennia. Oh, can it be more powerful than my ferrule? That is a weapon created by heaven and earth and formed from the essence of the sun and moon. It is naturally much more powerful than man-made weapons. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, and she looked down at her palm. What is it? Mo Yin asked in confusion. The little fellow shook her head and raised her head proudly. I also have a weapon that is naturally formed. I estimate that it is also several millennia old. Prince Mo blinked. Can you call out for hubby to see? Sir Jojo instantly drooped his head like a wilted eggplant. I can't call it out for the time being. Prince Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He hugged her and rubbed her head. It's fine. We'll talk about it when you can call it out. Arbor nodded and asked curiously, Since that pair of weapons is so powerful, why haven't they been taken away by the Sun-Moon Temple yet? Mo Yin scoffed. Because they never found that pair of Sun-Moon wheels from beginning to end. I see. Jojo nodded in understanding. He thought to himself, that must be because this pair of heaven-defying weapons is no longer interested in those weaklings. The Sun-Moon Temple has always been stingy, sneaking into the secret territory and never opening it to outsiders. Do you think they will compromise this time? I will. Prince Mo nodded confidently. Just by looking at how nervous they were about the Saintess, it was obvious, wasn't it? The Saintess's cultivation wasn't that great, and from the looks of it, she was a little stupid. Why did the temple want to exchange her back at all costs? Arbor's eyes flashed. The carriage stopped in front of the Mu estate. Mo Lien jumped down and reached out to carry the little fellow who was bending down to get out of the carriage. She put her on the ground and held her little hand as they walked towards Yulon Court. Along the way, they were naturally secretly watched by others, but no one dared to say much. When they occasionally saw them, they all obediently bowed to the two. The two walked hand in hand, as usual, but in the eyes of others, it was definitely the Crown Princess pulling the Crown Prince everywhere to show off to the Mu family. Just as they stepped into the court, Arbor heard a roar of unfilial daughter. Chapter 2672. He looked up and saw Mu Jingfeng rushing out of Yulon Court. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were filled with rage. However, when Mu Jingfeng met the Crown Prince's cold and still eyes, his expression could not help but turn awkward. Why did the Crown Prince return? Didn't he hear that he went to Qian Yuan Palace to discuss politics with His Majesty? Mu Jingfeng's furious breath abruptly stopped, and his cold and angry expression also froze on his face. He cupped his hands toward the Crown Prince. Your Highness. Prince Mo coldly exchanged glances. May I know the reason for family head Mu's sudden visit? Mu Jingfeng choked and awkwardly chuckled. Your Highness, this one came to find the Crown Princess to discuss some matters. Arbor pulled Prince Mo's hand and walked into the main hall. He directly sat down on a chair and did not even look at him. Such a contemptuous attitude angered Mu Jingfeng so much that his teeth ached, and his expression became increasingly unsightly. Family head Mu, speak if you have something to say, Prince Mo coldly said. Mu Jingfeng took a deep breath. He was muddled from anger earlier, so he rushed to Yulon Court to question Arbor in a moment of impulse. Now that he had calmed down, he was more rational. Crown Princess, did you tell your grandfather that you want to retrieve your mother's dowry? Arbor nodded. What's the problem? The old man's efficiency was pretty good. She had only mentioned this matter to him in the afternoon, and Mu Jingfeng had already rushed over to find her in the evening. That unfilial daughter earlier was clearly Mu Jingfeng's truest thought. Arbor coldly curled his lips. Mu Jingfeng was so angry at this unfilial daughter's attitude that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. How could she still ask him so calmly? What was the problem? Didn't she find it laughable to ask such a question? Mu Jingfeng took a deep breath and restrained his temper as he said to Arbor, Your mother's dowry, so many shops and estates, were all taken care of by Qingya all these years. If it weren't for Qingya's good management, it wouldn't have become such a prosperous shop today. Yes, I will pay her the management fee, Arbor said lightly. As for the price, she will definitely be satisfied. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that smoke started coming out of his head. Pay management fees? The counteroffer was satisfactory? What did this girl take Qingya for? A servant? Or a hired worker? He actually dared to say such a weird thing. Xiao Mu took out that rosewood box and opened it, taking out a stack of house deeds. She then remarked apathetically, Mu Jingfeng, you aren't thinking of swallowing your ex-wife's meager dowry and private property, right? If that's the case, then I'll have to find the capital governor and ask him clearly. Arbor said faintly, If I remember correctly, according to the laws of Shenzhou, dowry is a private property inherited by the daughter after the death of the wife. My mother's private property is naturally mine. Do you think it's appropriate for you to use my things to raise your beautiful wife, concubine, and concubine's children? Mu Jingfeng's face turned red from anger. This girl's words were too harsh and direct. If it were someone else, they would definitely not say it so bluntly and leave no leeway for others to mediate. This was a slap to the face. Who could endure it? Moreover, Mu Jingfeng had been a Mu family's head for many years. Deep down, he was already an extremely proud person. How could he endure being ridiculed by his daughter? He recalled how his daughter had pointed at his nose and angrily rebuked him. You're useless at the entrance of Lu Sheng Min, and an inexplicable rage immediately rose in his chest. Chapter 2673. Shut up. Mu Jingfeng bellowed and pointed at Arbor. Why, you unfilial daughter? You're the debt collector your mother gave birth to. Arbor's eyes instantly revealed an ominous glint, and he jumped up from his chair. Try pointing at me and scolding me again? Mu Jingfeng was stunned, and he clenched his fists tightly. You were able to force my mother out of the Mu family back then, so you can naturally force me out today, Arbor coldly said. But I'm not a good-tempered woman like my mother. If you force me into a corner and anger me, I'll make sure your entire Mu family will never have a day of peace. You. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his vision turned black. This daughter was really born to collect debts. Arbor's face was cold as he angrily berated. Mu Jingfeng, listen well today. Sort out the accounts of all the businesses and the profits over the years within 3 days. Once the time is up, immediately hand them over to me for a look. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm reminding you again. My mother's gentle and good-tempered days are over. She coldly looked at him and sternly said, I'll have the final say in everything from now on. Jingfeng, Mu Qingya, Mu Xingchen, and Mu Rochuan rushed in together. She hurriedly stopped the red-eyed Mu Jingfeng and gently said, Jingfeng, let's talk things out. Jingfeng, don't be like this. What can't father and daughter talk about openly? Scram! Arbor's hair stood on end. His body was covered in sharp thorns, and whoever he poked would be unlucky. Stop acting like a virtuous wife and filial son in front of me. I'm warning you one last time. Hand over the things obediently, and we can still continue to be friends. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death and be irreconcilable. Even if I have to burn and smash these things, I won't let you off a single bit. Mu Xingchen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly looked up. Jojo, that's all I have to say today. I'll send someone a hand over all the accounts later. Arbor stared coldly at the trembling Mu Jingfeng and curled his lips mockingly. Mu Jingfeng, I didn't expect you to be so disgusting. After driving his wife out of the Mu family, he can still take his wife's dowry all these years and raise such a large group of beautiful women with a clear conscience. Ha ha ha. Although Arbor was smiling, the disdain in his eyes was as clear as day, and not a ripple could be seen on his stoic face. In this world, if you claim to be number 2 in shamelessness, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. Jojo. Mu Xingqian was in disbelief. He didn't expect his younger sister to insult her biological father like that. Mu Jingfeng was also so angry that he was completely speechless. Vicious, this daughter of his was simply vicious to the extreme. If it weren't for Mu Qingya's diligent management, would the shop and manor have been so prosperous and profitable year after year? When he thought of that woman who was as indifferent as the wind and as cold as snow, Mu Jingfeng felt irritated. He actually still couldn't forget that pair of eyes even now. Jojo, what did you mean by what you said earlier? What did he mean by driving his wife out of the Mu family? Mu Xingqian was puzzled. Didn't Mother leave the Mu family by herself? Wasn't she abandoning her husband and children? Greetings to Master and Madam. A deep voice slowly rang out. In his fury, Mu Jingfeng turned to look at her. Chen Kuei, so it's you, this unruly old servant, spouting nonsense in front of the crown princess. No wonder his daughter had the deed to the house in her hands. He should have known that it was this old witch's doing. Chapter 2674. Chen Kuei bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Master, Chen Kuei is only speaking the truth. You told me that Mother left the Mu family on her own accord. Mu Xingqian turned to look at Mu Jingfeng with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. What did Jojo mean by his words earlier? Eldest young master, Madam was forced to leave the Mu family on her own accord. It's been so many years, yet family head Mu has deceived his own son like this. Chen Kuei smiled sarcastically. No wonder you wouldn't let this old servant see eldest young master again back then. This old servant wanted to see young master several times, but every time, I was either told that young master was in closed-door cultivation or had gone out to cultivate, telling me not to disturb him. There was once when this old servant barged into young master's court at night, but before I reached the inner court, I was injured and had to escape. Then, this old servant understood after returning that this old servant couldn't see eldest young master anymore. If it weren't for family head Mu wanting to retain some face to avoid rumors of him being intolerant and unwilling to even let off his ex-wife's housekeeper, I'm afraid this old servant would have been killed by you long ago. Chen Kuei, if you're hiding in that dead person's house, then just do as you please. You even came out to sow discord. Do you really think this family head doesn't dare to kill you? Mu Jingfeng glared coldly as he reprimanded angrily. He should have killed this unruly old servant a few years ago. He should have killed this old fart when he couldn't get the deed to the house back then. If it weren't for her crafty and slippery words that she had long left a backup plan outside to kill her and sully the entire Mu family's reputation, how could he have been so timid as to let her live until now? Reputation was very important to him. He was the Mu family's family head in the eyes of the world, the pillar of the entire Mu family. He could not fall. Family head Mu, if you want to show off, then return to your own court. You can forget about it at my place. The girl bluntly ordered him to leave. Prepare everything. When the 3 days are up, I'll personally bring people to receive it. Don't be so shameless. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer the consequences. You. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his head was about to explode. With a fling of his sleeves, he walked out of the courtyard. Good. He really had a good daughter. Mu Qingya looked at Jojo with a complicated expression, sighed, and hurried out. Mu Xingqian, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his soul. Arbor, on the other hand, did not want to pay any attention to him. Take care of his feelings? Stop joking around. He was already an adult, but he didn't have any sense of judgment at all. He was simply a pig's head. Xiaomu did not know that right now. She was being mischievous because she expected better from him. How could the crown prince not understand? He stepped forward and held her hand to comfort her. Can you find a group of people who can do accounting? The crown prince nodded and patted her head. Don't worry, Leave this to me. Arbor nodded. She decided to settle the score with Mu Jingfeng. Before the two of them could continue speaking, they saw Hui Feng enter with a grin and report. Master, the people from the temple have agreed to the conditions and delivered the contract for Chess Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, as well as 2 blank jade tablets for entering and exiting the mystic realm. The Crown Prince nodded, unsurprised. He turned to look at Sir Jojo. Arbor nodded and said, Amisham, let them go. All righty. Hui Feng ran off excitedly. Sir Jojo and the Crown Prince exchanged a look. Was it normal for subordinates to be abnormally excited every time they receive compensation? The temple's custodian Wen Quan finally received the released holy nun and her entourage. The holy nun was no longer enveloped by her usual holy halo. Instead, she looked like a beggar when Quan glared fiercely at her. Follow me. Chapter 2675. Nie Yao Wang's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and hurriedly followed the footsteps of the custodian. Her hands under her sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly. The 2 spirit stallions were very fast. In a flash, they arrived in front of an ordinary farmer's courtyard in the suburbs. Nie Yao Wang followed the custodian, Wen Quan, and carefully walked into the courtyard. A tall figure slowly turned around. His face was covered with a devil mask, and his gaze was cold as he looked at her. Nie Yao Wang's body suddenly stiffened. She hurriedly knelt on the ground. Hall Master, who told you to act on your own? A heavy palm wind swept over, landing heavily on Nie Yao Wang's face. Ah! Nie Yao Wang screamed, her body falling towards the flower bed in the courtyard. Custodian Wen Quan's old face was very serious. His head was slightly lowered. His hands were solemn as he stood at the side. His expression was very respectful. Nie Yao Wang reacted, hurriedly crawling forward. Her hair was disheveled as she awkwardly crawled to the devil-masked man's feet, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Hall Master, I know I was wrong. Hall Master, I know I was wrong. Yao Wang will not dare to act on her own in the future. The devil-masked Hall Master, whose leg was being hugged by Nie Yao Wang, coldly looked down at the woman, suddenly kicking her out. If not for the fact that you still have some use, do you think that master would use so many resources to exchange for you? Yao Wang knows. Nie Yao Wang begged on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She regretted her past actions. After this incident, I hope you can grow a brain in the future. The devil-masked man coldly stared at Nie Yao Wang, suddenly saying lightly, Stretch out your hand. Yes. Nie Yao Wang hurriedly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of charred skin. The devil-masked man stared at her arm and frowned, but still stretched out his finger to feel her pulse. In less than a minute, he retracted his hand. The devil-masked man casually threw her a pill. After eating, the lightning injury on your body will recover about 60%. Thank you, Hall Master. Nie Yao Wang stretched out her trembling hand, took the pill from the devil-masked man, and hurriedly swallowed it. The injury on her body was indeed gradually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The devil-masked man glanced at her indifferently. You may leave. Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. After Nie Yao Wang got up, he hurriedly tidied up his messy hair, bowed, and left in a hurry. Wen Quan took a step forward and whispered to the devil-masked man, Hall Master Gong, her body isn't affected, right? The devil-masked man smiled coldly. Fortunately, her roots are not damaged. In the future, watch her carefully and don't let her do stupid things again. Yes, Wen Quan said in a deep voice, this subordinate has failed in his duty. The devil-masked man waved his hand and said, Master still values this experimental subject very much. Stay in the capital and be careful. Yes, don't act rashly for now. The man in the devil mask said coldly. Also, warn Yao Wang to behave and not provoke some people that she can't deal with. Yes, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely keep a close eye on the saintess. Wen Quan muttered with a taut face. When he raised his head again, Hall Master Gong was already nowhere to be seen. A small pitch-black bottle wrapped in a gust of wind fell into Wen Quan's hand. A faint cold voice came from the air. Continue to give this medicine to Nye Yaowang. Yes. Chapter 2676. There was another heavy snowfall last night, and the entire Tsang province was blanketed in a blanket of white. This was probably the last snowfall in Tsang province. When Rong pushed open the door and entered, he immediately saw Prince Chun standing by the window like a stone sculpture, his melancholy and silent gaze resting on an unknown place. The morning wind blew against his loose white robe, causing it to sway slightly. His long, flowing black hair seemed to be rippling with mist as it fell behind his waist. Flap, flap, flap. A thin piece of paper on the ground beside the window was blown up and down by the wind. Rong's gaze landed on the paper, and he slowly walked up and bent down to pick it up. There were only a few words on the paper, but the pen was vigorous and sharp, penetrating the back of the paper like a swimming dragon. Who says lovesickness is bitter? Lovesickness is heartbreaking. Rong put away the paper and coughed lightly. Duan Yu abruptly returned to his senses, and he suddenly chuckled when he saw his stoic face from the corner of his eyes. You walk like a ghost, not making a sound at all. It's because you're too focused on a certain matter, Rong said dryly. Duan Yu chuckled and walked to the small table by the window to sit down. He pointed at the seat across from him. Are you interested in having a drink with me? Rong Qing strode forward and pulled out a stool to sit down. You didn't sleep the entire night? Duan Yu's hand paused. How is that possible? Huh? Rong Qing rolled her eyes at him. This stubborn fellow still refused to admit it. He stood by the window the entire night, and it was even more dewy, so his hair was wet. Rong Qing raised her hand and poured him a cup of hot tea. I found it. What did you say? The Crown Prince of the Divine Province and the Crown Prince of the Underworld Province both received invitations. Cough. Rong coughed lightly and said, The Crown Princess of the Divine Province did not receive one. Duan Yu looked up at him strangely. Is a Royal Academy's principal a fool? Rong Qing shook her head with a straight face. No, I'm not. The principal has the highest cultivation in this generation of the Yun family. Venerable, immortal Yun Piaomiao. In other words, he couldn't be a fool with such a high cultivation. Duan Yu looked at him speechlessly. I'm not going. If Jojo wasn't going, why would he go? Boring. Rong Qing hurriedly said, Your Highness, please think twice before you act. I heard that Crown Prince Rongli did everything he could to get a spot and even formed a team. How could a weakling like him fight his way to first place on the heavenly Yuan roll? Duan Yu asked incredulously. Even though I can't cough, if I can obtain first place on the Earth Yuan ranking, I will be able to obtain a considerable amount of resources. The Crown Prince also doesn't want to lose to you. Duan Yu raised his brows. The Earth Prime roll? If the Tian Yuan ranking is ranked first for an individual, then the Tian Yuan ranking is ranked first for a team. Duan Yu nodded in understanding. Rongli formed a team? Yes. Rong Qing nodded. The Crown Prince has already contacted a few of the older students in the royal school. As long as he goes in, he can form a team. Oh. Duan Yu pursed his lips disinterestedly. Then let him go. I don't want to go to a boring place like the academy. Rong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. His Majesty had given him a death order. He had to escort His Highness to the academy and fight for first place. The annual Tian Yuan ranking in the 3 provinces was the focus of competition. However, he didn't expect the willful Prince Chun to reject the academy's invitation. Chapter 2677. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have told him that the little crown princess didn't receive an invitation. He was still to blame for being too straightforward. Rong massaged his throbbing head and advised kindly, Your Highness, there are many benefits to going to the Royal Academy. Other people can't even beg for it. Seeing that Duan Yu didn't reply, Rong Qing hastily added, Anyway, the entrance exam is on March 15th, so there are still 7 to 8 days for you to consider. Oh, is there still a need to consider? Rong Qing quickly said, Perhaps the Crown Prince of the Divine Province has a way to bring the Crown Princess along. Duan Yu was startled, but his spirits perked up. What you said makes some sense. If Mo Lien, that guy, insisted on going to the Royal Academy to compete for first place on the Tian Yuan roll, then he would definitely bring Jojo along even if he had to create a fake invitation. It had to be said that Duan Yu truly understood Prince Mo too, while Rong secretly sighed in relief when he saw that Duan Yu changed his mind. We should make preparations early. If there was anything to prepare, he just needed to inform his mother in advance. Duan Yu pursed his lips and thought to himself. Seeing that he didn't answer again, Rong Qing helplessly picked up her teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. With this shout, his eyes immediately lit up a little. What? This tea? This is? Such rich, spiritual energy was like a warm current sliding down the stomach when it entered her mouth. This was too comforting. Duan Yu's gloomy mood was instantly swept away, and he smugly winked at Rong Qing. How is it? It's delicious, right? The spiritual tea that Jojo gave me can't be sold outside. Rong nodded. After the spiritual tea entered my body, my meridians reacted, and the circulation of spiritual energy in my body also sped up. Duan Yu was even more pleased with himself when he heard this. He thought, that foolish old man from the Royal Academy, not accepting our Jojo into the Academy is simply his loss for 8 lifetimes. Your Highness, Xiao Kezi's report came from outside the door. Noble Lady Qing's manservant delivered a level 7 spiritual horse to our noble consort Duan. Her Highness the noble consort said she didn't need it, so she delivered it to your Highness. They said they caught it in the Crimson Shadow Forest. Your Highness, do you want to come out and take a look? It looks so mighty and beautiful. Duan Yu raised a brow. Noble Lady Qing presented Buddha with borrowed flowers. She said that she was going to give his mother a spirit horse, but in reality, she was borrowing his mother's hand to give it to him. Spirit horses were not as common as spirit stallions. Spirit stallions had spiritual awareness. Whether it was their reaction speed or their ability to travel thousands of miles in a day, they could not be compared to spirit stallions. Let's recuperate for 2 days first. I'll go take a look when I'm free. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Kezi retreated. Rong Qing could not help but raise her eyebrows. This new noble Lady Qing is a smart person. Duan Yu curled his lips. He couldn't help but find it funny when he recalled Empress Lu's hard-pressed appearance these days. Rong Qing's eyes drooped slightly as she downed the spirit tea in one gulp. Your Highness, would you like to reward your humble servant with a few tales of spirit tea leaves? Get lost. Rong Qing rubbed her nose and walked out of the Taiji Palace with a sad expression. The small boat of friendship capsized just like that. After Rong Qing left the bedchamber, Duan Yu poured himself another cup of steaming spirit tea and took a sip. Empress Lu's unlucky life began from the moment they left the heaven of ice and snow region and returned to Flat Mountain Town. First, Princess Jiankong was poisoned with a neurotoxin after being flogged 10 times. Then, Empress Lu was forced to bring the eyesore, Medicine Lady Qing, into her palace to specifically treat her daughter Jiankong. Chapter 2678. In the end, one day, the emperor coincidentally came to the central palace and bumped into the medicine woman Qing, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The cinnabar fire in his heart burned fiercely again. Just like that, the two of them fell in love with each other again. The most outrageous thing was that they actually found a moonless and windy night to do that in a small, remote palace. When the imperial edict conferring nobility arrived at the central palace, Empress Lu was so angry that she almost fainted. Following that, she discovered that the meridians in her daughter's left leg were permanently necrotic despite a round of treatment. When Princess Jiankong walked, she had to raise her left shoe high, so her walking posture was very stiff. Even though it was raised, walking was still a bit bumpy. When she walked fast, it was even more obvious that she was limping. Empress Lu gnashed her teeth in hatred. When she connected all the dots, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Old Fourth, that black-hearted fellow, had been scheming against her since Pingshan Town. Step by step, he helped that vixen up. He clearly wanted to get a favored woman to compete with her, the Empress. Old Fourth was such a terrifying person. How could his honest leader deal with him? If he was pulled down by someone like Old Fourth, then wouldn't she and her son be left without a corpse? Empress Lu did her best to find all kinds of backup plans to pressure Crown Prince Rong Li and finally got an invitation. She didn't need to worry too much about the test. In any case, taking the backup plan once was the same as taking the backup plan a few times. Li would make a name for himself in the Imperial Academy, and the Academy would only serve as icing on the cake for Li's qualifications. As long as he obtained first place on the Earth Primordial Roll, he would be able to pull in a lot of resources for their Tsang province. At that time, the Emperor and all the officials would definitely see Li's ability. For this matter, they had to give it their all. Achoo! Arbor rubbed his small nose and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate for a while. He opened his eyes when he felt that there wasn't much spiritual energy entering his body. Although the spiritual energy in the Great Divine Province was abundant, it still had to be considered. For a place like the Imperial Capital that was filled with so many clans and sects, the spiritual energy would have long been thinned out no matter how abundant it was. She had to find a place with abundant spiritual energy in the Divine Province to establish a base for the Holy Water sect. This way, her senior sisters wouldn't have to stay on her fish orchid planet all day. The little fellow was definitely overthinking things. Wasn't her fish orchid star much better than any other spirit realm? However, she felt that imprisoning her senior sisters on the fish orchid planet was too much for them. However, the matter of finding spirit realm still depended on luck. It was not something that could be rushed. When the Holy Water sect opened its doors in the future, they would be settling down in the Divine Province for a long time. Arbor naturally had to find the best place with abundant spiritual energy for the sect. That was a lifetime benefit for the disciples, so they couldn't be careless about it. When Prince Imo stepped through the door, he saw that the little fellow seemed to have thought of something and rolled around on the bed. When Arbor saw the Crown Prince, his hands and feet froze in midair. Imo Lien giggled. In a flash, she appeared beside the bed and reached out to hug the little person on the bed. Jojo, today's weather is especially good. We were so disturbed yesterday that we couldn't make a trip out. Today, we'll go to Half Moon Cliff and take you to the Hot Spring Villa to play. Arbor's eyes brightened. He blinked when a man pulled him into his arms and said gloomily, "I haven't washed up yet." Chapter 2679. Imo Lien lowered his head and kissed her fair and tender little face. "It's all right, hubby doesn't mind." "Hey, Jojo dislikes you." Sir Jojo glanced at him and harumphed. Imo Lien let go of her in amusement, allowing her to jump off the bed and hurriedly wash up. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two happily held hands and prepared to leave. Then Mu Xingqian, this super big candle, suddenly appeared in front of them. "What are you doing here?" His Highness the Crown Prince stared at his brother-in-law in displeasure. "Can't you be a little discerning? Can you not disturb the couple's two-person world? I'll go with you." Mu Xingqian made the final decision, not giving Prince Imo any leeway to refuse. The Crown Prince was simply stunned. He had a very bad premonition. This brother-in-law jumped out. Could it be that he wanted to compete with this Crown Prince for favor? From the looks of it, something wasn't right. Prince Mo's handsome face was taut as he said indifferently, "The carriage isn't big, it can't fit all of us. If you know what's good for you, then don't follow us." "It's all right, I'll just follow your carriage." Prince Imo. Arbor was expressionless. She didn't look at the two men's childlike undercurrent and directly walked out of the door with small steps. With a stoic face, she shouted, "Hurry up." Kaixio lowered her head and inexplicably twitched the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly skipped out with the little crown princess. Kaichi was even more overjoyed. It wasn't easy for them to have a chance to go out, and the little crown princess was willing to bring them along. She was simply overjoyed. The two of them had truly received quite a bit of compensation from Madame Mu yesterday. Their admiration for the young crown prince consort was truly like a torrential river that would never cease. The two of them got on the carriage and opened the curtain to take a look. Sure enough, they saw Mu Xingqian riding a spirit stallion and following behind. Kaixio, Kaichi, and the rest of the entourage were also following behind in a carriage. The two carriages, along with a few spirit stallions, left the Mu residence's main gate and headed towards Changle Street. And Mo Yin seemed to have sensed something. She stretched out a finger to pull open a corner of the curtain. Her eyes coldly glanced at the corner of the street, and then she lowered the curtain. Suddenly, a hunchback man walked out from the corner. His whole body was cold, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Just now, the gaze that he shot over was really abnormally sharp. He had a feeling that he had been seen through in an instant. That person took a deep breath and turned to look at Xiao Chun, whose eyes were wide open and filled with hatred. Slap! Without the slightest hesitation, a slap landed on her cheek. Bitch, are you trying to cause trouble for our jade tripod market? You're just a lowly slave. What kind of relationship do you have with a big family like the Mu family? It's true, it's true. Xiao Chun was shocked. She knew that this hunchbacked elder was already suspicious, but she couldn't bear to see Arbor living a comfortable life. She was already so miserable, so how could this main culprit be able to live a carefree life? Even if she had to use her last breath, she would drag her down from above. It would be best if she ended up in the same state as her, falling into a pile of mud. But was that possible? Xiao Chun now felt especially helpless and panicked. With her status, she couldn't even get close to Arbor. Come back with me. The old man wasn't a fool. He saw many things in Xiao Chun's eyes, and his suspicions about her deepened. This woman probably wanted to drag their jade tripod market down with her, because she couldn't take revenge on others. Chapter 2680. Xiao Chun instantly became anxious. She struggled and shouted, "Old Man Li, I think you're scared." Old Man Li's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "You don't need to provoke me. Yang is someone who does big business. We won't get involved in this kind of unnecessary trouble." After saying that, he grabbed Xiao Chun's clothes by her chest and lifted her up like a chick. He then turned around and ran towards Amusement Alley. She absolutely couldn't get involved in this matter. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Not a single word this bitch said was true. How could she make decisions for her own sister? Don't be ridiculous. The carriage came from the Mu residence. What did the young miss of a large aristocratic family have to do with her? How could she make decisions? Ha! Xiao Chun struggled and shouted, "Old Man Li, you have to believe me about this matter today. That girl in the carriage just now is indeed my sister." I slap. A slap blocked Xiao Chun's mouth. Old Man Li carried her back to Amusement Alley with a vicious expression and threw her in front of Sun Yang's middle-aged Yin Yang. After the matter was explained, Yin Yang was silent for a long time. Then she said to Old Man Li, "Throw her into the pink house. I don't want to see this woman again in the future." Yes. The old man cupped his hands and picked up Xiao Chun, who was struggling on the verge of death. Xiao Chun screamed with a face full of panic. "No, no. Yin Yang. Older sister Yin Yang. I really didn't lie to you. Yin Yang picked up a cup of tea and coldly glanced at Xiao Chun, treating people like fools. She originally thought that the girl Xiao Chun wanted to sell was like her, a country bumpkin with no background. Who knew that person actually came from the Mu residence? A girl who could come from the Mu residence, even if she was a little servant girl, wasn't someone they could casually touch. They had to avoid attracting a fishy smell for no reason. Yin Yang subconsciously touched the mole at the corner of her mouth. She glanced indifferently at Xiao Chun, who was still shrieking after being dragged out, and snorted. "Little girl, you still want to trick this old lady into your trap? You must be dreaming." Old Li grabbed Xiao Chun's hair and threw her into a carriage. He said to the burly man driving the carriage, "Send this woman to the pink house. Biddy Huang will know what to do." "All right. No, I'm not going. I'm not going to that whatever pink brothel." Xiao Chun screamed shrilly as she pounded on the carriage, wanting to climb out. The coachman lashed out with his whip and pulled the woman into the carriage. With a shout, the coachman drove the carriage away from the amusement alley and headed for the flowery Willow Street next door. Arbor had no idea that Xiao Chun had only appeared for a moment before disappearing again. At this moment, she was sitting in the carriage, hugging a jar of dried fruits as she complained to the crown prince. "We took a big detour to the heavenly ice region. and now we're at the capital. I didn't expect that Zhou Huan, Qi Hua, and the others would arrive the day after tomorrow. They're really slow on foot. Prince Imo said in amusement. They're not as fast as 7th Yan on foot. Humph. The little girl snorted non-committally. When she thought of 7th Yan's unadorable face, she felt a bit indignant. Where are Wang Yin and the others staying? We'll let them stay in an inn for the time being. We plan to wait for Zhou Huan and the others to arrive, then have someone prepare a residence and arrange for them to stay together. Sir Jojo flipped through a rosewood box in his hand, took out a deed, and patted it. Isn't this a ready-made one? What's there to buy? Let's go, it's on the way. Let's go to Hua Chi Street in the south of the city to take a look. Chapter 2681. The Crown Prince's mouth twitched. Why was this little girl's temperament so silly and funny? Wife, your suggestion isn't bad either. Prince Imo leaned close to his little wife and said with a smile, It just so happens that your big brother is also here. If there's any trouble, Big Brother will block it for us. Arbor's eyes darted around. Will he block it? Of course he will. If it weren't for the fact that this brother-in-law was so miserable, he wouldn't put in a good word for him. Fortunately, although this brother-in-law's brain wasn't very bright, his feelings for Jojo could be considered sincere. Prince Imo was naturally delighted that there was another person who doted on his little Jojo. Moreover, the little fellow's feelings toward this big brother were very complicated, but it was mostly anger rather than dislike. She was also a little thing who couldn't swallow her pride, so she definitely wouldn't explain anything to Mu Xingqian. She usually wore a cold face, so if one didn't know her well, they really would be scared off by her stoic little face. Her brother-in-law wasn't like him, and Duan Yu who pestered her back then and didn't fear her stoic cold face. Bah, who pestered her? And freaking why did he have to think of Duan Yu? Hurry and scram, Imo Lien gathered her thoughts and asked worriedly after some thought. Jojo, if you reconcile with Big Brother in the future, am I more important or is Big Brother more important? You're more important. Sir Jojo gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Prince Imo was instantly overjoyed. All right, since this crown prince is still number one, forget it. I'll help you if I can, brother-in-law. If Sir Jojo had hesitated for a second earlier, humph, his brother-in-law situation would have become even more dangerous with Prince Mo's black-bellied temperament. He definitely wouldn't smooth things over for the siblings. It was already good enough that he didn't stab his brother-in-law in the back. Imo Yin informed the carriage driver driving the carriage outside, and the carriage circled around from the side. Because Hua Chi Street in the south of the city was also a well-known street with many shops, the coachman was very familiar with the road. Taking a shortcut, he found the house in less than half an incense stick's time. Arbor looked at it and was quite satisfied. The area of the house was quite large. There were 3 rooms in the east and west, and 2 large courtyards in the north and south. There was still an empty space at the back that could be expanded. It was also possible to build a few more rows of rooms in the future. When Arbor jumped down from the carriage, Mu Xingqian also dismounted. He hurriedly followed him and asked, Jojo, where is this place? Arbor patted the deed in his hand. Mine. Mu Xingqian only felt that this little sister was extremely adorable. He hurriedly nodded and asked, Do you need Big Brother's help? Arbor glanced at him and snorted. Knock on the door. Imo Lien was a little amused. She watched as her brother-in-law ran up the stairs and banged on the door with all his might under Jojo's command. The door quickly opened. A woman in her 60s with sharp eyes came to open the door. She sized up Mu Xingqian with a sharp gaze. Young master, who are you looking for? Who are you? Arbor pulled Mu Xingqian to the side and shouted at the woman. That woman was clearly angered by Sir Jojo's words. Miss, you're knocking on my door, and you're actually questioning who the owner is? Don't you think it's funny? Arbor raised the deed in his hand and waved it. My house, understand? That woman's eyes almost popped out, but she didn't have time to scold him. Hui Feng, the little crown princess, shouted again. Hey, his little great-aunt was a little funny, but he definitely couldn't laugh. Enter. The little fellow waved her hand like a bandit entering the mountains. Chapter 2682. Hui Feng had a smug look on his face as he led his subordinates. who were at a loss for words, up to the roof and into the estate. A dozen or so great spiritual masters dealing with a few servants was truly a piece of cake. In just a short moment, all the servants in the estate had been tied up and brought to the main hall. A 17 or 18-year-old woman with her hair coiled into a woman's bun and a newborn baby in her arms exclaimed in surprise, Who are you people? Ah. The woman who had opened the door earlier was thrown to the ground by Hui Feng. She struggled to get up and yelled, Miss, you bunch of bandits and robbers. How dare you be so impudent in broad daylight? I'm going to report you to the authorities for trespassing. Annie, take a good look at who's forcibly occupying a private residence, who's forcibly occupying someone else's house. Arbor gestured at the title deed in his hand and snorted before turning to look at Mu Xingqian. Do you see? This is one of my mother's dowry. But now, it's being seized by a complete stranger, and they're even calling me a bandit and a robber. This is the dowry that your so-called good father and stepmother gave to my mother. Look at how meticulously they took care of it. Mu Xingqian was also very angry, but he gritted his teeth and said, Younger sister, don't worry. Mother's dowry is all yours. No one can snatch it away. The little fellow snorted, her little face tensed up in anger. Mo Lien walked up and took her little hand to pinch her fuming little face. Do you want me to call the capital governor over? Arbor shook his head. He could take care of these trivial matters himself. Why bother others? Mu Xingqian had harbored misgivings about his father since the incident in Magnolia Court, so a trace of disappointment hung on his face. His cold, electric eyes stared at the 17 or 18-year-old woman before his gaze landed on the child in her arms. His thoughts turned, and he already somewhat understood the situation. However, he still took a step forward and berated. Who exactly are you people? Why are you living in someone else's estate without permission? The old woman was furious. She angrily shouted at Mu Xingqian, Who the hell are you? You came to someone else's house and scolded us loudly and even injured us. When our master comes back, he will definitely skin you alive. Mu Xingqian's eyes seemed to be able to quench poison as he stared at the old woman and asked, Who is your master? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. My master is the current head of the Mu family. Darling Xiao was dumbfounded. She didn't have a keen sense of touch when it came to such matters. Mu Xingqian could instantly sense it, but Darling Xiao didn't even think about it. What did that mean? She speechlessly looked up at her husband. Is this Mu Jingfeng's mistress? Crown Prince Mo nodded at her affirmatively. Right? Arbor was still in a daze. On the other side, Mu Xingqian had already exploded in anger. He kicked the old woman a few meters away and roared, Shut up! This shameless thing. How could she be the daughter of a good family if she could be an outsider's mistress without any status? He even dared to boast about it so eloquently and eloquently. The Mu family's face had been completely disgraced. Which well-educated man in an aristocratic family would have an outside mistress? That was something that only people who couldn't be brought to the table would do. Mu Xingqian felt like he was about to explode from anger. He didn't expect that his usually sanctimonious father would do such a thing. Using his ex-wife's house to have an outside mistress? No wonder Jojo called him the most disgusting person. Chapter 2683. Guards, Mu Xingqian growled decisively. Two Mu family shadow guards immediately floated in and stood in front of Mu Xingqian, not daring to even breathe loudly. Tie them up and send them to Madam. Yes. The two shadow guards didn't dare to say another word. They went up and picked up the old woman and the young woman carrying the child, then left quickly with a whoosh. Jojo, Big Brother will get someone to renovate this house for you. It will take about 5 to 6 days. You can see what you want to do with it then. Xiaomu nodded her small head, accepting Mu Xingqian's goodwill. Do you feel uncomfortable? She could feel the low pressure around him. Her father had been lying to her for so many years, and the things he had done were exposed by his children. It was really embarrassing. Mu Xingqian felt a little bitter, but he still forced a smile. Big Brother is fine. Jojo, Big Brother has been muddle-headed all these years. I didn't know you had it so hard in the lower star domain. It's not that hard for me. Arbor thought that she had never wronged herself in this life. She should make this clear to the man in front of her, lest he feel even worse. Mu Xingqian was stunned, and he couldn't help but find it funny. He wanted to reach out and pat his sister's head, but he didn't dare to do so without her permission. He looked at her carefully and said, "Jojo, Big Brother can't make up for what happened in the past. But let Big Brother take good care of you in the future, okay?" Emolian hurriedly pulled his little wife to his side and looked at Mu Xingqian warily. As expected, his intuition was very reliable. This brother-in-law was here to fight with him. Pet of? Arbor looked at Mu Xingqian and didn't say anything for a long time. Do you know about the Long family in the Sea of Forgetfulness? Mu Xingqian was stunned, then nodded. No matter how stupid he was, he knew about his maternal family. More than 10 years ago, the capital's Long family joined forces with the Gu family and others to rob their family of resources. Do you know about this? Mu Xingqian quickly shook his head. Be smarter in the future. Arbor couldn't help but yell at him. Don't be silly all the time. You believe everything people say. Back then, my mother gathered a group of people to fight against the imperial capital's Long clan. Mu Jingfeng, that good-for-nothing, was worried that mother would implicate the Mu family, so he and a group of tortoise bastard elders forced her to scram. He won't tell you about this at all. Mu Xingqian clenched his fists tightly. That was not what his father had told him. He must have told you that mother abandoned her husband and children and left the Mu family for some trivial matters. Arbor sneered. Have you never doubted it? Mu Xingqian was speechless. At that time, he was still very young. When he heard his father say this, a thorn was buried in his heart. When he grew up, this thorn finally took root and sprouted, growing stronger and stronger. Now that he thought about it, he had believed that his mother had abandoned him without any evidence. He was so stupid that it was laughable. Jojo was right. Jojo, Big Brother knows his mistake. Are you willing to give Big Brother a chance to take care of you? Mu Xingqian asked softly as he looked at Arbor with bright eyes. It's fine as long as I take care of Jojo. Emolian hurriedly followed up. Big Brother, you do what you need to do. If you're free, just come and watch Jojo. Chapter 2684. Mu Xingqian turned to look at Emolian. Suddenly, he felt a little annoyed and inexplicably wanted to stare daggers at His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked at his brother-in-law with an innocent face. Jojo, Big Brother is glaring at me. Mu Xingqian's daggers became sharper. Arbor looked at the two speechlessly. Hubby was so pitiful. He was always disliked by others. It must be because he was handsome. Arbor ignored the two and jumped into the carriage. He said to the coachman, Uncle, let's go to Half Moon Cliff. Emolian did not get into the carriage. She smiled at Sir Jojo and said, Wife, I want to say a few words to Big Brother. Xiaomu made an O sound and glanced at the two men curiously. Then, she nonchalantly tossed aside the curtain and rolled into the carriage to continue eating her snacks. Emolian took out a spirit stallion and rode with Mu Xingqian for a while. The two exchanged daggers with each other for a while. Mu Xingqian was somewhat defeated. He stared at his brother-in-law and asked, What do you want to say to me? Jojo is a meticulous and sensitive person. You can't do this. You have to be thick-skinned. Pester her. You have to show her how good you are to her. Let her feel that you treat her sincerely. Do you understand? Emolian looked at his brother-in-law strangely. Why was his brother-in-law's face getting darker? Brother-in-law, you have to work hard. Whether it's a friend or a relative, my wife isn't that easy to accept. Mu Xingqian's face was dark. He stared at Emolian and asked, Is this how you tricked her? Pester her. Thick skin, like the spring rain moisturizing things. It was subtle and silent, but it penetrated her life inch by inch, right? Looking at your shameless face, I know you hit the nail on the head. This was completely based on experience. Emolian blinked and put on a serious face. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Seeing that he was so pitiful, he wanted to teach him a few tricks to take down the little fellow. I didn't expect to be insulted by my brother-in-law. Stop pretending. Mu Xingqian gritted his teeth. Although you were the crown prince of the divine province, I will not let you off if you treat my sister badly. Mo Lian's expression immediately became serious. Brother-in-law, don't worry. My feelings for my wife can be seen by the sun and the moon. Mu Xingchen rolled his eyes, but he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Did she really not suffer on Seacombe Planet? She didn't know before she was 7. Prince Mo complained with a distressed expression. She wasn't willing to tell me even when I asked her. However, after meeting me when I was 7 years old, don't worry, brother-in-law, I really didn't suffer much. You knew Jojo when she was 7 years old? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. Mo Yin continued to provoke his brother-in-law. Wasn't it very early? Brother-in-law, you don't know, but my wife was so adorable when she was young. She was made of jade and snow, just like a little pink doll. TSK, you didn't see it. Thinking about it now, it's still memorable. Mo Yin sounded more and more smug as he spoke, and Hui Feng almost couldn't bear to continue listening. Your Highness, can you stop bragging? Back then, you weren't even liked by the Crown Princess. You make it sound like you're very familiar with her, but you're not at all. What does she look like? Is she still stoic? Stoic. She's been stoic for more than a decade. Chapter 2685. What did you say? Mu Xingchen reprimanded in a low voice. You're not allowed to say that my younger sister is expressionless. So what if she's expressionless? Expressionless looks good too. And Mo Lian, brother-in-law, weren't you the one who brought up the words expressionless face first? Hui Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at Prince Mo and young Master Mu. Why were these two still chatting awkwardly? They were in two completely different worlds. I'll definitely treat younger sister well in the future. Mo Yin's eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. She whipped the horse, and the horse galloped forward. Brother-in-law, just do as I teach you. I guarantee that my wife will change her opinion of you within a month. Mu Xingchen quickly waved his whip and chased after her. You don't need to tell me. I'll naturally use my own method to treat younger sister well. He would definitely work hard to make younger sister believe that this big brother of hers was sincere and absolutely sincere to her, without any personal benefits mixed in. Arbor didn't deliberately listen to their conversation, but their last two sentences were spoken rather loudly, so it was hard for her not to hear them. She lifted a corner of the curtain and saw Sir Jojo sitting there with a jar of snacks in his hands. However, in the depths of her eyes, she saw two tall figures, one in green and one in black, urging their horses forward, one in front and one in back. Men were truly strange creatures. Sir Jojo calmly stuffed a piece of dried fruit into his mouth. Just now, these two people didn't even have eyebrows and eyes, but now they were like brothers as they galloped forward, one in front and one in back. Sigh, they truly had childish temperaments. Arbor tossed the curtain aside and climbed onto the soft cushion to lie down. She rolled around on it and hugged a soft pillow to comfortably take a nap. Gilded Garden should be bustling with noise and excitement now, right? Miss Xiao curled her lips, and there was an unclear sense of schadenfreude in her heart. It was already past noon when the group arrived at Half Moon Cliff. At a glance, a large expanse of lush green, fertile fields entered everyone's sight. There were many farmsteads at the foot of the mountain, and many villagers had gathered, forming a rather lively little village. The fields at the foot of the mountain now belonged to Lady Qiao Qiao. Prince Kong was really reliable. Not only did he send her a lot of fields, but he also provided her with enough servants to take care of the field. Everyone abandoned their carriages and climbed up the mountain, admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. There were a few guards at the entrance of the mountain path. When they saw Arbor's group coming over, they were puzzled and wanted to stop them. Xiao Mu took out the jade identity tablet that the old prince had given her from her pocket and waved it before the guards. Those people immediately bowed respectfully, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. This lowly one has eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Greetings, Crown Prince, Crown Princess. The people here had long known that Prince Kong had given the entire mountaintop and fertile farmland to the young Crown Princess. There was probably no one else in the sovereign capital who could do such a thing. Naturally, these mountain guards were a gift from the mountain their current master, was the little crown princess. How could they not greet her politely? Arbor's group didn't allow them to follow. They waved their hands and continued to stay where they were. Splendid Mountain Villa was built at the top of Half Moon Cliff. The entire villa exuded a simple and dignified aura. If one looked down from the sky, they would be able to see the inner garden of Splendid Mountain Villa. There was a very wide, crescent-shaped hot spring belt, and several springs were emitting a warm white steam. The hot spring garden was bathed in white mist and filled with a celestial aura. When the group arrived at the entrance of Splendid Mountain Villa on the cliff, it was already 5 in the morning. Chapter 2686. When Steward Fong of Half Moon Cliff heard that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess had come to the manor, he immediately led all the senior stewards, maids, and manservants of the manor to greet them. So when Arbor and the others arrived at the entrance, they saw dozens of people lined up to greet them. "Welcome, Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Arbor's gaze shifted to the plump steward with a kind face and waved at him. The plump steward hurriedly ran forward and greeted them with a smile. "Crown Princess, this lowly one's surname is Fong. We didn't know that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess had come to the manor. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." When the plump steward saw the expressionless Lord Xiao, he felt a bit guilty. After all, they weren't familiar with these people's temperaments, so the servants felt a bit uneasy. Arbor naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the servants. As long as others didn't find trouble with her, she would close her eyes and let bygones be bygones. She wasn't that particular about whether to welcome them or not. "Lead the way." "Ah, yes, yes." The plump steward hurriedly nodded and personally led them to the hot spring in the inner court. In addition to the half-moon-shaped hot spring in the inner court, the layout of this splendid manor was picturesque and beautiful. The entire manor was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Behind the cliff was a large lake, and the silver waterfall at the top of the cliff was like a flying dragon, surging endlessly. The plump steward led them to a place called the Misty Rain Pavilion. After tea and refreshments and a short rest, the little girl decided to soak in the hot spring. Prince Mo and young Master Mu saw that she was happy, so they let her play as she pleased. Mo Yin was a bit helpless. It was all eldest brother-in-law's fault for insisting on coming. Otherwise, he could have accompanied his wife in the hot spring. Alas, man proposes, God disposes. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to the manor today. The little girl soaked in a half-moon spring alone for more than an hour, having a lot of fun. When she climbed ashore, her entire face was flushed and bright and beautiful. When she returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion, she saw 2 men playing chess out of boredom. The exchange of blows was like a smokeless battle, and the killing was already set. Seeing the little girl running back, the 2 of them raised their eyes at the same time and looked at her. Madame Jojo had changed into a bright red dress, and a jade hairpin was inserted into her hair. Emolien wanted to laugh when she saw her red battlesuit. The little guy was definitely up to something. Mu Xingqian's eyes were bright as he looked at his little sister. His heart was filled with joy. His younger sister was really beautiful. According to his third uncle, his younger sister and mother looked quite similar. He wondered how beautiful his mother was when she was young. "You've been brewing for so long. Come and have some tea first." Emolien waved at her and pulled her to sit beside her. "You 2 played chess for the whole afternoon?" The little fellow picked up the teacup and curiously glanced at the table. He lost interest in a single glance and it was so boring. If it wasn't for his brother-in-law sitting here, would he let her go? Humph. Lady Jojo blinked her eyes. "Who won?" "Of course, your husband has won this round." Mu Xingqian gave him a snort. This cunning Prince Mo. He could tell that this person was one face in front of his little sister and another in front of others. What a black-bellied fellow. The Mu family should be done with the ruckus. Arbor tilted his head. "Why don't we go back?" They should wait until they were done with the ruckus before going back. This was because Jojo only wanted to know the result. There was no need to know the process. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Chapter 2687. Mu Xingqian's expression darkened when he recalled his father's actions. Mu Xingqian nodded with a heavy heart and said, "Okay, Let's go back and take a look. The three stood up together. When they returned to the city, Jojo wanted to ride a horse. Prince Mo was amused and reached out to carry her onto the horse, but he retracted his hand from his brother-in-law's glare. His brother-in-law specially found a jujube-colored stallion for Jojo and led it to Sir Jojo. He glared at Mu Xingqian's restless hands and glared at him. So infuriating. Prince Mo glanced at his wifey aggrievedly. Jojo covered her mouth and rolled her large eyes at him. She happily hopped onto the horse and galloped off with a slap on the horse's butt. Let's see who's the first to return to the city. Mo Yin couldn't help but find it amusing. Looking at the little fellow's cheerful back, he quickly mounted his horse and chased after her. Xiao Xiao, are there any benefits to being the first to return to the city? Benefits? Arbor's spirited voice was heard. There's good food. Huifeng couldn't help but chuckle. He urged his horse to follow closely behind Mo Lien and Mu Xingqian. Your Highness, let's hurry. There won't be any good food if we're late. Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh. It was already evening when they returned to the Mu residence. They arrived at the Mu residence's entrance under the red sunset glow. What they didn't expect was that Mu Jingfeng had left early in the morning and had just returned home, yet Madame's gilded garden seemed to be in an uproar. Fortunately, Madame Mu had nowhere to vent her anger after holding it in for the entire afternoon. The moment they arrived at the entrance, they were welcomed toward Gilded Garden. Arbor originally didn't want to watch this farce, but he thought that Mu Jingfeng must be fuming to death right now, so it would be good to see his agitated appearance. Thus, he agreed to go to Gilded Garden. She lowered her head to look at her bright red battle attire and hopped briskly. Her small hand was caught by Prince Mo. The Crown Prince looked at her in amusement and said softly, "Put on a serious expression." Was Jojo-sama not serious? A certain little person blinked and raised his little hand to touch his little face subconsciously. Actually, there wasn't the slightest change in expression on her stoic face. Only Prince Mo, who was familiar with her, could see through her stoic face to see her elated mood. The little fellow grinned and suppressed his good mood of watching a good show. He followed the maidservant who led the way into the Gilded Garden. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Gilded Garden, he heard the sounds of crying. Mu Jingfeng's flustered and exasperated roars were mixed in, which inexplicably made one feel refreshed. For some reason, Jojo-sama felt very comfortable when he saw how uncomfortable they were. Mu Jingfeng turned his head and saw the three culprits walking in. His face instantly contorted. Arbor, Mu Jingfeng roared. Look at what you've done. Mu Xingqian looked at his father in disbelief. Father, what did younger sister do? Was it she who told you to have a mistress and raise her in mother's courtyard? Was it she who told you to secretly have a child with a mistress behind your wife's back? This person was simply unreasonable. He actually had the cheek to roar at his younger sister. Mu Jingfeng's face instantly contorted, and he couldn't help but roar, Mu Xingqian, watch your attitude. He had long been dissatisfied with this son of his. He was usually cold and expressionless, but at crucial moments, he liked to drag his father down. Chapter 2688. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have any other sons, did he think that he could continue being the Mu family's young master? He didn't know what was good for him. Sure enough, that woman's children weren't easy to worry about. Mu family head, what are you shouting about? Prince Mo coldly swept a glance at him. Mu Jingfeng swallowed his anger and cupped his hands toward the Crown Prince. Greetings, Crown Prince. Aggrieved, truly aggrieved. When others were fathers-in-law, it was always the son-in-law who was courteous to his father-in-law and saluted upon meeting. But here, it was the complete opposite. Mu Jingfeng still didn't know the Crown Prince's attitude toward the Qiao family's two elders. If he saw such a stark contrast, he would surely faint from anger. Mu Qingyao was currently sitting in the main seat. Aside from some sadness on her face, there wasn't any resentment or dissatisfaction. Arbor sized her up and became increasingly vigilant. Ever since she returned, the impression that this Madame Mu gave her was that her words and actions were watertight. Everyone in the family, including the clan head and even her mother's loyal servant, Chen Yi, was full of praise for her. Arbor only trusted her intuition. No one was perfect. For a woman who could conceal her emotions so tightly and act so watertight, Arbor instinctively felt that there was a big problem with her. Of course, without substantial evidence, Arbor naturally wouldn't foolishly say something without evidence. Madame Mu had been in charge of the family for more than a decade. Arbor naturally wouldn't believe that a smart woman like her didn't have a group of forces in her hands. At Madame Mu's feet, an 18 or 19-year-old woman was currently kneeling. Her delicate face had a pair of misty, almond-shaped eyes, and she was sobbing as she hugged her child. Mu Qingya's voice was somewhat cold. If Master wants to take in a concubine, no one will stop him. Why should he raise her outside? Now that rumors are spreading outside, it's not pleasant to hear. Mu Jingfeng's expression was very ugly. He had already heard rumors among the people on his way back. Some busybodies even spread his romantic affairs everywhere like storytellers, saying that he gave his ex-wife's dowry to his mistress, and that he was caught red-handed by the eldest young master while fooling around. It simply made him lose all his face. It was all because of these two unfilial sons. All these years, he only had one son, Mu Xingchen. What was wrong with raising a beautiful mistress and wanting to have a few more sons? Was it worth it to make such a fuss? This pair of unfilial sons actually barged into Qiong-er's court. Their behavior was so unruly that it made one's hair stand on end. The crown princess isn't someone who lacks a courtyard. Why would she barge into someone else's courtyard and do such a shameless thing? This crown prince let people barge in. Father, don't blame little sister. I was the one who forced my way in. Before Arbor could rebuke Mu Jingfeng, the crown prince and Mu Xingchen spoke up at the same time. Mu Jingfeng was fuming. Now that the inner court was on fire, he had to deal with Arbor, that unfilial daughter, and appease Madame Mu. It was really a headache. Although you were the crown prince, it's not right for you to trespass on private property. What house did we break into? I think you've gone senile. Arbor directly retorted. This crown princess is going to sue her for forcibly occupying a residence and encroaching on my mother's private property. Arbor coldly shouted, Mu Jingfeng, I gave you face, but you don't want it. You brought this upon yourself. Originally, she did not want to make things so ugly. Since this Mu Jingfeng had no sincerity in returning her things, she would make him swallow his pride, spit out everything that belonged to her. Chapter 2689. What 3-day deadline? Bah, this great aunt is in a bad mood, so I won't give it. I must fully support my wife when she causes trouble. The crown prince's eyes lit up, and he turned to order Huifeng, go invite the capital governor over. Also, bring the group of accountants this crown prince asked you to find over. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that he fell backwards, simply wanting to vomit blood. He truly didn't expect that this black-hearted couple would really dare to escalate the matter. Were they shameless? They forced his father to hand over his mother's private property as soon as they returned to the Mu family. Would it be good for their reputation if word got out? Mu Xingchen expressed no objection. He was thoroughly disappointed in this father of his. Looking at his father's appearance, he was truly unwilling and simply didn't want to return his mother's dowry shop to his younger sister. If it weren't for his brother-in-law's status and the fact that he had the power to get it back, if it were someone else, they would probably have to swallow their anger and squander it. The capital governor's speed was surprisingly fast. In less than half an hour, he hurriedly rushed over with several dozen guards. This person's surname was Chao, and he was known as Stubborn Chao. One had to know that this name had its origin, because this official Chao was very upright and plain-spoken. He repeatedly went against the imperial family, so everyone called him Stubborn Chao. There was once when Lin Chuan Prince's heir returned to the capital and rode his horse on Changle Street, injuring 5 commoners. Stubborn Chao was rather swift and decisive, and after catching someone, he lifted their robes and publicly flogged them 50 times. This angered Lin Chuan Prince so much that he entered the palace that very night to sue Stubborn Chao, accusing him of disrespecting the imperial family. The emperor was so annoyed by Lin Chuan Prince that he removed Stubborn Chao from his position and sent him to prison. Unexpectedly, The capital's newly appointed capital governor couldn't suppress those silk pants in the imperial city at all, causing the capital to be in a mess. In his anger, the emperor released Stubborn Chow again. Stubborn Chow was sent to and out of prison 5 times and removed from his position 4 times, yet he was still firmly seated in this position. Thus, everyone understood that the emperor was still rather fond of this Stubborn Chow right now. Jojo was also rather fond of this Stubborn Chow. As soon as Lord Chow took the deed from Jojo, he put on a business-like expression and ordered the mistress's family to move out of the house immediately. Not only that, he also ordered them to pay a fine for occupying the house for a period of time. Seeing the little white flower beside Mu Jingfeng sobbing uncontrollably, Xiao Mu felt greatly satisfied. She did not know why, but she felt that this little white flower's face was not pleasing to the eye. Now that she had taken a closer look, she realized that the little white flower's eyes were quite similar to hers. It was said that her eyes were very similar to her mother's. Could it be that Mu Jingfeng still liked her mother? Arbor felt as if he had eaten a fly. Stubborn Chow was very efficient in his work. He directly had Mu Jingfeng take out all the relevant accounts on the dowry list. Mu Qingya still hadn't recovered from the shock of her husband having an affair, and now she was ordered to hand over the account book by Chao Jiedo. Her face was pale, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. She could fall to the ground at any moment. When Mu Rochuan rushed in, the Gilded Garden was in a mess. She hurriedly squeezed to her mother's side and glared at Arbor's group. "What are you doing? What did Mother do wrong? Why are you angering her like this?" Stubborn Chow calmly said, "The government is handling official matters. Unrelated people, please step aside." Xianer. Mu Qingya struggled to stand up. "Lord Chow, don't worry. I'll have my subordinates sort out the accounts." Chapter 2690. It's just that there are a lot of accounts. I'm afraid this isn't something that can be sorted out in a day or 2. It's fine. This crown prince has plenty of manpower here. The crown prince indifferently said. With a wave of his hand, he called in 100 or so accountants waiting outside the door. This was really stabbing Mu Jingfeng's chest with hundreds of knives. Mu Jingfeng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Chao Jiedo had an indifferent expression as he silently gave the crown prince a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of my family's crown prince. He has connections and authority. Beautifully done. The most annoying thing was this kind of coward who seized his wife's private property. He didn't know how to rely on himself and only stared at his wife's things. What a good-for-nothing fellow. How could he be the Mu family's head? Chao Jiedo disdained him in his heart, but he maintained an upright and plain-spoken expression. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has already prepared the manpower, then let's start work as soon as possible. Although there are a lot of accounts from over a decade, we still have to calculate everything clearly. We have enough manpower. Sir Jojo was expressionless, but he gave Sir Chow several thumbs up in his heart sure enough. Sir Chow was very impressive. If he had known earlier, he would have asked him to step forward earlier. That way, she wouldn't have to spend all day chattering with Mu Jingfeng. "Sir Chow, you've worked hard," Mu Jingfeng said when he saw his sinful daughter talking to Chao Jiedo. "I reckon that with so many people, we can settle the accounts in one night. Let's go to Yulon Court for a drink to pass the time." "It's no trouble, no trouble." Sir Chow was simply overwhelmed by this favor and hastily nodded. This official will naturally comply. Another few hundred knives stabbed Mu Jingfeng's chest. If vomiting blood now could be of any use, he would rather vomit a whole vat of blood first. This little bastard actually invited Chao Jiedo to eat and drink, planning to sit and wait for the results to come out in one night. This sinful daughter. He didn't have any path of retreat at all. Arbor summoned the head accountant. "Calculate properly. Be on time. I'll treat you guys to snacks later. After you're done, I'll give you 10 times the salary." Tycoon, Crown Princess. The 100 or so accountants' faces instantly bloomed with smiles. They nodded repeatedly and said in unison, "Thank you, Crown Princess. This one will definitely work hard to settle the accounts. I won't let down the Crown Prince and Crown Princess trust." Thus, the Gilded Garden was brightly lit, and the sound of the abacus could be heard throughout the night. These over 100 accountants were the best of the best in the imperial capital. Apart from a portion of them being the crown prince's own, the rest were borrowed from the various monarch residences and aristocratic families. Everyone wanted to show their faces in front of the crown prince and crown princess, so they worked hard to settle their debts and work hard. That night, other than taking a short break to eat some snacks and tea, he didn't sleep at all. His hands didn't even stop playing with the abacus. By the time it was 7 in the morning, the accounts of the past years had been calculated clearly and neatly stacked on one side, according to the various trades and professions. By the time Kai Xiu came to Yulon Garden to inform them that the accounts had been sorted out, Arbor had just finished his breakfast with Mo Lian, Mu Xingchen, Lord Chao, and the others. He happily followed Kai Xiu to Gilded Garden. She ordered the servants to carry the breakfast to the Gilded Garden. As soon as she entered, she said with a stoic face, "Everyone has worked hard all night. Everyone, please go to the side hall and have some breakfast. Mr. Shi, you've worked hard and stay behind." Mr. Shi was the head accountant and also Mo Lian's subordinate. He bowed and saluted, then retreated to the crown prince's side. Chapter 2691. Kai Chi nimbly ran in and called for people to bring out a few armchairs for Mo Lian, Arbor, and the others to sit down. After the two happily sat down, they looked at the ashen-faced Mu Jingfeng. With one look, they felt that Mu Jingfeng seemed to have aged 3 to 5 years in a single night from his worry. Wasn't it just a loss of money? Was there a need to be so distressed? Arbor disdainfully pursed his lips. Mr. Shi stepped forward and spread out a sorted ledger, reading, "According to actual calculations, just the Kaidai Pavilion, Precious Painting Workshop, and Desponda Pavilion alone have earned over 10 million spirit coins every year for the past 15 years. With the business flourishing in recent years, just the Kaidai Pavilion's profit alone reached 20 million spirit coins last year. If it's calculated in terms of gold, silver, and other ordinary items, the value is even higher. There are vast fields in the northern part of the city, and the annual profit can reach about 800,000 spirit coins. As for the 3 residences in the southern part of the city, aside from one for Miss Chiong, the other 2 are rented out to others. The annual rent is about 30,000 spirit coins. In addition, there are 14 shops in the western, southern, and northern parts of the city. Especially the medicine shop and talisman shop in the southern part of the city, their annual profit can reach 1 million spirit coins. There are 2 fields in the eastern suburbs of the city. The income is relatively low, and they can earn about 50,000 spirit coins every year. As for the 3 fields in the northern suburbs of the city, their income is rather high. They earn 300,000 spirit coins every year. In addition, the income has been rising year after year. With this, in the past 15 years, Mr. Shi picked up an abacus and quickly calculated. Excluding those expenses, the total net profit can reach at least 220 million spirit coins. Mu Jingfeng simply didn't know what this person was talking about. He only felt that his mouth was opening and closing, and every word seemed to be digging a bloody hole in his heart. 220 million spirit coins? Mu Qingyao was helped to sit down. She also felt dizzy and was somewhat at a loss. Arbor nodded. "Have you calculated the expenses of Mu Jingfeng's concubines and illegitimate children all these years?" "Yes, the crown princess. It's all calculated. Madame Mu's monthly salary is 20,000 spirit coins. Miss Mu's monthly salary is the same as young Master Mu's, 10,000 spirit coins. As for the Mu family's 4 concubines, each of them costs 3,000 spirit coins. The 3 concubine-born daughters each have a monthly salary of 5,000. There are a total of 74 servants in the main branch. Every month, they have to pay enough." Mu Jingfeng roared in anger. He felt that he had lost all his face today. The most hateful thing was Stubborn Chow was still drinking tea at the side, listening calmly in the midst of chaos. This kind of family matter was actually brought to the court. He had simply lost all his face, both inside and outside. Arbor mockingly glanced at Mu Jingfeng and smiled sarcastically. The Mu family's head is spending his ex-wife's dowry, yet he's quite unrestrained. Although the prices of goods in the Great Divine Prefecture were high, They were generally 5 times higher than the middle 6 prefectures. However, 100 spirit coins were enough for an ordinary family's daily living expenses. The monthly allowance that the Mu family head gave to the concubine was as high as 100 spirit coins a day. This did not include the clothes, shoes, socks, rouge, face powder, and gold and jade jewelry that were made for the 4 seasons every year. How could he have such a big face? How much is there in total? Have you calculated it yet? Arbor coldly asked. For the past 15 years, the main branch has given the masters a monthly allowance of more than 15 million spirit coins. Chapter 2692. There's also the 5 house renovations and expansions in the past 15 years, the 4 seasons worth of clothes and accessories for the masters and misses, the auction house's purchase of precious medicinal herbs, spirit tools, and so on. Shut up, Mu Jingfeng bellowed. He really wished he could go up and stuff Mr. Shi's mouth. The Mu family's eldest branch's expenses have been rising year by year, and it's very extravagant and wasteful. After some calculations, we've spent close to 90 million in the past 15 years. He really took her mother's dowry and ate her whole family without spitting out the bones. Arbor nodded. Mu Jingfeng was already trembling in anger. He pointed at Arbor and said, "Why, you unfilial daughter? Unfilial daughter. If it weren't for your stepmother mediating and managing the shops all these years, would Kaidai Pavilion, Precious Painting Workshop, and Despondent Pavilion be as prosperous as they are today? Even if you snatch these 3 shops back, you won't be able to manage them well." Arbor swept her a disdainful glance. "So what if I can't manage them well? I just like to smash them for fun, and it's none of your business." Lord Chao's face was taut as he inwardly gave the little crown princess a thumbs up. Well done. There is really no need to be polite to this stinky man who shamelessly usurped his wife's business. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his face turned pale, and he felt dizzy. "Why you unfilial daughter? Enough nonsense." Arbor waved his hand and turned to look at Mu Qingya. He said indifferently, "It's true that Madame Mu has managed the business well all these years, but the things you've taken from my mother aren't insignificant, right? You spent 90 million in 15 years' worth of expenses so comfortably." Arbor coldly said, "Madame Mu, I'll give you an annual salary of 2 million. I'll give you 30 million for 15 years. Your Mu family's eldest branch spent 90 million on my mother, so you just have to spit out 60 million. In addition, you'll make a profit of 220 million, not a cent less. Prepare everything for me within 3 days. Otherwise, we'll meet His Majesty in the Golden Hall. Just you wait and see." Mu Jingfeng's lips were trembling in anger. "Why You're simply making trouble for no reason. When did we use your mother's money for our daily expenses? It's not like I don't have any businesses. Why Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. Why are you so sure that their daily expenses are Long Chuyin's money? Moreover, didn't they just say that they made a profit of 220 million? Even if he spent 60 million spirit coins, no, the total price should be 220 million spirit coins. Why was there a need for another 60 million on top of the 220 million? Wasn't this extra 60 million just plain robbery? Did he think he was a fool?" Mu Jingfeng trembled in anger. "You know very well whether it's my mother's money or not." Xiao Mu gazed at him coldly and declared, "In short, you can't give me a single cent less than the 280 million spirit coins compensation." With that, he turned to look at the capital governor. "Lord Chao, I need you to look over the account books. What do you think of the way I've handled it?" "Very reasonable." Lord Chao took the account book and looked at it. He quickly praised, "The crown princess does things flawlessly. This official is truly impressed." "You bootlicker." Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were bulging, and he was panting heavily. Emolien was also speechless. Who could come and tell him if this stubborn Chao's temperament had changed? Who said that stubborn Chao was hard to talk to? How easy was he to talk to his Jojo? Chapter 2693. Stubborn Chao muttered to himself for a bit before saying, "However, for such a large sum of spirit coins, 3 days of preparation is a bit too rushed. Crown Princess, How about we extend the time limit to 6 days? This official guarantees that the debt collection team will smoothly collect all of these debts. This stubborn Chow was clearly a very reliable person when it came to doing things. Arbor immediately gave him face and nodded expressionlessly. Then, I'll have to trouble Lord Chow to take care of it. Not at all, not at all. This official should do it, should do it. The two chatted happily, causing Prince Imo to find it somewhat funny. After the commotion, Arbor sent someone to send Lord Chow off, then held the Crown Prince's hand and left together. Before leaving Gilded Garden, Lord Jojo said, "Prepare well." Then, there was nothing else. Just these 4 words angered Mu Jingfeng so much that he slumped into his chair. Lord Chow swiftly set up a debt collection team, led by the governors Wu Xiaoyin. He organized 17 to 18 subordinates and moved into the Mu estate that night. Before the next day, this matter had become the topic of conversation in the entire imperial capital. When everyone saw each other in tea houses and restaurants, they couldn't help but whisper, Hey, did you hear? Family head Mu kept a mistress in his wife's dowry residence and was caught red-handed by eldest young Master Mu. She's already in the residence now. How could I not have heard? Look at how big the commotion has become. I heard that the mistress, who's like a little white flower, has angered Madame Mu half to death. 'Tis TSK, how pitiful. Family head Mu can even bear to hurt such a gentle and kind woman like Madame Mu. Oh, you don't understand, right? The old saying is absolutely correct. A wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine is inferior to a mistress. I didn't expect that the prim and proper family head Mu to be so dissolute in private. Someone immediately sneered, "Dissolute my ass, I think he's just shameless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen as to let his mistress into his wife's dowry residence." That's right, that's his wife's private property. How could he do that? No wonder the crown princess flew into a rage and ordered him to hand over his wife's dowry. Haha, I heard that the Mu family's patriarch is in a terrible fix these days. He's really unlucky. That's right, the officials of the capital government organized a debt collection team and directly entered the Mu family. I heard that you have to pay it back within 6 days. That's hilarious. Everyone gloated for a while. Anyway, the knife didn't fall on their heads, so they were especially happy to see other people being dug out with a blunt knife. In particular, that person was the patriarch of a great family that ordinary people like them could never hope to touch. Since he was so unlucky, everyone was happy to watch the show from the side. The mentality of some people was somewhat distorted. If you were living well, they would lower their heads and fawn over you. Once you fell from your high and mighty position and were unlucky, they would mock you even more merrily than those who usually couldn't be bothered with you. The next day, Mu Jingfeng had people go out on the streets to ask around. He didn't know how much the matter had escalated, but he was so angry that he nearly died. Mu Jingfeng hid in the court alone and threw a fit. No matter who he looked at, no one was pleasing to the eye. Madame Mu also felt extremely wronged. Who did she offend? Chapter 2694. While everyone was scolding Mu Jingfeng, they couldn't help but mention her. The next day, Madame Mu fell ill after a sleepless night. She didn't leave her room in Gilded Garden and merely rested on the soft couch. The wet nurse, Nanny Chiu, was attending to her from the side, her eyes filled with heartache. She had always seen how hard Madame had worked all these years. Now that something like this happened, even if Madame didn't say anything, she must be feeling terrible in her heart. "Madame!" Song Lu angrily ran in and couldn't help but scold as soon as she entered. "That little slut is here again. She's kneeling outside and begging for forgiveness. I told Bai Wei to chase her away." Madame Mu slightly raised her head and sighed. "Bring her in, Madame." Song Lu angrily stomped her feet. Her Madame was good at everything, but her personality was too kind. It was fine if she treated those old concubines well. Aside from concubine Huang, who gave birth to fourth Miss Mu Ro Yi, the other 3 concubines didn't have any children, so they couldn't be arrogant. The other 2 bedwarmers were of low status, so they were naturally controlled by Madame. However, this time, this little white flower Cheong that Master brought back from outside couldn't be compared to the previous ones. This Xiong was only 17 or 18 years old and had a delicate and gentle appearance. Most importantly, she already gave birth to a daughter from Master. Yesterday, Master named the little slut that the mistress gave birth to Mu Roshue. When Song Lu thought of this, she became even angrier. She felt that her madam wasn't worthy. Why was that mistress so rampant? Wasn't it all because she had Master's favor? Mu Qingya's brows were tinged with faint melancholy, and she softly sighed. It's fine as long as Master likes her. If he had brought her home earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble today. A large part of the reason for her anger wasn't that Mu Jingfeng found a mistress outside, but that he had to hide it from her, causing the matter to reach this point where it couldn't be resolved. She already knew that Mu Jingfeng was talented, intelligent, and affectionate. She was an ordinary person who found it difficult to cultivate. It was all thanks to Mu Jingfeng's trust and love for her that she was able to sit in the position of the family's madam. How could she dare to ask for anything else? She only hoped that her husband could be with her for a long time. As for the rest, it's fine as long as my husband likes it. Song Lu almost cried out when she saw her mistress compromise like this. She couldn't help but resent the little white flower kneeling outside the door even more. If it wasn't for that bitch, would Madam be so sick that she couldn't even get out of bed today? Yuan Xiong walked in, swaying with each step like a little white flower. When she saw Madame Mu, she knelt on the ground with a plop and confessed in tears. Madame Mu naturally wouldn't argue with a mistress, but she wasn't in the mood to comfort her. After waking her up, he simply instructed her to stay in the residence with ease, and then sent her away. As soon as Yuan Xiong left the Gilded Garden, her face was twisted with anger. She thought about how she had knelt in that woman's courtyard early in the morning, acting humble and submissive, wanting to get along with her peacefully. She didn't expect that he wouldn't give her any favors at all. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like that and knelt in that woman's courtyard early in the morning. Thinking of Mu Qingya's arrogant attitude just now, Yuan Xiong felt uncomfortable all over. So what if she was the madam of the family? She looked down on her so much. Even if she didn't fight for a bun, she had to fight for her dignity and make her regret in the past. Chapter 2695. Arbor sent people to the Gilded Garden and his father's courtyard to inquire about the situation. When he heard that the debt collection team's work was proceeding in an orderly manner, Sir Jojo was very happy. He let Kai Xiao gather all the accountants who had worked all night and had enough rest the night before. In a good mood, he gave everyone 20 times their wages. Originally, they had agreed on 10 times the pay, but now it was doubled again. Everyone was overjoyed. Reaching out to take the 2,000 spirit coins that the Crown Princess prepared for each person, everyone's face was blooming with joy. After giving out the wages, Arbor let everyone leave. Even if some of them couldn't control their mouths and spread the news that the Crown Princess would take over a lot of dowry shops, it didn't matter. The little rich lady was not afraid of people talking. In any case, she had inherited thousands of acres of fertile land, 5 prosperous shops, and the half-moon cliff from Prince Kong. The news had already spread far and wide in the capital. As for who spread the news, it was easy to guess. It must be Princess Kang's adopted daughter, Miss Lu Iran. Not convinced. Just hold it in. Who asked Sir Jojo to be so likable? After so many days, this and that, the Crown Princess had already transformed from a little village girl into a big winner who had reached the pinnacle of life. So be it. She didn't care anyway. Early in the morning, Sir Jojo, who was living a very happy and comfortable life, sat down cross-legged and cultivated for a while. Suddenly, he heard Xiao say to him, Master Silver, Qi Xian, and the rest have all come out of seclusion and are probably going to advance in rank. Let them go out and advance in rank. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in Paradise Planet will be used up. Sir Qiao had collected so much spiritual energy with great difficulty. He couldn't let those little bastards advance in rank and cause a disaster. The stingy Sir Qiao was secretly scheming in his heart. Arbor was so smart, he naturally knew what it was thinking and couldn't help but find it funny. Okay, It was good to advance in rank. Let Xian Xian and the rest go to the Mu family's back mountain, where there was a lot of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. They would naturally advance in rank. It was also good for his cultivation. A white light flashed. Qi Xian Xian, Duan Mu Qing, and little Fatty appeared beside her. Without a second word, Arbor called Hui Feng to bring them to the spacious area behind the Mu clan's mountain to advance in rank. Qi Xian Xian, Duan Mu Qing, and the others had been in seclusion for a long time this time. Their cultivation levels would definitely improve greatly. Just thinking about it made her happy for her friends. She was happier than if she had advanced. Mr. Jojo pushed open the door and walked out. He looked in the direction where his friends had left and pursed his lips. This was the scene that Mo Lien saw when she walked over. The little guy was standing at the door under the sunlight. His eyes were sparkling, and he was extremely adorable. He flew to her side and pulled her into his arms. He kissed her soft little cheek. "Jojo, what's the good news?" "Xian Xian and the others have come out." Crown Prince Mo the Great immediately harumphed. How could this be considered a good thing? Qi Xian Xian and the rest of the troublesome fellows had come out. This meant that there would be even more people who would fight with him for the little one's attention in the future. Arbor blinked and glanced at Prince Mo. Xian Xian and the others went to the back mountain to advance in rank. Okay. Prince Mo forced himself to be happy. That's perfect. There's a banquet in 5 days. Let them participate as well. Chapter 2696. Sir Jojo didn't have any objections. In any case, she would go wherever her husband went. If it was a banquet, then so be it. At worst, she would just wear her red battle clothes and fight to her heart's content. Mo Yin looked at her expression and wanted to laugh. "Jojo, what are you thinking about?" Arbor raised her head and glanced at him. "Nothing." Mo Yin lowered his head and rubbed against her little head. "That little expression of yours clearly means that you will wear your red battle clothes and go fight." Arbor couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This person was truly shrewd. He could see through everything. Mo Yin pulled her little hand and said, "Don't worry. We're just going to attend a banquet. The main thing is that we've been back for a few days, so it's time to meet them." Arbor expressionlessly nodded her little head. Prince Mo knew that she wasn't very interested in these things, so after casually saying a few more words, he pulled her outside. The eldest branch's main family courtyard had been quite lively these past few days. The debt collection team had been urging them to gather the 280 million spirit coins as compensation, causing blisters to form on Mu Jingfeng's lips and his heart to burn with anxiety. Old Master Mu expressed that he was willing to fork out 50 million spirit coins to help compensate the first branch. The second branch, fourth branch, and fifth branch pretended to be deaf and mute and didn't say anything. Old third, old sixth, and old seventh weren't married, so they couldn't manage the affairs of their eldest brother's branch. Thus, in the entire Mu family, the first branch fought restlessly every day. The second branch, fourth branch, and fifth branch looked on, expressing their helplessness. Mu Jingfeng spent 3 days in this damned sun, each day feeling like a year. On the fourth day, the direction of the rumors outside suddenly changed. No longer were the rumors of the Mu family's family head's romantic affairs. This rumor suddenly rushed to the crown prince consort's head again when Kaichi angrily ran in to inform them of the rumors. Arbor was lying under the warm sunlight, drawing talismans one by one. They said that Shaoxing girl was originally someone from the crown princess's room. After being chased out, he suddenly turned into a terrifying monster and attacked the crown princess. They even said that it was because the crown princess had returned that the monsters followed her. That day on Changle Street, the holy maiden of the Sun Moon Temple said that the crown princess was the source of the disaster. They said that it was all true. It was precisely because the crown princess returned to the Mu family that a monster appeared in the Mu family. Arbor's hand, that was holding the talisman brush, paused for a moment. He raised his eyes to look at Kai Chi's flushed little face. Is this matter being spread all over the streets? Kai Chi was so angry that she nodded vigorously. This servant heard about it when I went out to buy things. Arbor nodded. Hui Feng, What are your orders, Crown Princess? Go and inform Wu Xiaoyin that I, the Crown Princess, will receive 280 million spirit coins as compensation tonight. Also, go and tell Mr. Shi to prepare an accountant. Tomorrow morning, we will go to each store to arrange for people. Also, are the senior servants in charge ready? If so, we will set off together tomorrow. Everything is ready, Crown Princess. Huifeng silently lit another candle for Mu Jingfeng. Regardless of whether Mu Jingfeng was the one behind this rumor or not, from the looks of it now, the young Crown Prince Consort was willfully pinning this debt on Mu Jingfeng. That's all for now. Kai Xiao Kai Chi. Huifeng, tell Li Yi to stand guard at the court's entrance. If anyone dares to barge in, don't be polite. Just kill them. Yes. Huifeng nodded and immediately left to carry out the order. Chapter 2697. Soon, an 18 to 19-year-old girl dressed in black with a curvaceous figure stood at Yulan Court's entrance with a cold expression, holding a sword horizontally in her hand. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a commotion broke out in front of Yulan Court's entrance. Two fierce-looking old nannies came over with fierce expressions, saying that they were under family head's orders to invite Miss Qiao to the main courtyard. Lia's face was cold as she blocked them. One of the old nannies started cursing indistinctly. Before she could finish cursing, her head was separated from her body. The other was scared witless. How could she dare to linger at Yulan Court's entrance? She scrambled back to Mu Jingfeng's main courtyard to report this matter. Mu Jingfeng angrily smashed a teacup on the ground. Wu Xiaoyin also angrily smashed a cup. This official is under the Crown Princess orders to legally and reasonably collect the debt. Family head Mu, please cooperate. Don't waste everyone's time. Now that the Crown Princess wants to collect the debt early, it's also reasonable and reasonable. If you don't have enough spirit coins, please open the treasury. We have a professional accounting team that will convert the treasures obtained from the auction into spirit coins for you to calculate. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that he wanted to fling his sleeves and leave. Wu Xiaoyin was also enraged. If family head Mu doesn't cooperate, then we can only request the Purple Forest Guard to forcefully carry out the settlement. Fuck, why don't you try saying that again? Mu Jingfeng's eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Wu Xiaoyin as if he was looking at an enemy. He pointed a finger at the youth's face. Why you? Very good. This official believes that I have inherited Lord Chao's style. It's indeed very good. Bah! When your family's Lord Chao sees the Crown Princess, what kind of style is there? What kind of style is there? He's just a bootlicker, all right. Wu Xiaoyin coldly looked at Mu Jingfeng and said, Family head Mu, I advise you not to struggle anymore. Cooperate properly with handing over the spirit coins and resources. The sooner the settlement is completed, the sooner our debt collection team can leave the Mu family. Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his entire body trembled. But looking at the situation now, if he did not open the main branch's treasury, this matter really wouldn't be over. Mu Liang, Mu Jingfeng roared. Take them there. Keep a close eye on them. If there's even a single cent missing from the spiritual tools and medicinal herbs, I'll hold you responsible. Yes. Mu Liang couldn't help but sigh. Father and daughter, why did they have to create such a scene where the two enemies' eyes blazed with hatred? If he had a daughter, he would definitely dote on her. Why did he have to do this? Saimu family head swallowed a mouthful of blood in exasperation. With a dark and handsome face, he walked straight in the direction of Yulan Court. This rebellious girl. He stopped halfway and angrily punched a tree, breaking a small sapling. After Arbor finished drawing over 100 talismans, he stored all the talismans into a purple storage talisman. He expressionlessly sat on the soft couch and looked at the black-clothed girl in front of him. Find someone from the night pavilion and spread the news. Say that Mu Jingfeng is suffering because of his pride, and now he has fallen to the point where he has to use auction items to exchange for spirit coins to repay his debt. After you're done with the matter above, go to the restaurant, catch a few ruffians who are spreading rumors, and directly kill them. Then, very gently tell everyone that they are rumor mongers and ask everyone not to believe in rumors. Don't scare others, got it? Everyone, Chapter 2698. You told Li Yi to go directly to the restaurant and find the culprits to execute them on the streets. You even said that you had to tell everyone gently and don't scare them. How could that not freaking scare them? But wouldn't be so scared that their parents wouldn't recognize them after witnessing the death of the rumor mongers? Xiao Mu creased her brows and said, after you kill them, throw those main culprits who started the rumors into the central plaza. Remember to tie them there so that everyone can see what they look like. You have to politely tell everyone that these people are rumor mongers and deserve to die. Got it? Li nodded with a deadpan expression. Crown Princess, this subordinate understands. Arbor nodded, but still worriedly reminded, remember not to scare them. Eunuch Chun, who was standing at the side with his head bowed, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Crown Princess, are you really not here to make a fool of yourself? The Crown Princess had a solemn expression. Seeing that Li Yi understood her words, she nodded and waved her hand to send her off. After the sun set, the Crown Prince finally extricated himself from the Emperor's place. Before he could ask about the rumor, he saw Li Yi walk in. Greetings to the Crown Prince, Crown Princess. How did it go? The young Crown Princess asked with a serious expression. Well done, Li Yi answered. Eunuch Shen felt like laughing. Could it be that this subordinate resembled her master? This new lass called Li Yi had a stoic face that somewhat resembled the young Crown Prince Consort. Her words and actions were also short and concise. This subordinate followed the Crown Princess's instructions and had the night pavilion's members spread the news. Then, we went to a large restaurant in the imperial capital where people from all walks of life gathered. Sure enough, this subordinate caught 3 ruffians who were spreading the rumor that the Crown Princess was the source of the disaster. This subordinate didn't scare them. This subordinate only drew my sword and splattered their blood on the spot. But the strange thing was, before this subordinate could explain, the people in the restaurant screamed and ran away. The Crown Prince's mouth twitched silently. This subordinate swears that this subordinate really didn't scare anyone. The little Crown Princess nodded. Li Yi said with a cold face, this subordinate will throw these 3 ruffians into the central plaza and hang them on the pillar next to the mission board. I didn't expect that even the people in the square would run away this time. I only had time to say that they were spreading rumors before I could finish. Everyone had disappeared. I'm sure I didn't scare anyone. The little Crown Princess nodded again. Prince Mo was having a hard time trying to hold back his laughter. Li Yi then said, this subordinate had no choice but to hang a sign on the ruffian's body to explain what happened. I believe that anyone with eyes can see it. How did you write it? This subordinate writes, those who spread rumors and slandered the Crown Princess shall die. The little Crown Princess took out a small porcelain bottle from her inner world and handed it to Li Yi. She patted her shoulder and said, not bad. Here's your reward. Prince Mo held his forehead and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The little Crown Princess and Li Yi turned to look at him at the same time and cursed inwardly. Why is the Crown Prince laughing over such a serious matter? It's been hard on you. Go back and rest. The little Crown Princess had Li Yi go back. That night, the rumors about the Crown Princess all disappeared without a trace. Mu Jingfeng's glorious deeds were once again brought up, and the streets and alleys were abuzz with it. The next morning, the Crown Princess brought a group of people and headed to Kaidai Pavilion in a grandiose manner. Chapter 2699. Late that night, the first branch of the Mu family finally collected 280 million in compensation and handed it all to Wu Xiaoyin. In addition to the old man who paid 50 million spirit coins, the Mu family head reluctantly took out 100 million spirit coins. The other 130 million was made up with spirit stones, medicinal herbs, spiritual energy, forging materials, and other things of equal value. It can't be said that the first branch of the Mu family really paid a lot of money this time. Wu Xiaoyin found that the young Crown Princess looked particularly calm when she received the compensation. Looking at the equivalent of 280 million spirit coins, her eyebrows didn't even move. Indifferent, magnificent. She's really a role model that I admire. Wu Xiaoyin silently said that the Crown Princess was too powerful 3 times in his heart, and he planned to go back and report everything to Lord Chao. Lord Chow was very right to have no integrity to support the young crown princess. Since the young crown princess returned to the capital, those who stood opposite her, which one of them had a good ending? King Jianping? It was useless to hug the great emperor's thigh, and he was still slapped down by the crown princess. The crown prince of Jianping was beaten up by the king of Jianping, and he was still lying in bed and couldn't get up. The Long family, the Gu family, and the young crown princess didn't even have a chance to meet, and they were already trembling from the fine. The Sun Moon Temple could be considered famous in the three regions. The holy nun of the temple was slapped by the young crown princess until her parents couldn't recognize her. To bring the holy nun home, they also had to pay a corresponding large compensation this time. It was the Mu family head's turn. The extent of bleeding could be said to be not a great loss of vitality. After this incident, the Mu family head was afraid that the entire first branch of the Mu family would be depressed for who knows how long. How could he be so extravagant when it came to spending in the future? Wu Xiaoyin concluded that people wouldn't die if they didn't court death. Therefore, it was better to weigh their own strength and see if they should court death. The next morning, the crown prince consort, who was feeling refreshed, woke up early in the morning. She had someone set up a carriage and brought along a group of stewards, nannies, and accountants to Kaidai brothel. The crown prince was called into the palace by the great emperor early in the morning. Jojo didn't want the man to be involved in this matter. She could handle it herself, so there was no need for Prince to do it. There were about 20 to 30 horse-drawn carriages, carrying dozens of accountants, hundreds of stewards, nannies, servants, and so on. When the group of people left the Mu residence, it naturally caused a huge commotion. When someone reported this to Madame Mu Qingya was dumbfounded. The crown princess' first stop is Kaidai Loft. Song Lu stomped her feet and shouted angrily, "The crown princess is completely looking down on you, madam." Mu Qingya couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was originally Sister Chu Yun's business, so it's reasonable for the crown princess to want to take it back. However, how much would the crown princess know about this business? He was worried that the little girl would squander away all of Long Chuyun's shops. Song Lu couldn't help but stomp her feet and shout resentfully, "My dear madam, you're so kind-hearted that you're still worried about her at this time." "She really doesn't look down on you, madam." Mu Qingya glared at her. "I'm originally managing these businesses on behalf of the crown princess. Isn't it natural for the crown princess to want to take them back? Don't say such things again in the future. Go inform Qing Yang and the others to have those stewards receive the crown princess well. Don't neglect her." Chapter 2700. Qing Yang greets the crown princess. A middle-aged woman wearing a blue and white cloth jacket with neat features led a group of steward nannies out of Kaidai veranda's main entrance. She bowed to the crown princess, who was leading a group of people, and stopped majestically in front of Kaidai veranda's main entrance. The young crown princess alighted from the carriage and expressionlessly nodded at the woman. Li Yi expressionlessly followed behind. Following closely behind the crown princess were Kai Xiao and Kai Chi, who entered Kaidai veranda. "Serve tea to the crown princess. No need to trouble yourself." The young crown princess waved her hand and randomly found a seat to sit down. It was early in the morning, and Kaidai veranda wasn't open for business yet. Thus, there were only a few steward nannies and waiters in the shop. The shopkeeper was a rather snobbish man in his 50s. Although he was doing his best to suppress the anger in his chest, his gaze towards the young crown princess was very unfriendly. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the shopkeeper. She knew that the shopkeepers of Kaidai veranda and Precious Painting Workshop weren't in power. Qing Yang, on the other hand, was one of the two most popular people by Mu Qingya's side. She was in charge of Kaidai veranda and Precious Painting Workshop behind the scenes. Even the shopkeeper was extremely courteous when he saw her. "Shopkeeper who?" Arbor called out. An old shopkeeper surnamed who immediately walked out and respectfully bowed. "This old servant is here. From today onwards, shopkeeper who will take over all of Kaidai veranda's affairs." Arbor didn't waste time with them and directly issued the order. She pointed at the flustered and exasperated shopkeeper of Kaidai veranda. "Mr. Hong." The accountant, surnamed Hong, also immediately walked forward and bowed. From today onwards, Mr. Hong will be in charge of the accounts. You can settle this month's salary with Mr. Hong. Based on what? The shopkeeper of Kai Dai Veranda glared and roared angrily with a flushed face. Based on the fact that this crown princess dislikes you. Arbor said coldly. Is this reason sufficient? Everyone was speechless. The little crown princess was indeed a powerful person. With just one sentence, the old shopkeeper was rendered speechless. His entire face was flushed red, and his blood vessels were about to burst. Qing Yang suppressed her anger and hurriedly replied in a steady voice, Crown Prince Consort, you're not familiar with Kai Dai Veranda's business. If you rashly take over everything here, I'm afraid it will be a great blow to your future business. What does it have to do with you? Sun Yang froze and suddenly felt like she couldn't continue the conversation. What was wrong with the crown princess? When you talk to her, she's always choking. When you try to reason with her, she won't listen to reason at all. Her behavior is simply too much. You just need to hand over the keys to the accountant and the manager. Arbor said coldly, didn't your madam tell you that I, the crown princess, am bringing someone to hand over today? If you don't know, then invite your madam over. I, the crown princess, will have a good chat with her. Qing Yang was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She suppressed the anger in her heart and was unable to react for a long time. Crown Princess, can you be reasonable? Qing Yang suppressed her anger and tried to talk to the Crown Princess in a calm voice. How am I unreasonable? Arbor looked at her coldly and turned to look at Li Yi and the rest. I'm unreasonable? Li Yi drew her sword and said coldly, since you guys won't listen to Crown Princess reasoning, then listen to Li Ye's reasoning. Everyone took a step back and stared at Li Yi as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 2701. The young crown princess said expressionlessly, I'm very reasonable. Eunuch Chun, who had followed them in a Kai Dai pavilion, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I, the crown princess, am not here to ask for a handover. Get your facts straight. The young crown princess said coldly, I'm here to convey my order. I want you to complete the handover by today. Do you understand? The old shopkeeper of Kai Dai Pavilion was so angry that he almost jumped out of his body. As the shopkeeper of Kai Dai Pavilion, his monthly salary was as high as 80,000 spirit coins. Where else could you work these days to get such a high monthly salary? How could he be willing to take a few months' salary and then be miserably chased away by others? The old shopkeeper looked at Qing Yang, who was beside him, for help. Although Qing Yang was also very angry, there was nothing she could do. The crown princess insisted on this, and even brought people here to hand over the work. What could she do? The deed to Kai Dai Pavilion Shop was clearly the young crown prince consort's property. How could she openly snatch it? She was so angry that her head hurt, but there was nothing she could do. Qing Yang took a few deep breaths and could only look at the young crown princess and say, Crown Princess, isn't it a bit too childish to complete the handover in one day? The only thing she could do now was to drag things out. She had to drag things out first. Qing Yang was very unwilling to hand over the Kai Dai Pavilion, which she had worked so hard to take care of, to someone else to manage. When Kai Dai Pavilion was half dead in the past, she and her madam had taken care of the property conscientiously and racked their brains to make Kai Dai Pavilion big. The young crown princess didn't do anything. Just because she inherited her mother's dowry, she could take over all the property and enjoy the success she had now. The crown princess glanced at Qing Yang coldly. She knew that she would definitely be stopped when she came to hand over the handover. Mu Qingya's words were pleasant to hear, but her subordinates didn't do anything practical. Their attitude of making excuses annoyed her. Today, settle the accounts with Mr. Hong. Complete the handover of all the work in Kai Dai Pavilion with shopkeeper who, the young crown prince consort said expressionlessly. Don't try to play dumb and fool me. If you think I'm young and easy to bully, Arbor glanced at Li Yi. Li Yi immediately unsheathed her sword and slashed at the black wooden table beside her. With a chi sound, the table broke into pieces. Everyone in the shop turned pale and shrank back hurriedly. The setting of drawing a sword at the slightest disagreement was simply too terrifying. You could try the sword in my hand. Li Yi replied expressionlessly. Qing Yang's heart trembled slightly, and she took a step back with trembling steps. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the crown prince consort in front of her. She took a breath and bowed, saying, Qing Yang understands. Today's matter had to be handed over regardless of whether she wanted to or not. If she didn't give in, according to the little crown princess's usual style of doing things, she really might execute all these rebellious people. Why should she feel sorry for her own life? Qing Yang turned her head and saw that the old shopkeeper still wanted to make a fuss. She glared at him. Go hand over the handover. The old shopkeeper's surname was Zhang. When he heard this, his face immediately flushed red, and his eyes surged with anger and disappointment. Chapter 2702. He said with dissatisfaction, Qing Yang, this Zhang believes that he has been working hard for Kai Dai Pavilion all these years. What reason do they have to not want me as the shopkeeper? Li did not say anything and went forward to pick up the chattering shopkeeper. Lu Su. Shopkeeper who? Coming. Shopkeeper who hurriedly followed after her. It was unknown how Li taught the old shopkeeper a lesson, but very quickly, shopkeeper who began to smoothly hand over the business. Kai Dai Pavilion's original accountant also followed Mr. Hong to hand over the accounts with a submissive expression. Arbor pointed to 2 nannies in charge and brought along 7 to 8 nimble and agile maids to check the original nannies and waiters in Kai Dai Pavilion. Those waiters who served the dishes and washed the dishes did not need to be chased away. Arbor got people to hand over the important jobs, such as the accountant. As for the people below, if they wanted to cause trouble, they were all chased away. Those who wanted to do a good job could stay. It did not matter. In less than an hour, the handover in Kai Dai Pavilion was on track in an orderly manner. Arbor then brought the remaining people to another prosperous shop on Changle Street, Precious Painting Workshop. Before leaving, Arbor glanced at the silent Qing Yang and said indifferently, Follow me to Precious Painting Workshop. Qing Yang was so angry that her chest hurt, but there was nothing she could do. Looking at the little crown princess attitude today, it seemed that she was going to go door to door and bring people to hand over these shops. Her movements were so fast that even if she wanted to do something behind the scenes, it was simply too late. Xiao Mu was particular about efficiency when doing things. He directly brought people to Precious Painting Workshop and, after some pressure, left the new shopkeeper and accountant in Precious Painting Workshop. Qing Yang could not help but say indifferently, Precious Painting Workshop's business is not as simple as Kai Dai Pavilion. Kai Dai Pavilion was a place that sold food and drinks. If the little crown princess took over and continued to cook according to the previous recipes, she would be able to maintain her business. On the other hand, Precious Art Workshop specialized in selling jewelry and beauty products. Without those novel flower designs provided by Madame, without Madame's endless ideas, without Madame's handmade makeup powder and fragrances, let's see how many months this Zhenhua workshop can continue operating. The young crown prince consort took a tour around Zhenhua workshop. She had to admit that Madame Mu's business methods were quite unique. The Precious Painting Workshop was not like other shops where the shopkeeper sat in the main hall and locked the jewelry in the counter. The more precious items were brought to the second floor for a tour. The jewelry and makeup products in her shop were all hung on the wall, and it was a dazzling sight to behold. What kind of jewelry do you want? You just have to say the serial number, and a young and beautiful shop assistant will take it for you. The design and appearance were very trendy. Those precious pieces of jewelry were placed on several circular crystal shelves in the middle of the shop, separated by a layer of transparent protective cover, allowing people to admire their beauty as soon as they walked into the shop. The second floor only received some distinguished female guests. Those who could go up to the second floor were a symbol of status. When Arbor brought people in, there were already 2 or 3 young ladies in the shop, and they were choosing jewelry with their servant girls. When they saw Arbor, one of the ladies could not help but exclaim, "Is that the crown princess?" Qin Baojia threw Ji Xiang, who was shouting beside her, and rolled her eyes impolitely, thinking, I really shouldn't have come out with this idiot. Chapter 2703. Ji Xiang's face turned slightly pale. She felt that there was something wrong with her. Seeing the little crown princess inexplicably made her heart flutter and her palms sweat slightly. This was a strange symptom that made one's complexion change at the sight of the crown princess. She really didn't dare to provoke this powerful little crown princess. Previously at General Zhong Li's residence, a group of noble ladies had teamed up to ridicule the crown princess. In the end, they were slapped in the face by the crown princess every time. Afterwards, these noble ladies secretly wanted to lure the stingers to sting the crown princess. In the end, the crown princess was unscathed, but they were stung by the stingers until they cried for their parents. The most terrifying thing was that a group of mosquitoes came out of the stingers. Not only did they emit flames, but they also exploded, causing them to cry for their parents. Several noble ladies' hair was burned off. Ji Xiang was also the first to bear the brunt. Her hair was scorched, and her hands and body were injured quite badly. She had been resting for many days. When she heard that a new batch of jewelry had arrived at Precious Painting Workshop, she was itching to come out and meet people. In the end, she didn't expect to meet the little crown princess as soon as she came out. Ji Xiang couldn't help but want to cry now. She hurriedly walked forward and obediently bowed to Arbor. Greetings to the crown princess. Arbor glanced at her indifferently. You may dispense with the formalities. Ji Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Although the little crown princess' attitude was cold, she didn't look like she wanted to make things difficult for her. In fact, Ji Xiang didn't need to worry at all. Arbor was the kind of person who would only slap you to death if you courted death and provoked her. Moreover, once she took revenge on the spot, she would at most ignore you the next time she saw you. She wouldn't attack you again. If you didn't provoke her, why would she go crazy and slap you? Is the crown princess here to take back Precious Painting Workshop today? Who in the imperial capital didn't know that the crown princess had been causing a ruckus in the Mu clan's main branch and taking back her mother's dowry? Ji Xiang tried to strike up a conversation. The little crown princess glanced at her and nodded indifferently. On the side, Chun Baojia gritted her teeth. A slightly stiff smile appeared on her face as she walked forward and bowed. Greetings to Crown Prince Consort. If it wasn't for Ji Xiang's brainless shout, they could have pretended that they didn't see the crown princess and dispensed with the etiquette. Chun Baojia was so stupid that she had to come forward and salute her. Chun Baojia was angry in her heart, but the smile on her face was more brilliant. The little crown princess recognized Chun Baojia. Of course, he did not have a good impression of her. This person was Empress Dowager Chen's grandniece. As soon as she moved into the Crown Prince Palace, she sent little eunuch Li to test her bottom line. She even wanted to stay in the Crown Prince's residence and steal her husband. She didn't have a good impression of her at first glance. Arbor put on an even colder face and didn't let Chun Baojia get up. He just stared at Chun Baojia coldly. Ji Xiang's heart was slightly startled. She stood there trembling with fear as she curiously sized up Chun Baojia. That day, they had angered the crown princess together. She didn't expect the crown princess to be so rude to Chun Baojia while her attitude towards her was still all right. Did something happen between the two of them that she didn't know about? Chun Baojia gritted her teeth and forced a smile. She lowered her head and squatted slightly. She was so angry that her heart was trembling. Her voice revealed a bit of grievance. Crown Princess. The little crown princess didn't even look at her and directly led her people out of Precious Painting Workshop. Next shop. Chapter 2704. Chun Baojia was so angry that she straightened up and her lips trembled when she saw her leave without looking back. She stomped her feet and said to Ji Xiang beside her, "It's all your fault. Why did you greet that woman?" He had caused her to suffer such a great humiliation. She was so angry that her entire body trembled slightly. Ji Xiang was also very puzzled and asked, "Baojia, what happened between you and the crown princess?" Chun Baojia said with a sullen face, "What can happen? It's all because that person is petty and can't stand the Empress Dowager. I'm more shameless than her." Ever since the crown princess entered the palace, the Empress Dowager had never summoned her. Instead, Chun Baojia would enter the palace every few days to eat and chat with the Empress Dowager. Wasn't Chen Baojia more shameless in front of the Empress Dowager? Thinking of this, Chen Baojia's anger eased a little. With a cold face, she glanced at the empty shop and snorted. I think there's no need to come to Zhen Painting Workshop in the future. Baojia, why do you say that? Ji Xiang asked in surprise. Was this person a pig's brain? Chen Baojia glanced at her resentfully and said, now that the shop has been taken back by the Crown Princess, think about it. Can a girl from the village manage Zhen Painting Workshop well? Does she know about jewelry trends? Does she know what kind of beauty products are suitable for the young ladies of aristocratic families? Chen Baojia smiled sarcastically. She doesn't know anything and rashly snatched Zhen Painting Workshop from Madame Mu's hands. I think Zhen Painting Workshop won't be able to operate for long. Sooner or later, it will be ruined by her. Baojia. Ji Xiang clutched her sleeves tightly and glanced at Chen Baojia timidly. Let's be careful with our words. Look at you. I only scared you in Zhong Li's residence, and you're scared out of your wits. Chen Baojia glanced at her unhappily. Let's go. Ji Xiang hurriedly followed up, and the two of them left Zhen Hua Workshop. When Chen Baojia returned to the residence, she called for her personal maidservant. Bring 2 servants and go to Changle Street to buy a few hooligans to help me spread the news. Say that the Crown Princess, the village girl, doesn't know what's good for her and forced her legal mother to hand over Zhen Painting Workshop. However, she's just a village woman from a small mountain village in the Lower Star region. She doesn't have such good eyesight. The precious painting workshop in the future won't be as good as before. Only village girls will be willing to buy things from Zhen Painting Workshop. Chen Baojia said sarcastically with a sneer on the corner of her mouth. Chen Baojia's personal maidservant naturally knew about the grudges between her young miss and the Crown Princess. She nodded and, with her face covered, led the 2 servants to the alley of Changle Street to look for the little scoundrel. In the end, he couldn't find the 2 scoundrels even after looking around. The only 2 little scoundrels, upon hearing that they were to accept the order to spread the news of the Crown Prince Consort. Both of them ran faster than rabbits with pale faces. It was as if there was a ghost chasing them from behind, disappearing without a trace in a flash. Chen Baojia's personal maidservant suppressed her anger and went back to report the matter. Chen Baojia couldn't help but be at her wit's end. However, she suffered a few losses at the hands of Arbor and was unwilling to let go of Jojo just like that. Thus, she invited a few young ladies to the Chun residence under the guise of a gathering of her close friends and intentionally or unintentionally revealed the news about Zhen Painting Workshop to others. Chapter 2705. The news spread like wildfire, and in less than an afternoon, those noble ladies also knew that Zhen Art Lane had changed owners. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Arbor looked as if she was strolling through a garden. She finished touring her mother's dozens of dowry shops and inspected the farmlands and fields. After making sure that all the handover personnel were in place, she then brought Li Yi, Kai Xiao, and Kai Chi back to the Mu residence. Although she had been shopping for an entire day, the little fellow was still in high spirits. Crown Princess. Zhao Tengdong stepped forward and bowed. He hurriedly said, His Majesty has sent word that he wants to keep your highness in the South Study to discuss politics tonight. When the little Crown Princess heard that, she couldn't help but frown. She cursed inwardly, but didn't show any expression on her face. She only replied with an, "Oh," and sent Eunuch Zhao away. Annie Jing watched from the side and secretly sighed in admiration. The little Crown Princess didn't ask Eunuch Zhao why the Crown Prince stayed in the South Study to discuss important matters. It could be seen that she was a girl with a sense of propriety. Although she wasn't too happy, she didn't show any expression on her face. The little fellow slumped on the bed listlessly and waved her hand to dismiss everyone. She took out a communication jade tablet from her inner world and saw a line of words floating. "Baby, I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Have a good meal and rest early." Sir Jojo rolled his eyes. He didn't even bother to take a bath and didn't want to do anything. He directly rolled onto the bed and went to sleep. The next morning, when Arbor opened her eyes, she felt a head rubbing against her side. She took a closer look and saw that the guy was looking at her with a grin on his face. "You're stinky." He reached out to poke her little face, and carefully looked at her attire. She didn't even take off her outer clothes before rolling onto the bed, and sleeping Arbor instantly felt a little embarrassed. She originally came back in high spirits yesterday and wanted to tell him about the day's results. Who knew that he wouldn't be coming back? The little fellow instantly lost her energy. The exhaustion from a day of tossing and turning immediately rushed up, and she fell asleep without doing anything. Is it because you can't see me that you're unhappy and went to sleep in a huff? She hit the nail on the head. However, Sir Jojo would never admit it. Rolling her eyes at him, Xiao Mu groaned as she tried to get up, but to her surprise, he reached out and hugged her, bouncing her off the bed. Jojo, you need to change your habit of not talking in the morning. Change your sister. You must be secretly saying in your heart, change my sister. Arbor, that's not right, Jojo. Prince Imo carried her to the basin and handed her a wet handkerchief to wipe her face. Did it go well yesterday? Arbor's spirit was slightly lifted, but when he thought about how he didn't come home last night, he didn't want to talk to him. She snorted and turned the back of her head towards him. The crown prince was secretly amused. He hugged her from behind and rubbed his head against her neck. It must be very smooth. With Jojo in charge, everything will be settled. The little fellow turned his head and looked at him. I'm afraid your father didn't make you stay overnight on purpose, did he? The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, that's not it. He pulled her to sit in front of the dressing mirror, picked up an exquisitely crafted ivory tusk inlaid with purple rubies, and gently combed her long hair. There was a sudden piece of news yesterday. Not far from the border town where we landed in China, there was a sudden monster attack in a small city called Luan City. Chapter 2706. I stayed in the South Study to look at the information, and while I was at it, I told Father about the Tianyan organization and the zombie. Arbor nodded. Since this matter was so important, she naturally had to mention it to the Emperor as soon as possible. She also didn't want the perfectly fine Great Divine Continent to become like Xikong Xing. In fact, Xikong Xing was much better in this life than in her previous life. At least, the zombie situation didn't spread as badly as it did in her previous life. As long as they learned to control this matter, they could always control the situation within a certain range. Did your father say anything? Him? More shocked, right? Prince Imo thought of his father's hand last night and couldn't help but curl his lips. Ignorant guy. Arbor glanced at the crown prince's expression and wanted to laugh a little. We must pay attention to this matter in Luan City. As Crown Prince Imo spoke, his hands didn't stop. He helped his wife tie up her hair into a simple yet lively bun, then picked out the hairpin he had made himself from the hairpin case and inserted it into her hair without hesitation. Seeing his wifey change into a purple muslin dress and walk out from behind the screen, the Crown Prince's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to hold her. Jojo, you're getting prettier by the day. Arbor wasn't like other girls, who probably blushed at a compliment. Instead, she was a little smug, thinking that Prince Imo was very right. I'll go patrol again today to see how the handover of the shops is going. Arbor raised her little head. I'll go with you. Go to sleep. Arbor cast him an annoyed glance. This person didn't sleep last night. Didn't he need to catch up on sleep? Prince Imo shook her little hand. I'll catch up on sleep in the carriage. No need. You still have to attend that palace banquet tonight. You won't have the energy. Arbor tugged at his sleeve. Go to sleep. Prince Mo's eyes lit up. He hugged Arbor and whispered, Jojo, are you worried about your husband? Arbor gave him a look that said, aren't you talking nonsense? He reached out and patted his butt with his little paw. Go to sleep. Soon after, he turned around and called for Kai Shio and the others. Then, he ordered the carriage to set out. Prince Imo froze there for a long time, the tips of his ears involuntarily turning red. Only after a long time did he come to his senses. Oh my God, was I being teased by Lord Jojo just now? Arbor had no idea that she had just flirted with a certain someone. She was just a little careless. Just as he got into the carriage and was about to leave, he was interrupted by Qi Xuan's surprised shriek. I am my Jojo. Qi Xian jumped onto the carriage and hugged her, wanting to kiss her. I missed you so much, Jojo. Arbor hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. Unable to take it anymore, he said, You stop. You guys have completed your advancement. Io, you stink all over. Hurry and bathe. Yes, yes. Qi Xianxian nodded. She pulled up her sleeves and sniffed. She almost fainted from a stench. Why, I really stink. Arbor was speechless and wanted to laugh. He pushed her face away and looked at little fatty, Mata, Duan Muqing, and the rest who ran over. I prepared rooms for you. Eunuch Zhao, get someone to bring them to the courtyard to rest and wash up. All right, everyone, please. Jojo, are you going out? Wait for me to go with you. No need. You guys have advanced for so long. Rest for a day. I'll be back in the evening. I'll leave first. Chapter 2707. Arbor couldn't stand Qi Xuanxuan's stench any longer. She hurriedly lowered the curtains and called out, Let's go, let's go. She looked like she was running away. Ma Tao laughed heartily and teased Qi Xianxian. You're the one who's leaving. Qi Xianxian snorted when she heard this. You don't stink? Smell yourself. You stink 100 times more than me. You stinker. Everyone was noisily led by Eunuch Zhao to their respective rooms to bathe and rest. As for Arbor, she sat alone in the carriage and couldn't help but smile faintly when she thought of Xianxian and the others. They'd caused quite a commotion when they'd broken through in the back mountain of the Mu residence. Even old Patriarch Mu had been alerted and had gone to the back mountain to investigate. However, when he found out that a few of his young friends had broken through here, the old man had thoughtfully instructed everyone in the Mu residence not to disturb them. Arbor was happier than anyone that Xianxian and the others had successfully broken through this time. She'd taken a rough look at their cultivation levels just now. Xianxian had already entered the 6th level of the spirit realm. The little fatty, Ma Ta, Lu Yu, and Hua Tao had all entered the 9th level of the spirit realm. Jiang Shaoxin had also successfully reached the 8th level of the spirit realm. Only Duan Muqing's cultivation level was something she couldn't determine. It was obvious that his cultivation level was now above hers. Arbor felt a bit happy when she thought of being able to gather with her friends again and roam the world together. It would be even better if she could meet up with senior brother Sidhu and the others one day. Since she had nothing to do, Arbor took out a book of poisons and flipped through it. She leaned against the soft cushions in the carriage and read line by line. Actually, she seemed to have read these books thousands of times. She could clearly remember which herbs were on which page and which line. Arbor thought of yesterday when she thought of this. Qin Yang had mocked and ridiculed her yesterday. The gist of her words was that she didn't understand the business of Precious Painting Workshop. If she took over Precious Painting Workshop, the shop would probably close down in 2 months. It seemed that some rumors had started to spread again. Arbor didn't need to ask around to know that Miss Chun, who she'd met at Precious Painting Workshop yesterday, wouldn't let go of this opportunity to smear her name. However, none of this mattered anymore. To a nouveau riche, whether or not this small precious art workshop could continue to operate stably and whether or not it could make a lot of money was not a big problem. What she wanted to do was to get the item back from Mu Jingfeng. Regardless of whether she could manage it well or not, she just couldn't let Mu Jingfeng benefit from it. The little guy thought for a moment, then used his divine sense to push open the inner world gate and looked through the inner world. Then he summoned Jing'an's divine sense avatar, who was training his divine sense on its own, into his inner world. After her conscious had evolved, her spiritual sense body had also evolved into a spiritual sense body. Moreover, ever since her inner world had expanded to 500 cubic meters, she had become much more powerful than before. Not only did it contain 3,000 statues, but it was also filled with gold, silver, jewels, and mountains of gold and silver. She let her spiritual consciousness jump in, but there was almost no place to land. Stepping on a pile of gold, silver, pearls, and jades, it made people speechless. Every time she looked at her inner world, she would get a headache. Lately, she had been trying her best not to open her inner world. Now that her conscious had entered the deity realm, she could take anything in her inner world without any effort. She remembered that there were several small copper boxes buried under the pile of pearls and jades. She let her spiritual consciousness rummage through the jewelry and saw her all-purpose food box. Chapter 2708. She simply let her divine sense clone open the all-purpose food box and took out a meat bun. She held it in her hand and took a bite without hesitation. It was warm and soft, and the taste of the bun was especially good. No wonder Shaolin kept saying that she wanted to eat a bun all day after eating one. Thinking of her soft and cute little sister, Arbor's eyes softened. Intentionally or unintentionally, her gaze moved towards the 3,000 stone sculptures. There was finally an open space behind the stone sculptures. In addition to the strangely shaped snake-shaped sculpture howling at the sky, there was also a golden martial ant walking around like she had ADHD. Ever since she had asked Golden Martial Ant to come out and help Jojo, Jojo had let her stay in his inner world. It was as if this Golden Martial Ant couldn't stop walking around the snake-shaped sculpture all day long. It gave Jojo a headache. Arbor was helpless. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, her line of sight suddenly paused, and her divine sense suddenly stopped on the snake-shaped stone sculpture. Could it be that she was hallucinating just now? Why did she seem to see the snake-shaped eyes of the stone sculpture suddenly move, as if the eyeballs under the eyelids rolled a circle? Don't scare me. Arbor used her divine sense to carefully scan the snake-shaped sculpture again. Seeing that it didn't move at all, she was slightly relieved. She must have been seeing things just now. She had been scaring herself all day and making a fuss about nothing. Arbor couldn't help but secretly laugh at herself for being timid. She retracted her divine sense and looked at the divine sense clone rummaging through the pile of jewelry to find a small copper box. Finally, the tiny figure pulled out several small copper chests from the pile of jewels. Arbor didn't know why, but a strange feeling slid through her heart. She felt that there were a dozen or so small copper boxes buried below, and she also felt that she should open these small boxes to take a look when she was feeling doubtful. Thus, when she opened the box, it was full of books and letters. The books were stacked up. There were a lot of books. Arbor's divine sense moved slightly and took out 3 of the small boxes. She then chased her divine sense clone back to Paradise Planet to continue training her divine sense. Were these books? Arbor flipped through the books and saw many books that she found familiar. She casually picked up a book and flipped through it. Seeing the small handwriting left behind when she was studying, she inexplicably felt that it was somewhat familiar. He took a pen and paper and wrote something down. Then he put down the pen. He looked at his own handwriting and then at the book. Well, although they were a little different, it was certain that both handwriting were hers. In the past, her handwriting was a little immature, but now her handwriting was even more vigorous, and her strokes were both good in form and spirit. Heaving a sigh of relief, Arbor picked up a letter and flipped it open. His eyes couldn't help but redden. It really was her master's handwritten letter. On the bottom left corner of the first page, there were the words Dark Phoenix. He flipped through a few handwritten books. One of them was about how to train people, and the other was about how to quickly become a shop owner. From the buying and selling of the store, to the location of the store, to the interior decoration style, everything was done in great detail. The strangest thing was that one of the handwritten books recorded the method of running a restaurant. It was written on how to set up chairs outside the store, how to get the staff to dress uniformly, how to improve the menu, and so on. Many of the methods seemed to coincide with Madame Mu's methods. Arbor's eyebrows moved slightly. Chapter 2709. There were many names of dishes that she had never heard of before in this book. At the bottom, there were small annotations, names of dishes, and cooking methods. Most of them indicated which shop's signature dish on the mainland and what's special about it. Arbor was a little dumbfounded. She flipped through another handbook. There were many drawings of jewelry and other kinds of flowers. There were also many cute little animals that were made into dolls. All kinds of novel gadgets were clearly recorded in these handbooks. Arbor casually flipped through and saw several new necklaces. They were actually similar to the jewelry in the precious painting workshop. What was going on? He vaguely saw a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old sitting in front of a table covered with snow-white rice paper. She raised her head and asked softly, "Master, master, do I have to memorize all of this and all of this?" "Little treasure, You just have to memorize the medical and poison books. As for the rest, you can keep them. If you need them one day, you could just flip through them. Master, master, how can these animals be drawn so cute? What are these? Do you like them? Ask your martial uncle to make you a little yellow duck doll someday. Master, master, but I like this pig. Ah, why do you like mini pigs? This little yellow duck looks much better than pigs. I like this little pig. All right, ask your martial uncle to make one for you someday. Master, why don't you make one for little treasure? Could Xian Huang say that she was handicapped? Obviously not. Yes, her handicap was not as good as her junior martial sister. There was still her junior martial sister to enslave. Io, my little treasure, have you finished the lollipop that Master prepared for you last time? Children shouldn't eat too much candy. You'll have tooth decay. A voice floated over. Arbor knew that it was the voice of her martial uncle. Bah, don't mind your martial uncle. We didn't eat too much, right? Xian Huang, don't lead the child astray. Call me senior martial sister. Impudent fellow. Thump. The carriage stopped for a moment. Arbor's thoughts flashed. When he came back to his senses, he found that the carriage had stopped. She hurriedly put away these letters that she treasured so much and put them back into the box and into her inner world. Her vision was a little misty. Crown Princess, we have arrived at Precious Painting Workshop. Kai Xiao reminded her and reached out to open the curtain for the Crown Princess. At a glance, he saw the little girl kneeling on the soft cushion of the carriage. Her eyes were red as she looked over. Her eyes were obviously tainted with a wisp of mist. She looked like a pitiful little animal. Saishio immediately became nervous. She looked back and forth inside the carriage and hurriedly asked, Crown Prince Consort, what happened? The little Crown Princess, pitiful and aggrieved, look really made one's heart ache. It's nothing. The little Crown Princess adjusted her mood. She sniffed her little nose, held Kai Xiao's hand, and got off the carriage. I just thought of some past events. I miss them and feel a little upset. Kai Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. Crown Princess, we have just recovered so many properties. Your friends have also successfully advanced. There are more happy things than sad things, right? Kai Chi also chattered and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Crown Princess, you can't be depressed. We still have to continue fighting today. Chapter 2710. The little Crown Princess glanced at them and couldn't help but want to laugh. After hearing what the two girls said, her heart did seem to relax a lot. She nodded and said, What you said makes sense. Kai Chi covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Then let's go in. The little Crown Princess nodded and lifted her spirits. She led the two of them into the Precious Painting Workshop. Eunuch Chun, who was accompanying them, followed closely behind them. Once they walked in, they realized that the atmosphere was a little strange. It should be said that the shop was so bleak that it was a little strange. The shopkeeper of the Precious Painting Workshop heard that the Crown Princess was here and hurriedly came out to welcome her. Once he saw the little Crown Princess, he bowed with shame. This old servant is not doing a good job. The business of the Precious Painting Workshop is very bleak today. It's almost noon, but no one has stepped into the shop. The little Crown Princess waved her hand to get him to stand up and talk. All of this naturally didn't make sense. The Precious Painting Workshop was opened on Changle Street. Its location could be said to be better than the Kai-Dai Pavilion. There was a huge flow of people in front of the shop. Who didn't like jewelry? Even if they didn't buy it, they could still come in to take a look. Today, no one came in at this time. It was obvious that someone was messing with them. The shopkeeper was also an old expert in this field. He had already sent people out to find out the news. Now that the Crown Princess was here, he hurriedly invited her to take a seat and asked someone to serve her tea. Soon, the few workers who were sent out to find out the news returned. They all reported to the old shopkeeper with strange expressions. I found out some clues from fellow villager. That fellow villager is working under the young master of the Gu family. I heard that the young mistress of the Gu family and many other noble ladies have joined forces to boycott the Precious Painting Workshop. They said that, as the worker spoke, he carefully lifted his head and glanced at the little Crown Princess. This glance made him dizzy. The little Crown Princess was exquisite and beautiful like a cold jade doll. He didn't dare to look at her anymore. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Speak. Arbor knew what he was afraid of and said lightly, I'll pardon you. Yes. That waiter only felt his heart sink a little. After thinking about how to phrase it, he hurriedly said, those upper-class matrons all said that Crown Prince Consort. You came from a small mountain village in the Lower Star Domain, so your horizons are very ordinary. If they come to our shop to buy things, then wouldn't they all become village girls? Bullshit. The shopkeeper couldn't help but curse. He shouted angrily, this is outrageous. How dare they talk about their crown princess like that? They must be tired of living. The little crown princess wasn't angry. She said indifferently, write down the names of those noble women and put them on the blacklist. In the future, as long as it's under my name, they won't be welcome. Yes. The shop assistant nodded his head vigorously. He remembered who it was and would write it down for the shopkeeper when he got back. Everyone, don't worry. Even if the shop loses money every day, I can still afford to support you, the little crown princess said calmly. It will get better. Kaishio couldn't help but feel a little heartache. In her opinion, the crown princess never went out to provoke others. Although she treated people coldly, she was still distant and polite. She wouldn't think of ways to humiliate the servants just because of her noble status. She really didn't know why those noble ladies were always thinking about how to deal with the crown princess, even though they had nothing better to do. Chapter 27:11. The shopkeeper hastily said, if the shop continues to be like this, the crown princess can cut this old servant's wages in half. The little crown princess shook her head. No one's wages will be reduced. You just have to do your job properly. As long as you are loyal and devoted without any disloyalty, wages and whatnot are all trivial matters. Yes, crown princess. Everyone was both happy and a little sad. They thought that the little crown princess must be feeling terrible right now. After all, a good shop had turned into this after just one day of business. Unexpectedly, their crown princess didn't care at all. In any case, the house and land were all hers, so she didn't need to spend an expensive rent. She just needed to spend a bit of labor every day, so it wasn't considered a loss. How could they know that in the eyes of nouveau riche like the crown princess, this bit of labor money was really nothing if it was a loss? Then so be it. In any case, she had just received 100 million spirit coins from Mu Jingfeng as a tribute. Who knew how long she could continue to lose? The little crown princess had only drunk half a cup of tea when she heard the sound of horse hooves outside. The carriage slowly stopped in front of her precious painting house. The two slender receptionists guarding the door ran in excitedly, practically shrieking. Crown Prince Consort! Crown Prince Consort! Kong, Kong! Princess Consort Kong has arrived. Princess Consort Kang's low-key and luxurious carriage stopped in front of precious painting house. When the carriage's curtain was lifted, Damling smilingly helped the Princess Consort down from the carriage. The passers-by all stopped to watch. Several noble women who were walking out of the clothing store opposite couldn't help but exclaim, Heavens, is that Princess Consort Kong? Why does she look 10 years younger? Oh, that's right. Princess Consort has changed so much. As those noble women spoke, they hurriedly squeezed forward to greet Princess Consort Kong. Princess Consort Kong cheerfully let them rise and exchanged a few pleasantries. Madame Jiang, Madame Li, are you shopping? That's right, today's weather is good. Princess Consort, it's only been a few short days since we parted at Zhongli Estate, but you've changed so much. Did Princess Consort encounter some opportunity? I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance. A few women surrounded Wang Fei and chattered incessantly. Their eyes were filled with envy, but there was no jealousy. Everyone knew that Prince Kong loved his wife as much as his own life. With Prince Kang's means, naturally, he would search the entire divine continent for Princess Consort to find treasures like elixirs and beautifying medicines to make Princess Consort happy. Princess Consort Kong smiled happily. When she looked up, she happened to see the young crown princess running out of Zhenhua workshop. Jojo. Princess Consort Kong hurried forward. Arbor also came to greet her. Imperial Aunt. Hey, my good child. Lanny, take a look. Why are your eyes red? Did someone bully you? Princess Consort Kang's face immediately darkened. The madams immediately took a few steps back, carefully not daring to speak. "It's nothing. Who can bully me?" Arbor hooked his arm around Princess Consort Kang's arm, a rare happy expression appearing on the little stoic's face. "Why did Annie come? You just taken over this shop, so it's like a newly opened shop. Of course, Annie has to come and take a look. While she's at it, she's also shamelessly asking you for some beautifying cream. Take a look at Annie. How does her complexion look?" "Much better." Arbor's eyes also had a hint of a smile, and he asked with a nod, "Do you still feel cold recently?" "Much better, much better." The Princess Consort beamed with delight. Chapter 27:12. Take the warm jade pill for another month or two. When the old prince has gathered all the herbs on the list, we can perform acupuncture. The Princess Consort nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. The madams that the Princess Consort had addressed as Madame Li and Madame Jiang also involuntarily followed in. They truly felt their hearts itch unbearably when they heard the conversation between the Princess Consort and the Crown Princess. They had all heard the Princess Consort asking the Crown Princess for a beautifying ointment just now. What was this beautifying ointment? Did it have anything to do with Princess Kang's current appearance? Madame Jiang was an impatient person and hastily interjected, "My apologies. Greetings to the Crown Princess." "Princess Consort, why don't you tell us? Are you trying to make us anxious to death?" Princess Kong snapped out of her reverie and finally noticed Madame Jiang and the others who had followed in. She couldn't help but smile as she said, "Madame Jiang is anxious. How can I not be anxious? Princess Consort, you don't know how much you've changed in just a few days? If we hadn't seen the insignia of Prince Kongqing's estate's carriage just now, we wouldn't have dared to come forward to acknowledge you." That's right, that's right. Princess Consort, did something good happen? Tell us about it." "It really is something good," Princess Kong said with a smile. "It was that day at the gathering at Zhongli Estate, when I brought my niece-in-law home. Something good happened. Quickly tell us, quickly tell us." The madams anxiously urged. Princess Kong couldn't help but chuckle softly as she said, "My crown princess gave me a black-grade beautifying pill. After eating it, my entire body felt refreshed. Not only that, the crown princess also gave me a box of beautifying ointment." As Princess Kong spoke, she took out the remaining beautifying ointment in her storage talisman and opened it for them to see. As soon as she opened the lid, a faint fragrance faintly wafted into their breaths. Madame Jiang hastily reached out to take the beautifying ointment from Princess Kang's hand, but Princess Kong hastily took it back and shook her head as she said, "I only have that much left. I can't give it away." "Stingy," Madame Jiang huffed, then said, "It's not like we haven't eaten a black-grade beautifying pill before. Is it really that effective? Just look at me and you'll know." Prince Consort Kong smiled. Madame Jiang and the others instantly believed him by 80 to 90%. They also planned to buy a beautifying pill. Could it be that this little crown princess was really capable? In the past, the beautifying pill sold by Zhen Hua Workshop did not have such a heaven-defying effect. The beautifying pill could only allow people to maintain their original appearance and not continue to age. If you took the beautifying pill when you were 50 or 60 years old, it would be useless. But Princess Consort Kong and the others all knew that in the past, she looked more than 10 years older than she did now. Now, looking at Wang Fei's face, there was not a single wrinkle. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and the area around her eyes did not seem as loose as before. What was even more amazing was that although Princess Consort Kong was not very fat in the past, she was not thin either. Now, her figure had also become much more symmetrical, and she was even more graceful than when she was young. So, was the beautifying pill that Princess Consort Kong took specially made? It could actually make a person look so many years younger? Madame Jiang was the most impatient, and she hastily asked, "Crown Princess, is the beautifying pill that Princess Consort Kong took still available for sale? I also want to buy one and try it." Arbor was slightly taken aback. Only now did he know why Princess Consort Kong wanted to come here today. Chapter 27:13. She was deliberately using herself to prove that the beautifying pills produced by Precious Painting Workshop, which the Crown Princess had taken over, had miraculous effects. Feeling somewhat moved, Arbor supported Princess Consort Kang's hand and nodded at Madame Jiang. 1,000,000 spirit coins for one pill. The madams widened their eyes. Princess Consort Kang's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that this niece-in-law of hers was truly black-hearted, but she quite liked her. Ha ha ha. There are many beautifying pills, so buy them quickly. Little Crown Princess said this again. Her stoic face was deadpan, and there wasn't a hint of smile at all. Master had recorded in his handwritten letter that doing business had to be slow and steady. After all, rare goods were worth hoarding. She couldn't take out all the good stuff at once. Master's words of experience definitely made sense. Princess Consort Kang held back her laughter when she recalled the little fellow taking out a small stew pot from her inner world that day. It was filled to the brim with beautifying pills, so how could there not be many of them? This little trickster's stoic face was filled with seriousness. The more she looked at her, the cuter she was. When the madams heard that the price was so high, they all became somewhat hesitant. Madame Jiang looked at her own plump figure, then glanced at Princess Consort Kang and asked worriedly, "Then can you really slim down after eating it?" Little Crown Princess was expressionless as she nodded very indifferently. This is the most basic beautifying effect. After taking it, you'll discover that your skin will be a little better than yesterday, every day. Under the imperceptible influence, you'll be like a young girl in a few months' time. This effect can be maintained for about 100 years. The effect will be even better if it's taken together with corresponding longevity pills. Little Crown Princess paused with a serious expression, completely devoid of any intention to promote a product. She said this Crown Princess has a pill shop in the southern part of the city called Heavenly Pill Workshop. It will reopen in 3 days. At that time, there will be all kinds of longevity pills with different effects for sale. You can go take a look then. Princess Consort Kang suppressed her laughter and nodded with a serious expression. Madame Jiang, this money was not spent in vain at all. I guarantee that once you take it, you'll see the effects immediately. All right. Madame Jiang was the first to be moved by his words. She gritted her teeth and nodded. I'll buy it. The other madams planned to wait and see, but their hearts would bleed the next day. The little stoic nodded. This is a special discount price today. When the price goes back to normal tomorrow, it won't be this price anymore. Princess Consort Kang's mouth twitched again. When she got home, she was going to tell the old prince not to offend her niece-in-law in the future. Her ruthlessness in swindling others was even greater than her eldest nephew's. The little Crown Princess had just taken over the Precious Painting Workshop, and she had only done one business today. This single transaction alone earned him a net profit of 1,000,000 spirit coins. This was because the herbs needed to concoct the beautifying pill were all grown by Chio in the 100 Herb Garden on Paradise Planet. Everyone in the shop, from the shopkeeper to the workers, was so happy that they were all smiling. They were truly happy for the Crown Princess. Look, the Crown Princess had this kind of ability. Their shop didn't even need to open for business in a year. The moment they opened, they could make up for a year's worth of other shops' profits. Wasn't it already pretty good if a normal shop could make a profit of 100,000 spirit coins a month? They were overjoyed that the little Crown Princess could make 1,000,000 a day with a single transaction. It had to be said that Princess Consort Kang's visit was truly very effective. Chapter 27:14. In the afternoon, Precious Painting Workshop's business slowly returned to normal. If you dare to say that Precious Painting Workshop is opened by a village girl, I'll slap you to death. Even Princess Consort Kang came to support Precious Painting Workshop. Village girl my ass. With Princess Consort Kang taking the lead, all the matrons of the imperial family who wanted to build a good relationship with Princess Consort Kang and the Crown Princess all came to support without prior consultation. At first, they were a little hesitant, but when they saw that the quality of the goods in the shop had not changed, they were very happy. They also wanted to build a good relationship, so they bought many things. As a result, those matrons of the aristocratic families who thought of themselves as virtuous and virtuous were at their wits' end. Precious Painting Workshop did not earn money from these aristocratic families, but they still had the support of the imperial family. As long as the little crown princess did a few palace business, she would not be lacking in income this year. Moreover, she was doing business for fun. Even if she made a loss, the imperial family would not shortchange her. With this thought, some of the matrons of the aristocratic families gave up on the idea of boycotting Precious Painting Workshop. Arbor was too lazy to care about what other people thought. After sending off Imperial Aunt, he brought people to inspect the business as usual. The business was bleak, but so what? The little crown princess did not lack the money to make a loss. When she arrived at Kaidai Pavilion, she called shopkeeper Hu over and took out 10 caddies of holy rice and 10 caddies of vegetables for him. She said, "Add a new item on the menu. It's a special item. I'll provide some for free today. Anyone who comes to our Kaidai Pavilion today can try a small bowl of holy rice and a plate of spirit dishes. In the future, as long as it's the vegetables, rice, and grains that I provide, it will be calculated at a special price. There will be a limited supply every day. Let's temporarily set it at 30,000 spirit coins for a small bowl of rice. A plate of spirit dishes will be 50,000 spirit coins." The little crown princess thought of what was written in the handbook, and her eyes turned again. If the supply does not meet the demand in the future, we'll sell it at the auction price. The highest bidder wins. She had good goods in her hands, so how could she not have enough people to buy? Was her holy rice ordinary rice? The warehouse of the vegetables and fruits that she had planted on Paradise Planet was almost full. Would she go around telling others about it? When her special products really became famous, there would be plenty of people begging to buy them. She would just let them despise her now. When had she ever not slapped the faces of those who despise her back? Although shopkeeper who did not understand where the young crown prince consort's confidence came from, he still nodded and memorized the crown prince consort's words in his heart. From now on, we'll put up a blacklist in the shop. No one on the blacklist will be allowed to enter the shop. As long as it's my business, it's on the blacklist. It can be used in all shops. The young crown prince consort said solemnly, "Our inn only accepts polite people. Forget about those shrews from the marketplace." The corners of shopkeeper, whose mouth twitched. In his heart, he thought that his little crown princess was really willful. He hurriedly agreed with a smile and let the workers prepare the blacklist. After Arbor gave these instructions, he felt a little proud. Who said she didn't know how to run a business? Even if she didn't know how to do it, she had her omnipotent master. These people wanted to use this little scheme to defeat her. They were simply indulging in fantasy. When she came out of the shop in the southern part of the city, the sky was already close to dusk. At this moment, she saw a fast horse galloping in front of her. Aunt Jing flipped off the horse's back and hurriedly bowed. "Crown Princess, please return to Yulon Court quickly. His Highness the Crown Prince is furious." Chapter 27:15. Fly into a rage? She understood Mo Yin's personality the best. At least on the surface, this crown prince really knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was gentle and refined, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. To be able to make Aunt Jing run over to find her and say that His Highness the Crown Prince would fly into a rage, he probably drew his sword in a murderous rage. "Crown Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince is about to execute all the maids and servants in Yulon Court," Aunt Jing hurriedly said with a look of shock on her face. Killing people in the Crown Princess's maiden home would be a bad reputation no matter what. Aunt Jing had rushed over in a hurry to find the Crown Princess to save the day. She had a feeling that only the Crown Princess could persuade the enraged Crown Prince, and only the Crown Princess could save the day. The young Crown Princess was startled, and she quickly asked, "What's going on?" As she spoke, she had already walked over to the carriage and swiftly leaped onto it. Aunt Jing mounted the horse and followed beside the carriage. When she saw the young Crown Princess lift the carriage curtain, she leaned over and whispered, "The Crown Princess will know when we get back." The young Crown Princess frowned. It seemed that this matter wasn't easy to talk about outside. She nodded and instructed the coachman to speed up the carriage towards the Mu estate. By the time the carriage arrived at the Mu estate, it was already an hour later. Arbor alighted and immediately rushed to Jade Orchid Court with Aunt Jing and the others. At the entrance, they almost bumped into Mu Qingya, Mu Rochuan, and the others, who were rushing over. Mu Qingya nodded at her and bowed in greeting. The crown princess has returned. The young crown princess coldly swept a glance at her before turning to run into Jade Orchid Court. The veins on Mu Rochuan's forehead were throbbing in anger. She pulled her mother and whispered, "Mother, why do you have to make yourself suffer like this?" Mu Qingya frowned and patted the back of her daughter's hand. There's a difference between a ruler and a subject. She married into the imperial family and naturally represents the imperial family's dignity. Some etiquette is also necessary. But you're still her stepmother. How can an elder bow to a junior? Mu Rochuan said angrily. All right, let's go in and see what's going on. Mu Qingya tugged at her daughter. She had just recovered from a serious illness, and her complexion did not look too good. However, when she heard that the crown prince was enraged in Yulon Park, she hurried over. If the crown prince was angered, then it was naturally because she, as the mistress of the household, had not made proper arrangements. No matter what, she could not shirk this responsibility. She had to be there. Mu Rochuan felt stifled as she held her mother's hand and walked into the courtyard. At this time, Arbor was stopped by Zhou Mama and several maidservants with disheveled hair. Nanny Zhou and the others knelt on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed to her, crying and shouting. They kept saying that it was Chrysanthemum and Plum Immortal's fault, that they should not be implicated, and so on. Xiao Mu felt her head swell. She simply did not know what had happened. Amidst the commotion, Prince Mo walked out in a green robe. His long hair was disheveled, and he looked like he had just taken a bath. There were still water droplets on his hair that had not been dried with the fire spirit. His handsome face was full of murderous intent. His phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously as he coldly surveyed his surroundings. When he saw Arbor, he was slightly startled, and the hostility between his brows eased a bit. So the crown prince was so handsome after taking a bath. His features were picturesque, and his person was like jade. So good-looking. Sir Jojo's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran over and threw himself into the crown prince's arms, rubbing his chest. I'm back. Chapter 27:16. Strangely, Aunt Jing, who was standing not far away from the two, could clearly feel that the crown prince's cold and vicious aura, which was as sharp as a blade, had lessened greatly. It was as if he had suddenly gone from the cold winter to the warm spring breeze and flourishing flowers. Aunt Jing let out a small sigh of relief. She felt that her decision to gallop on horseback to find the crown princess to save the situation had been too wise. As expected, only the crown princess could pacify the crown prince, who was burning with rage and had gone berserk down. Prince Mo reached out to hug his little wife. His expression finally showed some joy. Looking at the little fellow who was rubbing against his chest, he couldn't help but rub her head. Little liar. It's already dark, and you lied to me that you'd be back soon. The little fellow looked up at the sky, then buried her little head in his chest and rubbed against him. I bought you something good to eat. As compensation, let's go in and eat. Arbor suddenly paused. His gaze fell on the two people who had been lifted up from the ground and beaten to a pulp. The two women were already so bloody that their original faces couldn't be seen. They couldn't be any more dead, and she could feel that the crown prince despised the two of them to the extreme. Burn them, he said coldly. His subordinates didn't dare to linger for a moment. They hurriedly carried the two women out of the courtyard. The little crown princess blinked and looked up at Prince Mo. The crown prince had always been on the throne. It was impossible to say that he was a kind-hearted person, but she understood him. Deep down, he was actually very indifferent to people and things. He would not easily get angry over such trivial matters. However, once he got angry, there would definitely be bloodshed on the spot. He would not give anyone any chance to breathe. The little fellow was pulled into the room by Prince Mo, and the door was closed with a bang. Her little body was rolled up into a ball and held in his arms. Sir Jojo strangely felt that he wasn't in a good mood. He reached out and patted his back comfortingly. What happened? Jojo, your husband was almost molested by a female hooligan. What? Arbor's hair stood on end. He looked up at him. Who? Are they the two bloody women just now? Yin nodded and angrily recounted what had happened. It turned out that when the crown prince woke up and saw that it was getting late, he planned to take a bath and change his clothes. When Jojo returned, he would bring her to the palace for the banquet. Who would have thought that when the bath was about to end, the two maidservants named Ju Xian and Mei Xian actually sneaked to the door of the inner courtyard side room, intending to climb in through the window and have close contact with the crown prince. In the end, that girl called Ju Xian had just taken a step and climbed up to the window when she was discovered by the hidden guards. The secret guard immediately jumped out from his hiding place, picked up the gauzy girl, and threw her into the courtyard. At the same time, the crown prince hurriedly put on his clothes and got up. He pushed open the door and saw the two reckless people. He was so angry that his hair almost curled. It had been a long time since someone could anger him like this. If those two sluts really barged into his room and spread rumors to his little wife's ears, Yin couldn't help but shudder. With the little fellow's awkward personality, he didn't know if she would dislike him and distance herself from him. He couldn't help but feel sorry for himself when he thought about it. Prince Imo hugged his little wife and hurriedly said, before they could climb in, they were thrown away by the secret guard. Chapter 27:17. The implication was that they hadn't seen anything about her husband and that he was still innocent. Arbor was so angry that he felt dizzy. Today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. How many days had it been since she came back? Why did all the maidservants in her maiden family want to climb onto the crown prince? Who were they trying to disgust? It seemed that her temper was too good. That was why they were all so unafraid of death. The little fellow's face was tense, and Prince Imo felt a little uneasy. She pulled him out of the side room and coldly looked at Nanny Zhou and the others who were kneeling and sobbing in the courtyard. When she saw Mu Qingya's awkward expression, she said coldly, "Guards, prepare the carriage to return to the Eastern Palace." Mu Qingya sighed in relief, but her expression was still a little uneasy. Are the crown princess and His Highness the Crown Prince going back to the palace for the banquet? Arbor ignored her and turned to Saishio and Kai Chi. Pack up everything and leave now. Why should she continue to stay in her maiden home when it was so unbearable? It wasn't like she didn't have a place to stay. What a joke. Those who didn't know better would think that she had no choice but to stay here. His Highness the Crown Prince blinked and looked down at his little wife. Jojo, are we going back? Arbor nodded. Let's go home. Mu Qingya looked a little flustered. She couldn't bear the crime of forcing the crown prince and the crown princess to leave. She hurriedly stepped forward and tried to persuade them. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, I will give you an explanation for this matter. What explanation? Arbor rudely interrupted her and said with a sneer, ever since I stepped into the Mu family, tell me yourself, how many things have happened? I thought that after what happened with Xiao Xing, you would at least be a little more careful. I didn't expect that you would stuff such trash into Yulan court. No, Mu Qingya was in a panic. She hurried forward to explain, but she was in such a hurry that she tripped and almost tripped. Mu Rochuan hurriedly rushed forward to support her. Her eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Arbor. She suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, Crown Princess, can you listen to my mother's explanation? What else is there to explain? Xiao Mu gazed coldly at this pair of mother and daughter. She then turned around to tell Saishio and Saichi, who were carrying things out, hurry up. This crown prince consort doesn't want to stay in this foul place for even a minute longer. In any case, he had already received the compensation that he needed. This place was not worth being nostalgic about. Mu Qingya was so angry that she was somewhat out of her wits. When she turned around and saw Mu Jingfeng and Mu Xingchen walking in, it was as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She hurriedly went forward and apologized. Husband, it's this concubine's incompetence in managing the household that caused the crown princess and His Highness the Crown Prince to leave in anger. Mu Jingfeng already knew about what happened in Yulan court. Now that he saw the little crown princess's angry appearance, he could not help but feel angry. What are you doing now? Making a fuss at home all day long without a moment of peace. Arbor could not be bothered with him. If you want to make a fuss, then let him. In any case, in this man's eyes, she was not a good daughter no matter what. To be able to make someone who had never accepted you like you, that was quite a difficult setting. She had no reason to curry favor with this person and make him like her. After all, she was not a spirit coin, right? Kai Xiao and Kai Chi moved swiftly. As they spoke, they had already packed up the things. Chapter 27:18. The two swiftly packed the crown princess and crown prince's clothes and utensils into the carriage before standing next to Li Yi and coldly watching the flustered and exasperated Mu Jingfeng and his wife. What 1,000-year-old patrician family? The servant girls they raised were all the same kind of trash, wholeheartedly wanting to climb into their master's bed. They were simply rotten to the core. These reckless things must have thought that His Highness the Crown Prince's normally gentle temperament was easy to bully. How could they have expected that this Crown Prince was actually an exceptionally cold and indifferent person? After interacting with the couple for a few days, Cai Xiao and Cai Chi had already grasped their two masters' temperaments. His Highness the Crown Prince looked very good-natured, but he was actually much more hard-hearted than the stoic-faced Crown Prince Consort. Arbor. Mu Jingfeng couldn't help but berate. She didn't even say a word and immediately dragged the crown prince back to the Eastern Palace, never to return home again. If word got out, people would really think that their Mu family had slighted their daughter and son-in-law who had returned home. If the emperor knew, he would think that their Mu family didn't welcome His Highness the Crown Prince's return to the capital. What are you yelling for? Prince Mo coldly glanced at Mu Jingfeng. At this time, Mu Jingfeng's retainer walked over and whispered into his ear. Only then did Mu Jingfeng's cold and hard expression slightly ease up. He patiently cupped his hands towards His Highness the Crown Prince and gently advised, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have already investigated this matter, including Xiao Xing's clash with the Crown Prince last time. It truly has nothing to do with Madam." Mu Xingqian already knew what happened in Yulan Court at this time. He walked up and coldly looked at Zhou Mama's party. "You all truly have big guts. These wicked servants actually dared to covet his brother-in-law and wanted to steal his sister's man. They simply deserve to die." Zhou Mama's entire body trembled. She also felt extremely wronged in this matter. Who would have thought that Chrysanthemum Fairy, the two most intelligent and sensible servants, would do such a foolish thing and even implicate themselves? Xiao Xing had already infuriated the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Now, Chrysanthemum Fairy was even bolder, actually daring to secretly climb through the window, wanting to take advantage of His Highness the Crown Prince's bath to get close to him. He was truly audacious. Eldest young master is wise. This servant is definitely not on the same side as these two wretched girls. Nanny Zhou kowtowed with tears and snot flowing down her face. She hurriedly said, "The two of them were so audacious that they deserve to die. However, we are innocent." Mu Xingqian glanced at them coldly, then looked at Madame Mu with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Madame really doesn't know about this?" Mu Qingya raised her head abruptly and looked at her son in shock. She stared at him blankly as if she didn't recognize him. "Big brother." Mu Roxuan panicked. "How can you treat Mother like this? You actually suspect Mother? Why? Don't you know what kind of person Mother is after all these years? You're pissing me off." "Xian, don't talk to Big Brother like that." Mu Qingya grabbed Mu Roxuan's hand with tears in her eyes. Mu Xingqian also felt that his question was abrupt. Seeing Mu Qingya on the verge of collapse, he couldn't bear it any longer. Thinking of Mu Qingya's meticulous care for him all these years, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "I also hope that I guessed wrongly." However, all the signs indicated that Madame really couldn't escape her involvement in this matter. Chapter 27:19. At the side, Mu Jingfeng was also angered half to death. He coldly looked at his son and said, "You're really becoming more and more outrageous. You don't even call her mother, and learn from some uneducated people to call her madam." Mu Jingfeng angrily said, "Just as your younger sister said, your mother has taken care of you for so many years. Don't tell me that she's nurtured you into an ingrate. Let's go." Arbor could not be bothered to listen to Mu Jingfeng's indirect scolding and directly gave the order to pull His Highness the Crown Prince out of Jade Orchid Court. Stop right there. Mu Jingfeng exasperatedly roared, seeing that Arbor ignored him and pulled the Crown Prince out of Jade Orchid Court. Mu Jingfeng could not help but angrily shout, "This matter has nothing to do with your stepmother. Father has already investigated clearly. These two girls, Zhu Xian and Mei Xian, are concubine-sure subordinates in your Jade Orchid Court." Mu Qingyao was startled and turned to look at Mu Jingfeng. "Husband, this matter has been investigated clearly?" Mu Jingfeng nodded with a heavy expression. "Last time, Shaoxing suddenly went crazy in the woodshed because concubine sure sent Mu he to secretly sneak into the woodshed at night." Mu Rochuan angrily said, "What is concubine sure up to now? I've already sent people to call concubine sure and Mu he over. Can't the crown princess be at ease for a moment? Must she be so obstinate and self-opinionated, not listening to others at all and pouring dirty water on Madam's head? Mu Jingfeng, you'd best pay attention to your words." Prince Amo turned around and coldly looked at Mu Jingfeng before him. Mu Jingfeng hastily cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please allow me to report this. This steward of Jade Orchid Court, as well as the group of servants, did not do their job well and provoked your Highness's anger. I will naturally banish all of them from the Mu family. I hope the two of you will stay for a moment. Concubine sure dared to do such a daring and presumptuous thing, so I will definitely properly punish her." When Nanny Zhou and the rest heard this, they all collapsed to the ground and cried to the heavens and the earth, begging the family head to let them off. However, Mu Jingfeng did not even spare them a glance and directly got people to drag them to kneel outside Yulan Court. Just as Shi Huixin entered Yulan Court with an uneasy heart, she saw Mu Jingfeng rudely kick her in her direction. Shi Huixin immediately knelt on the ground. This heavy kick was avoided by her. Second Miss Mu Ro-yin and Sixth Miss Mu Ro-yun came over together. Seeing this, they hurriedly reached out to help their mother up. Their faces were filled with anger as they turned to look at their father, Mu Jingfeng. "Father, what are you doing? Ask your good concubine what she did." Mu Jingfeng glared at Mu He, who was kneeling at the side. "Stop pretending. I've checked everything out. Today, the two maidservants in Yulan Garden, Shi Huixin, were arranged by you. Also, that last Shaoxing went crazy in the woodshed. You must have asked Mu He to drug her with some kind of medicine. That's why she mutated into a monster. It must be some kind of poisonous powder that causes people to go berserk." Shi Huixin trembled with fear and could not help but cry out for injustice. "Husband, you can't wrong me like this just to protect Madam, right? Madam is the one in charge of the entire household. The manpower in Yulan Court was also allocated by Madam. What does it have to do with this concubine? You still dare to spout nonsense and deny it." Mu Jingfeng angrily said. He directly threw some jewelry he found in the two maidservants' room in front of Shi Huixin. "Did you reward these?" "Ha, it's true that generous rewards will attract brave men." Chapter 2720. Concubine Shi was terrified, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "Not only do you want to make things difficult for the crown princess, but you also want to use this to pull Madam down, right?" Mu Jingfeng pointed at concubine Shi and scolded. "You usually look gentle and kind, but I didn't expect you to be so scheming. This family head was almost kept in the dark by you and wrongly blamed Madam." Shi Huixin turned pale with fright and abruptly turned to look at Mu Qingya. The venomous glint in her eyes could practically turn into a substantial arrow and shoot out. She already knew that Zhu Xian and Mei Xian were people she arranged to be in Yulan Court. This woman, had long been watching all of this coldly from the sidelines. Shi Huixin originally thought that she was a hunter and could laugh as she watched the dog-eat-dog scene in Yulan Court. How could man not have an affair? Even if the crown princess was a fairy, there would always be a time when men were disgusted. What was wrong with changing their tastes? However, With the crown princess's arrogant personality, if she knew that His Highness the Crown Prince favored two maidservants who knew how she would kick up a fuss, His Highness might tolerate it once or twice. If she caused too much trouble, she would definitely be disliked by His Highness the Crown Prince. She could just sit and watch with a sneer. So she repeatedly warned her two daughters not to make a move, intending to sit and watch the dragons fight. Who would have thought that she would be pecked blind by the wild goose all day long? Not only did His Highness not play by the rules, but even Madame was biting back at her. She had long known that this Madame, who ascended to the position of the family head's wife with a body without any cultivation, must be a very scheming person. However, she did not expect her to be so vicious as to push all of this to her. Most importantly, Mu Jingfeng really believed it. Shi Huixin hurriedly walked a few steps on her knees and cried, "Husband, this concubine has been wronged." How could there be such a coincidence that Mu Liang found a large amount of jewelry in the two maidservants' room as soon as he went to search? Only husband, that brainless person, could be fooled like this. This concubine is merely a small concubine. How can I be the master of Yulan court? Concubine Shi cried. How can this concubine's hands be so long? Even if this concubine harbored some ill intentions, there's no way I could shut up. Mu Jingfeng looked at her coldly and kicked her to the side. Mu Royun and Mu Ruyan became anxious. Father, how can you treat mother like this? Mother, this was the first time Mu Jingfeng heard this word from his two daughters. In a moment of desperation, Mu Royin and Mu Royun also blurted out the way they usually addressed each other in private. When the two of them were outside, they were actually very polite. They never dared to be presumptuous in front of their father, and always called Yin Yang Shi Yang. So this is how you teach your daughter. She's so unruly. Mu Jingfeng said coldly. I thought you were a good person, but it turns out that you've hidden yourself quite well. Shi Huixin's face was deathly pale, unable to defend herself. How did things come to this? Shi Huixin simply couldn't figure it out. She hurriedly crawled a few steps forward and tugged at Mu Jingfeng's trousers as she cried, Husband, husband, this concubine knows her wrongs. Husband, please forgive this concubine this once. Shi Huixin was not foolish. Since husband had already said this, it meant that he had already decided that she had to take the blame today. Regardless of whether Madame was the one who did this, husband wanted to absolve Madame. Thus, she had to admit it no matter what. Even if she did not admit it, she had to swallow her pride and admit it. Chapter 27-21. Moreover, even if they took 10,000 steps back, there were both witnesses and evidence. She really couldn't be unrelated to the matter of Zhu Xian and Mei Xian climbing through the window. Concubine Shi was able to secure a position in this family and even gave birth to two daughters, so she naturally won Mu Jingfeng's heart. Arbor couldn't be bothered to watch Concubine Shi cry and beg for Mu Jingfeng's forgiveness. He pulled the crown prince and walked straight to the carriage parked at the entrance of Yulan court. Before boarding the carriage, she coldly said, It's not too much to beat such a wicked woman to death. If family head Mu's heart aches and you can't do it, this crown princess can send someone to do it for you. Mu Jingfeng and Shi Huixin both stiffened. Let alone Shi Huixin. Even Mu Jingfeng didn't expect this at all. This little crown princess was actually so ruthless. It was just a small matter, yet she wanted to beat Shi Huixin to death. Mu Jingfeng's expression darkened. Concubine Shi is in the wrong, but her crime doesn't warrant death. What's more, the two main culprits' maidservants have already been Huifeng, crown princess. Drag concubine Shi out and flog her 200 times. To a delicate and frail concubine, 200 floggings was a death sentence. Although concubine Shi had a bit of cultivation to protect herself, the ones flogging her were all great spiritual masters above level 11 in the Hidden Night Pavilion. Let alone 200 floggings. She didn't even know if she could endure 100 floggings. What are you doing? You can't do this. Concubine Shi shrieked in fright and cast her gaze to Mu Jingfeng. Husband, husband, save me, husband. Concubine, concubine. Mu Royin and Mu Royun were very anxious. and they hastily came up to drag their mother away. Huifeng rudely blocked them with his sword and coldly said, "Unrelated people should all stay away. Don't obstruct official business." When the carriage moved, Concubine Shure's wretched wails had already spread. Arbor coldly lowered the carriage's curtains, not the least bit moved by her words. "Jojo." Prince Mo reached out and pulled the little fellow into his arms, shaking her little body. "Don't be angry, okay?" Arbor was a little angry with herself. These 2 days, she should have left after receiving the compensation, but she still insisted on staying in the Mu family that didn't like her, causing the crown prince to suffer for no reason. It was bad enough that she had to suffer, but now this little concubine mother dared to bully her man. She was simply acting recklessly. "I'm sorry for making you suffer." Arbor nestled in his arms obediently, feeling a little down. Crown Prince Mo was taken aback, and the messy thoughts in his mind instantly vanished without a trace. Jojo was not angry with him. Jojo was worried about him. The Crown Prince was so happy that he wanted to fly. He hugged the little fellow and said softly, "It's good that you're not angry with me." "Why would I be angry at you?" Jojo thought about it and rolled his eyes at him. "I'm not a fool. If I don't believe you, I'll believe those gossipy girls." What was there to believe in those people? They were just a bunch of passers-by, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Prince Mo's eyes curved into a smile. "Jojo, Your Highness, His Excellency the State Preceptor's carriage is coming." The coachman subconsciously slowed down. Prince Mo, who was interrupted, frowned slightly and said in displeasure, "You even have to ask this? Go over." The 2 carriages, one on the left and one on the right, entered the palace road leading to Lushing Gate at the same time. However, the State Preceptor's carriage was carried by 16 people, so it moved rather slowly. When it made a big turn, it encountered the Crown Prince's carriage and had to stop. Chapter 27-22. State Preceptor. It's His Highness the Crown Prince's carriage. A servant in green followed the carriage. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince, who had caused an uproar with the Crown Princess not long after entering the capital, actually didn't care about the State Preceptor at all. He directly let the carriage pass without stopping for a moment, let alone greet the State Preceptor. Even the great emperor was not so rude in front of the State Preceptor. The servant was angry. The Crown Prince and the State Preceptor entered the palace through Lushing Gate without any hindrance. Naturally, no one dared to stop them. Prince Mo and Jojo planned to go back to the East Palace first. The little Crown Princess was travel-worn all day. She still needed to wash up and change her clothes to not lose her dignity. The State Preceptor went directly to the banquet venue, the Hall of Wuda. It was almost 5 o'clock in the evening. The Hall of Wuda was already brightly lit. The officials who arrived first had already exchanged greetings and now sat down in front of several tables. Several officials stood in the middle of the hall with their families and chatted with others. The women were also familiar with each other. Today's banquet in the Hall of Wuda was actually a late welcome banquet for the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Those who could be present were generally officials of the 3rd rank and above and their families. Of course, martial arts were popular in the Divine Land. People from the 6 aristocratic families and several major sects were also invited. These clans were naturally great aristocratic families that could hold their own in the outside world. His Majesty has arrived. Everyone stood up and bowed in the direction of the door, saluting in unison. Your Majesty, rise. The great emperor was in a good mood today. He just received news that the little brat and his wife had a quarrel with the Mu family and returned to the palace. State Preceptor is here. Before everyone could sit down, they hurriedly faced the door and bowed again. State Preceptor. A man slowly walked in through the door. His face was very handsome, and there was a hint of a smile between his eyebrows. He looked like a flowing wind and a swimming dragon. His entire person was like a venerable bathed in holy light. He looked to be in his early 20s, but everyone knew that the State Preceptor looked like this decades ago. No one knew how old the State Preceptor was. However, his transcendent deity realm cultivation was still very admirable and feared. No need to be so courteous. The state preceptor spoke gently with a smile on his face. "Sit down." The great emperor's mood was really good. There was even a smile on his face. The officials couldn't help but be shocked. Thinking about it, nothing good happened today to make the great emperor so happy. Family head moo. Just as everyone's buttocks touched the stool, they heard the great emperor laugh and make things difficult for them. "I heard you chased my son back." Mu Jingfeng's lips twitched as he hurriedly stood up. This Mu is terrified. The great emperor's handsome face stiffened. Could it be that because of the ownership of the crown princess's mother's dowry, you have a grudge against the crown prince and the crown princess? The family head of the medical family, the Dou family, who had always been at odds with the Mu family, couldn't help but laugh unkindly. "Family head Mu, you're too petty. It's natural for the crown princess to be ordered to collect debts. You actually chased the young couple back to the palace? That's too much." Everyone's eyebrows twitched silently. "Family head Dou, can you be more shameless?" Mu Jingfeng's face darkened. Just as he was about to refute, he heard a voice outside the door. "Crown Prince, the Crown Princess has arrived." Chapter 27-23. Everyone looked up at the same time. Both of them were dressed in black formal attire, with a circle of golden silk and red thread around the sleeves and corners of their robes. The Crown Prince's posture was tall and straight. The Crown Princess's icy appearance was elegant and natural. The moment these two entered the main hall, they immediately stole everyone's attention. Even the sound of everyone's breathing subconsciously became softer as they stared unblinkingly at the two of them. Sitting on his throne, the emperor inexplicably felt a little stifled as he watched the scene before him. Because, regardless of whether he admitted it or not, these two little brats actually looked so compatible. It was as if time had returned to the past. He actually seemed to see his flawlessness behind them. The emperor's gaze softened slightly. At the same time, the gazes of the various aristocratic families' patriarchs, various officials, madams, and noble ladies also landed on the couple in the middle of the hall. There were truly some who were envious, some who were jealous, some who were emotional, and some who were praising them. Amidst these gazes, Arbor only felt a scorching gaze land on her. She reflexively turned her head and met a pair of cold and heavy eyes the moment she looked up. Within those gloomy eyes, a faint green light flashed and disappeared, immediately causing her heart to feel slightly cold. More than that, a sliver of fear coiled around her heart like a venomous snake. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Arbor looked up and saw Prince Imo looking down and smiling at her. Only then did the uneasiness in her heart subside a little. But heaven knew that in that instant, she was shrieking and cursing in her heart. Not dead? Not dead, not dead. That guy Omega Kitoku really didn't die. The body she shot to death on Seacone Planet was nothing more than an unremarkable clone of that man. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't disappointed. The second young master naturally also saw the shock and disgust hidden in the little fellow's eyes, and a faint anger involuntarily surfaced in his heart. What was going on? It shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't be disgusted with him. The second young master didn't know why, but a voice kept echoing in his heart like a curse. She should be his. She was his. How could she look at him with such a hateful gaze? How could that be? Arbor's cold eyes were almost spewing out flames of anger. This Omega Kitoku, the way he looked at her now, was the same as in her previous life, filled with a strong, perverted possessiveness. It wasn't her imagination. This was true. Could it be that this pervert wanted to find a cage and lock her up again? At the thought of this, Jojo could not help but feel as if the blood in his body had frozen. His entire body was slightly stiff. She wanted to gouge his eyes out. She wouldn't allow this man to look at her like that again. Not allowed. The little fellow clenched his fists fiercely, looking like he was about to go berserk. Imo Yin immediately felt that there was something wrong with the little fellow's mood. She immediately reached out to hold the little thing's little hand and squeezed her palm to comfort her. Jojo, Arbor's nearly uncontrollable violent aura paused slightly, and he raised his head to glance at the crown prince with his large, watery eyes. His aura calmed down inch by inch, but his eyes looked as if they were about to be quenched with poison as he stared coldly at the young master Omega Kato. The eldest young master beside him saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly raised his hand to tug at his second brother. He coughed lightly and said, "Second brother, Jojo doesn't like you very much." Chapter 27-24. A middle-aged man with a heavy aura sitting next to the two looked up, and an intimidating aura abruptly burst forth from his body. That aura rushed straight for the crown princess, but before it could reach her, it was brushed away by a force emitted from the emperor's hand. Family head Qin, why are you suddenly making things difficult for the crown princess? The emperor's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Qin Hong laughed heartily, which clearly didn't match the gloomy expression he was looking at the crown princess with. This old man made a slip of the hand. "Please forgive me, your majesty." Made a slip of the hand? Who are you trying to fool? Just now, that powerful force was clearly aimed at the crown prince consort. If the emperor hadn't intercepted it, the crown princess might have already collapsed to the ground. Seekong's Star Battle Squad has arrived. The eunuch's abrupt voice broke this slightly awkward atmosphere. Everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch, and they asked each other with their gazes, "Who is this Seekong Star Battle Squad? Why haven't we heard of them before?" They felt that it wasn't too likely that nameless mercenary teams would be invited to such a formal palace banquet, right? Little Fatty led his team members in valiantly and spiritedly. He looked straight ahead at the emperor on the throne and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, your majesty." The emperor naturally knew that the crown prince had invited several friends to attend the banquet. When he saw this, he also nodded amiably at them and pointed to the seats on the side, indicating for them to take their seats. Being led by Crown Prince Mo, the young crown prince consort was currently heading to the first seat below the emperor's. She suddenly paused and turned to look at family head Mu, whose face had darkened. The young crown princess seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around and called out to the air, "Huifeng." Huifeng's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of her like a ghost. He said with a grin, "What orders does the crown princess have? Has concubine sure been beaten to death?" Everyone naturally heard the young crown prince consort's words clearly, and their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Huifeng hastily replied, "This concubine sure has a life-saving pill. I swallowed it before I was beaten." His legs were crippled, but his life was saved. "Not dead?" Arbor asked in surprise. "No." Huifeng lowered his head. "Oh." The little crown princess didn't say anything else. She pulled the crown prince to her seat. Huifeng silently regretted his incompetence. He wondered if the deranged crown prince would throw him into intensive training for a month. Because of this matter, when he passed by family head Mu and Madame Mu, Arbor glanced at them coldly from the corner of his eyes. He didn't say a word to them and directly walked over with the crown prince. Everyone present, therefore, very intuitively felt that the crown princess and the Mu family's father and daughter were like enemies. Mu Jingfeng was so livid that his face turned green. He felt that he had completely lost face because of this Jinx's daughter. Qi Xianxian sat in front of the table, her eyes darting around as she curiously sized up family head Mu. She had heard a lot of gossip in the past few hours, and she felt that each and every one of them was incomparably explosive. She didn't expect that she would miss out on so many exciting things after being in closed-door cultivation for so many days. It simply made her wring her hands. Qi Xianxian secretly clenched her fists and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Many things happened to Jojo, but she wasn't able to participate in them in time. Now that she thought about it, it was truly a huge pity. Chapter 27-25. After the two of them sat down, their gazes naturally met with the esteemed state preceptor sitting across from them. This esteemed state preceptor, whose entire body seemed to be bathed in holy light, smiled and nodded at the two of them, appearing to be an extremely gentle person. The young couple looked at each other, and both of them bowed to the imperial preceptor who enjoyed quite a high reputation. Arbor sank into contemplation and felt family head Qin's icy gaze land on her from time to time. She didn't remember offending this family head Qin before. If there was any enmity, It was probably the grudge of her killing his son once. Arbor recalled that day when she condensed water into ice and formed an ice arrow that pierced through Omega Kitoka's chest all of a sudden. It was as if his soul had been shattered, and he turned into a fragmented shadow. This shouldn't be his original body. Arbor took a deep breath and suppressed the raging fury in her heart. This person's gaze just now made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Madame Goen has arrived. Arbor felt a slight warmth in her palm, and she looked up at the Crown Prince's inquiring gaze. She shook her head slightly at him to indicate that she was fine. She turned around and looked at the group that entered through the door. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a crisp red brocade, and her makeup was very exquisite. She heard that this Madame Goen was in her early 50s, but her dressing was still as beautiful as a young girl's. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Madame Goen's voice could practically seep into one's bones when she spoke. The Emperor nodded at her with an indifferent expression, indicating for her to take a seat. Madame Goen pursed her lips in a smile and slowly walked towards Arbor and her husband. When she passed by the Qin estate's table, which was the head of the 6 great patrician families, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced behind and landed on the livid 5th young Master Qin, throwing him a coquettish glance. 5th young Master Qin nearly vomited, looking as if he had eaten a fly and feeling extremely disgusted. "Crown Prince, Crown Princess." Madame Goen stopped in front of the young couple's table. The Crown Prince cast her an indifferent glance and nodded slightly. "Madame Goen, Crown Prince calls our countries Madame, and isn't it too much an outsider?" Madame said with a smile, as if there was no enmity between the two people. "I'm your mother's older sister. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess can just call me Aunt. I'm not familiar with you." The little Crown Princess replied coldly. She was currently in a bad mood, so how could she be willing to waste her breath on this woman? Madame Gua's face stiffened. She couldn't believe that the little Crown Princess in front of her wouldn't give her any face. This was in front of everyone, right under the eyes of the great Emperor, yet he dared to be so disrespectful to her aunt. Wasn't he too arrogant? Goen was face darkened. He looked coldly at the little Crown Princess and thought, "You refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. I didn't want to make things difficult for you at this time. But now, if you don't know how to appreciate favors, then you'll be unlucky to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone." When Madame Goen thought of this, the smile on her face deepened. She stared at the young Crown Prince Consort with a smile and said in a soft voice, "Crown Prince Consort, I heard that you have a 3-trial agreement with the Emperor. You haven't passed the 3rd trial yet, right?" The little Crown Princess glanced at her coldly. "Can you not pinch your throat when you speak? It's as unpleasant as a rooster's crow. This Crown Princess isn't a man and doesn't need you to be so pretentious." Chapter 27-26. One of the officials spat out a mouthful of wine, and a few more people in the hall pretended to cough to cover up their laughter. "You!" Madame Goen's face turned green with anger. This Crown Princess was too straightforward. It was infuriating. She had interacted with all kinds of people in the past 50 years, but she had never seen such an infuriating young lady. Good. I wanted to give you some face, but I didn't want you to lose too badly. Since that's the case, there's no need to give her any face at all." Madame Goen thought to herself with a cold face. "Goen." The Emperor frowned and called out to her unhappily. The 3 questions could have been tested privately. It wasn't appropriate to bring it up in today's setting. If the Crown Princess won, the Emperor would feel like he had been slapped in the face in public. If the Crown Princess lost, his son would definitely not give him face. In any case, the Emperor felt that it was inappropriate no matter what. Madame Goen brought up the test regardless of the timing, and the Emperor was somewhat dissatisfied with her. However, Madame Goen was already in a difficult position. She had already mentioned the 3 questions. Could it be that she could scram back to her seat now and ignore what she said earlier? Obviously not. She could only ignore the Emperor's oppressive gaze and brace herself to continue. "Crown Prince Consort, do you dare to accept the 3rd question in front of everyone?" With a cold expression, the young Crown Prince Consort sized her up and said bluntly, "How big of a face do you think you have? You dare to make me accept your test? Who do you think you are?" Everyone, The imperial censors chuckled in their hearts. Thinking back to that time in the imperial study, the young crown princess even dared to rebuke the emperor, let alone a mere Madame Goen. She really didn't know what was good for her. Goen, back down. The emperor couldn't help but say. He really couldn't bear to see Goen continue to be stupid. Madame Goen turned and looked at the emperor with grievance. She bowed and said, Your Majesty, Goen heard that Your Majesty still can't make up your mind about the third question. Goen is just being kind and wants to share Your Majesty's burden. The emperor wanted to slap this woman to death. Share your worries, my ass. We didn't say that we were going to test the crown princess now. Today's banquet was to welcome the crown prince and the crown princess, as well as to introduce them to the ministers and aristocratic families. There was no need to test the crown princess on such an occasion. But now that the National Security Bureau had brought it up in public, it was really difficult to back down. I still need to think about the questions. The great emperor braced himself and tried to shirk the responsibility. Unexpectedly, Madam of the National Security Agency, who usually knew how to read people's expressions and was sophisticated and tactful, had to compete with the crown princess today. As if she didn't understand the emperor at all, Madame Goen nodded and said, Goen has a good idea here. As everyone knows, the National Security Agency is an expert in perfumery. If the crown princess can crack the fragrance created by the National Security Agency within 2 hours, then it will be considered that the crown princess has passed this test. What do you think, Your Majesty? Madame Goen suggested with a smile, as if she really wanted to help the great emperor solve his problems. Her face showed some sincerity. We don't think so. Although he secretly wanted the young crown prince consort to lose a match, that was only in private. How could he want his own son to lose face in public because the crown princess lost the competition? The emperor's warning gaze landed on Madame Goen's face. Chapter 27:27. The faint pressure in those eyes made Madame Goen slightly apprehensive. She secretly cursed. She wanted to slap the young couple's faces so much that she completely forgot about the emperor. But now, the words had already been spoken, and it was hard to take them back. She couldn't admit defeat, or else it would be slapping her own face. She could only brace herself and say, Does the crown princess dare to challenge me? The fragrance made by Goen might cause hallucinations, but it might also make one's body feel comfortable or uncomfortable. If the little crown princess couldn't dispel this fragrance, it was very likely that she would make a fool of herself in public. Madame Goen couldn't help but feel smug. After saying that, she smiled and looked at the little crown princess, waiting for her to fall into her trap with certainty. Young people, after all, were full of youthful vigor that definitely wouldn't be able to withstand her provocation. Unexpectedly, the little crown princess only glanced at her indifferently. You want me to smell the fragrance and dispel it? Must I do as you say? On what basis? You're quite shameless, daring to chirp in front of me. Scram. Everyone was instantly speechless. These words were really straightforward. Just by looking at Madame Goen's expression, one could tell that she was about to explode from anger. On the side, Family Head Do swept a glance at the juniors sitting behind him, and his gaze landed on two outstanding youths. He suddenly thought of something and asked in a low voice, Fengmian, Fenghua, you two are also from Seacombe Planet. Did you know the Crown Princess in the past? Family Head Do felt that he had truly discovered the truth. Looking at the two children from the Branch family who looked like they had eaten dirt, they must have suffered a lot in the hands of the little Crown Princess in the past. Do Fengmian couldn't help but nod weakly, thinking, luckily, Feng Qi and Feng Yao are in closed-door cultivation and didn't come over. Otherwise, if they saw the little Crown Princess, they might start cursing again. Family Head Do looked doubtfully at Do Fengmian and her brother and asked a bit nosily, You know that Seacombe Planet Battle Team too? We don't. Do Fenghua said indifferently. Then, she didn't even need to guess and said, the Crown Princess was probably too lazy to think about the name of this team and casually came up with it. Family Head Do. In that case, the little Crown Princess was indeed a carefree person. Cough. Family Head Do still wanted to talk to the two Branch family children, but seeing that they didn't look happy, He couldn't help but shut his mouth. She wasn't even in the mood to chat. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't at this moment. The Doe brothers were silently cursing in their hearts. Who the hell wants to chat with you? Of all things to chat about, the little crown princess, there's no point in chatting. Whoever wanted to mess with the crown princess could do so. It had nothing to do with the brothers anyway. Goen, the great emperor said impatiently. Sit down. Madame Goen clenched her fists tightly. Just as she was feeling tired of fighting alone, a bright female voice came from behind her. The crown princess doesn't dare to accept Madame Goen's generous offer? What does this mean? Zhongli Jiwei said with a smile. Is the crown princess afraid to fight? The young crown princess's gaze swept over Zhongli Jiwei's face, then turned back to silently look at the crown prince. Prince Emo. He instantly understood the young crown princess's meaning. It's your fault. The Zhongli family's girl made things difficult for Jojo because of you. This person was like a dead dog, always biting onto her and not letting go. Annoying. Qiao Qiao thought about it for a moment and decided to kill the annoying fly. Chapter 27-28. You want to set the exam questions on behalf of His Majesty. Arbor coldly looks at Zhongli Jiwei. Or you? She looks at Madame Goen. Both of them don't dare to answer casually. What do you mean by setting the exam questions on behalf of His Majesty? How can they have such great ability to do something on behalf of His Majesty? Xiao Mu stood up. For a moment, all the sounds in the main hall inexplicably disappeared. The great emperor sits upright on the throne. When he sees the little crown princess stand up and walk to the center of the hall, the corners of his eyes can't help but twitch. Very strangely, he actually feels that something very tragic is about to happen. Royal Father. The young crown prince consort's shout caused everyone to silently lower their heads and inwardly convulse with laughter. Cough, you say it. The great emperor feels that he still needs to explain, so he says, the matter of the exam questions was not leaked by us. It must be the people below who didn't keep their mouths shut and spread this news to the Goen. However, there are many people in the palace, so it's understandable. Prince Kong chokes. He pretends to pick up the teacup and takes a sip, suppressing the trace of laughter in his eyes. His Majesty is actually a bit timid in front of the little crown princess. It's said that His Majesty summoned the little crown princess before and originally wanted to give her 3 exam questions to make things difficult for her. In the end, he was slapped in the face by the little crown princess. She solved the 2 questions with unusual ease, so the great emperor left the 3rd exam question. The great emperor probably still doesn't know the little crown princess's identity as a talisman master and alchemist. She doesn't need to rely on her family. She can defeat all the noble ladies of the imperial capital's aristocratic families with her own strength. Prince Kong decides to sit and watch the situation unfold. Arbor looks up at the great emperor. Since Madame Goen wants to overstep her authority and test me on behalf of Imperial Father, she should pay the corresponding price, right? The great emperor subconsciously blinks, trying hard to understand the little crown princess's meaning. She tested me to smell the fragrance, so I have to test her and let her smell my fragrance. The little crown princess says with a serious face, this is called politeness demands reciprocity. Was this the meaning of reciprocity? Everyone thought, with a confused expression. You know how to make incense, too? The little crown princess shook her head solemnly. The great emperor was speechless. Then why did you let them smell the fragrance? It doesn't matter if I know how to make perfume or not. I just want to smell my fragrance. The great emperor coughed lightly and turned to look at Madame Goen. Goen, do you agree to the little crown princess request? Why not? Madame Goen was arrogant on the surface, but she was laughing crazily in her heart. Was this crown princess stupid? She actually wanted to compete with her in perfumery? Ah ha 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 ha. Then, she would let her have a taste of her power as the Madam of the National Security Agency. Goen flipped his hand and took out a small purple gold cauldron from his inner world. Arbor stared at the furnace in her hand and frowned slightly. It turned out that the cauldron used to cure His Majesty's head wind disease was given by this woman. Treating the symptoms, but not the root of the problem, was useless. Wait, Prince Amos suddenly said, This crown prince will bet 50 million spirit coins on my wife winning. Everyone immediately burst out laughing. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're too funny. Where's your aloofness? The funniest thing was that Prince Kong, who usually didn't smile, suddenly slapped the table and stood up, saying, "This prince will bet 30 million on the crown princess winning." The imperial censors didn't want to ridicule him anymore. In the hall, the crown prince took the lead to bet, and Prince Kong immediately followed suit. Prince Giant Pain immediately went up against the crown prince, betting 10 million spirit coins on Madame Goen winning. Chapter 27-29. Dear members of the royal family, can you be any more ridiculous? Can't you all lead a good start? The great emperor waited for everyone to finish placing their bets before he secretly called Eunuch Hu, who was waiting at the side, to secretly take out 30 million spirit coins and bet all of it on his son. Hu Dequan wiped his sweat and put on a hopeless expression. He held the spirit coins and ran to the crown prince's side to place his bets. Everyone placed their bets in full swing. Eunuch Hu led a group of young eunuchs and counted the number of spirit coins placed by both sides with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't know if he didn't count, but after counting, he got a shock. Everyone present was indeed super rich. It was no wonder. If these people weren't the royal relatives, third-rank officials, and above, then they were the heads of various aristocratic families and sections. The young masters and young misses were also all rich goods. Both sides bet as high as 800 million. It was just that the bet on Madame Guo's side was 3 times that of the young crown princess side. By the time the young eunuchs finished counting the bets, an hour had already passed. All the courtiers didn't eat or drink anymore. They all crowded around Eunuch Hu to see the amount they calculated. Prince Kong slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. My bet took up about 15% of the total bets. After winning later, I'll get at least 60 million from the other side. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Just thinking about it made him so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Profit, profit, profit. Everyone's mouth twitched. Prince Giant Pain at the side couldn't help but say in a low, muffled voice, "Big brother, you're saying it as if the crown princess will definitely win." Prince Kong glanced at his youngest brother. "That's right. I'm especially confident in the crown princess. I want to raise the stakes." A resounding voice suddenly drowned out everyone's voices. Everyone turned to look. It was Prince Giant Pain and Mo Cohen. They couldn't help but subconsciously wipe the sweat on their foreheads. Prince Giant Pain took out a spirit coin card and threw it in front of Hu Dequan. "Add 20 million. Prince Giant Pain only felt his eyelids twitch violently. This son of a bitch, he had already bet 5 million just now. Adding 20 million now, wouldn't it be 2,500? This was too exaggerated. He had invested all of his life in this. The more you bet, the more you win. Prince Giant Pain arrogantly raised his chin and snorted. "I bet on the crown princess to win." Everyone was stunned. This crown prince of Giant Pain is really here to be funny. He had placed his bets on both sides. Although he did not seem to be on good terms with the crown princess, deep down, he actually felt that the crown princess would win. Hence, he placed a huge bet on the crown princess. Even Prince Mo couldn't help but secretly twitch his eyebrows and raise his hand to rub his forehead. Eunuch Hu shouted, all right. Princes, clan heads, and lords, please place your bets and leave." "All right, it's over. You can't raise the stakes anymore," Eunuch Hu shouted. The great emperor couldn't help but have a headache. His personal eunuch had fucking become a gambler. On the crown princess side, she had more than 200 million in her capital pool. The crown prince had 5,000, Prince Kong had 3,000, Prince Giant Pain and the Doe family had 2,000 each. Qi Xianxian and the rest had jointly placed 40 million, while the great emperor, the state preceptor, and the Qin estate had placed their bets. Several imperial censors, Prime Minister Gao, and the other lords had placed their bets for fun and only took up a small portion. In total, there were only a few dozen people on the crown princess side who placed their bets. Everyone else had all placed their bets on Madame Goen to win. After all, Madame Goen was really skilled at making incense. No one wanted to lose money. In any case, they were familiar with Madame Goen. As for the crown princess, they didn't know how capable she was. Chapter 2730. Madame Gowan reveals a faint smile, glancing at the Crown Princess and saying, "Crown Princess, I'm sorry, but there are more people buying here. If it were someone else, they would really be embarrassed." Unexpectedly, this little Crown Princess looks at her expressionlessly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The fewer people buying, the more money we get. Everyone can't help but be speechless. Crown Princess, you should be a bit more modest. You speak as if this pool is all your money. Prince Kong laughs loudly. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Madame Gowan, who placed a bet of 90 million, moderately maintains a smile on her face, but in reality, she wants to pinch the little guy in front of her to death. She's not afraid of the wind, spraining her tongue. Then Crown Princess needs to be careful. Madame Gowan sneers, putting the little purple gold cauldron on the table at the side. Madame Gowan fans the little cauldron with a coquettish smile on her face. She takes out a small jade box from her bosom, using her fingernails to pick out a bit of creamy paste and flicking it into the little cauldron. She dips her hands into the basin at the side, then takes out 2 other jade boxes the size of rouge boxes. She takes out some creamy paste from each box and puts it into a clean little bowl. She uses the spring water from the bottle to pour it into the bowl and evenly stirs it with her fingers. As she does these things, Arbor looks at her expressionlessly from the side. Then she says, "Hurry up." The corners of family head Do's eyes twitch, and he almost bursts out laughing. Why does the little Crown Princess look more and more funny the more he looks? Lien is very helpless. She steps forward a few steps and holds the little guy's hand, muttering, "Jojo, this is normal speed. Don't use your abnormal pill refining speed to measure others'." The little guy blinks and silently shuts up. It's just that the more he looks at this person, the more sluggish her movements become. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she's still grinding the creamy paste in the little bowl. He watches her take out a small porcelain jar again and use a small pestle to stir the powder inside. Arbor can't help but roll her eyes. More than an hour later, Arbor was about to doze off in her seat. Finally, she heard Madame Gowan calling her. "Crown Princess, you can come up and smell it." It was really not easy. It had been almost 2 hours, and this madam of the National Security Agency had only finished her perfume. The little fellow couldn't help but feel energized. He blocked the Crown Prince, Qi Xian, and the others behind him and quickly walked up to the madam, who had a slightly strange expression on her face. She looked like she was waiting for a good show, as if she was sure that Jojo would fall for it. Arbor's stoic face darkened. He approached the small purple gold cauldron and sniffed it twice. It was a sickeningly sweet smell. "Your taste is too sweet," the little Crown Princess criticized. "Are you trying to kill me?" Madame Gowan's beautiful face turned sour. She didn't want to talk to this infuriating little guy. Anyway, she was just waiting to see her make a fool of herself. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the little Crown Princess looked at her expressionlessly. You come closer and sniff more." It must be because the fragrance wasn't enough. The little Crown Princess followed her instructions and sniffed a few more times. After a few minutes, there still wasn't any reaction. Madame Gowan became anxious. She held the cauldron and said to the Crown Princess, You sniff more. It's useless even if I drink it. It's useless to me." The little Crown Princess said impatiently, "All right, it's your turn to sniff." She didn't seem to be mixing the perfume, but just lightly flicked her little sleeve. A faint smell, like smoke, entered Madame Gowan's nose. Chapter 2731. Mrs. Gowan was flabbergasted. Her face stiffened as she stood there for a long while. Only then did she carefully size up the young Crown Princess. Her mind was clear, her eyes were bright, and there were no symptoms of the hallucinogenic fragrance. How could this be? That was her newly developed hallucinogenic fragrance with indescribable effects. But, she asked the Crown Princess to come closer to smell it, and the Crown Princess was quite cooperative. After smelling it for a long time, there was really no reaction at all. What was going on? Could it be that she had mixed the fragrance incorrectly? Mrs. Gowan was about to go closer to smell it when she heard the young Crown Princess say impatiently, "Okay, it's your turn to smell it." She didn't seem to have mixed any fragrances, but with a light flick of her sleeve, a very faint fragrance blended into her breath. Mrs. Gowen's expression changed slightly, and she quickly and secretly blocked her five senses. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, the crown princess was young and didn't know how to be flexible. As long as she sealed her five senses, wouldn't she be able to completely block out that fragrance? Strange, her head felt a little dizzy. Mrs. Gowen instantly felt that something was wrong. She heard the young crown princess say coldly, "It's useless even if you seal your five senses. Her poisonous fog, as long as it came into contact with a person's skin, it would be pervasive. Hallucinogenic, huh?" Arbor smiled coldly. This woman who was indulging in the wildest fantasies actually wanted to humiliate her in front of everyone. Where exactly did she get the confidence to think that Lord Xiao Xiao would fall for such a low-level trick like hers? Arbor sneered at Mrs. Gowen, then returned to her seat with a flick of her sleeve. Seeing her return, Prince Imo reached out to hold her little hand and asked curiously, "What's in that smoke?" Because at this moment, Mrs. Gowen's face was already abnormally red. Looking at her dazed expression, it was a little painful to the eyes. "Hallucinatory," Arbor snorted and said with a look of disgust, "Give her a hazy and hallucinatory dream." However, looking at her lecherous smile, he knew what kind of dream this was. Madame Gowen had already started her performance. First, she let out a short whimper, followed by the madam falling to the ground in front of everyone. Her wrist trembled slightly as she unbuttoned her gown, and an indescribable sound came out of her mouth. Everyone looked in shock at the extraordinary performance of the madam of the National Security Agency in the center of the hall. They couldn't believe their eyes. The old censors' faces turned red. They flicked their sleeves and scolded angrily. "What an eyesore! Preposterous! Hurry up and pull her up. Rude, rude." The great emperor sat on his throne. His eyelids had been twitching nonstop since just now. Seeing Madame was current state, he hurriedly ordered Hu Dequan beside him, "Get someone to send her back to her residence." Madame Gowen let out an infatuated chuckle. At this time, she had completely sunk into that hallucinatory dream. Sitting in the Qin family seat, fifth young Master Qin's hair stood on end as he looked at this one woman. He felt a stifling feeling in his chest, and he wanted to find a place to spit it out. "Mommy, what exactly is she dreaming of? Her expression is so disgusting." Qi Xianxian rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and couldn't help but shudder, revealing a disgusted expression. Chapter 2732. It must be a wet dream. Sitting next to her, Mata couldn't help but smile vulgarly. Qi Xianxian turned to glare at him. "Shameless. Hey, how am I the shameless one?" Mata rubbed his chin and muttered, "It's this madam who's shameless." That shameless madam wasn't wearing 2 layers of clothing to begin with. Now that her gown was taken off, half of her fragrant shoulder was revealed. Not only did she mutter, she even started to touch herself. The extent of her actions was simply unbearable to watch. "Young Sir Zither, don't go," Madame Gowen murmured. Everyone could clearly hear the words, "Young Sir Zither," and their expressions instantly changed unpredictably. The faces of the Qin family members present all darkened. Fifth young Sir Zither even glared fiercely in young crown princess's direction. Arbor was expressionless. Sir Jojo only gave her a fantastical dream to let her dream of what she wanted the most. As for what she dreamed of, how she would behave, and how much she would protrude, that wasn't something that Sir Jojo could control. All right? Why was he glaring at her? Prince Imo couldn't help but shudder and lean closer to his wifey. Sensing his aura nearing, the young crown princess subconsciously rubbed the back of his hand and said in all seriousness, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Prince Imo couldn't help but be caught between laughter and tears. Currently, everyone present was actually rather curious about what wet dream Madame Gowen was having. Judging from her licentious appearance, it seemed like she wasn't just messing around with one, young Sir Zither. No wonder the expressions of the young Sir Zithers became increasingly dark. Ha ha ha! Very abruptly, a young Sir's laughter attracted everyone's attention. Prince Mo whispered in his wife's ear, long family member. Arbor looked coldly at that young Sir Zither. This person was the second son of Patriarch Longsho Sheen, Long Chong. That day in Arbor's despondent pavilion, he had actually seen him when he blew up the silk pants shirt Jean Bao and the others into the sky. It was just that when she glanced at people, she would rarely deliberately remember a few cats and dogs. So naturally, she had no impression of Long Chong at this moment. The Crown Prince of Giant Pain, Mo Kuan, looked at Long Chong in astonishment. He thought that after that day, at the frustrated pavilion, these guys would at least have some brains, but it seemed that they didn't. There were so many people present. Which one of them wasn't secretly laughing? Only Long Chong actually laughed out loud. Can't you see that the great emperor's expression is extremely ugly? Sure enough, in the next second, the great emperor's gaze swept coldly towards Long Chong. In any case, this madam of the Ministry of State Security was the empress's elder sister in name. Making a fool of herself in front of the empress was really not a dignified matter. Hurry up and send my wife back to her residence, the great emperor said coldly. Hudaquan broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly ordered 2 palace maids to go forward and pull the woman who was lying on the ground. The woman continuously laughed in a manner that made one's hair stand on end. The 2 palace maids braced themselves and came forward with red faces to pull her. This madam couldn't resist giggling. She grabbed one of the palace maids with one hand and repeatedly rubbed her body against the other, muttering Qin Lang, as she moved to take off that palace maid's clothes. The Qin estate's patriarch, Qin Hong's expression was frighteningly unsightly. Although eldest young Sir Qin and young Sir Omega Katoka's expressions were also unsightly, they weren't like 5th Qin, who seemed to be trembling all over. Chapter 2733. 5th young Master Qin simply wanted to scream out loud. He was too afraid of hearing his name from Madame Goen's mouth. This made him feel like he wouldn't be able to live on any longer. Seeing his younger brother in such a bad state, the eldest young master promptly reached out to grab him. Xiao, do you want to go back first? How could 5th young Master Qin dare to budge? If he walked out now, what if that crazy woman hugged him halfway? His handsome face was as pale as snow, and his hands on his knees involuntarily started trembling slightly. Arbor glanced at that 5th young master and abruptly jumped up, stomping back to Madame Goen's side. That woman was currently crazily tugging at a royal maid's clothes, pushing that trembling royal maid to the ground, and stepping on her. This action was simply unbearable to look at. She was thinking that the royal maid was a certain Zither young master, and pushed her down. Looking at her actions, it seemed like she didn't just push down one Zither young master. Everyone's expressions were somewhat thought-provoking as they circled around the 3 Zither young masters. It couldn't be some kind of activity, right? The old imperial censors were so angry that their faces turned white, and they kept muttering, shameless, deranged, simply lacking in etiquette. At this time, the young crown princess had already run in front of Madame Goen. Just as everyone was condemning her, they saw the little fellow nimbly slash down at Madame Goen's neck with a blade in one hand. Madame Goen's head immediately tilted, and all of her movements came to a screeching halt. She fell on that royal maid, firmly pressing her down. That royal maid cried out involuntarily, her face pale from fright. Her clothes had already been completely disfigured by Madame Goen, and she covered her face in shame as she sobbed. Arbor kicked Madame Goen to the side without any hesitation. She took out an outer robe from her inner world and draped it over that disheveled royal maid, pulling her up. That royal maid cried as she saluted her gratefully. Clutching the outer robe draped over her body, she hastily retreated. Deranged, the young crown princess angrily rebuked. Everyone, the great emperor's lips twitched as he resisted the urge to beat up a child. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched visibly. The little crown princess said expressionlessly, I won. The great emperor couldn't help but raise his hand to support his forehead. He waved his hand weakly and said, Send Madame back to her residence. Send Madame back to her residence. Hu Dequan hurriedly called for a few stronger guards to come in and lift up the national security madam, whose clothes were almost completely stripped, revealing a large part of her snow-white body, and hurriedly left the main hall. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone held their breaths, not even daring to breathe. He felt that His Majesty was probably not in a good mood right now. Hu Dequan quivered and rushed to the front of the little crown princess. He bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, Crown Princess." The great emperor felt his teeth ache. When his personal eunuch saw the little crown princess, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. He was extremely obedient. "Let's split the money we won. If they don't have enough spirit coins, let them sign the debt receipt." "Yes." Hu Dequan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly ran to settle the bet. In this grand gamble, His Highness the Crown Prince had bet 50 million spirit coins, and now he had netted back more than 100 million. Chapter 2734. This is truly insane, everyone thought to themselves. Thus, the lords who had bet on Madame Gua's victory all cried to the heavens and wiped away their tears as they watched the salary that they had scrimped and saved for several years all be squeezed dry by the Crown Princess side. The funniest one was the Duke of Giant Pain. He should have joined in the crying and wiping away tears as well. However, the Duke of Giant Pain's heir added 20 million at the last moment. Not only did the father and son not lose anything, but they also inexplicably earned 20 million after deducting their capital. The Duke of Giant Pain finally found his son much more pleasing to the eye. He rubbed his son's dog head and nodded with rare affection. "You did well." The one who suffered the most was probably the second miss of the Zhongli residence, Zhongli Jiwei. After Madame was 90 million bet, the second miss of the Zhongli family had bet 60 million, but it had all gone down the drain. The Long family members couldn't laugh at this moment either. They had bet quite a bit as well, 30 million spirit coins. They had thought that they would be able to earn some back, but now they had lost all of it. It was simply infuriating. Long Chong frowned and suddenly stood up to call out loudly, "Everyone, is this the end of the competition?" Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. What else could they do other than end it? Madame Gua had already been carried off the stage. What else could they do? Our bet just now was to smell the fragrance and dispel it, right? Was it incensed that the Crown Princess sprayed on Madame Gua? Why does it look like fog when I look at it? It looks like poisonous fog. Long Chong's words woke everyone up from their dreams. Long Shou-Shin, the head of the Long family, quickly jumped up and called out, "That's right, that's right. What the Crown Princess gave Madame Gua wasn't incense at all. Why don't you smell it?" Arbor raised his little hand. The group of Long family members immediately took a step back and stared at her warily. What a joke. Madame Goen was at the 12th level of the spirit realm at the very least. Add to that the fact that she usually smelled and distinguished fragrances. She was very familiar with fragrances. If even she could fall for the young Crown Prince Consort's trick like this, there was no need to mention them. "Crown Princess, please be careful." Patriarch Long's face darkened as he bellowed. Long Chong giggled at the young Crown Prince Consort. "Ha ha, cousin, we're all one family. Why do you have to go so overboard?" When Long Chong said this, everyone remembered. Wasn't she his cousin? The little Crown Princess's mother, Long Chuyun, was also a member of the Long family. Arbor sneered and looked at Long Chong. "Do you know where the fool who called me cousin last time is now?" Her voice was icy cold, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade, stabbing over with a swoosh. Seeing this, Patriarch Long couldn't help but be stunned. He subconsciously reached out to grab his son's wrist and pulled him back. "What are you doing?" Long Shou-Shin angrily rebuked. Boom! Xiao Mu kicked over, directly sending the short table in front of him flying into the air and charging straight for Long Chong's chest. Long Shou-Shin had been on guard against her at the time. Now that he saw that she had indeed acted so mercilessly, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. He hurriedly grabbed his son and dodged. Bam! The overturned short table hit the ground with a dull thud. Patriarch Long was so angry that his face was a bit green. He grabbed his son and said angrily, "Crown Princess, what are you doing? You don't understand?" The The little crown princess summoned the black pharaoh from her inner world with a whoosh. Teaching you a lesson. Chapter 2735. Her eyes were sharp, and her expression was cold. Her gaze toward the Long family did not contain the slightest bit of warmth. It did not seem like she was looking at her cousins at all. It was more like she was looking at her enemies. Mu Jingfeng opened his mouth, but he could not help but shut it. Mu Xingqian hurriedly stood up and walked over. Seeing this, Mu Rochuan hurriedly followed. Her eyes were filled with mockery as she said, "Big brother, did you see that? She's like a lunatic, attacking others just like that." The Long family's Long Chong merely called her cousin. Is there a need for her to flip out like this? Even if she looks down on the Long family, she shouldn't indiscriminately attack others like this. Mu Rochuan sneered. She dares to be so rude in front of His Majesty in the main hall. If this isn't a breach of etiquette, then what is? Don't spout nonsense if you don't know. Mu Xingqian turned around and glared at Mu Rochuan. His Chow wouldn't get angry for no reason. He naturally did not know what these Long family members had done in the past. But now he knew. As members of the Long family, they actually colluded with outsiders to attack their own family for some benefits. Such people with such low morals and improper conduct actually had the face to claim kinship with the crown princess. What was the point of not beating them? Should they be left for the new year? The Long family is extremely shameless, Mu Xingqian said coldly. Beating them up is their honor. Mu Rochuan looked at her elder brother walking in front of her in surprise. She kept thinking in her heart, Big brother has never said such harsh words before. This was all because one was influenced by the company one kept. Being so close to that sarcastic young crown prince consort, her eldest brother had also learned bad things from her. Arbor slammed his ferrule down on Long Chong's head. With his father's help, Long Chong dodged in a sorry state. She frowned and raised her hand to throw out 2 8 trigrams binding talismans. Bind. A circle of light in the shape of the 8 trigrams enveloped Long Chong. Within a few breaths, Long Chong was bound on the spot. The little crown princess expressionlessly released a bow and ordered indifferently, "Break one of his dog legs. Let everyone in the Long family remember not to claim kinship in the future. I'm beautiful and gentle. Shut up and get to work." The little crown princess was speechless as she interrupted the mechanical puppet's long-winded praises. She waved her hand and asked it to quickly drag the eyesore Long Chong out. All right. The Bao raised his head and blocked the Long family members who came forward to stop him with 2 punches. Grabbing the terrified Long Chong, the golem exerted its strength and directly carried Long Chong out of the palace. Everyone was dumbfounded. Long Shoshin was so angry that he extended a finger and pointed at the little crown princess with a trembling finger. Worried about his son's safety, he didn't dare to stay here. He quickly bowed to the great emperor and ran out with the Long family to save Long Chong. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to their seats. The sky outside was already completely dark. This palace banquet had already been held for more than 4 hours. The funny thing was, they didn't even eat much. They were only there to bet and watch the show. The great emperor stared at his son speechlessly. The latter had a baffled expression as he lowered his head to look at himself. He was wearing a black formal suit that was slim-fitting and fitted. There was nothing wrong with it. The great emperor held his breath in his chest. Look at this bandit wife you married. What did she do to a good banquet? His son immediately glared back at him. Chapter 2736. Can you blame my wife for this? Can you blame her? Prince Mo glared at his father. Was she the one who wanted to compete in that competition? Was she the one who humiliated the National Security Agency? Was she the one who instigated those ministers to bet on the National Security Agency's victory? Was she the one who deliberately targeted the Long family? Not at all. It was all these people who came up and asked for it. The emperor was so angry that his eyes hurt. He didn't want to look at his son anymore. This brat only knew how to help his wife. He hadn't even reprimanded him. He only glared at him a few times, and he immediately wanted to protect his wife and glare back. He couldn't bear to look at him. The crown prince held his wife's hand and sat peacefully at the side, revealing an innocent expression that said, "What did we do?" The emperor's anger was stuck in his chest. He couldn't scold or let it go. He couldn't help but secretly grind his teeth. "All right, sir, the dishes." After so long, not all the dishes were served. It was better to let them eat and scram. The ministers had lost a lot of money and were feeling the pinch in their hearts. When they heard the emperor's words, they all swore in their hearts that they would definitely eat it back. But they had lost so much money. Could they eat it back? Left Prime Minister Chen Chaoji was about to cry. He had invested 10 million spirit coins. His family's income for several years was gone, and he had even thrown in his salary for so many years. The tigress beside him secretly pinched his arms, twisting them until they were bruised. This was still at the palace banquet. The tigress couldn't flare up. When they returned home, there would definitely be chaos for a while. There would be no peace at home. If he had known, he would have learned from the calm Gao Baran. Even if he had invested in the little crown princess, he hadn't invested too much money. Regardless of whether they lost or not, they would still be able to live the rest of their lives, right? It was all his fault. No, it was that Madam of the National Security Agency. She said that she was invincible, but in the end, she was useless. In an instant, she was defeated by the crown princess. Chen Chaoji's heart was bleeding. He didn't know how to live the rest of his life. He only felt very lost. Madame Chen, who was beside him, was already pouting. She had been glaring at Chen Chaoji with narrowed eyes. Just now, she had already said not to invest so much, but this man kept comforting her, saying that Mrs. Guo would definitely win. And the result. Madame Chen felt like she was about to go crazy. Her savings for the past few years had all been squandered by this man in one night. Chen Baojiao was naturally in a bad mood. Seeing the little crown princess in the limelight, it would be strange if she felt better. Moreover, her parents were quarreling, so she didn't dare to say anything. She could only sit there gloomily. Like the Chun family, there were many officials who had fooled themselves because of their blind trust in the Madam of the National Security Agency. He really couldn't go on living in the future. The Madam of the National Security Agency had tricked all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Everyone's mood was in turmoil, and they all wanted to cry. On the other hand, Imperial Censor Wang, Imperial Censor Jiang, and the others were beaming with happiness. It was a pity that he had blindly trusted the crown prince. He felt that it was impossible for the black-hearted couple to lose. As expected, the few censors who had made a small profit were very shamelessly happy in their hearts. However, on the surface, they still looked very serious. The emperor coughed and raised his cup first. "My son and daughter-in-law have just returned to the capital. In the future, I will need everyone's support." Chapter 2737. Since the emperor had already said so, the various lords and family heads also hurriedly cried silently, expressing that they would definitely get along well with the black-hearted couple, smiling on the surface but crying on the inside. This was the truest portrayal of the hearts of the various lords and patrician families. "I heard that eldest Miss Mu received an invitation letter from the Imperial Academy." A voice rang out with a laugh. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw that it was Gu family's family head, Gu Daochong, who had always been on good terms with the Mu family. "My son, Gu Yishuan, just happened to receive an invitation letter as well. Why don't he travel together with eldest Miss Mu?" Family head Gu said with a smile. Mu Rochuan clearly felt honored that family head Gu had specifically mentioned the invitation letter, and she smiled faintly at family head Gu. Her gaze then turned to the man behind family head Gu, who had a long face and slightly narrowed eyes. She smiled and said, "Rochuan would be more than happy to travel with Suri Xuan." Ha. Family head Do also laughed. "Our Do family also has 4 juniors who are going to participate in the test. Why don't they all go together? It'll be more lively." Mu Jingfeng's face, which was originally smiling, instantly stiffened. Their Mu family only had 1 Mu Rochuan going to the Imperial Academy, but the Do family actually had 4. He wouldn't know if he didn't compare, but once he did, his heart ached. "Then Yongqian, you can go with them." Family head Sure also chimed in. Sure Yongqian promptly shook her head. "I'll go with Miss Qin." The Qin family had even more people going than the Do family. When the time came, Qinwen would definitely go with Sir Omega Kitoku and the rest. Then, she would naturally be in the same team as Sir Omega Kitoku. Shi Yongqian made a small calculation and looked up at Miss Qin with a fawning smile. Qinwen didn't comment. She didn't care. Who didn't know about Shi Yongqian's little thoughts? The entire capital knew that she wholeheartedly adored her second brother. Everyone cheerfully talked about their juniors going to the Imperial Academy to participate in the test, but they had already forgotten some of the unpleasant matters from before. Suddenly, a discordant voice cut through the joyous laughter of the crowd. It was a bit shrill as it said, "Didn't the Crown Princess also return to the Mu family? Could it be that the Crown Princess did not receive an invitation from the royal school?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhongli Mansion's second miss, Zhongli Jiwei. Was there an end to this? After finally stopping for a few minutes, Miss Zhongli's flames of war were about to burn the Crown Princess again. Everyone felt a headache coming on. From the looks of it, that Crown Princess wasn't someone who was willing to suffer a loss. Why didn't she know her place? Why did she have to poke at others for no reason? The little fatty glanced at Miss Zhongli, put down his chopsticks and snorted. "What's so great about the Royal Academy? Our Jojo doesn't need to go to the academy to study." "That's right. Our Jojo doesn't know anything. Why do you insist on going to school to study?" "What a joke." Qi Xianxian put down her chopsticks and looked at Miss Zhongli impolitely. "Who are you? Are you looking for trouble?" "Cough. This is Great General Zhongli's second miss, Zhongli Jiwei." A madam at the side tried to smooth things over and couldn't help but advise, "Miss Zhongli, she is also a straightforward person. She says whatever she thinks. If she has offended the Crown Princess, please forgive her. Let's just eat. Why are there so many problems?" Chapter 2738. Mata poked at the dishes on her plate and glanced indifferently at Miss Zhongli. "What are you showing off for? Do you want to compete with us?" "Heh, I think it's lively enough today. If Miss Zhongli wants to compete, our Seacone Planet Battle Team will accept the challenge." All the officials instantly acted in unison and hurriedly reached out their chopsticks to pick up a few dishes and put them into their mouths to chew. Some even picked up their favorite dishes, afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat the dishes if the commotion started again. Mo Lian glanced at them and silently twitched her mouth. Thinking about it, these officials were also quite miserable. Not only did they lose several years' worth of salary in the time it took to eat a meal, they might not even be able to eat a few mouthfuls of food now. Zhongli Jiwei looked at Qi Xianxian and the others with a dark expression, unable to restrain the anger in her heart. Those people weren't even born and raised in the Divine Continent, yet they dared to be so impudent in front of her, the miss of General Zhongli's estate. Wasn't it all because the Crown Princess gave them the guts? If it weren't for this Crown Princess obstructing them, with her identity as the second miss of the Zhongli estate, she might have already entered the Crown Prince estate. Why would she still need to endure their attitude here? Thinking of this, Zhongli Jiwei's expression became even more gloomy. "Jiwei, why aren't you apologizing to the Crown Princess yet?" A dignified woman beside Zhongli Jiwei smiled and said, "You're too insensible, child." This woman was General Zhongli's second wife, Zhongli Jiwei's biological mother, Madame Ma. She stood up and bowed in the direction of the young Crown Princess. Smiling, she said, "Jiwei has offended you, and I hope that the Crown Princess will forgive her." As for what she offended, Madame Zhongli didn't say. Anyway, everyone was well aware. Wasn't it because second Miss Zhongli's outstanding talent that she received an invitation from the Royal Academy, while the young Crown Princess, as a daughter of the Mu family, didn't receive an invitation? Madame Zhongli wanted to apologize because she was afraid that the young Crown Princess would fly into a rage out of humiliation and vent her anger on her daughter, Jiwei. Everyone cursed in their hearts and secretly glanced at the little Crown Princess. He couldn't help but be speechless. The Crown Princess's stoic face didn't reveal any emotions. She sat there like a jade carving, watching their performance as if she was watching a clown. That look in her eyes was filled with disdain. It was hard for anyone not to notice it. The great emperor frowned and said coldly, "Enough. Let's not talk about other things. I want to make an announcement." Zhongli Jiwei secretly gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with doubts. Wasn't it said that the emperor hadn't acknowledged the identity of the little crown princess? Why did it feel like the emperor was protecting this damned crown prince consort in every way? This was really strange. The crown prince and the crown princess have always held their wedding ceremonies in the lower star field. The great emperor looked at his subjects expressionlessly and said, "I have decided to hold another wedding for them. Let's set it for today, 3 months from now." Chen Baojia, Zhongli Jiwei, and the other girls felt dizzy and didn't know what was going on. What? The great emperor actually decreed that he would personally hold their wedding ceremony. That means he acknowledged the identity of the crown princess? Chen Baojia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire person was a little dizzy. Even His Majesty acknowledged the identity of the crown princess. Then what about her? Chen Baojia was flustered. She really wanted to ask the Madam of the National Security Agency. Chapter 2739. But when she looked up, Minister of State Security was not there. She thought about it carefully. Wasn't Minister of State Security knocked out by the crown princess and carried away? Chen Baojia was anxious, angry, and uncomfortable. She was on the verge of collapse. She was muddle-headed and very uncomfortable. On the other side, Zhongli Jiwei was not much better than her. If she could, she really wanted to stand up and ask His Majesty why he made such a decision. Originally, in the entire Great Divine Province, except for the imperial capital, very few people knew that their crown prince brought the little crown princess back to the capital. If the wedding ceremony was held and announced to the world, then what should she do? What should she do? Madame Zhongli looked worriedly at her daughter, sitting beside her. She quickly reached out and held Zhongli Jiwei's hand. She couldn't help but secretly hate the Madam of the National Security Agency, who couldn't do anything right. If Madam of State Security had not repeatedly mentioned how good the Crown Prince was and how many benefits there were to enter the Crown Prince's residence, how could her daughter be like this now? She had only seen the Crown Prince a few times, and yet she was so dead set on that man. Mrs. Zhongli was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She had completely forgotten that she had followed Madam of State Security and encouraged her daughter to do everything she could to capture the Crown Prince's heart. Chen Chaoji stood up and bowed. "Isn't the wedding ceremony a bit too hasty, Your Majesty?" As soon as he said this, everyone immediately realized that the Emperor and the Crown Prince's faces darkened at the same time. They were really in sync. "Are you questioning my decision?" The Emperor asked coldly. An oppressive aura pressed down on Chen Chaoji. Minister's face immediately turned gray. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Well, after all, the Elder Council still hasn't said anything." When Minister Zhuo mentioned the Elder Council, the Emperor's face became slightly better. Minister Zhuo Chen Chaoji was slightly relieved. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, the Elder Council had decided to let the Crown Prince marry Princess Jing Linyao of the Panga clan. Princess Jing is brave and smart, and her cultivation level is very high. She is a rare female cultivator who is a level 14 great spiritual master." The more Chen Chaoji spoke, the smoother he became. Princess Jing might have to undergo the 5 spirits reincarnation test in the next few years. Also, the Pangu clan has such a marvelous item. It will not be a problem for Princess Jing to pass the tribulation. That's right, Your Majesty. After all, as everyone knows, female cultivators only have a 1% chance of surviving the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation. It's rare to see a woman as intelligent and resourceful as Princess Jing. General Zhongli stroked his short black beard and nodded as well, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Zhongli Jiwei was quite proud of herself. She looked at the little crown princess provocatively. Without the approval of the Elder Council, even if the Emperor wanted to arrange a marriage between you and the Crown Prince, he would have to consider whether the Elder Council's decision could be approved. Lord State Preceptor, you are experienced and knowledgeable. What do you think? The State Preceptor, who had not spoken since the beginning, was suddenly affected by the flames of war. He was not surprised. He just calmly looked at Chen Chaoji, who had dragged him into the water. The State Preceptor nodded slightly. According to the past practice, the Crown Prince's marriage must be approved by the Elder Council. At least half of the Elder Council's members must approve. Right now, there were 7 elders in the Elder Council. Chapter 2740. Except for the chief elder who is always wandering outside, the other 6 elders are naturally here. Invite them over and make a decision immediately. It's not a big problem, Chen Chaoji said with certainty. Chen Baojia's mood finally improved a little at this time. Thinking of what her father said to her before, she suddenly had a few smiles on her face. The decision of the Council of Elders would definitely not pass. As long as the Council of Elders' decision was not passed, the little Crown Princess would not be able to officially become the Crown Princess of the Divine Land. As for Jing Linyao, before the Crown Prince came back, they had already asked Jing Linyao for her opinion. Jing Linyao did not have the slightest intention to oppose the Crown Prince taking a concubine, and it seemed that she did not care about men at all. This was good. After the marriage in the future, the worse the relationship between Jing Linyao, the Crown Princess, and the Crown Prince, the more opportunities Chun Baojia could take advantage of. It was just that Zhongli Jiwei was very annoying. With the power of the general's mansion, they would definitely arrange for her to marry into the mansion. But Chun Baojia was confident that with Zhongli Jiwei's IQ, she would definitely be left behind a few streets behind. Lord Zhouzhou did not know at all that in the hearts of the people present, there were surging winds and clouds that were surging like a storm. Even if she knew, according to her idea, it was enough to slap her to death with strength. There was no need to talk nonsense. She coldly looked at the people jumping up and down and did not say a word. Mo Lusheng was a little angry. He thought that Chun Chaoji was really getting bolder and bolder. Now he was actually using the Council of Elders to suppress him. Did he think that he cared about the existence of the Council of Elders? Looking at the fierce eyes of the great emperor, everyone did not dare to breathe loudly and silently lowered their heads. All the officials, including Chun Chaoji, felt a strong pressure from the great emperor from top to bottom. Everyone felt that the great emperor was not what they thought. The great emperor casually said that he would hold a wedding ceremony for the crown prince and crown princess. The great emperor was serious. I have made up my mind. The great emperor coldly spat out 4 words. Suddenly, a little eunuch outside the door hurriedly reported, 4th elder, 5th elder, 6th elder, and 7th elder request to see your majesty. Good. This Chen Chaoji was indeed bold. He actually had such a trick up his sleeve and was waiting for him here. He didn't know when his courtier had gotten so close to the Elders Guild. At this time, Chen Chaoji was also secretly wiping his sweat and cursing in his heart. He wasn't the one who invited the elders over. Although he had mentioned this to the 4th elder in advance, how could he arrange for all the elders of the Divine Land to suddenly appear here at the same time? Moreover, he didn't know that the great emperor would suddenly mention the wedding banquet tonight. How could he have the time to prepare? Therefore, it must have been arranged by someone else. This person's methods were exceedingly powerful. However, now that this person with extraordinary means was hiding behind the scenes, Chun Chaoji would have to take the blame. Chen Chaoji felt even more uneasy when he saw the great emperor's piercing gaze. He wondered if the great emperor would take this opportunity to remove him from his position. Chen Chaoji's body trembled. He quickly thought that this was impossible. Although the great emperor was violent, he was usually more reasonable. After all, he was the left prime minister Chen Chaoji. If the great emperor wanted to remove him from his position, he would have to consider the consequences. Prince Mo coldly curled the corner of his mouth. He held the little girl's little hand and gently squeezed it. Chapter 2741. The Crown Prince's fingers were slender, and his palm was dry and warm. The message he conveyed was, "Jojo, don't worry." Jojo didn't care at all. He looked at everyone present coldly, as if he was watching a clown show. Of course, she was at ease. She wasn't worried at all about what would happen next. The little guy had blind confidence in Prince Mo. In any case, her husband could settle everything. As they spoke, the 4 green-robed elders entered the hall at the same time and bowed to the great emperor on the throne. "Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, your majesty." The great emperor nodded slightly with a heavy expression. "Elders, Why have you come together? Fourth elder walked out first and said indifferently, "We heard that the great emperor has decided to reorganize the wedding banquet for the crown prince and the Mu family's young lady." The great emperor couldn't help but laugh. These people's sources of information were quite fast. He looked at Chun Chaoji coldly. Chun Chaoji was about to break out in a cold sweat. It was a great injustice. Thinking about it, it was obvious that he couldn't have used a special method to inform the elders. The Elders Guild has passed a resolution. We don't agree with the crown prince marrying Miss Mu. As they spoke, a slightly short elder suddenly jumped out and waved his hand. No, I don't disagree. Fifth elder. The fourth elder glared at him in exasperation. Fifth elder pursed his lips. Then I don't disagree. Fourth elder ignored him and said directly to the great emperor. In short, sixth elder, seventh elder, and I don't agree with the crown prince marrying Miss Mu. What's the use of you not agreeing? Arbor said coldly. His words made everyone's jaws drop. Hey miss, this is the Elders Guild. Do you have to be so arrogant? You can be considered the first person who dares to speak in such a manner in front of the elders of the Council of Elders. Didn't you see that even the great emperor was quite respectful to the elders? This crown prince has already married the crown princess. Mo Lien said indifferently. I'll marry her even if you don't agree. That's it. The great emperor didn't say anything. He just looked at the elders coldly. Usually, when he was being insulted, he always felt that his lungs were about to explode from anger because of this pair of brats. Now that he saw someone being insulted by the young couple, he felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Was it appropriate to rejoice in others' misfortune? The fourth elder's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said to the great emperor, Your Majesty, there have been rules since ancient times. The Council of Elders of the Divine Land has the right to decide on the Crown Prince's wife. This is also for the future development of the Great Divine Land. Mu Jingfeng could not help but ask coldly, Why? Did our Mu family's ladies make you feel wronged? Mu Rochuan couldn't help but be stunned. She looked up at her father. This was the first time she saw her father standing beside the little crown princess and speaking up for her. This is probably for the sake of the family's interests, Mu Rochuan thought. Mu Rochuan wasn't the only one who thought so. The little crown princess herself also thought so. Would Mu Jingfeng be so kind as to help her? Wasn't it because she was the Mu family's daughter now? If she was slapped in the face by the Council of Elders, their Mu family would feel bad about it. Family head Mu, you've misunderstood. Mu Xingqian sneered. Misunderstood? Then why do you keep saying that you don't agree? My sister's marriage isn't up to you to decide. Chapter 2742. Fourth elder glanced at Mu Xingqian with an ugly expression. This matter needs to be considered at length. Whether Miss Mu can become the crown princess of our divine prefecture still needs to be tested by the Council of Elders. Zhongli Jiwei almost laughed out loud. Another test? Being the crown prince's imperial concubine was truly sullen. Her mocking gaze landed on the little crown princess's face. The latter was expressionless as she looked at them coldly. This isn't a test for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. This crown princess has to accept it. The emperor's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that the little crown princess was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Because he was the brat's father, the crown princess tolerated him and was willing to accept his test. As for others, the little crown princess did not give them any face at all. Crown Prince Mo glanced at his old dad smugly. Now you know how good my wife is and how much my wife respected you back then, right? Don't make trouble for yourself. You don't know how lucky you are. The emperor was speechless. What's with the look in my son's eyes? Is it appropriate for him to look at me like he's warning me not to make trouble? What a brat. Crown Prince Mo faintly swept him a glance before retracting his gaze. Fourth elder was so angry that his nose was crooked. This girl actually dared to say that the Council of Elders is a Tom, Dick, or Harry. She really has guts. Even if the 7 elders don't agree, my wife will only be Jojo alone. Mo Yin said coldly. Do you think that you can order me around and do whatever you want with just a few of you? A terrifying aura surged from his body, and a heavy pressure rushed towards the elders. Did he, Mo Yin, need their consent to marry anyone? What a joke. Their opinions were not important to him at all. Seventh Elder's face darkened, but he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The Crown Prince's aura had far surpassed the divine realm. Could it be that he had advanced to mystique venerable rank? A mystique venerable rank in his early 20s. Was he trying to scare people to death? With such extraordinary potential, how could he find a pitiful third-level spirit realm cultivator as his wife? No, they were not worthy at all. Only someone as stunning as Princess Jing would be a good match for the Crown Prince. Other than the fifth elder, who had a look of disapproval, the other three elders became even more determined. Your Highness, please reconsider. You came here rashly and spouted nonsense. Have you asked for second elder and third elder's opinion? Mo Lien sneered. Ever since the chief elder disappeared, the entire affairs of the Elders Guild were managed by the second elder and the third elder. In other words, these two were the representatives of the Elders' Council. The fourth elder was taken aback. Second elder and third elder are still in closed-door training these days. This prince has already informed them. Wait a moment. Prince Mo coldly said. The fourth elder and the others couldn't help but be stunned again. The fifth elder hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Aya, let's talk things over. Don't make things so tense, okay? The elders are only thinking of His Highness, and His Highness is also very protective of his wife. Neither side has done anything wrong. Let's talk things over. Let's talk things over. The fourth elder glared at the coward who had shrunk back at the last moment. Scram. The fifth elder rubbed his nose. The atmosphere in the hall froze. Zhongli Zhuwei, who had wanted to mock the young crown princess, did not dare to say anything. Chapter 2743. His Majesty did not seem to be in a good mood. If she mocked the crown prince consort now, it might coincidentally trigger His Majesty's anger. She didn't want to get into trouble. Moreover, at this time, she could just watch the Elders Guild scold the crown princess. She didn't need to stand up for herself. Zhongli Zhuwei was proud and looked at Qin Baojia. However, Qin Baojia was a little worried. Her father had offended His Majesty just now. She didn't know if he would be punished later. The whole hall fell into silence. Other than the sound of people drinking and eating, there was no other sound. Flutter, flutter, a slight sound of wings flapping came from outside the hall. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The banquet had been going on since the evening. Poor people, they hadn't eaten much. Troubles seemed to be coming one after another. Hearing the sound, everyone's hair stood up, and they turned to look. Could it be that something else had happened? Suddenly, a mechanical wooden bird flapped its wings and flew in from outside the hall. It glided over everyone's heads with a pure gold invitation letter stamped with a circular seal in its beak. It's an invitation letter, Mu Rochuan exclaimed. The other young people who had received invitations also couldn't help but exclaim. Why was the invitation letter sent to the palace? Was it to invite the crown prince? Everyone's gazes all turned towards Crown Prince Mo. Some were in admiration, some were in awe, but even more were full of reverence. The crown prince of the divine province was extraordinary. He had just returned, and he had already received an invitation letter from the royal school. The crown prince suddenly turned his head and looked at his little wife. He had a feeling that there was a 99% chance that this invitation was directed at his Jojo. The mechanical wooden bird flapped its wings and accurately flew to the table in front of the crown prince. With a puff, it spat out the 8 invitation letters in its mouth in front of the crown prince. Then its mouth opened and closed, and a magnetic male voice came out. Hello, I'm the principal of the royal school, Yin Piaomiao. Arbor, Qi Xian Xian, Duan Mu Qing, Kohonwen, Ma Ta, Lu Yu, Jiang Shaoxin, Hua Tao. Congratulations to these 8 students. Welcome to the Royal School's entrance exam this spring. Please bring this invitation letter to the Wind Thunder City on the 15th of March of this year. At that time, someone will guide you on how to take the test. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qi Xian Xian and the others also stood up in a daze and looked suspiciously at the mechanical wooden bird squatting in front of Arbor. What happened? Why were they suddenly asked to participate in the entrance exam? They weren't even familiar with the royal school. Everyone present was extremely shocked. This was because the royal school did not recruit students every year. They would only recruit once every few years, and the students they recruited were all top-notch talents in their respective fields. Moreover, the proportion of female students that were recruited was very small. What was going on now? All of a sudden, he recruited the entire Seacone Planet Battle team, and even recruited 2 girls in a row. Although there was a possibility of failing the entrance test, generally speaking, the probability of failing was extremely low. Generally, if one could get an invitation letter, it was basically a done deal to get into the school. Look, why is that invitation letter golden? Yeah, my mechanical wooden bird is Director Chi Duo's voice. Why is this Principal Yin? Chapter 2744. Could it be that Principal Yin personally invited the Crown Princess and the rest to join the Seacone Star Battle team? How is that possible? Zhongli Jiwei's expression was practically distorted as she glared at the little Crown Princess and the rest in disbelief. She didn't believe it. No matter what, she didn't dare to believe that Principal Yin would actually personally invite the little Crown Princess to participate in the entrance test. On the side, Chun Baojiao was also so angry that her lungs were about to hurt. Her charming eyes darkened as she looked at Arbor. No matter how angry she was inside, she still revealed the most appropriate sweet smile on her face. Congratulations, Crown Princess! Chun Baojiao revealed a pleasing expression and said with a smile, "We were just saying that the Crown Princess didn't receive an invitation, but she's here now." Mu Jingfeng also felt his face glowing, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. And it's even an invitation personally sent by Principal Yin. He emphasized again, intending to remind the various family heads that his daughter couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as other families' children. The difference in the invitation was like heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, it attracted Family Head Do's sneer. "Family Head Mu, are you misunderstanding something? Principal Yin invited the Arbor students, not your Mu family." Mu Jingfeng instantly felt unwell. When Family Head Do brought up the matter that he had deliberately ignored earlier, if this wasn't a slap in the face, then what was? The Emperor was in a good mood and nodded. "Since the Crown Princess also received an invitation, then go with the Crown Prince when the time comes. Your brother Zheng is also in the academy, so he can also give guidance when the time comes. Second Elder and Third Elder seek an audience. Invite them in." The Emperor paused and glanced at his son. Could it be that Second Elder and Third Elder were already standing on the little Crown Princess side? If not, why would his son make such an arrangement? The Emperor felt that he had discovered the truth. He looked at the 2 elders who walked into the main hall and revealed a smile as if he was looking at an ally. It's been hard on the 2 elders to specially come out of seclusion to uphold justice for my son. It's what we should do. The 2 elders were dressed in black robes. One of them was slightly thin and had a brandy nose. He was in high spirits and his eyes were bright. The other person was short and chubby. He wore a minister's hat on his head. When he walked to the center of the hall, he looked at Arbor and blinked. Jojo was expressionless. Arbor had seen these 2 old men when he was in Shuntian Prefecture, so he naturally knew them. That old man with rosacea was an alcoholic and had even robbed her of her winter fruit wine. Later, when the Jing family of the Pangu clan sent people to hunt her down, the old man even tried to clean up the mess for them. Although it was the Emperor's idea, it was also the old man's fault. For the sake of the Crimson Nimbus boat that he had given him, Jojo decided to look down on him a little less. The fat old man had snatched a pot of porridge from her. He was simply a glutton. When Fourth Elder saw that his 2 old brothers had also come, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He asked embarrassedly, "Second Elder, Third Elder, why did you suddenly come out of seclusion? If you don't come out of seclusion, are you going to overturn the heavens?" Second Elder scolded Fourth Elder, his brandy nose trembling slightly in the air. Fine. He had to regain the good impression of him in front of the little girl. For this reason, he had to fiercely make his presence known before Third Elder. Fourth Elder looked at his brother with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't understand who he had offended and why he was suddenly being scolded. These 2 days were extremely busy. If there wasn't enough time to add 2 chapters, then let's add one. Chapter 2745. If you don't understand the situation, don't blindly meddle in the young couple's marriage. Second elder said unhappily, "Moreover, didn't you all see it just now? The principal of the royal school directly sent an invitation to the young crown princess. Besides the crown princess, who else would have such an honor?" Second elder glared at fourth elder and the others with a look of disappointment and said casually, "All right, let's start the voting again. Those who agree with the crown prince marrying Miss Qiao, raise your hand." Second elder and third elder raised their hands at the same time. When they saw the four people's dumbfounded expressions, they immediately stepped forward and kicked fifth elder, lifting his arm. Everyone, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. They thought that the elders' council's decision-making process was prudent and meticulous, but it was actually so sloppy and hilarious. It really blinded everyone's dog eyes. Fifth elder also felt like he had been fucked. He had always liked to smooth things over and maintain a neutral position, but now he was forcefully dragged onto the pirate ship by second elder. If fourth elder's piercing gaze could stab him, he would have died countless times by now. Sigh, just thinking about it made him feel incomparably depressed. How did this become his fault? Was this his fault? Fourth elder was extremely angry. When second elder and the other two lowered their arms, he also shouted, "Those who disagree with the crown prince marrying Miss Qiao, raise your hand." Fourth elder, sixth elder, and seventh elder raised their three claws at the same time. Fourth elder's pair of bull-like eyes were still staring at second elder with disdain. Second elder, third elder, just because Principal Yin of the royal school sent an invitation to Miss Qiao doesn't mean that she has the right to become the honorable crown princess. This old man still stands by my words. If Miss Qiao wants to become the crown princess, she still has to go through a strict examination. Zhong Lijue silently gave fourth elder 18 thumbs up. In her heart, she naturally felt that fourth elder's words were very reasonable. Who said that receiving an invitation meant everything? Perhaps this Qiao Mu had merely run into a stroke of dumb luck. Second elder looked at fourth elder and the other two as if they were fools. He said angrily, "You three old things don't cause trouble all day long." Fourth elder had an aggrieved expression on his face, as if he was saying, "Second brother, how dare you scold us like that?" He glared at second elder and said, "Second brother, although the matters of the Elders Guild are usually handled by you and third brother, but we also have the right to make decisions." "That's right. That's right." Elder 6 and Elder 7 nodded along with Elder 4. "We also have the right to make decisions." "Second brother, third brother, you can't be so obstinate and opinionated." "That's right, that's right." He even dragged old fifth onto the pirate ship. "What you're doing is irresponsible to the crown prince." The 6 elders rolled up their sleeves and were about to fight in the main hall. The great emperor's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Everyone, calm down." The old man with rosacea took a deep breath and stared at fourth elder with bright eyes. He said with a sincere expression, "Fourth brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Damn it, don't make trouble for yourself. If you get into trouble, no one can save you. You just have to bite the hand of a young couple. What's the point of doing that? Right now, it's a 3-on-3 decision." Fourth elder said with a dark expression, "I still stand by my words. Miss Qiao must accept the examination." Chapter 2746. The old man with rosacea was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. This old fourth was more stubborn than a bull. What if he wanted to beat him up? "State Preceptor, what do you think?" Sixth elder suddenly turned his head and looked at the State Preceptor, who was silent at the side. Now that the Elders Guild is in a tie of 3 against 3, I wonder if State Preceptor has any good suggestions. Fourth elder's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded with a serious face. "That's right. State Preceptor, you are experienced and knowledgeable, so you can give us some suggestions." "State Preceptor, why did this fire burn him again? Why not just let him quietly drink by the side?" State Preceptor coughed lightly and looked up with a faint smile. "I can't interfere too much with the Elders Guild's matters. The best way is to wait for your Grand Elder Kong, Ian, to come back." Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. State Preceptor, you're not joking, right? How long would it take for Grand Elder Kong In to come back and preside over this matter? Everyone knew that Great Elder Kong In had disappeared for who knows how many years. No one knew where she had gone to travel. State Preceptor nodded and said, "Of course. In the end, the Elders Guild's matters should be settled by the Chief Grand Elder himself. Isn't this reasonable?" What you said made sense. Everyone nodded silently and looked at each other. Then this matter, are we just going to drag it out like this? Fourth Elder looked at the State Preceptor with a troubled expression. State Preceptor's words were not without reason. Indeed, the Elders Guild's decisions must be passed through the Grand Elder. But now, waiting for Grand Elder Kong In to come back and make a decision felt more difficult than directly testing the little girl. Could it be that as long as Grand Elder Kong In didn't come back, the Elders Guild couldn't make a decision and admit the little girl's identity as the Crown Princess? Shun Baojia, Zhongli Jiwei, and the others who attended the meeting almost laughed out loud in their hearts. After all this, the little Crown Princess was even more unlucky. Now they had to wait for Grand Elder Kong In to come back and confirm her identity. Ha ha ha! How long would they have to wait? He might as well accept the Fourth Elder's decision and pass the Elders Guild's decision. Who asked her to do it? Who asked her to look down on the people from the Elders Guild? Who asked her to say, "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can test me"? Ha ha ha, now it's going to be smooth, right? Just wait for Great Elder Kong In. Perhaps he might be able to meet the Chief Grand Elder in his lifetime. The smile on the corner of Zhongli Jiwei's mouth was almost unconcealable. They were all mocking and snickering at Miss Chiao. Arbor raised his head and carefully sized up the State Preceptor with a faint smile on his face. Although this guy's face was full of indifference, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, it still made people feel that something was wrong. The words of the State Preceptor sounded fair in public, as if there was no problem at all. But in the end, it was not good for Jojo. It didn't seem like he was targeting Jojo, but he also couldn't feel that this State Preceptor had any good intentions towards Jojo. While Arbor was sizing up the State Preceptor even turned his face and smiled like an expert, holy and gentle, generously allowing him to size him up. How strange. Arbor unhappily retracted his gaze. There seemed to be a flash of light in his mind, but he couldn't catch it in time. Mo Lusheng said with a sullen face, "I have decided to reorganize the wedding banquet. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Chapter 2747. Fourth Elder and the other two clasped their hands together and said, "Your Majesty, the ancestral rules cannot be violated. We still have to wait for our Grand Elder Kong In to come back to confirm his identity." Yes, let's wait for Grand Elder. The courtiers looked at each other and felt that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. The little Crown Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince were not to be trifled with. The Council of Elders was making all sorts of excuses and actually pushed the decision to Great Elder Kong In, who was traveling and not returning. How could they endure this? "What decision do you have to wait for me?" Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the hall, accompanied by a burst of comfortable laughter. I didn't expect that the Council of Elders would still respect me so much, even though I have been traveling for so many years. Once there is a decision, you still have to wait for me to make the decision. Great. Ha 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 ha. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they looked at each other blankly. The same voice roared in their hearts. It can't be so coincidental. Everyone is here, and a ghost is here. Great Elder Kong In really appeared? Looking at Fourth Elder, Fifth Elder, Sixth Elder, and the rest, they all had confused expressions and turned to look at the entrance of the hall. An old man in his 60s wearing a gray monk robe strode in from outside the door. His bald head was comparable to 3,000 lights, so bright that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. Oh my God, was this really Grand Elder Kong In? It was just that he had changed into a strange appearance, causing everyone to reveal a surprised expression. Greetings to Grand Elder Kong In. The old man with rosacea was the first to recover from his shock and did not dare to be rash at all. He hurriedly bowed and bowed. As soon as he moved, the third elder, fourth elder, and the others behind him also moved in unison, bowing in unison. Greetings, Great Elder Kong Een. Ah, good, good. Grand Elder Kong Een stroked his beard and chuckled. I didn't expect that after traveling for so many years and not caring about worldly affairs, all of you would still respect me so much. Good. Not bad. Everyone, big brother, are you joking? No one can see through your cultivation. Who would dare to disrespect you? Are you courting death? The corner of the old man's mouth twitched as he coughed lightly. Great Elder, you must have traveled far and wide when you're outside. You must have seen a lot. It's good that you're back. Now that you're back, we can continue to listen to your teachings and preside over important matters. Ha ha ha. Great Elder Kong Een laughed out loud and nodded. Second brother, you and third brother have worked hard all these years. It's no trouble at all. The old man with rosacea hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting and took a step back. He then used his elbow to poke the fat third elder who was standing still beside him. Third elder hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Great Elder, you've returned at the right time. Coincidentally, the Elder Council has some matters to attend to and needs the Grand Elder to make a decision. Now, all 7 members of the Elders Guild were present. Just now, it was a 3-3 decision. Now, as long as the Great Elder raised his hand, the matter would be settled immediately. However, according to the Great Elder's unreliable character in the past, the old man with rosacea turned to look at the little crown princess worriedly. He saw that the little crown princess was staring fixedly at her big brother. Her gaze was fixed on Grand Elder Kong Een, and there was a strange look in her eyes, as if. Chapter 2748. Aha! Grand Elder Kong Een felt that if he did not turn back, the crown princess' gaze would pierce through the back of his head. So he calmly turned his head back and nodded at the crown princess with an awkward smile. Ah, Jojo, it's been a long time. The entire place fell into silence. Zhongli Zhui and Chun Baojia, who already had ugly expressions, widened their eyes in shock. They glared fiercely at the young crown prince consort and Great Elder Kong Een, almost not daring to face what was about to happen. What was going on? Grand Elder Kong Een acted as if he was an old acquaintance of the little crown princess, and even greeted her so naturally. Looking at the little crown princess's displeased expression, and then looking at the fawning smile on Grand Elder Kong Yin's face, everyone suddenly felt as if the sky was about to fall. The little crown princess and Grand Elder Kong Een were old acquaintances. The aloof image of the Elders' Council had already faded away in everyone's hearts. You said that you would bring Kong Kong back after your travels. You came all the way to the Divine Continent? The more the little girl thought about it, the more she felt that this old man must have cheated her, being a hands-off shopkeeper, throwing Kong Kong to her, and in the end running off to play in the mortal world by himself. You're not a monk. Who says I'm not? Grand Elder Kong Een quickly waved his hand and chanted a Buddhist mantra. This old monk has been a monk for many years. The rosacea-nosed second elder suddenly felt unwell, and he looked at his boss with an incredulous expression. Big brother, what happened to you? From what they saw, their boss must have been greatly agitated, and that was why he went to shave his head and become a monk. Grand Elder Kong Yin's mouth twitched silently, and he looked at Second Elder and the others with a serious expression. I can tell you with certainty, this old man is not agitated at all. Don't change the topic, the little crown princess said exasperatedly. You said that you would bring Kong Kong back after traveling for a while. Why did she have a feeling that this old man was deliberately throwing the little monk to her to take care of? He said that the Shadow Moon Temple was poor and that the old monk was traveling outside, so it was not safe to leave the little monk alone in the temple. It turned out that he wanted to run back to Shinjo, so he left Kong Kong to her. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Great Elder Kong Een smiled embarrassedly and quickly said, Kong Kong, your life is pretty good right now. With the benefactress's family taking care of him, this old monk is very relieved. The second elder looked at him as if he was looking at a weirdo. Something was wrong with Big Brother. When he was talking, he suddenly turned into old monk and benefactress. Did he really become a monk? Great Elder. As soon as the fourth elder opened his mouth, Great Elder Kong Een slapped the back of his head. Fourth brother, why are you so silly? Great Elder Kong Een angrily roared at fourth elder. Why are you blindly meddling in the affairs of the two of them? Why don't you just listen to second brother? The fourth elder was dumbfounded. Great Elder suddenly reached out and slapped the back of his head in public. Was this appropriate? The matter of the wedding banquet is settled. Your Majesty can decide on your own. Great Elder cupped his hands in salute to the great Emperor who was sitting on the throne with an equally dumbfounded expression. He turned around and slapped the back of sixth elder's head as well, and scolded with a look of disappointment. I say, why are you all so stubborn? This era is improving. This mainland is developing. Chapter 2749. What is the responsibility of the Elder Council of the Divine Land? It is to protect the safety of the people of the Divine Land. To protect the safety of His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince. Other than that, don't meddle in things that don't require our attention. Elder Kong Een reprimanded and swung the sleeves of his gray monk robe. Enough. Go do what you need to do and cultivate in seclusion. Fourth elder, sixth elder, and the others were all intimidated by Elder Kong Yin's reprimand. Only then did they remember Elder Kong's bad temper in the past. Now it seemed that he had restrained his temper a lot. Could it be because he became a monk? Second elder and third elder looked at the bald head of their own first elder and revealed an indescribable expression. Arbor was still glaring at the back of his bald head. Elder Kong Een turned his head and looked at the little guy with a smile. With a fawning expression, he said, Jojo, don't worry. With this old monk here, you'll have my full support. The Elder Council has absolutely no objection to your marriage with His Highness the Crown Prince. The Elder Council has unanimously agreed. With that, he turned and glared at fourth elder and the others. Fourth elder, sixth elder, and the others hurriedly nodded and said, yes. What a joke. Hadn't Elder Kong smacked him enough? If he dared to disagree, it was hard to guarantee that Big Brother wouldn't smack him again in the next second. It was simply too sullen. Xiao Mu gazed at Kong Een suspiciously. Tell me honestly, does Kong Kong have another identity? Otherwise, what was wrong with Elder Kong that he still had to stay by his side? No. Elder Kong Een hurriedly shook his head and said, do you miss Kong Kong, that child? No problem. This old monk will send someone to bring him here a while. What do you think? Nothing. Mo Yin rolled her eyes in annoyance and reached out to hold Arbor's small hand. At this time, there were many voices below, whispering secretly. I've always heard that Elder Kong Een seemed to be friends with Long Chuyun of the Long family, despite their age difference. Now it seems to be true. Otherwise, why would he be so good to Long Chuyun's daughter? Yes, young Crown Prince Consort, you're really lucky. In the future, with the support of the chief elder of the Council of Elders of the Divine Land, who on the Divine Land would dare to doubt her identity as the Crown Princess? Chen Baojia pinched her pale fingers and wanted to howl. However, she could only keep it in her heart. Just like her, Zhongli Jiwei was also holding her hands tightly in her sleeves. She was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Madame Zhongli looked at her daughter worriedly. She wanted to say something, but her words were stuck in her throat. At this time, it was useless to say anything. Everyone knew what the full support of the first elder meant. In the future, no one in the Divine Land would be able to shake the position of the little Crown Princess. Things had taken a strange turn for the worse. The great Emperor expressed that even he couldn't see through it. But since it was developing in a good direction, then so be it. Mo Lushing said indifferently. Since no one has any objections, then the wedding ceremony will be handed over to the Ministry of Rites. It must be done within 3 months. Yes, Your Majesty. The Minister of Rites hurriedly stood up and tactfully agreed. The young couple looked at each other. Prince Mo smiled at her. Chapter 2750. 440 Departure for Wind Thunder City. It was troublesome to reorganize the wedding banquet. However, it could shut the mouths of those busybodies and make those with ulterior motives slap themselves in the face. The little crown princess expressed that she was willing to cooperate. The second day after the banquet, the group of students heading to Wind Thunder City began to prepare for departure. Wind Thunder City was located in the center of the 3 prefectures and was independent of the 3 prefectures. No matter which party rushed over from their own capital, it would take about 5 to 6 days with flying beasts. A horse carriage would be even slower. Don't even think about it. Even if it was a spirit stallion, it would take at least a month or 2 to break its legs to run. It was already the 7th day of the 3rd month. Rushing over at this time was already very tight. If something happened on the way, it would really be a bit of a surprise. However, Sir Jojo had Chi Shao Songlong, which could shorten the time by at least 1 day. Early in the morning, everyone could see flying spirit beasts flying out of the capital from the designated flying platforms. The commoners dragged their wives and children to the streets to watch as if it was the new year. When they saw a large spirit beast carrying a person into the air, they cheered. There were also many servants of aristocratic families who returned from grocery shopping. When they heard the cheers, they proudly said, "This is our family's 2nd young master and 3rd young master." For people from our Doe family are going to the Imperial College to participate in the entrance exam. Ha ha ha! 7 young masters and young mistresses from our Qin estate are going together. Wow! The Qin family is really a big family. Amazing. It seems that many people from the Duan family are going as well. I heard that the 3rd young master of the Duan family is about to break through to the divine realm. Oh my God, isn't the 3rd young master only 23 years old? Yes. Wow, look, is that the Qin estate's flying spirit artifact? Yes. Oh my God. From time to time, there would be people screaming from the crowd. The onlookers were discussing it happily. A large flying spirit artifact carrying the people of the Qin estate glided across the sky, causing a series of exclamations. In an open space in the small garden of the Eastern Palace, there was a 3-story ship parked there. A group of eunuchs and palace maids were working in full swing. Like flowing water, they carried pastries, food, clothes, and utensils up and down the boat. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable joy and joy. Look, their crown princess actually has a spaceship. Everyone else had to travel on spirit beasts. Even if a clan had a flying spirit artifact, it was impossible for it to be as big as the crown princess 3-story ship. Is everyone done wasting time? Get on the boat when you're done. Let's go. Fatty stood at the bow of the boat and shouted at the people who were dawdling in the room. Ma Ta, Lu Yu, Qi Xian, and the others pushed open the door at the same time. There were a few bags on their backs, and everyone's eyes twitched when they saw them. Brothers and sisters, don't you all have inner worlds? How could the others know that the Seekong Planet Battle Team had long been scared of being scammed by others? Now, no matter where he went, whether he had an inner world or not, whether he could use it or not, he had to carry a few bags with him. Only then would he feel at ease. Jojo, hurry up. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl dressed in red battle clothes. Her long hair was tied into a long ponytail behind her waist. There was an interesting golden doll headdress on her head that glowed with a faint golden light under the sunlight. The little jade person raised her head and lightly jumped, her body landing lightly on the deck. Princimo smiled slightly. Speaking of the next chapter, the normal time is 6 chapters. No matter if I'm 7, 8, or 10 chapters, it's all me squeezing sleep to add more chapters. So there's no problem with fewer chapters. I've been adding chapters continuously for a month now. Every day, I'm updating 10 or 8 chapters. My energy is limited, and I'm busy with work at the end of the year. I also need a rest. I'll start at 6 chapters today. If I have time, I'll add more chapters. I also hope to write more brilliantly and not let you down. Chapter 2751. His JoJo was becoming more and more exquisite and adorable. Looking at his red battle clothes, he was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off him. The group of youths boarded the 3-story ship with bags of various sizes hanging on their bodies. It was a bit of an eyesore. Arbor glanced at them and held back his laughter. His little face was serious. Qi Xian was dressed in an emerald green dress, which made the little girl's round face look even more rosy and cute. She carried 2 bags on her back and 2 on her left and right shoulders. Once she boarded the ship, she waved her little hand and said, "All right, everyone is here. Let's set off." Prince Mo's eyes twitched. His gaze swept over these idiots. "What are you all doing? Going to the academy like this? It's like you're escaping from a disaster. Don't you think it's funny?" Little Fatty patted the bags on his stomach and said earnestly to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, do you want to prepare a bag as well? Let me tell you, when we train in the future, there's an 80% chance that the Academy will cheat us and not let us use our inner worlds. Don't look down on these small bags. They'll be of great use in the future." This Crown Prince has a storage talisman. Little Fatty's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's right." Arbor rolled his eyes at the sky. "Chi Xian Xian," said with a straight face. "Then what if the Academy forces us and even confiscates our storage talismans?" Mata coughed lightly and said, "Then let's each carry a bag in case we need it." Lu Yu and the others had already silently put away the extra bags. They only carried a small bag of food and water on their backs. Prince Mo's eyes twitched. He pulled his Jojo to the side and whispered in the little guy's ear, "Let's stay away from them." His teammates were not smart enough. He didn't know if they would be infected in the future. Sir Jojo's eyes sparkled. He lowered his head and looked at the palace maids and eunuchs who were waving at them at the bottom of the ship. The little guy also raised his little hand and waved. Suddenly, a black messenger bird flapped its wings and flew over. It stopped on the deck and nodded at them. The messenger bird spat out a letter and a storage talisman. Arbor took the letter and read it. It was a letter from Grandpa Moo. The letter congratulated her for going to the royal school to study. It also mentioned that due to the tight schedule, they had only prepared a few things as a reward for her. Once she returned from the royal school, she was asked to visit her grandmother whenever she had the time. Xiao Mu silently lowered her eyes and put away the storage talisman and letter. She then stroked the messenger bird's head and watched as it flapped its wings and flew away. Prince Mo knew this child the best. Just by looking at her expression, he knew that this child's heart had finally softened for this old man. In such a big family with 1,000 years of history, there are always good and bad people. Emolien smiled and stroked her little hand. She said softly, "At most, we'll chop off those rotten and withered branches in the future and let the healthy ones grow stronger. Don't worry, I'll be with you." Prince Mo rubbed her head and said softly, "Okay." Arbor nodded. She waved her little hand and said, "Let's go." The mechanical people on the Red Nimbus ship started moving with all their might. A huge ship suddenly took off and flew directly into the depths of the blue sky. In the small garden of the Eastern Palace, a group of eunuchs and palace maids cheered as if it was the new year. They raised their heads and waved as they watched their masters leave. Chapter 2752. Their little faces were flushed with joy. They were really too happy. Who said that their little crown princess came from a small village in a remote mountainous area? Spit on their faces. You haven't seen their crown princess's great ability yet. The crimson firmament blue wave ship passed through the clouds. Only cultivators with extraordinary eyesight could vaguely make out a ship's shadow passing by. As for the commoners looking around in the city, they naturally couldn't see it. Not long after Arbor's ship left, an exhausted team arrived at the northern city gate of the imperial capital. The leader of the group was a young man in his 20s. His face was covered with dust from a long journey. There were about 12 or 13 people in the team. Once they entered the city gate, everyone looked around. Oh my God, we're finally in the capital. A youth about 14 or 15 years old followed behind the youth. He wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeve and muttered, "I wonder if His Highness and the others are anxious from waiting." A thin girl about 28 or 29 years old with high cheekbones rolled her eyes and couldn't help but say, "Why wouldn't they be anxious from waiting? I think they're probably exhausted from waiting." Who knew that so many things would happen along the way? The youth, Zhou Huan, scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Didn't we save 3 of our colleagues along the way?" Another youth about 20 years old hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "It's the 3 of us who delayed your journey." This person had a gentle appearance. His appearance wasn't outstanding, but his temperament was excellent. Sorry. Another man also cupped his hands and said, if it weren't for us siblings, we wouldn't have all right. I don't blame you. Chihua waved his hand and said, it's fine. Anyway, His Highness the Crown Prince should know what happened to us. We'll go now. Before he could finish speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them and carefully sized them up from head to toe. Chihua and Zhou Huan. Yes. Zhou Huan nodded foolishly. All of you follow me. The black-clothed youth swept his gaze over them with a serious expression before turning around and walking towards the south of the city. After taking a few steps, she looked back and saw Zhou Huan and the others standing at the city gate in a daze. She couldn't help but frown and yell at them in annoyance. Hurry up, don't waste time. It took you almost a month to travel from the South City to the imperial capital. What a waste of your speed. Ugh, I'm being despised by a stranger. Zhou Huan and the others looked bitterly at the young man who was ridiculing them. Who are you? I am Chu. They're the Crown Princess's bodyguards. Oh, so it's the Crown Princess men. Everyone had a look of realization. An old man in his 70s politely cupped his hands and said, thank you for waiting for a long time, little brother. She nodded at the old man and said, it's no trouble at all. Please go ahead. Thank you. They didn't see how Chu moved, but after turning the corner, 3 spacious carriages stopped at the side of the road and waited for them. Everyone was already exhausted. They hurriedly cupped their hands and thanked Chu before getting into the carriage to rest. There were 2 women in the group. One of them was Shun Fei, a skinny 28 or 29-year-old girl who came from the South City with old Mr. Mu and a few other talisman masters. Chapter 2753. The other person was Pei Yu, Chun Feng, and Qin Shi, whom Zhou Huan and the others had saved on the way. Qin Shi was a very cheerful and talkative girl. She got along well with everyone. Her small face was full of smiles all day long, full of vitality and youth. Her brother Qin Feng was a man of few words, but overall, he was easy to get along with. Zhou Huan and the other talisman masters slowly ran from the southern part of the city to the capital. Not to mention, just as Anku ridiculed, they really made them run for a month. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but facepalm. Hey, big brother, where are we going? Zhou Huan poked her head out of the carriage and asked the unsmiling black-clothed youth sitting on the shaft. Anku glanced at him. Go to Huaqi Street in the southern part of the city. Zhou Huan poked Chihua's arm. Your family owns a street. Hey, go away. Chihua slapped her hand away in annoyance. Hee. Zhou Huan quipped a few words and stopped while she was ahead. She lowered the carriage curtain and leaned against the window, her eyes rolling as she looked at the bustling scenery along the way. The capital is really lively. The carriage quickly arrived at the residence on Huaqi Street in the southern part of the city. After this residence was taken back from Mu Jingfeng's mistress, it was renovated, and some of the furnishings inside were also replaced. Zhou Huan and the others came late. Wang Yin, Gu Dapeng, and the others who came early had already settled down in the wing of the northern courtyard. There were only 3 alchemists at the moment, so they lived in the relatively smaller northern courtyard. The southern courtyard was left to the talisman masters. The carriage stopped in front of the residence on Huaqi Street. Everyone jumped down from the carriage and walked into the residence. An old butler stood at the door, already waiting respectfully for a long time. Seeing everyone come over, he hurriedly smiled and cupped his hands. You must be a talisman master. Please come in, please come in. Zhou Huan and the others hurriedly cupped their hands and returned the greeting. Everyone walked in noisily. With the old butler leading the way, the group went to the southern courtyard. Everyone can stay here with ease in the future. If you need anything, just let the servants know. This old one will arrange everything here. Thank you for your trouble, old butler. Old Sir Mu smiled at the old man. The old butler was flattered and waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. Sir Anku, do you have any other orders? And Chu shook his head. You can leave first. Yes. After the old steward led the manservants out of the courtyard, he secretly urged them to leave before turning to look at old Master Mu and the others. You have all come at the wrong time. The Crown Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince have just left the city for the Wind Thunder City's Royal Academy. Royal Academy. Everyone was stunned for a moment before revealing a surprised expression. In the great divine lands, who wouldn't know of the royal school? It was both unexpected and reasonable that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess would be invited to the royal school. All of you can stay here at ease and study talismans. You don't have to worry about other mundane matters. That's good. Old Master Moon nodded with a smile. The Crown Princess means that if no one has any objections, our little association will be called the Heaven's Vault Society in the future. And Sue said indifferently, regardless of whether you make talismans for auction or as a gift, they must all be signed as products of the Heaven's Sanctum Guild. Everyone nodded without any objections. Then we are established? Zhou Huan asked with a surprised expression. Do we need to hold some ceremony? Chapter 2754. The corner of Ensu's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. Our Crown Princess is not a particular person. Even if you want to hold a ceremony, you should wait for the Crown Princess to come back from the academy. Everyone nodded again and again, feeling a little happy in their hearts. In the past, when they were drifting in the martial world, they had to scheme for a living. Now, they only needed to concentrate on talisman research. Seeing their submissive expressions, and Sue took out a handwritten copy from his pocket. This is what the Crown Princess left for you to read before she left. It records some talisman techniques and some of the Crown Princess research. Keep it well. Thank you. Chihua reached out and took it. After reading 2 pages, his eyes were full of surprise, and he almost immediately sank into it. Zhou Huan said repeatedly, Big brother, let me see, big brother. Old Mr. Mu also stretched out his neck and wanted to reach out to take it. Brother Chihua, let this old man take a look. And Su silently rolled his eyes. Everyone, don't be anxious. You all came back covered in dust. Go wash up and rest first. I'll have someone prepare lunch. You can study it tomorrow. Very good, very good. Old Mr. Moon nodded with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Lord and Su. Thus, the group of people from the Tianfu Society settled down and began their wonderful lives. Many years later, when the entire 3 continents raised their thumbs at the mention of the Tianfu Society, there were also people who asked, how was the Tianfu Society established? Those who knew could only silently lower their heads and point to their fingers. I'm sorry, everyone, it's not as grand as you think. The leader of our Tianfu Society was not so particular. On the day of the establishment, the weather was very good. A group of senior members of the Tianfu Society came to the imperial capital tired like dogs and established our Tianfu Society in a courtyard on Huaqi Street. Zhou Huan asked someone to prepare the bath water. When she pushed the door and entered, she couldn't help but stop and turn to look at the servant standing at the side. Hey, let me ask you, what kind of people live in the north courtyard next door? She didn't know if she could go over when she was free. Just as the servant was about to speak, he heard a loud tremor from the north courtyard. Everyone silently looked up at the sky. The corner of Zhou Huan's eyes twitched. Earthquake. Everyone, don't be nervous. The 3 alchemists of the North Court would do this every few days, the servant said expressionlessly. It seemed that he had already gotten used to it. Zhou Huan and the others were speechless. It seemed that the exciting days had just begun. Maijiu's section break. Above the dark blue sky, a circular air transportation spiritual artifact was flying at a constant speed in the air. Suddenly, countless huge black eagles rushed out from the side and rushed towards the air transportation spirit artifact in unison. With a loud bang, the air transportation spirit tool was swayed left and right by the flock of eagles. It was like a small boat in the middle of a huge wave, drifting in the wind and rain. It was a bit pitiful. Everyone sit tight. Wait for me to stabilize the air transportation spiritual tool. The helmsman hurriedly exclaimed, Your Highness, how are you? Duan Yu Yuan was currently lazily leaning against a soft cushion with a wine cup in his hand. After being rammed by this flock of flying eagles, they were thrown into a commotion. Some of the wine in his hand spilled out and dripped onto his clean white robe. His peach blossom eyes narrowed dangerously as he glanced unhappily at the flock of black eagles outside the window. Chapter 2755. Why were these blind things so loathsome? They could even be rammed while staying inside the air transportation spirit artifact and drinking wine. Thankfully, the air transportation spirit artifact that his father gifted him was made of good materials. Even after being rammed a few times, there wasn't any damage to its exterior, and it still steadily swayed about among the flock of eagles. A middle-aged man's expression was grim as he tried his best to stabilize the air transportation spirit artifact's direction. This control panel was actually very simple. One only needed to place a spirit stone into the card slot, and the person manning the rudder only needed to move the direction. Normally, when flying straight, one didn't need to move and only needed to see if there were any obstacles ahead. But now, this was also the first time the person manning the rudder encountered such a situation. Logically speaking, their air transportation spirit artifact wasn't considered too small. When such a large air transportation spirit artifact was traveling outside, most flying spirit beasts with eyes wouldn't pounce over and court death. After all, strictly speaking, people who could own air transportation spirit artifacts were not ordinary people. They were definitely members of large factions and clans. These flying spirit beasts also had intelligence, so it was impossible for them to be so blind. Duan Yu sat up slightly and placed the wine cup in his hand on a small table on the side. The appliances inside the air transportation spirit artifact, from large tables and chairs to small cups and plates, were all fixed with special magnets. Once placed on a small table, the cups naturally wouldn't move. "Open the window," Duan Yu ordered dryly. It was truly unbearably annoying to have so many disturbances along the way. Why were these flying spirit beasts ramming into his air transportation spirit artifact for no reason? He wouldn't believe it if someone said they weren't being manipulated. As for who was so unwilling to let him safely arrive at the Royal Academy, haha, it was obvious even if one used their legs to think. The middle-aged man manning the air transportation spirit artifact quickly complied and closed the window beside Duan Yu with a sweep of his spiritual energy. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside. The weather in early spring was naturally colder at high altitudes. Immediately, several black eagles blindly pounced in Duan Yu's direction while flapping their wings. In the blink of an eye, a silvery white flame rose up and shot towards those black eagles' wings with a whoosh. The black eagles were immediately ignited by this silvery white flame. From its wings to its body to its head, everything was enveloped by the silver white flames. It screamed in pain. What was even more frightening was that this silver white flame was like gangrene attached to the bone. As long as it touched the slightest bit, it would incessantly burn. It spread from the wings of this black eagle to the tail feathers of that black eagle. A flock of black eagles began to burn around the air transportation spiritual tool. Gradually, all of them were caught in the fire. None of them were spared. Every single one of them rolled in the air and wailed. Every single one of them was burned to ashes by the seemingly inconspicuous but boiling flames. Many of the subordinates in the air transportation spiritual tool were shocked. They rarely saw their master get angry, but it was clear that even though this master usually didn't get angry, it didn't mean that he wasn't scary when he got angry. So this was the Demon Emperor's fire. Everyone exhaled softly from the bottom of their hearts. Their expressions were filled with shock and fear. They didn't dare to speak and just silently lowered their heads, praying in their hearts that their master's anger would quickly pass. "Close it," Duan Yu coldly ordered. The helmsman hurriedly rolled down the window of the air transportation spiritual tool. Chapter 2756. The air transportation spirit artifact safely passed through the flock of eagles that had been burned to ashes and continued to fly forward steadily. Along the way to the academy, there were always some blind people who tried to do troublesome things to obstruct him. Their actions were truly too naive. The accompanying people were also very clear that their lord was probably in a bad mood right now, so they all shut their mouths. The middle-aged man, controlling the air transportation spirit artifact, quickly steadied the direction and steered the spirit artifact forward steadily. However, it wasn't long before a tricolored spirit magpie flew over from the side. That spirit magpie was only half the size of the black eagle from before, so it was probably just passing by and not looking for trouble, eh? It actually flew over. The middle-aged man creased his brows and quickly glanced behind him. He reported cautiously, "Your Highness, a tricolored spirit magpie is approaching." "Ignore it," Duan Yu said dryly, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. The middle-aged man nodded and steered the air transportation spirit artifact forward without looking sideways, leaving that approaching spirit magpie behind. In reality, the middle-aged man could clearly see that there were two women standing on top of that spirit magpie, waving at their air transportation spirit artifact nonstop. However, judging from the situation, their lord wasn't someone who was protective of the fairer sex, so he definitely wouldn't be willing to pay attention to them. An accompanying boy servant clearly saw who the figures on the spirit magpie were from the crystal wall in front of them and said meekly, "Your Highness, it seems to be Commandery Princess Xiangchang and Shioli Commandery Princess." "Oh," Duan Yu responded and didn't say anything else afterward. The accompanying boy servant naturally understood that this lord wasn't willing to let these two Commandery princesses come up. Commandery Princess Xiangchang stomped her feet angrily while standing on her spirit magpie's back. "It's His Highness the Fourth Prince's spirit artifact." Behind her, Wu Huanxiu couldn't resist rolling her eyes. "I already told you not to wave there." She was acting like a fool. She could tell that His Highness wasn't willing to take them along to the academy on the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly set off from Phoenix Emperor City without saying anything. He simply didn't plan to go with them. This Xiangchang Commandery Princess was really funny and naive. She actually chased all the way here, which really annoyed her. If it weren't for the fact that she only had one spiritual beast that could walk on land, she wouldn't have come to ride on Princess Xiangchang's flying spiritual beast. Xiangchang Commandery Princess was furious. "It must be the person with the air transportation spiritual artifact who didn't see us. After Ali sees us, she definitely won't be like this." Wu Huanxiu could not help but chuckle. How could this person be so self-righteous? How bad must Prince Chen's eyesight be to ignore such big spiritual magpies like them? I can't be bothered with her. Princess Xiu turned her head away angrily. She secretly decided that she would immediately separate from this idiot when they arrived at the academy. She didn't want to be infected by her low IQ. "Hey Ali, brother Ali." Xiangchang Commandery Princess watched as the air transportation spiritual tool flew faster and faster. In a flash, it turned into a black dot and disappeared in front of them. She could not help but breathe her last. It was simply infuriating. "Don't worry, north-facing Great Forest is just up ahead." At that time, His Highness would have no choice but to put away his flying spirit artifact and cross a part of the forest on foot. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. The sparks from the sparks illuminated Sir Jojo's bright almond-shaped eyes. Inside north-facing Great Forest, where ancient trees towered into the sky, everyone sat in a circle and barbecued. Chapter 2757. The great north-facing forest and the Sea of Forgetfulness were natural barriers that separated the three states. No matter which imperial capital of the Tsang state or the Divine Prefecture, no one was spared. They had to pass through part of the forest. At this moment, Emollien's group from Arbor had already put away the red firmament waves and were sitting in a corner of the forest barbecuing. The great north-facing forest was rich in resources and food was everywhere. Little Fatty and the rest caught a few pheasants and barbecued them happily. They rubbed some salt on them and bit into them. They were delicious and tender. Their days were leisurely and carefree. I heard that the Royal School's test is not difficult at all. Little Fatty bit into a chicken drumstick and said with a laugh, "It seems that all we have to do is walk up and test our 5 spirit origins. Anyone who receives an invitation and has comprehended more than 6 levels of the 5 spirit origins will definitely be accepted." Everyone looked at each other. Lu Yu could not help but say, "So that means we will definitely pass the test?" Little Fatty nodded and grinned. "You're really a nosy one." Qi Xian could not help but laugh. "I haven't seen you go out since we came back, but you've already asked around." That's right. Little fatty bit into the crispy chicken and said vaguely, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Qi Xianxian nodded. Then I'm relieved. She didn't want to be so high profile as to accept those troublesome invitations, only to end up failing the later assessment. It was fine if she embarrassed herself, but the key point was that she had embarrassed Jojo. She would not let that happen. Those gossipy fellows in the imperial capital would not let go of such a good opportunity to mock them. As they were chatting, they suddenly heard a series of light footsteps coming from the side of the forest. Not long after, someone walked over from the small path through the dense foliage. This was a group of 100 people. The leader was a tall and flirtatious woman with a pair of slender, beautiful eyes. She looked around at everyone's faces. Behind her was a burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He was tall and sturdy, and in the cold spring weather, his 2 arms were exposed. His arms were bulging with bulging muscles like small hills. The woman and her companions were stunned, as if they didn't expect that there would be a small team barbecuing in this damn place. Then, the woman glanced at Arbor and Emolian. She didn't seem to have any intention of picking a fight, and led the group to an empty space on the side. They must have lived in the great north-facing forest for a long time and were very familiar with the surrounding environment. As soon as they arrived at the place, they quickly divided into groups to work. They set up tents, hunted beasts, picked up branches, and washed the internal organs of the animals. The division of labor was extremely fast. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, they were divided into 10 groups. They sat down to rest and eat. Qi Xianxian and the rest curiously sized up the 100-man team. Seeing that the others didn't come over to talk or cause trouble, and that none of them were meddlesome people, they continued to eat the barbecue and whispered a few words. After Jojo activated his silence mode, Qi Xianxian and the others also stopped talking. After eating the barbecue, everyone set up a pot and used the ingredients on the ground to cook some mushroom soup. Not long after, a fragrance wafted out from the small pot. Everyone took their bowls and spoons and quickly scooped up a small bowl of soup. They silently drank it. The people sitting on the other side of the empty space looked like a group of well-trained mercenaries. They ate later than Arbor and the rest, but they ate very quickly. Chapter 2758. While Arbor's group was drinking soup, the mercenaries had already finished eating and were cleaning up. One of the smaller mercenaries looked curiously at Arbor's group. He couldn't help but ask his companion in a low voice, "Hey, who do you think they are?" Judging by their attire, they looked like a group of young masters and young ladies heading to the great forest in the north. They didn't even have a guard and were walking alone in the forest. Mind your own business. The other person looked like a veteran mercenary. He glanced at the talkative kid and rolled his eyes. "Did you forget what the leader told us to do again?" "I remember." The small mercenary pursed his lips and said flatly, "Don't cause trouble when you're outside. According to their leader, you don't know what kind of danger you'll face in the future. The most important thing in the world was to be cautious. Maybe you saw someone who wasn't very outstanding, but they had a way to kill you. If you caused trouble and couldn't solve it, you'd be in trouble. Don't you think the leader is being too careful?" "I don't think so." The old mercenary sneered at him. "I'm telling you, if you don't agree with our leader's behavior, you'd better leave as soon as possible." The small mercenary saw him turn and leave. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything, but he was still a little unconvinced. She glanced at Xiao Mu's group again and inwardly criticized. They just look like a bunch of young masters and misses who are inexperienced. How could they be dangerous? Clang, 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 clang. "Leader, there's a fierce battle over there." A scout mercenary walked quickly to the beautiful woman and squatted down. "Should we change camps?" The beautiful woman was the leader of the dire mercenary group. The muscular man next to her was her partner, Sa. Both of them had a lot of experience as mercenaries. They wouldn't panic at all in this kind of situation. Daya nodded. "Let everyone pack up." When the small mercenary heard his leader's decision, he couldn't help but grumble. "Why do we have to pack up when we're just resting?" The old mercenary glanced at him unhappily. "Dongzi, you talk a lot of nonsense. Just do as I say." The commander must have her own considerations. The young mercenary named Dongzi snorted inwardly and began to tidy up the mess. Whoosh! A flaming iron arrow suddenly landed on a tree. However, the water vapor in the north-facing great forest was very thick, and the ancient trees were also covered in water vapor. The flames were not enough to burn a large area. At most, they would only destroy 1 or 2 tree trunks. Air furrowed her thin brows. Everyone, pay attention and prepare for battle. While they were talking, a few figures ran over while protecting a person. The whooshing sound of flying iron arrows mixed with clusters of flames made Dyer and the others tense up slightly. Qi Xian and the others were cleaning up the pots and pans when they turned around and saw a blind stray arrow shooting towards them. Little Fatty frowned and threw out a punch, deflecting the projectile. "Are you courting death?" Lu Yu coldly shouted. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. "A bunch of fools. How dare you disturb our rest?" Qi Xian said unhappily. Jojo. Chapter 2759. A certain person, who was escorted out of the forest by several attendants, seemed to have discovered a new continent. With a leap, she appeared in front of Arbor. Just as he was about to reach out to pull her, Prince Imo slapped his hand away without batting an eyelid. Prince Mo's eyelids couldn't help twitching. It was truly a small world. He didn't expect to encounter Duan Yu in this kind of nook and cranny. Arbor was also taken aback. He didn't expect this child to suddenly pop out from the other side. Her large eyes flickered, and she looked behind him with a taut face. "Who are those people?" Duan Yu's eyes lit up, and he hastily shouted, "Jojo, hurry and save me. I'm about to be killed by them." "Whoa, was this journey easy? Wasn't it just going to the Royal Academy?" Rong Li, that guy, actually sent more than one group of people to chase him all the way here. Of course, he also had the intention to play with them. It was just that he also got annoyed after being chased so many times, all right? He didn't want to bother with these weaklings anymore. But these people seemed to have gone mad as they chased after him nonstop. Wasn't it annoying to lose wave after wave of failure? Sir Jojo's small face darkened as he stared at the masked men in black who had popped out from behind the trees. There were about 20 of them, and they were currently surrounding them with crossbows in their hands. When they saw that there were 9 more people beside Duan Yu, they couldn't help but be startled. The eyes of the leader of the men in black flickered, and he stiffly looked at Arbor's group. He ordered, "Unrelated people, move aside. Don't look for trouble." "Jojo." Duan Yu pitifully shrunk behind the little girl, causing Prince Imo to glare at him in disdain. What was going on? Why did these people always like to hide behind his wife? Duan Yu was like this, Hichin was like this, and that damn Eldasheen was also like this. Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at the men in black before him. Della led her group of mercenaries and stood at a distance to watch. After waiting for a long while, he heard the little girl coldly spit out a word, "Scram." The group of black-clothed men pursuing Duan Yu instantly felt extremely displeased. They just didn't want to provoke more people, but it didn't mean that they were afraid of a few young masters and young ladies who looked very young. The black-clothed leader's face darkened as he angrily said, "I advise you to mind your own business. You know him?" Arbor turned to look at Duan Yu with an exasperated expression. "Can't you throw a few concealed weapons and kill them?" The pitiful Duan Yu nodded his head pitifully, looking like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. "They were sent by eldest brother. I can't kill every single one of them. I have to at least let a few of them go back to spread the news. Who would have thought that these people would not rest until he was dead? Wouldn't it be better to go back and report to them and leave them alive?" It was really annoying that they had to chase him all the way. "You're just too soft-hearted," the little fellow said seriously. Imo Yin and the others couldn't help but want to roll their eyes when they heard this hilarious conversation. How could he be so soft-hearted? Almost every batch of these assassins never made it back. Duan Yu couldn't resist blinking and swiftly suppressed his belly full of laughter. He nodded in full agreement and said, "I just can't do it to my own people." Chapter 2760. What kind of people are you? Arbor irritably glared at him before looking up at the group of black-clothed men who were exchanging glances. "Last chance, Scram." The leader of the black-clothed men couldn't help but be amused. He glared at Arbor with a venomous gaze. Duanyu narrowed his eyes, and that frivolous smile on his face gradually turned cold. This group of reckless fools actually dared to look at Jojo with that kind of gaze. Since you don't want to scram, then all of you can stay here, Arbor said coldly. With a flick of his finger, countless talismans flew out. Once the 8 trigrams binding talismans were activated, countless rays of light landed on the black-clothed men. At the same time, Arbor threw out hundreds of 5-spirit talismans, forming a 5-spirit offensive talisman matrix. In an instant, it was as if a celestial maiden was scattering flowers. The earth and wood beneath the black-clothed men's feet rapidly rolled and tore at them, while fire and lightning interweaved above their heads. It was like the end of the world, when a torrent of water pounced over like a giant dragon and swallowed all the black-clothed men. Everyone only saw crackling bolts of lightning swiftly flowing through their limbs and bones. The lightning and water interweaved, electrifying those black-clothed men until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Dell's group had long been dumbfounded. They were stupefied on the spot as they stared fixedly in that direction. The black-clothed men who were originally struggling and shouting were smashed down by the lightning bolts under the activation of the Thunder Spirit talismans. The leader of the black-clothed men had a slightly stronger physique. Although he wasn't killed, he was already battered and exhausted. He lay in the filthy water mixed with stinky mud and could only feel the fatal lightning bolts above his head smashing down on his body as if they were free. He was so tired that he almost wanted to close his eyes. Just let these lightning bolts smash him to death. He felt hopeless, and at the same time, he wanted nothing more than to curse incessantly in his heart. Fuck your young masters and misses. How were these the weak young masters and misses of patrician families? Weren't these fiends and devils? Right now, he suddenly felt that the stoic face's scram was simply like the sound of nature. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to grab hold of that scram tightly. Now, he could only stay here and head to the Yellow Springs. When the last bolt of lightning fell, the entire forest quieted down. There were no more wails, no more cries, no more screams, and even the chirping of insects and birds could not be heard. The little stoic raised the several dozen talismans between her fingers and frowned. He's dead. As she spoke, she put away the remaining 5 spirit talismans. Her expression was indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. Let's go. Della and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Many pairs of eyes looked at the young lady in front of them as if they were looking at a monster. He didn't look very old, but his methods were so vicious. Moreover, the talismans in her hands were simply endless. This was truly a life-hastening talisman. The mercenary Dong Zi, who had been critical of their leader, was now pale with fright. He thought about what the old mercenary had said to him and was glad that he didn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, the one lying in the dry grass and mud right now would be his corpse. Oh no, maybe they wouldn't even be able to find his corpse. The little mercenary involuntarily shuddered as he looked at the things that had been burned to ashes by the lightning bolts. Chapter 2761. As expected, the commander's principle of not causing trouble and being cautious was completely correct. You wouldn't know about those unknown dangers while roaming the pugilistic world. Perhaps a seemingly adorable little stoic girl was an existence that could take people's lives the moment she made a move. The little mercenary Dong Zi silently retreated and shrank into the group. Commander Dell was naturally very shocked on the inside. Right now, she was extremely glad that she didn't harbor enmity towards the little stoics group from the start. The little girl and her group weren't troublemakers. As long as the people in her group were sensible enough and didn't provoke them, naturally nothing would happen. Dell exhaled and hastily turned around with the group. At this time, a scouting mercenary poked his head out from the forest and whispered something into Dell's ear. Dell's eyes brightened slightly, and she quickly nodded and left with her group. At the same time, Miss Chow heard the little water baby's excited voice in her mind. Master, 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 ahead, let's go ahead. I can smell the scent of natural water. Arbor was startled and communicated mentally. What's natural water? It's a type of 9-layered spirit water, the little water baby said excitedly. It hasn't been comprehended by anyone yet. Before that, Dien can devour it. After devouring it, Dien can probably enter the growth stage. The more the little water baby spoke, the more excited it became. It wished for nothing more than to immediately jump out of Paradise Planet. Arbor couldn't help but be speechless and immediately stopped it. You're not allowed to come out. I'll go take a look. Masta, natural water, natural water. Arbor rolled his eyes and tossed the little fellow's noisy cries to the back of his mind. He looked up and said to Yin, Little Water told me that there's a type of 9-layered spirit water ahead that's very useful to it. Let's go look for it. Okay. Yin naturally didn't have any objections. Everyone didn't set up camp. Previously, they were sitting around a tree and barbecuing. So they moved very quickly now. After pouring a layer of ice water over the fire and putting it out, everyone casually picked up their bags and followed Miss Chiao forward. With the little water baby's senses, there was naturally no problem with the direction. Not long after, the group arrived at the depths of the forest and stopped in their tracks. Duan Yu's figure drifted forward as he stared fixedly at the empty area before him. Before this, they could sense that Dell's 100-man mercenary group was right in front of them. But the strange thing was, in just a few minutes, Dell and the others suddenly disappeared. Everyone, be careful. Yin suddenly grabbed Arbor, who was beside her, and both of them moved slightly to the left, jumping away from a sudden vine attack. As for Lu Yu and Hua Tao, one of them summoned an earth wall, while the other released several water spirits to block the twisting vines. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rose from the center of the forest. It was like a broken pocket that had its bottom leaked, sucking everyone forward with a cold gust of wind. Qi Xianxian was caught off guard, and her entire body was swept up. Everyone was shocked, and without thinking, they reached out to grab her. Ma Ta grabbed Qi Xianxian's arm first and was dragged several meters forward. Her feet slid through the forest's vegetation, leaving behind a trail of dirt. The little fatty pounced forward and hugged Qi Xianxian's waist. With his weight on top of hers, Qi Xianxian, who was originally being sucked forward, finally managed to stabilize herself. Chapter 2762. On the other side, Miss Chiao was also pulled a few steps back by the strange suction force. Then, Yin reached out and pressed her down on the ground. The strong wind suddenly blew, and the fallen leaves swept the ground. The sand was almost blinding. There was something in the middle of the forest. Arbor narrowed his eyes and threw out a blue talisman. He shouted, "Reveal yourself." The reveal talisman flashed and landed in the middle of the forest. Instantly, a shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and a strange, huge beast appeared. Wow, what a big fish! Little Fatty looked up against the strong wind and squinted his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim. This was really an 8-legged strange fish that they had never seen before. Its fat belly was bulging, and it had 8 short legs. It had a big golden carp head. Its 2 eyeballs were rolled up like dead fish eyes, and it stared at them coldly. As soon as this lousy fish opened its mouth, a gust of wind rolled up the dead branches and withered leaves in front of it. It sucked in the sky and the earth as if it wanted to suck the whole world away. The trees were rolled up by the strange wind and were sucked into its big mouth. Qi Xuanxuan's face turned green. She opened her mouth and exclaimed, "Damn, is this strange fish eating?" Xian, you know the truth. Little Fatty and the rest thought bitterly in their hearts. If this went on, when a strange fish sucked away all the flowers and plants around them, they would be the only fat fish left to be slaughtered. Fight it! Hua Tao roared and released a water spirit from his hand. In a split second, the strong wind blew it away. It didn't even land on the fish. His movement seemed to have infuriated the big-headed fat carp. It breathed heavily, and the fierce wind sucked Hua Tao into its mouth. Damn! Little Fatty hurriedly reached out to grab Hua Tao's clothes. But how could he grab it in such a hurry? A ripping sound was heard. The corner of Hua Tao's shirt was torn off by the little Fatty, but his body still flew uncontrollably towards the fat belly fish. Several people hurriedly stretched out their hands and shot out several streams of spiritual power, intending to slow down Hua Tao's body, but it was useless. The whirlwind released by this strange fish was too fierce. Under the tearing, it only made Hua Tao's outer clothes become riddled with holes, which was very funny. Mo Yin said, "This strange fish's attack power is probably average, but the strange wind it creates is very annoying. Jojo, you stay here. I'll go over and kill it." How could Jojo be willing to back down? He shook his head and said, "Let's go together." He let go of his hand and allowed himself to be sucked in by the strange wind. Mo Yin hurriedly followed after him. As soon as the two of them reached the mouth of the fish, they almost fainted from a stench. "What are you doing?" When Duan Yu saw the two of them being sucked over, he quickly wanted to follow. Arbor pinched his nose and turned around to wave at him. He endured the overwhelming stench and shouted at him, "It stinks to death. Don't come over." Did this big-headed carp not bathe in several hundred years? It was simply stinky to the heavens. When a strange fish saw two people being sucked over, it smugly opened its mouth and was about to bite them. In the blink of an eye, Arbor casually took out a rod-shaped spirit weapon from his inner world and erected it. The strange fish bit down with its sharp teeth, but its upper jaw was almost pierced through by this rod. It was in so much pain that it let out a human-like scream. Your ancestor is in so much pain. Where did this little scoundrel come from, to be so wicked? Its dead fish eyes had just revealed a vicious glint when several of its teeth were pried out by the roots. Fish, I feel like I'm going to be in for a tragedy. Chapter 2763. Arbor used that rod to press against the fish's mouth and swung the ferrule down twice, smashing the fish's row of sharp teeth into powder. The big-headed carp screeched as it crawled and rolled on the ground. It must be an unbearable pain. Seeing that it still dared to scream, Arbor took out a crowbar-like spirit weapon from his inner world and pulled out several teeth from the fish's lower body. The strange fish's two fins wobbled pitifully, and the entire fish sprawled on the ground as though it was dead. If it had hands, it would definitely be clutching its head and begging for mercy, or even the crying kind Duan Yu covered his nose and approached to take a look. His mouth involuntarily twitched. Heavens, Jojo, this child, was savage and ruthless. She actually crippled this big-headed carp into this state. This pitiful fish was like a tiger that had its canine teeth pinched by a clamp now that it had lost its teeth. It was completely unable to display its might. Arbor stood in front of the fish's mouth, seemingly expressionless. Perhaps only Mo Yin knew that the little fellow was on the brink of a violent convulsion from the stench. The crown prince was amused, but could only stifle his laughter. He had no choice but to raise his hand to stroke the little fellow's fur. "Jojo, let's go out first." The two of them jumped out of the fish's mouth. Arbor immediately controlled the water to rinse that sticky ferrule 18 times before storing it in his conscious. He switched to a washboard, and without making a sound, he suddenly burst into action. Lady Qiao rushed to the front of the dead fish. Without saying a word, she swung her washboard and used all her might to beat that fellow to death. Who told you not to bathe for several hundred years? Who told you to stink like this? Who told you to suffocate this darling to death? Who told you to act like this? Everyone was instantly at a loss for words. Duan Yu quickly reached out to stop Xian, and company, who wanted to help. "Let her beat it! Let her beat it!" The little fellow was currently extremely displeased. She had to vent it out. Xian and the rest silently counted. When Lady Jojo thrashed that dead fish 58 times with the washboard, she stopped all her actions. "Vomit!" The little girl expressionlessly shouted. Everyone was speechless. She really wanted to laugh, even though she didn't understand what Jojo meant by vomit. However, the little girl's one word was like an order. The big-headed carp quickly opened its mouth and spat out something. When Xian saw this, she almost vomited too. This was so fucking disgusting. A pile of stinky acid gushed out. There were also countless human skulls, arm bones, and so on in this row of acid, piled up into a small hill. Then, the strange fish spat out piles of ores and piled them up neatly. God knows how many random things this guy had eaten in the past few hundred years. Hua Tao and the others followed suit and vomited while washing the ores with spiritual water. Prince Amo looked at these things with disdain. He picked up a branch from the side and fiddled with the ores. He kept calling out to Hua Tao and Mata, wash it here, wash it clean. It's so disgusting. There's even mucus on it. Hurry and rinse it clean. Wash away all its vomit. Prince Amo used the branch to pull out a fist-sized snow crystal, and his eyes brightened. He didn't expect this dead fish to have such good stuff in its stomach. Hua Tao and Mata felt a bit miserable. Their water spirit wasn't used to attack people. It was used to wash away the residue in the dead fish's stomach. After working for so long, it was really quite tiring. Chapter 2764. When the torment finally ended, Hua Tao wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Crown Prince Amo beside him. It's about time. Put it away. Prince Amo looked at the pile of ores that were washed clean and nodded reluctantly. Give me your weapons later, and I'll reforge them. Hua Tao and the rest's eyes lit up. They happily replied, okay, and quickly helped the Crown Prince put away the ores. At the same time, the unlucky big-headed carp's vomiting was also coming to an end. The big-headed carp opened its mouth and spat out hundreds of people. It was as if they were taking a dump. The people who rolled out one after another had their faces covered in the weird fish's vomit. They looked at the glaring sunlight in front of them in confusion. Degree_degree, what happened? Where were they? Why did their vision feel so blurry? Dai used her sleeve to wipe the vomit on her face. She stared at the disgusting mucus on her hand in disgust. She turned around to look at the 2-meter-tall weird fish behind her. She opened her mouth in shock. When did this weird fish get here? Actually, they didn't know what had happened at all. After Dai received the news from the mercenary scouts, she led a group of people to their destination. Halfway there, they suddenly felt a gust of wind. They didn't take any precautions and were inexplicably sucked in by the suction force. With this suction, they all entered the big-headed carp's stomach. The big-headed carp didn't just spit out the 100 people from Dai's mercenary group. Other than that, there was also a group of people from Zhongli's residence. The second young mistress of Zhongli's family was screaming everywhere. She used her sleeve to wipe the vomit on her head. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. Heavens, this is too disgusting. Looking at the sticky vomit all over her body and hands, Zhongli Jiwei screamed and grabbed a water spiritualist from her family. Quick, wash it clean. Zhongli Jiwei stomped her feet on the spot. As for the young lady standing beside her, she walked to the side with a calm expression on her face. She quickly cleaned up the dirt on her body and changed into a slightly cleaner outer robe. Although she had not taken a bath, her body was still dirty. She frowned hard, but she did not scream like Zhongli Jiwei, as if the whole world was against her. Oh my God, what kind of nonsense is this? Are these intestines? Why was there such a disgusting thing hanging on her head? Zhongli Jiwei's vision turned black. Ever since she left the fish's stomach, the screams never stopped. Arbor felt a headache coming on. His eyes flashed fiercely as he roared, "Shut up!" The world suddenly quieted down, and everyone's eyes focused on her. Zhongli Jiwei stared at her in disbelief with a pile of vomit and screamed, You? Why are you here?" Belatedly, she realized that Prince Amo was tidying up a pile of ores on the side. She couldn't help but exclaim, Your Highness?" Without another word, Arbor raised the washboard in his hand and rushed over. Duan couldn't stop her in time, even if he wanted to. Seeing this little fellow dashing in front of Zhongli Jiwei, his temper flared up, and he swung the washboard at Zhongli Jiwei's head. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 2765. Don't you understand human language when I told you to shut up? Arbor's head swelled with pain from this woman's yelling. Viciousness appeared in his eyes, and he didn't care what this woman was scolding and directly beat her to death. If he had known that this woman was also in the fish's stomach, he wouldn't have let the dead fish spit her out. Annoying. The scene was dead silent, and everyone shrank back in fear, trying to keep a distance from the Zhongli family servants. "What are you doing?" A shocked cry came from the side. Shi Yongqian, who didn't manage to hitch a ride on the Qin estate's young master's air transportation spirit artifact, could only set off with the aristocratic families from the capital. She was originally full of anger, and now that she saw the young crown princess, she was even angrier. Actually, Shi Yongqian was only a 5th-level spiritual master with a 5th-level spiritual fire cultivation. Based on cultivation, it was impossible for her to be accepted by the Imperial Academy. The strange thing was that the Imperial Academy accepted talents from all walks of life. For example, 5th young Master Qin, a good-for-nothing, was accepted because of his outstanding zither skills. And Shi Yongqian's specialty was smelting ores. Although she was relatively young, she had already become a very outstanding smelting master and was one of the more outstanding talents in the entire Shi family. Arbor naturally knew that Shi Yongqian also had a smelting master identity. In her previous life, this woman had often flaunted this talent in front of her. But so what? Miss Chow didn't need her to smelt ores or forge spirit artifacts. Her lotus knew everything, and with the sacred fire in hand, smelting anything was a piece of cake. There was no need to give this woman any face at all. Just as Shi Yongqian was reprimanding, Miss Chow had already knocked Zhongli Jiwei unconscious. Hearing the sound, she leisurely stopped and turned to look at Shi Yongqian. "Do you also want a few hits?" "You." Shi Yongqian had a sullen feeling like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason clearly. "You want to reason with the crown princess, right? She punched you. How could you explain clearly?" "Shut up," Arbor angrily rebuked. "So long-winded and full of nonsense. If I had known, I would have let you all die in the fish's stomach." How could she have known that in this dead fish's stomach, apart from Dell's group, there were still so many useless people? As the saying goes, money can't buy anything. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have saved him. At this time, a young lady who was originally standing next to Zhongli Jiwei and had walked to the side to silently tidy her clothes walked back. She nimbly cupped her fists and bowed to Qiao Mu and the others. "Many thanks to the Crown Prince Consort for lending a hand." "Who are you?" Arbor glanced at the girl and saw that her eyebrows were not bad. She had a long face and eyes that were as bright as water. The girl smiled in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "My name is Zhongli Zi. Just now my younger sister yelled and screamed in front of the Crown Princess. It was her fault. I apologize to you. You are you. She is she." What he meant was, you don't need to apologize to me for her rudeness. She had always been a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. She could clearly distinguish who was right and who was wrong. Arbor glanced at her indifferently, then turned and walked to Lien's side. On this side, Crown Prince Mo was almost done cleaning up that pile of ores. He had Hua Tao and Ma Tao rinse off some of the ore crystals at the bottom, revealing a jade-like object. When Lien saw this object, her eyes lit up. "Heavenly water mithril," Shi Yongqian exclaimed. Chapter 2766. At the same time, a hand reached out from the side and abruptly snatched that piece of pitch-black heavenly water mithril. The newcomer was a man around 30 years old. His appearance was very mediocre, and his rat-like eyes emitted a shrewd light as if they were perpetually squinted. He held that piece of heavenly water mithril in his hand and couldn't resist shrieking in excitement. "Heavenly water mithril. It's heavenly water mithril. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I could pick up a piece of heavenly water mithril in my lifetime." "What are you doing?" Hua Tao and the others glared angrily at that person and berated, "Put it down." This person was also a mercenary that had rolled out of the fish's stomach just now. However, he didn't look like a member of Dai, or a mercenary group. As expected, Dai frowned and said to the rat-eyed man in the next second, "Deputy Commander Cheong, isn't it unkind of you to do this? All of us were rescued by these brothers. How can you be like this? Not only do you not repay them, but you also snatch their things." That man narrowed his rat-like eyes and sneered. "It's useless even if you scream at the heavens when you pick up a treasure from the ground. At this time, Emolian had already put away the remaining items and walked to Miss Chiao's side. She glanced at her with an aggrieved expression. It was snatched. I wanted to use heavenly water mithril to forge a weapon for Hua Tao and Ma Ta. When Arbor heard that his companion's weapons were snatched, his gaze immediately turned unfriendly, and he glared coldly at that short-sighted man. Who are you? Big Brother Cheong. Shi Yongqian had already walked over in high spirits. Is Uncle Shi Lang here? Niece Yongqian. A laugh came from behind, and Shi Lang mercenary group's commander walked over. He had already finished cleaning up and was hiding behind a tree to change out of all his clothes. Compared to Zhongli Ziyi, who only changed her outerwear, his body was naturally much more refreshed. When Xiong Hao saw Shi Yongqian, he was like a mouse seeing rice. His rat-like eyes widened slightly as he beamed. Younger sister Yongqian. Earlier, he was completely focused on this heavenly water mithril and didn't even have time to snatch things. So how could he have noticed Shi Yongqian? Now that he saw the goddess in his heart, he was naturally very happy. However, the little stoic's cold words were like a basin of cold water that drenched him from head to toe. Put down the thing in your hand, or die. Shi Lang frowned, and the mercenaries behind him shouted in dissatisfaction. Miss, you're being too overbearing. That's right. You guys have already picked up so many ores. What's wrong with giving one to someone else? If it were anyone else, they might have given the items to them out of shame. However, the little stoic was expressionless and only asked coldly, Are you handing it over or not? Qiong Hao's eyes flashed with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Shi Yongqian tugging at his sleeve. This is the Crown Prince of Shenzhou and the Crown Princess. Qiong Hao's pupils constricted. Due to the other party's identity, he didn't dare to act rashly. Although the Shi Lang mercenary group was backed by the Shi family and had become a famous fifth-level mercenary group on the Divine Land, they could not afford to offend the Crown Prince of the Divine Land as long as they were in the Divine Land. On the side, Shi Lang was already a bit cowardly, and he hastily apologized with a smile. Crown Princess, please don't be angry, haha. Qiong Hao is a blacksmith master. He was just, haha, excited to see the heavenly water mithril and didn't have any other intentions. Chapter 2767. Although Qiong Hao was a bit unwilling, he truly didn't dare to contradict the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, so he could only reluctantly toss the heavenly fire mithril in his hand to Arbor. The little stoic glanced at them coldly and caught the heavenly fire mithril he tossed over. She said neutrally, If someone else saved my life, not only would I not snatch their things, I would also properly repay them. In other words, you bunch of cowards are truly disgusting to the extreme. Although she didn't ask for repayment for saving people, it truly disgusted her to the core that they repaid her by snatching things. Qiong Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Zhongli Jiwei had already woken up and couldn't resist shouting in an impassioned tone, I don't think you intentionally wanted to save us. Aren't you just saving us in passing? Oh, why? Zhongli Ziyi, why are you gagging me? Apologies. Zhongli Ziyi turned around and nodded apologetically at Arbor's group. She then said to Zhongli Jiwei, Can you stop yelling? Go behind a tree and clean yourself up. I'll keep an eye on you. Zhongli Jiwei looked at the mess of vomit on her body and screamed, Ah! She hastily hid behind the tree to clean herself up. Arbor couldn't be bothered with them anymore. She tugged at Prince Mo and said to Duan Yu and the others, Let's go. When she arrived in front of that half-dead strange fish, she kicked it hard. Why aren't you scramming yet? Was it waiting to be slaughtered and put into a pot? The dead fish pitifully swayed its body and shrunk before hastily turning to flee. Its back looked a bit disheveled in the wind. Wasn't that so? Heaven took pity on it and threw up all the good stuff it had eaten for several hundred years. Not only was the strange fish hungry now, but its entire fat belly also deflated. Wait, don't go. Zhongli Jiwei scuttled out from behind the tree and shouted, You? How could you let it escape? What else are you going to do? Kill it. Zhongli Jiwei roared angrily. Who knows how many people this guy has eaten while squatting here? You're really what a lunatic. How could he let it escape? So what if I eat people? Xiaomu gazed at her icily. What? Zhongli Jiwei widened her eyes in shock, as if she was looking at a monster. She stared straight at Arbor. The little stoic coldly swept her a glance. Other people are eating normally. Who told you to trespass on its territory? What a weird argument. Did the young crown prince consort mean that the strange fish was quite innocent? Was it because these idiots had barged in and disturbed the strange fish's normal feeding? Zhongli Jiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at her blankly for a long while before she couldn't help but scream, You can't let it go. Then go chase after them and kill them. What are you stopping me for? Chirping and shrieking for? Qiao Mu brusquely swept this brain-dead woman a glance. Zhongli Jiwei looked back, but she couldn't see the strange fish anymore. That strange fish originally possessed innate concealment skills. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to secretly swallow so many people at once. The main reason was that this strange fish knew how to conceal itself. In addition, it concealed itself and used the gale to attract people. So many people were foolishly tricked. In terms of actual combat strength, it was actually only at the normal level. If Arbor knew clearly, this strange fish should be a life-bound beast born with water. Chapter 2768. In fact, it was quite innocent. Arbor was right. In fact, this strange fish was very lazy. It had been squatting here for hundreds of years, eating, sleeping, and eating. It had not moved at all. If it wasn't for someone coming for the natural water, it would be impossible to walk into its sphere of influence and be sucked into its stomach. Now that it had disappeared in front of their eyes, as long as it hid on its own, they would never be able to find it in this lifetime. Zhongli Jiwei was so angry that she almost fainted. She pointed at the little crown princess with a trembling finger and said the word, You, repeatedly, but she couldn't say anything else. Arbor glanced at her coldly. You don't want your finger anymore, do you? Zhongli Jiwei suddenly retracted her hand. She didn't realize that immediately retracting her hand was actually an instinctive physical reaction under her fear. She saw that this young crown prince consort's body and soul were screaming the word, tremble. Get lost. Eating was an animal's instinct, so there was nothing wrong with it. Since it had spat out everything it had eaten, for Miss Qiao, this matter was considered settled. Whoever wanted to be righteous could continue to pursue the matter if they wanted to. She couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Zhongli Jiwei's body trembled, and she hurriedly took 2 steps back. Zhongli Zi quickly held her back and shook her head helplessly. Madame Ma's daughter was arrogant and useless. She only knew how to make a fuss all day long. Not to mention that the crown princess hated her. Even her sister, who had been with her for 20 years, couldn't stand her bad temper. Arbor didn't care about them at all. He pulled Mo Lien and called for his own people, and they went through the overgrown trees. Their eyes lit up slightly. Outside was a gloomy forest with towering ancient trees. Inside was an open space of less than 30 square meters. In the middle was a small pond, surrounded by lush herbs. At a glance, it was colorful and green. It was exceptionally beautiful. Master Silver, in front, in front. Dian Dian shouted excitedly. Qiao Mu knew that the natural water was right in front of her, so she hastily dashed forward, arriving in front of that small puddle. He saw a beautiful pink flower plant growing in the water. In the middle of the lustrous petals, there was a drop of sparkling water. It rolled around the petals against the breeze, but it did not fall. Goody! The water child swiftly squirmed out from between Qiao Mu's fingers, and it excitedly sucked in that water droplet with its mouth open. Swoosh! The natural water seemed to tremble, but under the powerful pressure of the holy water, it was sucked over without any resistance. It quickly merged with the water baby's transparent arm. The moment the light burst out, Arbor quickly took the water child into Paradise Planet. The pink plants in the puddle were dying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly dug the plant out of the water and threw it into Paradise Planet. Ball, save it. Leave it to me, master. Qiuqiu immediately responded. At the same time, Shi Yongxian and the others, who were blocked outside by Mata and Huatao, finally broke through the barrier and rushed in. They all exclaimed at once. Wow, so many herbs. Everyone scrambled to dig and shovel the plants around the puddle. They looked like a group of bandits entering a village. Their movements were so crude that Arbor's eyelids kept twitching. You guys, Qi Xian want to stop them, but Arbor raised his hand and stopped her. She had all these plants on Paradise Planet, so there was no need to fight over them. It was just a pity. Chapter 2769. After this herb field was excavated by these bandits in such a barbaric manner, the roots and soil were damaged. Not a single blade of grass would grow here in the future, and nothing would grow here anymore. What a pity for such a small spiritual land. This water, could it be spiritual water? A mercenary exclaimed softly. The group of people immediately threw away the herbs and swarmed toward the small pond, taking out bamboo tubes and other items to get water. A mercenary from the Dire mercenary group bent down to taste the water and immediately exclaimed, "It really is spiritual water. Could it be that one of the 5 spirit origins, a high-level spiritual water, existed here?" This puddle didn't look like it was formed in just a few years. It must have been formed by droplets of water vapor that filled this small puddle. From this, it could be seen that there was definitely a treasure here. Everyone glanced at Arbor suspiciously. After all, it was this little crown princess who had led people here first. If there was a water spirit origin, it would naturally have been taken by the little crown princess first. Some people were impatient and hurriedly jumped into the pond, searching for something in the mud. Arbor couldn't help but be speechless. She only stood to the side and didn't say anything. Looking at the plants that had been trampled by those people running back and forth, she felt a little pity. Unexpectedly, Arbor was a little absent-minded as she thought of her previous life. The paradise that had appeared on Hullen Mountain in Quoto Village had also been ruined like this. Fortunately, the paradise had been safely hidden away by her and was far away from the chaos of the world. It would never become a barren land again. When everyone rushed into the shallow pond, Qi Xian and the others didn't idle around either. They dug out some undamaged herbs nearby. However, no matter how fast the 7 of them dug, they couldn't compare to those boorish people. More than 100 people were squeezed into a small area of 30 square meters. Everyone was fighting to get to the bottom of the pond to fish out some good stuff. At this moment, suddenly, a faint, soft light shone from the bottom of the pond. A light green plant with 7 leaves leaped out of the pond and hastily flew toward Xiao Mu like it was fleeing for its life. One after another, a lot of colorful plants ran straight towards the little guy as if they were psychic. Everyone turned around, dumbfounded. That stoic face stood expressionlessly far away and didn't approach the edge of the puddle. However, the strange thing was that the vegetation at the bottom of the puddle turned into specks of flowing light and kept running toward her. This scene was simply amazing. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others all looked unperturbed. How could he not be calm? Jojo had the holy wood on him, so why would he need to rush forward and snatch it away like the others? She only had to stand there and let Xiao give the order, and those divine herbs that had already gained sentience would naturally rush to her side. The wood spirit origin in her body was no joke. It was not a joke to say that plants had spirits. Those spirit herbs that had lived in this world for more than several hundred years weren't fools. Could it be that they would abandon their little master who possessed the holy wood spirit origin and follow a bunch of people who didn't understand medicine at all and looked at them like they were looking at piles of spirit coins? It was simply a reckless waste of God's good gifts. The group of young men from the Adele mercenary group were all dumbfounded. Who knew what was going on? Could it be that even plants knew what was good and bad these days and could even choose to follow their master? Chapter 2770. Zhongli Jiwei's heart was about to explode from anger when she saw this scene. She simply couldn't believe that even those naturally occurring plants actually knew how to curry favor with the rich and powerful and attach themselves to the rich and powerful. She felt more comfortable thinking this way. Otherwise, she simply couldn't explain why those plants would look down on them and insist on sticking to the crown princess. Although Zhongli Zi was also quite shocked, she wasn't like Zhongli Jiwei, whose entire face was contorted from jealousy. Zhongli Zi also didn't swarm over to that small pond and couldn't be bothered to fight over that bit of spirit water with others. There were more than 100 of them, and that pond of water was only enough for each person to drink a mouthful. It felt very strange to expend so much effort to snatch that mouthful of water. Shilang and Xianghao went to fill bamboo tubes with water, but they didn't manage to fill much and nearly got into a fight with Dai, Er's mercenary group instead. Although Shilang was leading a 5th-rank mercenary group, the people he brought were far inferior to Dai, Er's mercenary group. If the two sides fought now, Shilang's group would definitely suffer. However, no one was willing to give up this spirit water that was so easily obtainable. Both mercenary groups were unwilling to give way, so the situation was a bit deadlocked. On the other side, Qiuqiu calmed down after summoning the wind and summoning the rain, and making the dozens of divine rank and above herbs hidden in the pond submit to it. And Mo Yin, Duan Yu, and the others were secretly amused when they carefully examined the little girl's expression. Although this little fellow didn't have any expression on her face, those familiar with her could tell that the little girl was currently very happy. However, no clues could be discerned from the stoic face. Shi Yongxian, who had been observing the little stoic from the side, couldn't help but say with a cold expression, "Before we barged in, this place seemed to be emitting a strange light." Shilang's heart jolted when he heard that, and his greedy eyes roamed over the little crown princess. He chuckled mischievously and said, "The crown princess was the first person to enter this area just now." When he said that, the others would definitely unite against a common enemy and become suspicious of Arbor. Qiaomu had already had Qiuqiu put away the several dozen stalks of divine rank herbs. Upon hearing this, she looked up and scoffed at Shilang. "Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush." Shilang's wrinkled face twitched slightly. "I'm sure the dire mercenary group knows about this. We have accepted a mysterious mission to search for natural water." "Dai." And Suha glanced at the old man and didn't say anything. Seeing that no one responded to him, Shilang's face darkened. "Dai, you guys are quite patient." The beautiful woman couldn't help but sneer. She simply crossed her arms and looked at him indifferently. "Shilang, you old fox, there's no need to provoke me with words. I'm not some inexperienced person. Your words of sowing discord, save them for later." Shilang chuckled, his eyes revealing a bit of anger. "This place is so hidden, and there's a strange fish in front of us guarding it. I don't believe you won't be suspicious. That strange fish must be a water-type, life-bound beast. Natural water, 9th-level spirit water." That destitute vice commander beside, Shilang, immediately squinted his rat eyes into slits. His gaze scrutinized Qiao Mu's body back and forth, as if he wanted to see through her body and ascertain whether or not there was natural water in her body. Chapter 2771. Xianghao was a level 12 great spiritualist and controlled the 5th level of the water spirit. The natural water was more useful to him than anyone else. If he could obtain the natural water, he could comprehend it again. If he could comprehend a higher level of origin energy, he could make the 9th-level spirit water replace the 5th-level spirit water that he comprehended previously. In this way, his cultivation would definitely increase by 1 or 2 levels. Moreover, the effects of the 9th-level spirit water and the 5th-level spirit water in battle were naturally different. Even if they were both water spirits, the 5th-level spirit water would have to submit to the 6th-level spirit water, not to mention the 9th-level spirit water. Of course, if he obtained the 9th-level spirit water, his body would not be able to comprehend it. In that case, he could only hand over the 9th-level spirit water to complete this secret mission. Anyway, no matter how bad it was, he would still be able to obtain abundant mission resources. But now, he didn't even see a single strand of the 9th-level spirit water. According to his goddess, Shi Yongxian, the 9th-level spirit water should have been taken away by this stoic face in front of him. Qianghao swept a glance at Arbor without batting an eyelid, then turned his gaze to the 2 youths beside her, whose cultivation he couldn't tell. These 2 youths didn't look like easy targets. However, the temptation of the 9th-level spirit water was too great. Even though Chiang Hao felt that he might not be able to defeat the two youths in front of him, he couldn't resist the temptation of the 9th-level spirit water. He couldn't help but say bluntly, "This is the crown princess, right? You were the one who put away the natural water just now." Chiang Hao's attitude was somewhat disrespectful. After all, he was a level 12 great spiritualist. When facing a mere level 3 little spiritualist, he didn't need to be too courteous. He could just ask whatever he wanted. Even if the other party was the crown princess of China, with his cultivation, he could completely crush her. Naturally, he didn't need to pay too much attention to what he said. Arbor naturally knew Chiang Hao's mentality. Because of the aura concealing talisman, she was only a mere level 3 little spiritualist in the eyes of others. In Arbor's group, other than the two youths whose cultivation she couldn't tell, the others were all level 8 spiritualists and above. She was the only hilarious level 3 little spiritualist. Perhaps in the eyes of Chiang Hao and the others, Miss Chow was just an extra in this group. It must have been Arbor's teammates who pulled them out of the monster fish's stomach. Chiang Hao's attitude was disrespectful, but Arbor didn't care. He glanced at him coldly and said coldly, "So what if you took it? So what if you didn't?" Chiang Hao didn't think that a mere level 3 spirit master would dare to speak like this in front of him. He couldn't help but look angry as he said, "If you took it, then spit it out. If you didn't take it, then prove to us that you don't have the 9th layer spirit water." Arbor chuckled. Qi Xian and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyebrows. Their little girl was a little angry. However, Chiang Hao and the others who were courting death did not know that. They continued to run wildly on the road of death. "Come here, I'll spit it out for you." Arbor narrowed his eyes and curled his finger at Chiang Hao. Chiang Hao glanced at her suspiciously, then looked behind her at the group of teammates who hadn't done anything. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that his prediction was right. This little girl with a low cultivation level must be this group's escort. Chapter 2772. It didn't matter if she was there or not, so her teammates probably couldn't be bothered to care about her. Chiang Hao's gaze was somewhat disdainful. He actually gathered his courage and took a step forward, looking coldly at Arbor. "Where's the stuff?" An icicle suddenly shot toward his face. In the blink of an eye, Chiang Hao's expression froze as he hurriedly dodged to the side. His entire body flashed to the side in a panic as he formed a defensive circle with one hand. With a soft bang, the defensive layer in front of him was penetrated by the icicle in a matter of minutes. The sharp icicle arrived in front of his eyes with a whoosh, less than an inch away from his forehead. If it came any closer, his forehead would be completely pierced through by the icicle. Chiang Hao looked at the icicle that was inches away from him in shock. He took a deep breath and didn't dare to move his body. He froze on the spot. "Big brother Chiang." Shi Yongqian cried out in alarm as she hastily flew to Chiang Hao's side. She reached out to support his arm before turning to shout at Xiao Mu, "Crown Prince Consort, Big brother Chiang merely offended you with his words. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Hand over all the herbs you collected in the great forest of the north." Arbor said coldly, "Take out everything in your inner world until you prove that you don't have a single herb on you. If you have even one herb here, I'll kill you." Arbor's fingers moved slightly, and the icicle in front of Chiang Hao moved a little closer. It was now completely close to Chiang Hao's forehead. The eerie coldness caused him to feel a piercing pain on his forehead. A smear of blood slowly flowed down from his forehead as the coldness seeped in. Dyer and the others couldn't help but smirk mockingly. They already knew that the little girl's methods were extraordinary. Her talisman could kill dozens of men in black in one go, much less a mere Chiang Hao. Dai, Er's mercenary band and Shirlang's group had never been on good terms. Naturally, no one would specially remind Shirlang and Chiang Hao that the little girl was not to be trifled with. Seeing this scene, Dell and the others were even secretly laughing at this poor vice commander. He thought that the other party was a rank 3 spirit master and thought that he could crush the other party, but in the end, he was crushed like a dog. Yu. Chiang Hao wanted to retreat, but he felt a force binding him. His body could not move at all. At this point, he clearly understood that he had kicked an iron plate. He couldn't help but force a smile as he spoke to Mo Lien. "Your Highness Crown Prince, it's understandable that you want to help the Crown Princess. But it's not good to secretly make a move like this." Even now, Cheung Hao still felt that the reason why he was so unlucky, unable to move his body and being restrained by the little Crown Princess so quickly, was definitely because of the Crown Prince, whose cultivation he couldn't see through, intervened. Prince Mo and Duan Yu disdainfully looked at Cheung Hao as if they were looking an idiot. Would Miss Xiao need help from others? Stop joking, okay? They weren't so idle as to restrain a level 12 spirit master. This person had traveled outside for so many years, but he actually only talked about cultivation realm. Wasn't this a joke? He deserved to be so unlucky as to kick an iron plate. Enough nonsense. Arbor didn't need to explain. He drew a circle with his hand and icily said, "Are you handing it over or not? If you aren't, then die." Chapter 2773. Arbor didn't have the time to continue wasting time with Cheung Hao. She sensed that Lady Holy Water was about to level up after merging with the 9th layer of spirit water. She had to go into seclusion as well. If there were no accidents, she would also level up after merging with the 9th layer of spirit water. The little fellow frowned, looking impatient. Cheung Hao glanced at them from the corner of his eye. Seeing that even the leader of his mercenary group, Shi Lang, didn't say anything, no one else would help him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. Shi Lang, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. This Cheung Hao didn't take him seriously just because he was a level 12 great spiritual master. Shi Lang didn't like him for a long time. He had no sense of propriety at all. It was good that he suffered in the hands of others. Otherwise, he would be overly arrogant and think that his position as the leader was just for show. Cheung Hao's eyes revealed his unwillingness, but he couldn't help but soften his tone. You're imprisoning me. How can I take things?" Arbor reached out and gently pushed, and a sharp icicle that was originally pressing against Cheung Hao's forehead retreated. Cheung Hao suddenly realized that he could move. While he sighed in relief, a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, a ferocious beast pounced from behind Cheung Hao. It opened its huge mouth and bit at Arbor. Hiss! The little white snake on Arbor's wrist began to coil and swim. Suddenly, a snake head popped out. In an instant, part of the snake's head enlarged, revealing its eerie fangs. It stared coldly at the ferocious beast that didn't look like anything. It opened its mouth and twisted the beast's head off. Blood splattered everywhere. It was chilling. Shi Yongqian was so scared that her face turned pale. She fell on her butt. She stared at the huge snake head that swam in front of her in shock. Her eyes were filled with shock. She shuffled her butt and retreated. She even cried out, Don't eat me, don't eat me." The little white snake had no interest in biting this woman's stinky head. It retracted its huge head and once again coiled itself into a thin bracelet. It gently slithered around Miss Qiao's wrist before calming down. This unforeseen event caused everyone in this area to stop what they were doing and look dumbfoundedly at Xiaomu. Oh my god, this is the spirit beast that killed Cheung Hao in 1 second. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but sympathize with Cheung Hao's suffering. Cheung Hao, who had suffered from the backlash of the spirit beast's death, suffered greatly. How could he have expected that his ferocious beast would be swallowed by the giant snake before it could even take the girl's head with its mouth? Xiao Mu's eyes revealed a chilly glint, and she raised her hand. Her voice was so frigid that it was as if she had been scooped out of icy water. Die. No matter what the reason was, those who had the intention to kill her could only die. It was originally a small matter, but this person's attitude was bad, and he yelled at her. She could just let him suffer and kick an iron plate. But now, this person wanted to take her by surprise and release his spirit beast to bite her to death. His heart was filled with malice toward her. Even if she let him go now, he wouldn't stop and would definitely seek revenge in the future. Since that was the case, then she would eliminate the source of trouble and leave no traces. Since Arbor wanted to kill this person, even if the Heavenly Emperor came to save him, he would still kill him. Chapter 2774. Seeing several icicles simultaneously stabbing towards Qiong Hao's head, Lang hastily shouted, "Have mercy!" What a joke! If Qiong Hao died like this, their mercenary group's overall strength would definitely drop by another level. A fifth-rank mercenary group like theirs only had 7 to 8 level, 12 great spiritual masters. Now that one of them had inexplicably perished here, Lang was naturally unwilling. He pulled out the daggers at his waist and abruptly flashed in front of Qiong Hao, nimbly blocking those icicles for him. Arbor's gaze hardened, and she flung out several thunder spirit talismans, which abruptly exploded above the two people's heads. At the same time, she swiftly flicked out several silver needles, which streaked across like streams of water. Qiong Hao, who had just barely propped himself up, was caught off guard by these silver needles. His body shuddered, and he collapsed to the ground. Qiong Hao only felt the spiritual energy in his body rushing out of his body, colliding chaotically in his spirit meridians and roaming everywhere in an extremely disorderly manner. Arbor summoned the startled swan dagger from her conscious. Just as she was about to finish him off, she suddenly moved and quickly grabbed Mo Lian's hand with a backhand. Her expression changed slightly as she exclaimed, "Seclusion, seclusion." Mo Lian was taken aback, and he couldn't help but panic when he saw her complexion turn snow-white all of a sudden. However, he quickly calmed down and picked her up, dashing towards the depths of great north-facing forest without another word. When Duan Yu and the others saw this, they quickly followed. The Cangzhou attendants involuntarily called out in panic, "Your Highness, Your Highness!" How could they keep up with these big shot speed? Go to Wind Thunder City and wait. Duan Yu transmitted back from afar, but he had already gone far away. The group of people quickly found a tree hole and settled Miss Qiao down. Mo Lian then dragged Duan Yu along to lay down a double-layered defensive boundary in the surrounding area. In view of the little girl's previous earth-shattering advancements, Mo Lian sensed that the little girl's commotion this time wouldn't be too small. In the next few days, they accompanied Arbor to silently meditate and cultivate here. Arbor was looking inside his Dantian star field, looking at the main star that suddenly flashed. The fish orchid star was the only star that was lit up among the 4 stars surrounding the main star. Now, all the spiritual energy in his body was surging toward a yellow auxiliary star beside it. Arbor was a little excited, thinking that this star was about to open. She guessed that once all 4 stars were activated, the main star would most likely be activated. According to Qiao, she had collected a lot of resources in the past and dumped them all on this main planet. Just thinking about it made him feel a little smug. He didn't know what kind of surprises this main planet would bring her. The specks of light in the star field all rose up. After a burst of blinding light, the mystic domain suddenly opened and absorbed large amounts of spirit energy from the surroundings. Arbor's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something in the depths of the mystic domain. It didn't seem to be spiritual energy. It flashed brightly for a moment before sinking down. What was it? Before she could continue pondering, the mystic domain closed up again and concealed itself in the sapling's roots, endlessly absorbing the spiritual energy of all living things in the world. She could only collect all her thoughts and seal her 5 senses before rapidly drawing in her divine perception to guide the spiritual energy and temper her muscles and bones. After several days like this, most of the spiritual energy in the great north-facing forest gathered here and condensed into a swirling vortex. Shaji star opened. Arbor opened her eyes, and it seemed like there were stars spinning in her eyes. Chapter 2775. Practically all the spiritual energy in the sky above Northward Great Forest was sucked dry. The passing experiential teams looked up at the sky, completely at a loss for what was going on. They probably wanted to find the source of the depletion of spiritual energy. After wandering around nearby, they discovered a large-scale defensive formation protecting a corner of the forest. Some busybodies wanted to barge in to see what was going on, but it was useless no matter how they barged in. It would be a joke if Mo Lien and Duan Yu's dual defensive boundary could allow people to barge in so easily. After several days like this, the experiential teams discovered that the spiritual energy inside Northward Great Forest had formed a large-scale vortex above this defensive boundary. Like a dragon sucking in water, it formed a whirlwind that sucked in all the spiritual energy from all directions with a whoosh. It actually sucked in all the spiritual energy inside Northward Great Forest in a matter of minutes, leaving nothing behind. What was even more frightening was that this ferocious sucking force actually intended to spread to the periphery of Northward Great Forest within a radius of 50 kilometers. Everyone cursed inwardly. Fuck, fuck, fuck. What kind of freak was cultivating and advancing here? Could it be that she was advancing to the divine realm? Where was the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation? Why was there neither heavenly lightning nor heavenly fire covering it? Such a freak was not tolerated in this world. Shouldn't the five spirits' origin blast her to death? Arbor slowly opened her eyes, and there seemed to be shattered stars swirling in the depths of her eyes. Like a deep vortex, it could completely drag people into the abyss. After a long while, the remnant spiritual energy above her head gradually dissipated. Only then did Arbor stand up and move her small hands and feet, hopping a few times on the spot. Jojo, Mo Lien, and the others, who had been on tenterhooks for several days, quickly gathered around when they heard her voice. They stared unblinkingly at this energetic little girl before them. Arbor's hopping hands and feet stiffened slightly, and she expressionlessly stopped all her movements. Everyone's mouths secretly twitched, and they all suppressed the urge to laugh. Prince Mo coughed lightly and asked seriously, "Jojo, your advancement went smoothly, right?" "Of course it went smoothly." Duan Yu and the others all gave him a disdainful look that said, "You're trying to find something to talk about." Miss Chow nodded solemnly. "It's all right." Although her cultivation had only increased by one realm, she had entered the level 11 initial success realm of Spirit Master. However, what made him excited was not the growth of his cultivation base. Instead, it was the opening of Planet Shaji. Little Watery Spot had entered the early stage of growth. In addition, her divine sense had also advanced to the next level. She had now entered Divine Sense Level 2. Her Spirit Chapter, which hadn't been upgraded for a long time, had also improved. Now, her Spirit Division Record Spirit Chapter had broken through to the 8th level, and her Spirit Meridians had formed an 8th branch meridian. However, to Qiao Mu, all of this was not important. The main point of this advancement was that her Mystic Ruin Realm had finally grown to the Spiritual Ruin Realm. One had to know that before this, her Dantian's Mystic Domain did not change much. After all, under the protection of the sapling, her Dantian's Mystic Domain was different from that of ordinary people. Its capacity was at least 8 to 10 times larger than that of ordinary mystic cultivators. Therefore, even though her realm had advanced to the Spiritual Ruin Realm, her Dantian's Mystic Domain had not changed much. Now, however, her Dantian's Mystic Domain had completely changed. From the original olive-sized Mystic Domain, it had evolved to the current Spiritual Ruin Realm that was the size of a toddler's fist. The capacity of this Spiritual Ruin Realm to store spirit energy was definitely more than 10 times greater than before. Chapter 2776. Miss Chow looked at everyone expressionlessly. Little Fatty could not help but chuckle. "Stop pretending, Jojo. Everyone can see the excitement in your eyes. What are you laughing at?" The others immediately turned around and chuckled at Little Fatty. Little Fatty looked at his hypocritical teammates with a dumbfounded expression. When these people turned around, they put on solemn faces again and nodded at Xiao Mu. "It's good that you've successfully advanced." Arbor pursed her lips and calmly replied, Everyone suddenly felt that they could not continue chatting with this child. Several pairs of eyes looked at Crown Prince Mo, who was grinning brilliantly. Prince Mo quickly went forward and held Arbor's hand. "Jojo, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something before we continue?" Arbor lowered her head and looked at her small body. She felt as if she was stinking to the heavens. She had not bathed for a few days, and this man was still holding her hand. She felt as if she was stinky. Her exceptionally bright eyes flashed. "Let me bring you to a place." Mm? Everyone was curious. In the next instant, everything in front of them changed. Everyone landed in a vast desert. Looking at the boundless desert with yellow sand dancing in the air, everyone's gaze changed slightly. "Oh my God, this is..." Qi Xianxian opened her mouth in shock. "A place like the ocean?" Arbor nodded her head, a trace of joy in her eyes. She did not move, but sand and dust rolled over from the end of the desert. It was not until they got closer that they discovered, to their horror, that countless large and small sand scorpions were crawling over from the end of the desert in a neat formation like an army. They all stopped a few feet away from them. Qi Xianxian shuddered. Damn, if these little things crawled over and surrounded them, no matter how many people there were, they would not be enough to swallow them. There were more than these things in the desert. There were snakes, insects, rats, and ants. There was an endless amount of fun to be had. Arbor stretched out her hand, and a strangely shaped cactus fell into her hand. "This is a common spirit plant," Arbor explained, then threw the cactus into the air. Instantly, the countless spikes on the cactus all left its body and shot toward them. In this desert, Arbor's existence was like a god. These things could not hurt her at all. When the cactus was a foot away from them, all the spikes fell from the sky and were swept away by the yellow sand. Little Fatty and the others' hearts only relaxed after a while. When they turned to look at Arbor, they could not help but feel excited. "Jojo, you're too amazing. Do you have any spirit plants that we can use?" After thinking it over, Xiaomu activated her divine conscience, and several pieces of sand brambles landed in her hand. "This is for you guys." Everyone curiously reached out to take it. They saw that it was covered with thorns and thorns. When they held it in their hands, the thorns were very soft and did not prick them at all. After Arbor used her divine sense to tame these spirit plants, she could distribute them to everyone. It was very simple and did not require them to contract anything. Even if they lost it and it fell into someone else's hands, it would be useless to them. Chapter 2777. The little fatty held the sand bramble in his hand and flicked his wrist. With a smack, he left a bright trail in the desert, and all the hidden thorns on the sand bramble flew out with a whoosh. With a thought, those hidden thorns flew back from all directions and attached themselves to the bramble. Little Fatty was a little dumbfounded by what he saw. "These bramble thorns can be recycled." Xiaomu nodded her small head. "Keep it well. Perhaps it will have some unexpected effect at a crucial moment. Any fire below level 7 spirit fire can't burn it." Okay. Everyone happily put away the sand bramble. Duan Yu and Emolian also thought it was a bit fun, so they also took a section. "Is the flow of time here the same as on Fish Orchid Planet?" Arbor nodded. Yes. She was already thinking about whether she should transfer Huang He here. At that time, she could explode cauldrons and explode wherever she went while refining pills. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Fairy Huang He, who was diligently refining pills on an uninhabited island on Fish Orchid Planet, inexplicably shuddered and sneezed. "Huang He, so strange. Why do I have a bad premonition?" Arbor ran back to the treehouse on Paradise Planet and dug a hole. She filled it with water and took a comfortable bath before instructing the sapling to bury the hole. She returned to the treehouse and changed into a clean set of clothes before leaving the star domain with everyone. "We have to hurry." The little fatty covered his face and said, "Tomorrow is March 15th. In other words, if they didn't hurry, they might really miss the registration test." Arbor quickly said, "Then let's set out." Duan Yu nodded. Just as he was about to withdraw the defensive barrier, he saw a hothead foolishly crash into it through the transparent barrier. They could hear his thump, even through the barrier. Everyone looked to the heavens in exasperation. This hothead crawled up from the ground and leaped up, jumping more than 20 feet off the ground. The little fatty and the rest couldn't help covering their eyes. With a dong sound, the man hit the barrier again. Then, he slid down from above and rolled to the ground. The young man patted his butt and stood up. He stood outside the enchantment and only knew that he was being obstructed. He couldn't see who was inside. With a puzzled expression, he stretched out his finger and flicked the barrier in front of him. The little stoic walked over and looked at this young man through the boundary. She was not bad-looking. Her eyebrows were exquisite, and she looked a little familiar. "Isn't this Qin Jiao?" Duan Yu speechlessly twitched his mouth when he recognized him. Their defensive barrier had been set up here for several days. Even a fool would know that they had to go around it. Do you think you can fly out of the range of the defensive barrier just because you can fly high? What a joke. Let alone a group of spiritual realm cultivators. Even a divine realm expert would have to weigh whether or not they would suffer a backlash if they were to forcefully break open the defensive boundary that Duan Yu and Mo Lian had set up at the same time. The little stoic creased her brows, and the corners of her lips had already unconsciously drooped. Her mood probably soured when she heard the surname Qin. "Why is there a defensive barrier here?" that dunce muttered to himself. "Such a powerful barrier. Even I can't pass through it?" This person ran a few steps along the defensive barrier and channeled all the spiritual energy in his body to charge forward. Qi Xianxian gaped at him like she was looking at an idiot. Chapter 2778. Bam! Sure enough, this person came into close contact with the defensive barrier again. Everyone could see that the guy's head was bruised from knocking against the defensive barrier, and his forehead was clearly a bit swollen. It was obvious how much force he used to knock against the barrier just now. Is he an idiot? Qi Xianxian turned to look at the little fatty. The latter nodded in all seriousness, giving her a very definite answer. Duan Yu speechlessly twitched his mouth, and he waved his hand to remove a layer of the defensive barrier. Crown Prince Mo also dispelled his own defensive boundary. Ninth Qin was rubbing the bump on his forehead, planning to knock against the barrier again, when he suddenly realized that several figures had appeared before him. He blinked, and his mouth turned into an O in shock. "Who are you people? Aren't you that Duan Yu from the Duan clan? I once met this person on Seacone Planet." Duan Yu expressionlessly explained to his companions that he wasn't familiar with this person. Knowing this kind of dunce was simply shameful and lowered his level. What this and that? Who are the two of us? Why are we so distant? Did you forget? We are good friends. Ninth Qin complained in dissatisfaction. Duan Yu, did you forget that very meaningful half a month we spent together? Why did his words sound a bit when everyone heard this? They all looked oddly at Duan Yu, who appeared calm on the surface but had a complete mental breakdown on the inside. Seeing Sir Jojo's strange gaze sweeping over, Duan Yu hastily declared seriously, "Jojo, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not familiar with him." "Not familiar with what?" Ninth Qin instantly panicked. "We even slept in the same bed at that time." Qi Xianxian and the others widened their eyes in shock and used a thought-provoking gaze to look at Duan Yu strangely, scanning him from head to toe. Duan Yu inexplicably shuddered. Why did it feel like everyone was looking at him, as if he was a homosexual prince? Mo mischievously raised his hand to pat Duan Yu's shoulder without a word. With an "I understand your pain" expression, he reached out to pull Jojo into his arms and hastily distanced himself from Duan Yu and Qin Jiao. "The two of you are still young and will face many things in the future. However, you must be firm in the path you want to take and keep going." Prince Mo gave them this advice. Xiao Mu's gaze towards them became even stranger. "No, Jojo, don't listen to that punk Mo Lian's nonsense." Duan Yu scratched his head. "A man likes another man. What's that called again?" The little girl asked in a low voice. "So manly, so homosexual," Crown Prince Mo muttered secretly. "The people of the Qin estate are all perverts." The little girl bluntly scolded, from top to bottom, "If they're not perverts, then they're sickly people." It must be him pestering Duan Yu. Duan Yu is so pitiful. He's actually being targeted by a pervert. The little girl stomped in front of Duan Yu and patted him hard. "Don't be scared. I'll save you. I absolutely won't let a pervert pester you." She understood the pain of being pestered by a pervert. She definitely wouldn't let her friend follow in her footsteps. Mo Lian was flabbergasted. There was something wrong with this scene. Shouldn't Sir Jojo stay away from the gay? Duan Yu, why was she walking over herself with a comforting expression? What kind of train of thought was this? Why was it different from other people's? Duan was also stupefied and couldn't react for a while. Chapter 2779. Duan couldn't help chuckling when he finally reacted. He nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, okay. Prince Mo couldn't help but speechlessly roll his eyes. This punk really knew how to hit a snake with a stick and take advantage of the situation to play the victim. As he spoke, Duan even looked up and glared at Prince Mo, who was secretly up to mischief just now. Beside him, Qin Jiao cried out in displeasure. Hey, little lady, what are you saying? What did you mean by being pestered by a pervert? The pervert she was referring to couldn't be him, right? Also, don't think you didn't hear the little lady berating the entire Qin estate just now, right? What did you mean by the Qin family was either a pervert or a sickly invalid? How was this appropriate? Qin Jiao fumed as he glared at Arbor. He saw that the little lady's bright eyes were very pretty, but when she looked at him, they were icy and lifeless. Who did he offend? Qin Jiao couldn't help but want to bicker with her. Wait, whose family is this little lady from? Jojo, don't listen to his nonsense. Duan felt that he needed to salvage his handsome image in front of Jojo. The reason I know this guy is entirely due to an accident, an ill-fated relationship. At that time, I was still in Daybreak sect, and went out to train once. Duan quickly explained in a few words. It turned out that when he went out to train with his sect members, he accidentally entered a bewildering fog forest and was trapped inside for more than half a month. At that time, Qin Jiao ran out alone to train and also entered this bewildering fog forest. He tossed and turned inside for more than a month until he bumped into Daybreak sect's training team. He was extremely bored and had nothing to do by himself. The main reason was that he wasn't smart enough to break the formation and leave, so he followed Daybreak sect's Duan and the others. Hey, then didn't we squeeze onto a stone bed to sleep at that time? Duan rolled his eyes at him. Scram. The little stoic couldn't be bothered with him and directly turned to call Duan. Let's go. Youth Qin Jiao was baffled, and he hastily chased after them, shouting, Wait a moment. Duan, what's going on? What do you mean what's wrong? Can't you see that Jojo, Sama, doesn't like you? Duan grumpily rolled his eyes at him. She's not familiar with you. Yes, I'm not familiar with you. Arbor nodded and pulled Qi Xianxian to stand in front of Qin Jiao. He blocked all the male teammates in the team to the back with an expression of protecting a little chick. Qin Jiao couldn't help but feel a little angry. You're not looking at me with that look on your face, are you? Why did he feel that the young lady in front of him was looking at a pervert? Fuck off. Arbor snapped. Stay away from my teammates. Qin Jiao immediately felt wronged. How did I offend you? Arbor's expression froze for a moment. He thought about it and agreed. She couldn't possibly dislike her just because she was a member of the Qin family. The Qin estate's expression changed upon hearing this. Didn't that mean that she was actually afraid of the Qin estate? Arbor creased his brows and tried his best to use a mild tone to spit out Scram. And Mo Lien, Duan and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Why was this little fellow so funny? It was even more hilarious for her to use such a mild tone to speak, all right? Qin Jiao still wanted to say something, but the little fatty was already shouting. Let's go quickly, we won't make it in time. Hey, are you guys also going to the Royal Academy? Let's go together. Chapter 2780. But who would be with him? Arbor and his group left the young man behind and hurriedly rushed towards Wind Thunder City. Fortunately, Arbor released the blazing Bloodfire Phoenix to clear the way. The journey was very smooth, and no spirit beasts dared to come close to their deaths. In addition, Arbor gave everyone a flying talisman. If they could fly, they would fly for a while. If they couldn't fly, they would use their spiritual energy to run after rushing for a day and a night. They finally arrived at the gates of Wind Thunder City in the evening of the second day. At this time, there were only a few people passing by the city gates. When the city guard saw their group, they hurriedly waved at them and shouted, Are you entering the city? Hurry, it's the last 15 minutes. The city gates are about to close. After leaving the north-facing Great Forest, Arbor and his group used the flying talisman to fly directly to the city gates. In the eyes of others, Their cultivation was definitely unfathomable. They used their spiritual energy to fly the entire way. How much spiritual energy did they consume? Hey, big brother, let me ask you. We're going to the royal school to take the test. Where do we go after entering the city? Qi Xinshin asked. You guys came so late. The city guard was also a chatterbox and warm-hearted person. When he heard this, he hurriedly told them everything he knew. The academy teachers were at the main Academy Street early in the morning to test the students. You guys came too late. The others are about to pack up their stalls and return to the academy. Can we still take the test? The little fatty hurriedly asked. Yes, quickly into the city. If the city gates are closed and you can't enter, our Wind Thunder City won't be able to take the test. The big brother hurriedly urged them, come in quickly. You guys didn't use your spiritual energy to fly all the way here after leaving the north-facing Great Forest, right? The big brother looked at them with admiration and said, actually, at the exit of the north-facing Great Forest, there's a teleportation talisman array that can reach our gates directly. Why didn't you see it at that time? There was a student from our Wind Thunder City standing there to guide you. 100 spirit coins per trip. It is a bit expensive, but you guys didn't have enough time. Under special circumstances, you don't need to save money, right? Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Arbor turned to look at Qi Xinshin as though he was looking at a weirdo. Qi Xinshin couldn't help but rub her nose and silently shut her mouth. In fact, 3 hours ago, when they had just exited the entrance of the north-facing Great Forest, they had indeed seen a dark-skinned young man waving at them, beckoning them over. Darling Xiao was very curious. She originally wanted to walk over to see what that brat was doing, but Qi Xinshin insisted on holding her back. Qi Xinshin kept telling her, that person doesn't seem to have good intentions. He must be here to sell something. Otherwise, why would he be standing at the exit so sneakily? Everyone was speechless as they entered the city, and the big brother said, close the city gates. As the winch was lowered bit by bit, the suspension bridge in front also rose. He heard a voice that sounded like it was in the wind. Wait for me, wait for me. Light and shadow flashed at the gate. Qin Zhou hastily ran out of the transportation talisman formation and rushed towards the city gate. Almost at the same time he slid through the gate sideways. The city gate closed tightly. The guard's mouth twitched. Young man, you're in too much a hurry. You're all going to the Imperial School to take the test, right? Hurry up. Before the big brother could finish speaking, he saw that young man speedily catch up with the group of people in front. Chapter 2781. Thankfully, there was a transportation talisman matrix at the entrance of north-facing forest. Otherwise, even if they summoned their spirit beasts, they probably wouldn't be able to reach the city gates in such a short time. Qin Zhou thought. Duan Yu, that black-hearted bunch, didn't wait for him to leave with them. Qin Zhou ran out of north-facing forest nearly 4 hours later than Arbor's group. And this was because Arbor's group was leading the way for him, so his journey was very smooth. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have made it in time today. The time was indeed a bit too rushed. Qin Zhou wiped his cold sweat and ran to Duan Yu's group with large strides. He shouted, Hey students, wait for me. Since we're all on the same path, then let's walk together. The youth followed them with a friendly face. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, he didn't feel awkward at all and continued to run with the group. Arbor's group didn't bother to care whether he followed them or not. There was only one path leading to Main Academy Street, so they couldn't possibly stop him. At this time, it was already very late, and night was about to fall. From afar, everyone saw that there were a dozen or so spectators standing sparsely on Main Academy Street's plaza, but there were only 2 or 3 examinees left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Since there were still people taking the test, it meant that they didn't miss the time. The little fatty dashed forward and arrived at the table set up in the plaza. He said to a middle-aged instructor, "Hello, we're here to take the test." That middle-aged instructor creased his brows and glanced at him indifferently. "What time is it now, and you're still here to take the test?" Some students are just so opinionated. Do you think the instructors must sit here 24 hours a day and wait for you to take the test? Since you don't value this entrance test so much, then why did you come to Wind Thunder City? The little fatty was flabbergasted. He didn't expect that his first sentence would incur this middle-aged instructor's dissatisfied and angry rebuke. What kind of outrageous thing did he do? It's not that. Instructor, something happened on the way. Time is in your hands. Shouldn't you have considered the uncertain factors that might happen on the way beforehand? The middle-aged instructor said coldly. You actually rushed to Wind Thunder City at this time? Do you guys still care about this entrance test? You guys are not taking the entrance test seriously. The little fatty stuttered and scratched his head anxiously. No, teacher, what's wrong? A faint voice came from his side. Little fatty and the middle-aged tutor turned around at the same time and saw a man without any hair on his head. He looked rather dignified as he walked over. When the middle-aged man saw this person, he stood up respectfully and cupped his hands. Director Chi. Chi Duo nodded indifferently. His gaze swept over the little fatty and the others. Our testing time is up. You're too late. Qin Jiao immediately panicked when he heard this. He squeezed forward and shouted, What? The invitation said that the test would be held today, March 15th, but it didn't say when it would end. What makes you think we're late? Little fatty immediately nodded, feeling that this young man's words were quite reasonable. That's right. Teacher, we rushed in before the city gates closed. I didn't miss the test deadline. Chapter 2782. When the middle-aged instructor saw that these little turnips actually dared to make a ruckus at Director Chi Duo, he was immediately enraged. What are you doing? You think you're in the right, even though you're late? The middle-aged instructor said angrily. Hurry up and leave. Don't cause trouble. If you dare to be disrespectful to our director again, I'll chase all of you out of Wind Thunder City. Hey, don't be unreasonable. The little fatty couldn't help but shout. We're not late, okay? Your invitation letter said that it's on March 15th. Are you looking for trouble? The middle-aged instructor roared, and two guards who were in charge of maintaining order immediately jumped out from behind him, revealing their strong arms, looking as if they were about to fight. The little fatty glared at them angrily and stuttered when he was nervous. Can you be a little more reasonable? Fatty, don't talk nonsense with them, come back. Qi Xian shouted in annoyance. If they don't take the test, then so be it. Who cares? That won't do. Qin Jiao shouted. We're already here. How can we not take the test and go back with our tails between our legs? How embarrassing would that be? Wouldn't those people in the Qin estate laugh to death? Originally, he had already been ostracized during this period of time when he returned home. If he didn't make it in time for the test this time, who knew what kind of dog he would be? He couldn't go back like this. Qi Xian thought about it and agreed. They couldn't go back either. Otherwise, who knew how those noble ladies in the imperial capital would mock and ridicule them? She didn't care, but what was hateful was that those women would definitely gossip in front of Jojo, mocking and ridiculing them incessantly. What right did their family's baby Qiao have to be mocked behind his back? They definitely couldn't go back. Qi Xian, Lu Yu, and the others stepped forward simultaneously and said, This instructor, isn't the test not over yet? Aren't those students taking the test now? If they said that they missed the test, what would they say? The middle-aged instructor glared at them angrily. Do you know how long the others waited in line? The others waited in line for a full 2 to 4 hours before it was their turn. Hey, according to what you're saying, the importance we place on the Academy's test is based on how many hours we've queued up for. We just happened to arrive at the right time. There weren't many people in the queue, and it was almost our turn. Don't tell me that this kind of coincidence is not taking the Academy's test seriously. It was truly hilarious. That was indeed the attitude of the middle-aged instructor. Everyone else had started lining up early in the morning to take the test. Other than a few special talents, everyone else had to line up for 2 to 4 hours. Why did these little radish heads clamor about wanting to take the test as soon as they entered the city? This was too pleasing for them. What do you think? Xiao Mu's expression chilled, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad on her delicate stoic face. However, everyone could sense that a terrifying storm seemed to be in the midst of brewing. The middle-aged tutor was provoked by her attitude and couldn't help but sneer. So what if it's unexpected? You bunch of students, it's your own fault for being late and missing the test time. How dare you threaten the teachers? You're too long-winded. Arbor coldly interrupted his words and looked him up and down. Shut up. After saying that, she waved her small hand slightly and sprinkled a formless and colorless powder. The middle-aged tutor opened his mouth in shock, but he couldn't make a sound. Chapter 2783. His expression was a bit contorted, and he reached out to touch his throat. His face instantly flushed red from suffocation. Why was there no sound all of a sudden? What did you do? The guards behind that tutor hastily rushed forward and glared at the little stoic. He's too noisy, Arbor said coldly. I just made him shut up. You. The guards still wanted to say something, but Arbor's stern shout drowned out their voices. Do you guys also want to shut up? The guards were intimidated by her aura, and their hearts abruptly skipped a beat. The words they were about to say were inexplicably stuck in their throats. That bald-headed and serious-looking Chi-Duo director had already walked forward and raised his hand to make the guards retreat. Take out your invitation letter. Without another word, Xiaomu flicked out that golden invitation letter from her fingers and threw it at this director's face. Prince Amo twitched his mouth slightly. He knew that this little fellow was already impatient to the extreme. If something else happened, the little fellow would immediately turn around and leave, disinclined to be long-winded with him. Director Chi-Duo's expression was a bit unsightly, and he raised his hand to block that invitation letter. When he saw that it was a pure gold invitation letter, a strange glint flashed through his eyes, and his gaze immediately landed on the little Stoics group. Oh, so you guys are the students that Dean Yin personally invited. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. It turned out they thought they had Dean Yun's support. This director Chi-Duo was Vice Dean Yun's subordinate and was somewhat at odds with that Dean Yun. Although the Dean and Vice Dean both came from the Yun family, they didn't have a good relationship. The director didn't show it on his face, but he couldn't help but criticize inwardly. The Dean personally invited them, so it wouldn't be good to make things difficult for them. However, he's letting them pass so easily. Don't tell me he doesn't want face. When the middle-aged tutor on the side saw the pure gold invitation letter Arbor flung over, he also widened his eyes in shock. He raised his hand to rub his eyes and sized up Arbor in confusion. They were actually holding an invitation letter from Dean Yun? Why didn't he say so earlier? Even the invitation letter from Principal Yun could exempt them from the entrance examination. Chi-Duo glanced at them indifferently and said to Arbor, "All right then, come with me for the test." He turned around and led them to a few giant stone tablets in front of the square. He pointed at the stone tablets and said, "These testing tablets are called the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow testing tablets. When ordinary people come to take the test, they will naturally use the yellow rank testing monument. However, since you were invited by Principal Yun, you are naturally different." Chi-Duo said lightly, "Use Heaven rank." In the past 100 years of Wind Thunder City, no one had been able to pass the Heaven rank testing monument. This time, I'll let you little girls and brats drink a pot of wine properly. Generally, the 5th to 6th level of the 5 spirits origins would use the yellow level testing tablet. If one were to forcefully use the profound rank testing steel, if one were to be unlucky, they would suffer a backlash from their spirit energy. It was even possible for them to be severely injured or crippled. Therefore, there was no need to think about lying in front of the testing monument. If he really wanted to put on an act, then he would have to bear the consequences. As for the Heaven rank testing monument, usually, people who had reached the 9th level of the 5 spirits origins wouldn't dare to use it. There was once a student with the 9th level of the spirit who used it. In the end, he suffered a backlash and was deprived of the spirit wood's origin. From then on, a genius became a good-for-nothing. The loss outweighed the gain. Chi-Duo looked at Arbor maliciously. Chapter 2784. He had a provocative look on his face, which meant, "Do you dare to take the test on the Heaven-level testing monument?" Arbor glanced at him coldly. How could she not know that these people were waiting for a good show? Are all the teachers in the famous royal school like this? Then it's fine if you don't take the test. Arbor said coldly and mocked him without holding back. Chi-Duo and the middle-aged teacher's faces turned red. "Little girl, you're wrong." A laugh came from behind the crowd. A man in a white robe walked over slowly. He was tall, and had a calm temperament. Time had left traces on his face, but he still looked elegant and noble. Principal, Principal. Chi-Duo and the guards around him bowed respectfully. Regardless of what Chi-Duo was thinking, he was still very respectful to the principal. Yin Piumiao glanced at them and nodded. She turned to Arbor and said with a smile, "Little guy, you're the one who received the invitation letter from me, right? You're called Arbor, right?" Yin Piumiao smiled and said, "You probably don't know, but those who receive the invitation letter from the principal don't need to take the test. You could just go to the school directly." Realization dawned on Xiao Mu and the others, and their gazes simultaneously turned toward the bald director. Seeing his unsightly expression, everyone could not help but laugh in their stomachs. Wasn't this director slapping his face? How comfortable would it be to be slapped in the face by your own principal? Director Chi-Duo couldn't help but cough lightly and said in a low voice, "It's my fault, I forgot this rule. After all, no one in the school has received an invitation letter from the principal for many years." Principal Yin didn't care about them at all and smiled at Arbor and the others. "Everyone, please follow me." The students who were taking the test in front of the monument saw that Arbor and the others were welcomed by the principal personally and couldn't help but feel envious. Different people had different fates. Chi-Duo couldn't help but say, "Principal, this is a bit inappropriate." "Oh, what else do you have to say?" Yin Piumiao turned his head and glanced at Chi-Duo. This made Chi-Duo feel as if he was a bedbug that was being despised by Principal Yin. He couldn't help but feel angry. Bracing himself, he said, "These students look very young, especially this little girl. She's only 18 years old. Can the five spirits' origins reach the 6th level?" In other words, it was as if Dean Yun had deliberately opened a back door for Arbor, which made everyone very unhappy. "So you want the little girl to take the test at the Heaven Rank Testing Monument? Are you trying to embarrass her?" Dean Yun bluntly pointed out Chi-Duo's thoughts, exposing the dark side of his heart and throwing it in front of everyone. Chi-Duo's face turned green with anger. He was choked by the dean's words and didn't know how to respond for a long time. On the other side, the little girl opened her mouth and asked faintly, "If I can pass the Heaven Rank Testing Monument, what will you say?" "What?" Everyone looked over in shock. Was this child stupid? Since the principal had stepped forward to protect her, why did she have to jump into the trap? "If I pass, you can hand over your position as director. How about it?" Arbor turned his head to look at Yun Piumiao. "What does the principal think of my suggestion?" Dean Yun couldn't help but feel helpless. Chapter 2785. Before this, Yin Fiang had hinted to him indirectly that this group of children were very powerful and temperamental children. Especially, there's a little girl among them that it's best not to provoke, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Now, he suddenly understood why Yun Fei had that meaningful expression on his face when he said those words. Dean Yun maintained his smile and nodded as he reminded him, "Little fellow, this heaven-ranked testing monument is a little strange. Many years ago, there was a student with a 9th-level spirit wood who tested it, but his wood spirit source was devoured instead, causing his body to completely collapse. Are you sure you want to consider this properly?" Arbor nodded her little head. Chochio's voice from her conscious earlier floated around her ears. Master Silver, I feel Little Four's aura here." "Little Four? I didn't think that Little Four would come right after I found Little Three. Ha ha ha." Right now, Xiao Mu was almost certain that there was a sacred wood fragment sealed inside this heaven-rank stone tablet. That was why it could viciously devour someone else's 9th-level wood spirit. Normally speaking, it was not very likely that the 5 spirit sources that had been comprehended would be taken away. For example, when Little Water had devoured the 9th-level natural water, this natural water had not been comprehended by anyone and was completely an ownerless source. She didn't know what was going on with this 4th holy wood. Why could it directly steal someone else's 9th-level wood spirit source? Arbor was certain that no matter how savage this Little Four was, it would not be able to hurt her. It was probably because its intelligence was more complete and it was bored being sealed in the stone monument all day. So it went to devour someone else's wood spirit source, Miss Chow muttered in her heart, that it was naughty and mischievous. She thought to herself that she could just be a little more patient and tame it properly. Then, Director Chi, do you accept this bet? Dean Yin turned his head and stared at the bald man with a stern expression. Bet? What bet? How did this escalate to a bet? Chi Duo was a little embarrassed at this moment and couldn't help but complain incessantly in his heart. It looked like in today's situation, if he didn't agree to this bet, the dean would not let him get away with it. In any case, he was extremely confident that this young girl could not possibly pass the heaven rank testing monument. Overconfident. Let's see how she's going to die later. Chi Duo's eyes flashed and he sneered. Why not? But let's make things clear in advance. If this girl is injured in any way, her family members shouldn't come and make a scene. As a family member, Prince Mo and his teammates looked at him silently and nodded at the same time. Prince Mo said infuriatingly, Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll be the one making a fuss. Puffed. Duan Yu couldn't help bursting into laughter. Actually, when they were teammates with Mo Yin, they were quite happy because Prince Mo was always going against other people. They just had to watch the show. The little girl took small steps and arrived in front of the heaven rank testing monument. She slapped it with one hand and heavily hit a protruding tiger relief on the monument. The entire stone tablet emitted many dazzling rays of light in a split second. In an instant, it illuminated the entire Wind Thunder City, turning it into daytime. This movement was so big that it was hard for people not to notice it. The residents of Wind Thunder City all pushed open their doors and rushed out. They raised their heads and stared blankly at the bright sky. The night instantly turned into daytime, as white as snow. The entire city was in an uproar. The students and teachers of the Royal School all rushed towards the end of the main school street. Chapter 2786. The nosy crowd in the city became excited. This was a rare spectacle. Wind Thunder City, which was already nightfall, was now shrouded in a white light. In everyone's eyes, there was only the light, the endless light. Chi Duo's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? The heaven-ranked stone steel actually reacted. Following Arbor's release of spiritual energy, streaks of spiritual energy poured into the stone steel. The ferocious tiger carving on the entire stone steel was about to leap off. Several consecrated elders in closed-door cultivation in the academy were also alarmed by such a huge commotion. Following the arrival of a group of students and instructors, they stared at the little girl conducting the test on the main academy street with astonishment in their eyes. The crown princess and the others are here. Chen Baojia couldn't help but exclaim. She followed the crowd and ran to the main academy street, but she was blocked by a group of people. Zhongli Jiwei clenched her fists, her eyes revealing traces of resentment. When she recalled what happened in north-facing Great Forest, she felt as if her heart was suffocating and it was very uncomfortable. Crack! Amidst the uproar on the street, someone with sharp ears suddenly heard the sound of something cracking. Wow, that stone steel cracked. A cry came from a front row of the crowd. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was indeed the case. The glowing stone steel under the little girl's hand was cracking inch by inch. At first, the cracking speed wasn't fast, and only a small crack appeared on the stone steel. Immediately after, something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. This crack started to split and spread, and in a short while, the stone steel was densely covered with fine cracks. After a bang, the entire stone steel shattered into powder in Arbor's hand. For a time, Main Academy Street, which was packed with people, was completely silent. The instant the stone steel shattered, Arbor's body moved, and she moved to grab a lustrous green light. It was a pity that little Four ran away faster than a rabbit, slipping through her fingers in an instant. Only Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others saw this erratic, lustrous green light. Xiao Mu creased her brows and secretly retracted her small hand. This fragment number 4 was indeed a mischievous little fellow. It was true that it had gained sentience. It actually knew how to escape. What a heartless little thing. She had spent a lot of effort to rescue it from the stone tablet. Forget it, this matter can't be rushed. In any case, this little fellow can't leave Wind Thunder City. After all, the main body of the Holy Wood was here to restrain it, so it would only wander around for a while. Miss Chiao was very easygoing to her own people, even though Chio kept yelling in her ear, "Master, beat it to death, beat it to death, beat it to death." She pretended not to hear him. After retracting her small hand and turning around, Xiaomu finally realized that Main Academy Street was currently packed with a crowd of passers-by. She frowned expressionlessly and turned to look at Dean Yun. "Did I pass?" Yun Piao recovered from her shock and hurriedly nodded. "Of course I passed." What a joke. The stone steel was so bright that it exploded. If this didn't count as passing, then what did? No. Chi Duo started making a fuss, as expected. This stone steel doesn't show the level of the 5 spirit origins. How can this count as passing? Everyone was speechless. The stone steel had already exploded, so what was there to show? Mo Lien snorted. "I didn't say anything wrong about you, right? I knew you would make a fuss." "It's no use making a fuss." Yun Piao sneered. "From today onward, Director Chi will be relieved of his duties." Chapter 2787. Chi Duo looked back at Dean Yun in shock with an incredulous expression. It was as though he had originally thought that everything was just a joke, but who would have thought that Dean Yun would take it seriously? Isn't Dean being too hasty? Many of the instructors present also glanced at Director Chi sympathetically. They also felt that Chi Duo's luck was truly a bit bad today. Although they didn't know what had happened between Director Chi and this stoic-faced girl, it seemed that Director Chi was the one who had suffered setback. Tisk, little Jojo caused such a huge commotion as soon as she arrived at Wind Thunder City. She's truly worthy of being a little devil in this world. Eldest young, Sir Chin, said with a grin. He turned to glance at the impassive Omega Kitoku standing beside him. "Second brother, what are you thinking about?" Chin Exine didn't answer him, and his gaze never retracted from the little girl. He actually had too many questions in his heart. Were those fragmented dreams really dreams? Did Jojo's long-standing loathing for him originate from those dreams? Otherwise, he really couldn't remember what he had done to provoke her loathing since they met in this lifetime. He wanted to ask her clearly, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Now that the two of them were in the same academy, then in the future there would naturally be many opportunities to meet. He definitely had to find an opportunity to ask her clearly and clear up the doubts in his heart. Eldest young, Sir Chin silently swept a glance at his second brother. He had always felt that his second brother's thoughts were deep and hard to guess. Although he was standing beside him now, it was as though he was standing in the middle of a snowy field that had been frozen for 10,000 years, so aloof and cold that it wasn't easy to touch him. He completely couldn't figure out what this second brother was thinking. Moreover, there seemed to be another story between him and little Jojo, which made it hard for people to figure it out. But was that possible? He had actually secretly sent people to investigate what had happened between the two of them at the Qin estate, and there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Qin Xian's gaze flickered as it swept over his face, and then he retracted his gaze. Eldest brother, second brother. Qin Jiao ran over with a joyful expression. He squeezed through the crowd with all his might and came to their side. "Ah, fifth brother is also here." Fifth young Master Qin nodded faintly at this younger brother, who had just returned to the main family. This Qin Jiao had an erratic personality. Although the treatment he received in the Qin estate wasn't that great, and he had even been bullied several times, he didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Omega Kitoku glanced at him and asked, "You came with Arbor?" Qin Jiao was startled. He looked back at Arbor, standing on the other side, and hastily nodded. He couldn't help but ridicule. "Isn't that so, second brother? Let me tell you, that little stoic has a terrible temper. I only said 3 sentences, and she found me annoying and told me not to follow them. But there's only one way out of north-facing Great Forest." Qin Jiao continued to complain. "It took me a lot of effort to get here." Eldest young Master Omega Kitoku didn't conceal the impatience in his eyes at all. "You're a bit annoying." After being long-winded for so long, he only asked one question. It would have been fine if he had answered yes or no, but he just had to talk nonsense and didn't answer the main point. Uffed. Eldest young Master Qin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Jiu looked aggrieved and pitiful as he sneaked a peek at his second brother. His heart had been ruthlessly attacked. Chapter 2788. Second brother also disdained him for being annoying. Youth Qin Jiu felt that he was especially pitiful. He had been disdained by young ladies the entire way, and when he finally met a few family members, he wanted to complain to them. But second brother said he was annoying. He didn't dare to provoke this second brother, who looked aloof and cold as frost. Unless he courted death, he absolutely wouldn't provoke him. Fifth brother. Youth Qin Jiu still leaned closer to the good-natured fifth Qin. Fifth young Master Qin revealed a rare, amused expression, and he nodded at him. Why did you guys come to the academy so late? Speaking of this, Youth Qin Jiu couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy for himself. Back then, he was merely a quarter of an hour late in packing his things, and the Qin Estate's air transportation spirit tool got away. As a result, he had no choice but to set off for the Royal Academy by himself. It was so pitiful to sleep in the open during the journey. Most importantly, he even got lost. Although he finally encountered Arbor's group in the great north-facing forest, he was still disdained the entire way. It would have been fine if he didn't talk about it, but now that he did, he really shed bitter tears. Fifth young Master Qin couldn't help but have black lines on his forehead after listening to him prattle on about his experiences. Second brother was right. Qin Jiu, this child, was really quite long-winded. Shi Yongqian had also run over with the crowd, and her eyes couldn't help but light up when she saw the Qin Estates group. Second young master. She walked forward with light steps and a smile. She had already been in Wind Thunder City for several days, but apart from coincidentally encountering young Master Omega Katoku 3 days ago, she hadn't seen him at all. She really missed him. Qin Xian faintly creased his brows. This Miss Shi was truly annoying. He disliked her very much, and his mood worsened especially when he thought of those fragmented dreams. When he saw her walking towards him with a smile, he turned to leave, not wanting to look at this Miss Shi at all. Shi Yongqian's charming smile froze on her face, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Her heart was even more overwhelmed by overflowing grievances. Second young master had changed. Although he had treated her with a cold attitude in the past, he had always kept a distance. But it would never be like this. The moment he saw her, he couldn't hide the annoyance and anger in his eyes. It was as if Shi Yongqian was a bedbug and didn't want her to come close at all. All of this seemed to have started after he was seriously injured, and it all started to change. She had also heard family head Qin mention that the second young master had previously suffered extremely severe injuries, and even one of his avatars had been destroyed. Shi Yongqian clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, she felt the communication jade talisman under her sleeve move. She hurriedly withdrew from the crowd and walked to the side to take out the jade talisman. This jade talisman was given to her by family head Qin before she left. Thinking of this, Shi Yongqian was extremely happy. Regardless of whether the second young master liked her or not, at least family head Qin was grooming her as his future daughter-in-law. As long as family head Qin stood by her side, she believed that she would be able to make second young master change his mind and fall in love with her again. There was a line of small characters jumping on the jade talisman. It was this little crown princess of the divine land who had severely injured Xener. And war? Shi Yongqian's pupils shrank. A trace of disbelief flashed through her eyes. Could it be that something unexpected had happened between second young master and the little crown princess? Was second young master's previous injuries caused by the little crown princess? Chapter 2789. It would take some time for the people she sent to Seacone Planet to inquire about the matter. After all, the Divine Province was quite far from Seacone Planet, so it wasn't that convenient to travel back and forth. Moreover, it wasn't like she hadn't sent people there before, but several waves of people never returned. Shi Yongqian still didn't know that Seacone Planet's Mo Kingdom capital was protected by a shielding talisman matrix. If one wanted to use a talisman matrix to cross between two boundaries, it would only cause the person using the talisman matrix to unwittingly fall into space-time reversal. The several waves of people she sent there also died silently and inexplicably like this. In view of heavenly law's existence, she couldn't possibly send many people to Seacone Planet frequently. The personal bodyguard she sent this time, Miao Sheng, didn't use a talisman matrix and walked through a very concealed and special passage. Since there was no news back after so long, he should have succeeded. Unfortunately, that concealed passage could only allow one person to pass through at a time. Otherwise, she could bring several more people down with her. Miao Sheng's level 12 cultivation as a great spiritual cultivator would probably be partially suppressed after going down. Shi Yongqian's eyes flashed, and a trace of ruthlessness flitted through them. She hoped that Miao Sheng would be able to find something substantial this time and not disappoint her. Shi Yongqian lowered her head and glanced at the small characters jumping about on the jade communication talisman. The word kill was faintly discernible at the bottom. Her heart jolted, and she tightly gripped the jade talisman in her hand. She looked up at the little stoic standing at the side of the plaza, and an uncontrollable storm surged in her eyes like a dark night. As if sensing something, Arbor inadvertently looked up in the direction where Shi Yongqian disappeared. She only saw a familiar figure, and a faint sneer flitted through her eyes. "Follow me, children." Headmaster Yun led everyone to the Royal Academy. The entire inner city of Wind Thunder City belonged to the Royal Academy. The outer cities area was only half the size of the inner city, and many common people who moved here to do small businesses live there. Apart from the students, there were only the instructors and their family members in the inner city. There were currently more than 13,000 students in the entire Royal Academy. Including the instructors and their family members, there were more than 20,000 people. If the Royal Academy's 8,000 guards were included, the population would be close to 30,000 people. The Royal Academy accepted all kinds of talents from the 3 prefectures and accepted all kinds of students from all over the world. In the entire inner city of the Royal Academy, other than the study area, there was also a rich and colorful living area, which took up about half of the entire inner city. There were many streets and shops in the residential area. If the students didn't want to go too far, they could buy some things in the inner city's residential area. However, it was common knowledge that the price of goods in the inner city was 2 to 3 times higher than similar goods in the outer city. If one wanted to save money, it would be cheaper to buy some daily necessities from the outer city. Arbor's group followed behind Dean Yun and looked around the academy curiously. Although it was called an academy, it was actually a medium-sized city. The academy basically had everything. It's roughly divided into these 2 areas, the learning area and the living area. Once you've settled down, you can slowly familiarize yourself with the environment, Yun Piaomiao said with a smile. The academy's mission area is to the north of the living quarters. If you want to get rich resources, you can wait until you're familiar with the place before going to the mission area center to accept missions. Chapter 2790. The points obtained from the mission can be used to exchange for some items in the resource area. Dean Yun gave them a rough explanation. You can go and understand the details later. Arbor's group nodded and followed Dean Yun to the inner city's residential area. The students' lodging was to the south of the west. Of course, there were good and bad accommodations. The worst accommodations would cost 100 spirit coins per month, and 6 people could share a room with each other. Because it was cheaper, this type of room was basically snatched up by those who arrived first. For example, Arbor's group, who arrived so late, it was naturally impossible for them to snatch the cheap stuff. A small room for 4 people cost 300 spirit coins per month. A slightly better private room for 2 would cost 1,000 spirit coins a month for the accommodation. There were fewer people who stayed in this type of room, and only the noble ladies and young masters of aristocratic families were willing to spend this money. A single room for 1 person cost 3,000 spirit coins per month. If it was a small courtyard with a garden, it would cost 10,000 spirit coins. The best lodging was the garden house, which had servants and odd job workers. There were 2 gardens, one big and one small, and there were even guards at the door. This kind of garden house could accommodate about 15 to 20 people, and the monthly lodging cost was as high as 20,000 spirit coins. Currently, it seemed that only 2 rooms had been sold, and it was unknown which 2 spendthrifts paid for them. Why don't you just rob? When little Fatty and Chi Xianxian heard the sky-high lodging price, their eyes widened as they angrily roared at Dean Yin. Dean Yin laughed and actually didn't feel awkward at all. He raised his hand and rubbed his nose. One was willing to take the hit, and the other was willing to take the hit. Arbor also felt that it was unbearably expensive, and his little face tightened into a ball. After a long while, he said, "This is even more expensive than the housing in our divine prefecture's imperial capital. It was simply ridiculously expensive, all right?" She remembered that Mu Jingfeng rented out a house in the southern part of the city, and the yearly rent was only 30,000 spirit coins. But here, it was 20,000 spirit coins per month. Although the house Mu Jingfeng rented out might not be as big as this, it wasn't too far off. Yin Piaomiao, this profiteer, was going to be expensive beyond the star domain. Dean Yin smiled calmly and said, "You can go and accept missions. If you can complete a level 6 mission in a month, not only will you obtain a lot of mission points, but you will also receive a lot of mission points. The cost of the most luxurious accommodation can be reduced by half. If you can take over the garden area, you'll be able to live in the best place. It's definitely the best area in the entire academy. There aren't many of these types of special estates left." Dean Yin continued to encourage. "There are only 4 such special grade courtyards in the entire academy. They are both large and exquisite. Can you go up to the sky?" Arbor pointed at the distant mountains floating in the sky. Yin Piaomiao looked back and rubbed his nose. "That's the Cloud Mist Peak where this principal lives. In the entire Wind Thunder City, there are only a few mountains that can reach the sky." Arbor curled his lips. "That's because of the rune array." Hearing this, Yin Piaomiao's eyes couldn't help but light up. "Little Miss actually knows. I also know that it's definitely a flying jade talisman array made up of 24 flying talismans." Arbor paused for a moment before continuing. "Furthermore, there are more than 100 sets of talisman arrays used. This was enough to allow these mountains to ascend." Yin Piaomiao's eyes were practically shining. Indeed, after so many years, this little miss was the only one who had seen through the mystery. Chapter 2791. When other people saw it, they would at most marvel at the mountain peak floating in the sky and wouldn't be able to explain it. As Yin Piaomiao exclaimed in admiration, he sized up the little girl and couldn't resist laughing. "Little doll, you have good eyesight. Is there a reward?" Arbor asked expressionlessly. "For example, half the rent or something." Mo Yin and the others almost laughed out loud. Don't look at the little fellow's straight face. She was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Yun Piaomiao actually laughed out loud and shook his head. "That's not possible." The little girl's face was wooden. "Do I have to pay additional rent? How many servants are there? Do I have to feed them?" Everyone, ha ha ha. Yin Piaomiao roared with laughter. The little girl looked at him as if he was a lunatic. What was so funny? Shouldn't they ask clearly? If they raised a bunch of idle people and had to feed them, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? The one-time rent is 20,000 a month. It includes daily meals for cleaning, garden trimming servants, kitchen maids, and so on. Of course, if you aren't satisfied with the vegetables and fruits provided by the academy and want additional meals, you have to buy them yourselves. Seeing the little girl's frown, Yin Piaomiao added, "Don't worry, the food provided to the special class housing estate is fresh vegetables, meat, and fruits every day. It's still very good. It's enough for 10 people. Oh, it includes meals." This was slightly better. Little Fatty, Chi Xian, and the others felt a little better after hearing this. All right. Xiaomu nodded her small head vigorously. It was good to have a large housing estate. Everyone could settle down, and it would save them the trouble of having 2 people living in the east and 2 people living in the west. It would be uncomfortable and troublesome. If they wanted to discuss something with them, they would have to notify the entire residential area. With her nod, Prince Mo, Duan Yu, Duan Muqing, and Lu Yu started fighting to pay. Yun Piaomiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A bunch of freaking nouveau riches. They were obviously very rich, but they were still freaking pretending and wanted a bargain with him. They really were a bunch of shameless brats. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have provided meals. In the end, Prince Mo was the first to pay the bill. Only when he said that they would pay next month did the crowd calm down. The super-rich Xiao Mu silently glanced at them and put away the money bag that she was about to take out. Last time, Grandpa Mu sent her a storage talisman and gave her another 5 million spirit coins, in addition to the 150 million that Mu Jingfeng had previously given him. And then there was the cash compensation from the various families. The super-rich Darling Xiao now had close to 200 million spirit coins in cash. Even if the annual rent was 240,000 yuan, Miss Xiao could live there for a few hundred years, all right? Let's do that then. Miss Xiao suddenly had a feeling that she shouldn't have wasted her breath with Yin Piao just now. She shouldn't have wasted her breath and haggled with him for half a day just for a few coins. So tired. Why haven't you brought us there yet? Sir Jojo glanced at Cloud Mist. Dean Yin couldn't help but be amused and angry at the same time. Follow me. Donglin Court was one of the 4 special class housing complexes in the student residential area. In less than 15 minutes, the news spread throughout the entire academy that another nouveau riche had moved into Donglin Court, which had a monthly rent of 20,000 yuan. Everyone was already very shocked that nouveau riches had moved into Chiua Court and Xiachi Court for 2 consecutive days. Chapter 2792. They didn't expect that even Winter Forest Court would be rented out today. It seemed like there were quite a few nouveau riche among this year's new students. The study area would probably be bustling tomorrow. Some people couldn't help but laugh when they thought of this. After all, the older students had been in the academy for so long, so it was relatively easy for them to deal with a few new students. When they thought of how those nouveau riche new students might be defeated, some of the more sinister fellows couldn't help but snicker inwardly. "All right." Before Principal Yin left, he said, "Being able to pass the heaven-ranked testing tablet means that student Xiao is undoubtedly the #1 student among the new students. Tomorrow is the first day of school for new students, so a general assembly will be held at 7 a.m. At that time, a new student representative will be invited to come up and say a few words. Student Xiao, be prepared." Arbor was baffled as he glared at Yun Piaomiao's departing figure. Who did he ask to speak? Ha 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 ha. The little fatty suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears were about to fall. It was too hilarious. What was wrong with Principal Yun's head? He actually asked the stoic face to speak on stage. The stoic face was someone who normally wouldn't speak if she could and wouldn't explain if she could. He even asked her to speak on stage. Yin also couldn't resist laughing when she looked down at the dumbfounded little fellow. Duan Yu twitched his mouth and said, "It's fine. Principal Yin probably meant that you can go on stage and say a few words." MHM. Chi Xianxian glared fiercely at the little fatty. "You're not allowed to laugh at our Jojo. Jojo, it's fine. You can go on stage tomorrow. If you don't want to speak, just kill them with your gaze." Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu and the others clutched their stomachs in laughter. Arbor speechlessly glanced at Miss Xianxian and discovered that her expression was quite serious. "Let's go and assign the rooms." There were more than a dozen rooms in the entire Winter Forest Court, enough for everyone to stay in one room each. Everyone went back to rest after choosing their rooms. They were truly unbearably tired from rushing through the great north-facing forest for a day and night. After Xiao Mu finished bathing, she crawled into bed and saw Crown Prince Mo walking in from outside with his wet hair disheveled. She was truly a beautiful demon. Miss Qiao's eyes lit up, and she rolled onto the bed. Prince came forward, took off his clothes, and snuggled under the covers. "Jojo, have you thought about what you want to say tomorrow?" "No." Miss Qiao stroked his hair. In that split second, Crown Prince Mo had already used the fire spirit to dry his hair. The Crown Prince reached out and pulled her into his arms. He asked with a smile, "Then what are you going to say to everyone on stage?" The little girl blinked and said seriously, "I'm just saying a few words." The Crown Prince thought that since his wife had already considered it, then there was naturally no problem. He changed the topic and lay down with her in his arms. "Rest early. Do we belong to the Divine Prefecture branch?" Arbor asked curiously. Along the way, they saw colorful flags with the words Shinjo Branch fluttering on the roofs and roadsides. It was hard to miss them. Yes, there's also the Sanjo Branch and the Ming Province Branch. At this point, Prince Mo pursed his lips. Logically speaking, Duan Yu should be staying with the people from the Sanjo Branch. Arbor patted Mo Lian's head like he was pacifying a small animal. Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this action. Chapter 2793. The competition between the three academies has been going on for a long time. For resources, for benefits, and for the glory of each of the three prefectures. Mo Lian hugged the little fellow and spoke intermittently about several matters. After a while, he looked down and saw that the little fellow's breathing was even and she had already fallen asleep. He couldn't help but laugh and lowered his head to give her a light peck on her little mouth. Then, he laid her down flat and adjusted her sleeping position to a more comfortable one. He propped up his chin with one hand and gently stroked a few strands of hair by her cheek with his fingers. He stared at her intently for a long time. Early the next morning, everyone was woken up by the kitchen maid's hoarse voice. It was unknown where this kitchen maid came from, but when she saw that no one had come out of their rooms, she picked up a broken basin and started banging on it. As she knocked, she shouted, "Students, wake up! You're waking up a little too early. There's still 2 hours to 7 in the morning." Seeing everyone open the door and glare at her, the kitchen maid said with a serious expression, "Students, you still have to wash up and eat breakfast. It will take at least an hour to get from Winter Forest Court to the Academy District. It's forbidden to ride any kind of beast in the Academy. You can only rely on yourself to run, or use your spiritual energy to cast a flying spell to rush over." So that's how it was. Only then did everyone silently retract their glares and start washing up in resignation. Breakfast was quite sumptuous. While the group of 10 were eating, Mu Xingqian's voice came from outside. "Younger sister." Mu Xingqian was a senior student of the Imperial Academy. He naturally had his own room in the past. However, seeing that he was carrying a bag in his left hand and a lunchbox in his right, it seemed like he wanted to move, and Arbor looked up at him and expressionlessly ate the porridge in her hand. Mu Xingqian was already used to her stoic little cold face. He walked up and placed a lunchbox in front of everyone. "Younger sister, ginseng chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot." Prince Mo glanced at his brother-in-law vigilantly. His brother-in-law even knew how to make soup. He was starting to feel threatened. "I'll take you to the learning area in a while. You're not familiar with this place. There's a small path from Dongling Garden, so it'll save you a lot of time. I'm Jojo's big brother, Mu Xingqian. You must be Jojo's friends. Let's get to know each other." When Qi Xianxian and the rest heard him speak so familiarly, they hurriedly stood up and greeted him. "Big brother Mu, what are you carrying?" "My bedding." Mu Xingqian turned to Arbor and said, "Sister, your place is spacious. I'll check out of my room. Let's stay together in the future." Everyone was speechless. The petty person in Mo Lian's heart kept thumping his chest and stamping his feet. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten a double room with Sir Chow Chow back then. Look at this big family. In the future, if he wanted to steal a kiss from his little wife, he would have to avoid his teammates and brother-in-law. So Bitter Arbor drank a small bowl of ginseng chicken soup made by Mu Xingqian. More than half of the soup went into the little fatty's stomach. After that, everyone praised their big brother's culinary skills. Everyone was beaming as they followed Mu Xingqian out of Dongling Garden and headed to the learning area. Along the way, Mu Xingqian introduced the buildings and sceneries to them. He brought them to the largest practice field in the learning area. At this time, many students were already there. The new students were gathered in a circle. The older students were also mixed together. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Chapter 2794. Arbor's group attracted quite a bit of attention when they went over. After all, everyone in this group had outstanding looks. Plus, many people had seen the little girl at the plaza on Main Academy Street before, so they were especially curious now. Their scrutinizing gazes continuously swept over the little girl, as if wanting to see through this child. What kind of energy was stored in such a tiny person's body to be able to shatter the heaven-rank testing steel in one go? Everyone whispered to each other, pointing and whispering to each other. Arbor turned a deaf ear to these words and followed Mu Xingqian through the crowd with Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and Qi Xianxian to arrive at the circle where the new students stood. Eldest young Sir Qin walked over with a grin and waved his paw at the little girl. "Little fellow, we meet again." Arbor nodded reluctantly. She felt like the Qin estate's people were like lingering spirits that lingered everywhere she went. Eldest young Sir Qin winked and smiled at her. "Little stoic, you can't be annoyed that I've appeared in front of you again, right? You're quite self-aware." Prince Mo held the little fellow's hand and walked to the side, throwing a look at eldest young Sir Qin for him to figure it out himself. The eldest young Sir wanted to chase after them and say a few words, but at this time, Headmaster Yun flew over from afar with several academy consecrators and a dozen or so valiant and formidable instructors. They stopped on a raised platform in front of the practice field. An instructor looked down at the 10,000 or so students below and said neither softly nor loudly, "New and old students, line up separately." This needs no further explanation, right? Everyone started moving in unison. They each lined up in several hundred rows according to the three academies' factions. The old students had lined up who knew how many times. Every time the academy summoned students to the practice field for an important announcement, they would line up to give instructions. This had already become a routine. There were about 1,000 new students here, and they each lined up in 7 or 8 rows, crookedly lining up to the left of the old students. "Headmaster, please speak." Dean Yin walked up with an enigmatic look on his face. He didn't look like the talkative person who was trying to promote the special class housing estate to Arbor and the others yesterday. He said a few simple words of encouragement to the new students. Then, he waved his hand and gracefully retreated, giving the place to one of the academy's worshippers. This consecrator of the academy's disciplinary courtyard was notoriously fussy and strict. He recited all of the Royal Academy's rules and regulations according to the book, to the point that Xiao Mu was about to doze off. After reciting for half an hour, he finally finished reciting. After the academy consecrator left, Principal Yin smiled and said to the crowd, "Now, let's invite the new representative, Student Xiao, to come on stage and say a few words." Eldest young Sir Qin's mouth twitched as he turned to look in Arbor's direction with an odd expression. At the same time, Dou Fenghua and Dou Fengyan, Qin Exant, Qin Xiu, Qin Jiu, and some of the patrician families of the Divine Province who somewhat understood the little stoic were also looking at her across the crowd. Isai, who was standing in Ming Province's line, also looked over curiously. Everyone was thinking at the same time, what did you want the little stoic to say on stage? Arbor expressionlessly stood on the high platform of the practice field and gazed icily at the students below. Everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. "Students, study hard and don't provoke me. Otherwise, die." Everyone was flabbergasted. Chapter 2795. Principal Yun turned his head to look at the little fellow beside him in confusion. This he asked her to say a few sentences, and she really did say a few sentences. "Study hard and don't provoke her. Otherwise, die." It was a few sentences. Now, Principal Yun had a deep understanding of the meaning behind Yun Chang's meaningful gaze. Crown Prince Mo exasperatedly exchanged glances with the little fatty and the others. What was going on? Why was everyone looking at him as if he was a weirdo? He definitely didn't teach his wife to say these words. Last night, he asked his wife what she was going to say on stage. His wife said that she was just going to say a few sentences. He naively thought that his wife should know what to say, however. It was true. When she went on stage today, she just said a few sentences, 2 sentences, 2 sentences. After Sir Jojo said 2 sentences, she realized that everyone was silent. Everyone was looking at her as if they were looking at a god. She couldn't help but frown, turned her head, and blinked hard at Principal Yun. "Principal Yun, kid, do you think everyone is a worm in your stomach?" "What do you mean by blinking?" Sir Jojo blinked at Principal Yun again. One of the tutors at the side couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed lightly and said to Principal Yun, "Principal, this student should be asking you if she can leave." This year's new student representative was definitely a weirdo. The instructors thought to themselves as they carefully sized up the little fellow. They realized that this little girl was expressionless from the start to the end. Her emotions didn't fluctuate at all. It looked like she was really a cold-faced little doll. Principal Yin pursed his lips and laughed awkwardly. He reluctantly went up to save the situation and said, "Student Xiao's meaning should be, for everyone to study hard, work hard, and help each other. The entire royal school should be tied together like a rope. Don't fight, bitch, dogfight, dogfight, just because we are from different factions. Appropriate competition is necessary, but we should also pay attention to the friendship between students, right?" The students below all heaved a sigh of relief. That should be the case. What the dean said was still somewhat reasonable. Previously, they must have misunderstood the little girl's meaning. The little girl shouldn't have threatened them on the first day of school. It was difficult for Headmaster Yun to say so much in one breath to smooth things over for the little stoic. He wanted to cry tears of sympathy for himself. Was it easy for him? No. Just as Principal Yun finished speaking his impassioned words to save the situation, the little stoic directly denied it. "I just want to warn them to be careful and stop bothering me." She turned her head and glanced at Dean Yun. "Once I make a move, there is no turning back." Everyone was speechless. Dean Yun's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost choked from anger. This little girl was truly someone who could anger someone to death without paying for it. Could this be considered as him failing to save the situation by going all out to save the day? This little girl is quite arrogant. A rough voice suddenly emerged from the group of students. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a guy draped in tiger skin, revealing his arms and legs. His appearance was especially bold and unrestrained. He strode out from the crowd and leaped onto the stage. Underworld Province's Branches DAO. Ask for guidance on this new student strength. I want to see what kind of strength can make you say such arrogant words. Chapter 2796. Ming Yasi's expression was displeased, and he turned to look at a robust youth beside him. Who is that? This young man, who was also a senior student of the Underworld Region branch, was called Turnbull. Although he did not understand what was going on when he saw that His Highness was unhappy, he still said respectfully, "His name is D.A.O. He is an extremely talented clansman from the D family's branch." Ming Yasi glanced coldly at D.A.O. on the platform and asked in a bad mood, "Who allowed him to go up?" Running over to find trouble with a little girl to make his presence known? Ming Yasi thought that the little girl already disliked him to begin with. She wouldn't mistakenly think that he was the one who let that idiot go up to challenge her, right? Would the little fellow dislike him even more because of this? While Ming Yasi was endlessly criticizing, Turnbull's expression was a bit puzzled. Although he hadn't interacted with His Highness for more than 2 days, he believed he had a good grasp of his temperament. This was an extremely arrogant and difficult person to get along with. Yet today, he was actually asking him why D.A.O. went up to challenge her. Shouldn't he challenge her? That little girl was slapping the faces of all the senior students of the 3 branches in the academy. A freshman little girl dared to be so arrogant. It would be strange if no one went up to challenge her. "Tell him to come down," Ming Yasi said coldly. The more he thought about it, the more likely this was. He absolutely couldn't let the little girl misunderstand him. Ollie, who was standing beside him, couldn't resist sneaking a glance at his elder brother. He hastily cleared his throat and shouted, "D.A.O., come down." His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for all the students to hear him clearly. Akira had previously been surrounded and complimented by a group of new students, so when the instructors asked her to line up, she was escorted to the front of the new students. At this time, she was still some distance away from Ollie and Yasi, who were mixed in the back of the crowd. Now that she heard Ollie say this, she couldn't help but secretly grit her teeth and look up at the little stoic on the platform. Without a doubt, Big Brother Yasi had instructed Ollie to shout this. What was so good about that stoic girl that she kept calling Big Brother Yasi on her mind all day? D.A.O., who had just stood in front of the little stoic and didn't have time to speak, was involuntarily taken aback when he heard Alex's words, and he turned to look at the crowd. Turnbull was afraid that Dao honest nature would act up again, so he hurriedly called out, "Dao, His Highness asked you to come down." With that said, how could Dao not understand? So it was His Highness Dark Yass who told him to go down. Although, he was a little cowardly. He had just jumped onto the high platform and rolled down with his tail between his legs. It was really a little embarrassing. However, His Highness Yass had even defeated the former Crown Prince, His Highness Underworld Wolf. What a joke. He was just a disciple of a small branch of the D family, so he naturally could not openly challenge His Highness ACI. Therefore, Dao, who had been on the stage for less than 2 seconds, jumped off the stage with his tail between his legs. The little stoic was already prepared for battle and was about to summon her ferule. The other party suddenly said that he didn't want to fight and then rolled down by himself. This was simply inexplicable. Crazy, the stoic man muttered to himself. The few instructors who were closer to her couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. Ha ha! I didn't expect that someone from Great Ming Province would also cower. A mocking laugh came from outside the crowd. A figure flashed and scuttled onto the high platform with a whoosh. Chapter 2797. This person's outfit was even more unsightly than the tiger skin outfit from before. His hair was disheveled, his entire body stinked, and his fat belly was exposed. His feet were bare, and the soles of his feet were covered in a layer of 3 feet of dirt. Darling Chow hurriedly took a step back, and her eyes widened. Get lost. Stinky thing. It's unbearably stinky. All the teachers were speechless as their mouths twitched. That man immediately flew into a rage and shouted sternly, "This little girl is really arrogant and conceited. Today, let me teach you how to be a person." Arbor didn't wait for him to fly over, and his figure immediately flashed and hid behind Principal Yun. He angrily glared at the principal. What kind of Imperial Academy is this? You're picking up trash from the academy. Can just anyone enter this Imperial Academy? The students don't even have a uniform. One moment, there was a tiger skin man, and the next moment, there was a stinky beggar wearing only a pair of underpants. It simply made people speechless. Of course we do, the principal said with an aggrieved face. It's just that here, we don't require everyone to buy the academy uniform. It's all for people to do what they can. Some people, after entering the academy for several years, still haven't saved enough money to buy a set of academy uniform. This time, it was Arbor's turn to be dumbstruck. How much is your academy uniform? This time, there was no need for Principal Yun Piaomiao to reply. The teacher from before spoke again with an indifferent expression. 100,000 spirit coins. Why don't you just rob? The entire academy sky was filled with the little girl's angry roar. All the students instantly felt that the little girl's roar was simply what everyone was thinking. You can't say it like that. Our academy uniform isn't some simple clothing. It's a defensive spiritual clothing. It can effectively block 100 full-powered attacks from a spirit master below level 10. You definitely won't lose out to your little girl. Why don't you buy one? Let me tell you, if you want to enter the Heaven ranking and Earth ranking, you must wear this academy uniform. This is also for the fairness of the competition. Is your team made up of 9 people or 10 people? Give me a set of all of them. What was happening? Wasn't this the freshman entrance assembly? Why did their Principal Yun suddenly start promoting? Everyone looked at Yun Piaomiao with a dumbfounded expression. The instructors could not bear to look at it. One of the consecrators coughed softly and went forward to tug at Dean Yun's sleeve. Only then did Dean Yun put away his promotional expression and chuckled. Oh, were we just now? Brat, do you think you'll be fine just because you're hiding behind the dean? Today, let me teach you how to behave. A smelly bug dares to boast that it wants to teach me how to behave. The repeated provocations made Arbor fly into a rage. His voice was extremely cold as he said, "Kill him." There was an uproar among the crowd of students below. They all recognized the person who jumped onto the stage. He was from the barbarian tribe and did not belong to any of the 3 big schools. He was not weak and was also a senior student of the royal school. And now, the stoic-faced little girl actually said kill him. Wasn't she a bit too arrogant? In the blink of an eye, as soon as the little girl finished speaking, A giant sand scorpion taller and stronger than a hill suddenly appeared behind the little fellow and quickly crawled over with rustling movements. A pair of large, sturdy pincers abruptly pierced toward that person. Chapter 2798. This sturdy sand scorpion waved its two large pincers and rapidly spun like a top. With a flick of its tail, it released its hidden stingers with a whoosh. This round of attack was fast, ferocious, and wild. It was simply ecstatic. Almost all the mentors were dumbfounded. With a loud boom, the entire stage collapsed from the sturdy sand scorpion stomp. Everyone took advantage of the momentum and landed in front of the crowd. Principal Yin opened his mouth and raised his hand to say, "Have mercy." That sand scorpion swung its large black tail and sent that underpants man flying. It swiftly crawled forward and used its large pincers to clamp down on the underpants man. The other party didn't even have the slightest chance to retaliate before he was pressed to the ground. Its stinger was raised high, and a poisonous needle was about to pierce that underpants man's thigh. Principal Yun quickly flew over and used a wisp of sacred energy to land on the sand scorpion's pincers, causing it to retract its stinger in pain. The underpants man took advantage of the situation to roll out from under the scorpion. His face was ghastly pale as he shouted loudly. After cursing in a tribal dialect that no one understood, he hastily circulated a wisp of spiritual energy and struck the sand scorpion's weak abdomen. Hiss, hiss. The sand scorpion was hit and crawled back 2 steps in pain. The underpants man was abruptly struck down by a bolt of lightning. Sir Jojo was thoroughly enraged. He flew up into the air, and hundreds of thunder spirit talismans floated around him. Yin Piao Miao, you think you can save him by helping him? Even heavenly law can't stop the people I, Arbor, want to kill, let alone you. His shouts silenced the entire venue. After Yin Piao Miao and the mentors recovered from their shock, they wanted to stop him. However, at this time, Mo Yin, Duan Yu, Qi Xian, Little Fatty, Lu Yu, and the others also flew over and blocked the mentors. Since it's a spar between students, isn't it a bit unreasonable for the mentors to make a move? Mo Yin sneered. Whoever dares to help today will be making an enemy of our divine province. You want to bully me with numbers? If you want to fight, come find us. Little Fatty raised his arms and said indifferently. Yin Piao Miao was completely speechless. No, I'm not helping. Didn't you say that I'm helping you? Are you bullying Jojo because no one can help you? Qi Xian angrily interrupted Principal Yun's words. Her small face turned ruthless as she said, "Are you all blind? Just who is provoking who? Who is rushing out to court death? Can't you see?" That rigid reverend from the abstinence courtyard was so angry that he was about to explode. All of you are ignoring the academy's rules. You don't want to continue studying here, do you? Duan Yu snorted. With such an indiscriminate academy, it doesn't matter whether I study or not. Yin Piao Miao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just now, he really didn't want to help that underpants student. It was just that as the dean, he couldn't just watch a student fight to death. Who would have thought that such a simple move would incur the wrath of the masses? All right, everyone calm down. Dean Yin acted as if he was putting out a fire. He helped to extinguish the anger of Mo Yin and the others, and then hurriedly extinguished the anger of the Commandment Yard's consecrators. In the end, it was that underpants guy who courted death. If he didn't come up, then wouldn't everything be fine? While he was pondering, countless bolts of lightning had already descended layer by layer, explosively bursting into lightning flowers on the underpants guy's body. Chapter 2799. What kind of person could withstand several hundred spirit thunder talismans? The students below shuddered one after another. They uniformly looked at the little stoic girl as if they were looking at a monster, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. Especially Dao, who had courted disaster by jumping onto the stage, but was called down by Yasi. He was practically shedding tears of gratitude as he looked at His Highness. His Highness deserved to be His Highness. After careful deliberation, he naturally came up with a plan. If His Highness hadn't told him to get down, the unlucky guy who was attacked by the sand scorpions and bombarded by hundreds of lightning bolts on the stage would be him. Dao. Thank you, His Highness. Thank you. Underworld Province's God Punisher. The heavens still protected him, DAO. At this point, in the hearts of all the students at the Imperial Academy, the lofty image of the terrifying little stoic murderous star, nouveau riche little stoic, and the little stoic who opened a talisman shop at home, had been thoroughly established. Several of DAO's good friends stepped forward and patted his shoulders comfortingly, exchanging rueful glances with him. Fortunately, we have the wise and mighty His Highness, so we won't be like that big idiot from the barbarian tribe and provoke this murderous star. The Sun Moon Temple's Holy Son has graced us with his presence to pay a visit to the Imperial Academy's Ding Yun Piao Miao. Following the sound of an ethereal female voice, melodious stringed and woodwind music entered everyone's ears. In the distant sky, a dozen red-crowned cranes with long white feathers could be seen flying unhurriedly toward the academy amidst layers of clouds. Rose petals, which were surrounded by fragrance, fell down layer by layer. Several dozen fairy-like flower children cleared the path, scattering petals all over the sky. Behind them followed a luxurious sedan carried by 16 brawny men. The sedan flew through the air and headed toward the students. Arbor's hand paused slightly, and a faint trace of disgust surfaced in his heart. This Sun Moon Temple style was truly quite disgusting. Whether it was that saintess from before or this holy son, they were all extravagant as soon as they appeared. Every time they appeared, they would be swarmed by crowds of people, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know their noble identities. They're just going out, so why were they so particular? The moment Arbor's hand paused, the lightning in the sky also retracted slightly. The sedan of 16 people had already arrived above everyone's heads. At this moment, a surge of energy surged from the carriage towards Sir Jojo. This power was surging and abnormally fierce. If this attack hit, even if Jojo didn't die, he would definitely lose half his life. And Mo Yin, Duan Yu, and the others all turned serious, and they swiftly shot towards Arbor's side. When Arbor sensed that something was wrong, he decisively covered himself with an eggshell defensive barrier. At this critical moment, a red figure suddenly appeared beside Lord Xiqiao. Reaching out, the figure grabbed Xiqiao and carried her away. With a flick of his sleeve, the surging power was suddenly blocked, and all of it was repelled with a thunderous force. Bang! A ferocious force landed on the carriage. How could the 16 burly men who were carrying the carriage resist? In an instant, they were scattered by this force and fell to the ground. At the same time, the carriage was completely shattered by the force. After a loud bang, a white figure scuttled out from between the muslin curtains. He coughed to suppress his astonishment. The other party's cultivation was actually a level higher than his. He was already a spiritual venerable. So could it be that the other party was actually an immortal venerable expert? At this moment, Mo Yin and Duan Yu had already arrived at Arbor's side. Chapter 2800. Taking a closer look, the little fellow's stoic face was expressionless, and her body was wrapped in a transparent eggshell. She was being held in Hu Jinshin's arms, and that appearance was simply a bit comical. Mo Yin secretly suppressed the amusement in her heart and reached out to take the eggshell. The little fellow's entire body was wrapped in that eggshell, so she was just a sphere. It was hard to grab anywhere. So she could only hold her. She looked down at her appearance and expressionlessly undid the defensive barrier on her body before hopping off the ground. Duan Yu dared to bet his head that if anyone dared to laugh out loud, Sir Jojo would definitely take out a washboard to beat them up. Being interrupted by the Holy Sun inexplicably saved the life of that brat from the barbarian tribe. That guy was already at his last gasp from being struck by lightning and was silently dragged away by someone. When Arbor looked back, the person had already run away, so he could only resentfully feed Sand Scorpion a pill and recall it back to Shaji Planet. Other people only thought that the little girl recalled the spirit beast into her spirit beast space. Yun Piao Miao breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression darkened again. She coldly glared at the white-robed Holy Son of the Sun Moon Temple who floated over. Holy Sun Mi Yin, you came from afar. so our academy should warmly welcome you. However, you suddenly attacked our academy student. This is very unjustifiable. Holy Sun Mi Yin coldly swept a glance at Mo Yin, Duan Yu, and the others before his gaze finally landed on a grinning, tall man waving a small peach-pink fan. A sharp glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. This young man before him was actually a venerated immortal? How is this possible? In the entire divine province, the number of venerated immortals could be counted on one hand. When did such a young venerated immortal appear? Why didn't he know? Shouldn't a venerated immortal have ascended and left this place? Did something go wrong with the heavenly law's restrictions? Why wasn't this venerated immortal restrained by the heavenly law? If Hu Jinshan could hear this person's inner voice, she would definitely infuriate him to death and tell him without hesitation. This venerated immortal has already come out of the Tower of Punishment. So what more do you want? Worst comes to worst, I'll just capture my true self and force my way in again. It's a misunderstanding, Mayan said calmly, nodding apologetically at Dean Yun. Jojo tugged at Mo Yin's sleeve. Without another word, Prince Mo's eyes flashed fiercely, and a gust of wind from his fist, which was imbued with saint power, flew towards the Holy Sun's face. At the same time, Arbor also raised his hand and threw hundreds of ice spikes at the saint. The son of Saint was caught off guard and dodged twice in a very embarrassing manner. He was able to easily dodge Arbor's icicles, but he had to frown and take Mo Yin's punch seriously. He crossed his arms in front of him, thinking that the holy armor gauntlets on his arms would definitely be able to block his opponent's attack. He didn't expect that he would be knocked back a few steps by this fist wind. Only then did he take a deep breath to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with unconcealable astonishment. Just as the son of Saint raised his head and was about to look at Mo Yin, he saw another gust of fierce saint power burrowing out from the side and pouncing at his face again. Damn it! One shouldn't hit someone's face in a fight, but these people actually wanted to hit his face one by one. The son of Saint gritted his teeth and withstood Duan Yu's attack. In the next second, he saw a crafty saint power materialize into 5 fingers. Pah! He slapped his face. The little stoic was relieved. Before the son of Saint flared up, she said coldly, "This is also a misunderstanding.